After 500 years of slumber, when you opened your eyes for the first time, you were greeted with scolding from your parents, betrayal from the empress and wife, and the cold eyes of the civil and military officials, all because 500 years ago, the demon clan invaded, and you fought the demon clan's supreme being for 3 days and 3 nights to protect the dynasty. In the end, you forced the opponent to self-destruct in despair, but your own tendons were broken, leading you to enter a false death and deep slumber. During these 500 years, your parents gave birth to a second son, who not only possesses one of the 9 great holy bodies, the Great Sun Holy Body, but is also a quasi-saint powerhouse at a young age. Compared to him, you, who have become a waste person, naturally appear out of place. The forbearance and retreat of the past life can only leave you wandering the streets in the end. Who would have thought that when you opened your eyes again, you would find yourself back on the day when you were judged by everyone? Coming to your senses, looking around, you realize that you are at the center of a meeting, and everyone around you, with contempt, mockery, and sneers in their eyes, is looking at you. Your younger brother Qin Guan looks at you with a look of hating iron for not becoming steel, and says, Qin Guan, even though you have some achievements, you cannot be so complacent. You must know that you are not only the god dragon general, but also the husband of the emperor. How can you live up to these 2 identities now? On the dragon throne, the empress saw you standing there like a puppet, in stark contrast to the majestic appearance of Qin Yuan beside you, a look of disappointment in her eyes. Qin Guan, since the courtiers have advised, today we will remove your position as the general of the divine dragon army to heed the will of the people. Your majesty is wise. Upon hearing this, all the courtiers knelt down in unison, as if ready to finalize this matter. And these voices also make you come to your senses. Listening to those wolf-hearted and dog-lunged words, a surge of anger rises in your heart. Before the rebirth, you dared not to let your parents down, dared not to betray the court, faced with coercion to retreat again and again. The final result was to be left wandering the streets. Fortunately, awakening the wisdom of the past life at the moment of death, allowing you to have the memory of being a blue star person in the previous life. Now, you are not the same as the person with the submissive temperament before the rebirth. As a son of the blue star, how could you swallow your anger? And then you immediately spoke out, a group of shameless scoundrels? As the words fell, all the courtiers looked at you in astonishment. What did you say? You took a step forward immediately and said word by word, I said, a group of shameless scoundrels, forgetting gratitude and deserving to be human? 500 years ago, it was me who stepped forward and fought against the supreme demon clan. If it weren't for me, could you people stand here today, self-righteously pointing fingers at the world? Even if it weren't for me, the great Phoenix dynasty would have been gone long ago. You should be grateful to be alive today. Treat me like an ancestor. That's what you should do. You spoke loudly. Every word was powerful, leaving everyone speechless. Some elderly courtiers, their blood boiling, their faces flushed with anger. Qin Yuan was also full of shock, not understanding how his always useless elder brother could suddenly become so tough. Qin Tianqing then stood up with a dark face and shouted, Shut up, you unfilial son! Who gave you the courage to talk nonsense in the court? Do you want to cause chaos? You heard the words and glanced at the king of the north, with a cold smile on your lips. Is this your good father? The son who saved the world's people finally woke up, only to be betrayed by his courtiers. He did not think of seeking justice for his son, but instead stabbed him with the cruelest blow. Such a father, better not to have. Your eyes looked at him as if he were a stranger, saying, King of the North, please mind your words. I am the general of the divine dragon, ranked above the 3 dukes, not someone you can insult. When this was said, it made Qin Tianqing's heart inexplicably tighten, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and angrily said, You are not the same now. Upon hearing this, you suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, with a hint of mockery in your laughter. Am I not? Who said that? Based on you, or based on her? As you spoke, you pointed to the empress on the dragon throne, unabashedly continuing, Su Chanxi, my divine dragon general was bestowed by the late emperor, blessed with the fortune of the Phoenix dynasty, and his prestige cannot be insulted. Today, you want to strip me of my position with just a few words. Do you really think the late emperor's words are worthless in your eyes? The most sharp words made Empress Su Chanxi's beautiful face turn pale. She obviously didn't expect that you, who has always been confused, would go against the norm today, even using the late emperor to suppress her. Daring to call your majesty by name, Qin Yuan on the side was full of indignation, looking like a loyal protector of the Lord, angrily said, insulting your majesty in public, humiliating the courtiers, disgracing his own father, and now daring to use the late emperor as a shield. The wickedness of his heart is beyond words. Your majesty, this humble official dares to request, not only to remove General Qin Guan Shenlong from his position, but also to strip him of his imperial title. Such a villain is not worthy to be your husband. His voice was loud and passionate, immediately attracting the approval and agreement of the courtiers. The empress even slammed the armrest of the dragon throne and said, "Your words are reasonable. Qin Guan, you have disappointed us too much." Upon hearing this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of your mouth, apparently waiting for yourself. The matter today seems to have been planned for a long time. The dismissal is just a cover. The real purpose is actually divorce. Thinking of this, you coldly scanned every face in the court, leaving only endless anger in your heart. Ding! God-level selection system activated successfully. Detected that the host is facing a major turning point in life. Initiating the first choice. Choice 1, agree to the divorce request of Empress Su Chanxi. Unlock the achievement of a loser in life. Receive a reward of 1 million spirit stones, and 1 each of earth-ranked martial arts techniques. Option 2, a man who does not fulfill his ambitions, wastes his natural 8-foot body. As the divine dragon general, you have your own pride. Take the initiative to divorce the empress and gain half of her cultivation. Option 2, a man who does not show his ambition is not worthy of his natural 8-foot body. As a dragon general, you have your own pride. Take the initiative to repudiate the empress, gain half of the other's cultivation, and remodel the full version of the Xianhuang indestructible body. Suddenly, a tingling current flashed through his mind, followed by a virtual panel floating open in front of his eyes accompanied by a cell phone-like beep. Qin Guan's eyes stuttered, and in the next moment, he almost laughed out loud. Sure enough, being reborn was different. Even the system had come. Is that option even worth looking at? I choose 2. The moment the idea fell, Qin Guan did not hesitate to raise his head, his fingers together pointing remotely to the dragon chair, his eyes burning, his voice like cold iron. Su Kangxi, you want freedom and fame? I'll fulfill you. But you must remember that today it is not you who will leave me in peace, but I, Great General Qin Guan of the Divine Dragon, who has repudiated you. Su Kanyangxi. Chapter 2, Dissolution of the Heavenly Marriage Contract and Severance of Enmity. In the former life of Blue Star, couples divorcing have to divide the common property equally. This has become a shortcut for countless salvage women to get to the top in one step. Now in the true martial world, the system has turned out to be very humane and has become a divorce with equal sharing of cultivation, which also allows Qin Guan to eat a wave of exclusive benefits for fishing women. He didn't feel advantaged at all, though, because he deserves it. He burned his last drop of blood for Great Phoenix to guard thousands of people, and it was the Su family that owed him. Taking away half of Su Kanyangxi's cultivation was not even interest. Congratulations to the host for making a life decision. The reward has been issued. Is it withdrawn? No. As choices were made, the corresponding rewards were successfully issued, but Qin Guan was careful not to withdraw them on the spot. Above the courtroom, there are many people and eyes, and he divided half of Su Kanyangxi's cultivation in front of the eyes of all the people. Little cute. All can see that there is a problem. It's not too late to withdraw the rewards once you're out of the palace. In the meantime, along with his voice falling to the ground, it also caused the entire courtroom to fall silent. A letter of repudiation? Qin Guan actually initiated a letter of repudiation to the empress? How dare he? That's the empress of the dynasty. In ancient times, the root cause of male superiority over female was the absolute dominance of men in terms of strength. And in the true martial arts world where everyone can cultivate, there is no distinction between men and women, and whoever is in a higher realm is the ruler. It was common for strong males to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and in turn the same was true for strong females. It's just that most strong women are clean and care about their reputation, so they almost always have only one partner. Empress Su Kanyangxi was even the example of which. For many years there was only one man, Qin Guan, and in the case of such a disparity between the two sides in terms of strength and status, it was not Qin Guan's turn to initiate a letter of repudiation in any case, which was a naked insult to the empress. How could the ministers not be shocked? Jinbei King Qin Tianqing was even more gloomy and watery, with a look of righteousness. On the dragon chair, Empress Su Kanyangxi was also briefly lost in thought because of Qin Guan's words. A pair of palms resting on the armrest subconsciously squeezed tightly, revealing the unease in his heart. Qin Guan's words were like taking a sharp sword to her pride, making it difficult for her to accept, and anger flared up in her heart. But after all, she was the head of a country, and had grown up learning Imperial mind techniques, and her city skills were not practiced for nothing, so she quickly suppressed her mind, and no abnormality could be seen on the surface. Qin Guan, on account of the fact that you have made great contributions to the Feng dynasty, if the so-called repudiation of your wife can make you lose your temper, then I can allow you to be unrestrained for once. The empress spoke from on high, her tone filled with pity and indifference. Worthy of being the empress who had suppressed the Phoenix dynasty for 500 years, she chose to retreat in order to advance in the face of Qin Guan's attack. These words not only showed his magnanimity, but also invariably removed Qin Guan's merit. Don't you, Qin Guan, always use your former merits as a shield? Now offset with the offense of insulting the emperor. You can't talk about saving the Phoenix dynasty in the future. It had to be said that Su Kangxi's imperial mind tricks were indeed pure. Not only did he save his face with aplomb, but he also accomplished his initial goal. Which one of the ministers present is not an expert? Seeing this, they hurriedly knelt down and called out, "Your Majesty's holy grace." The two contrasted as if the person who was unforgivable was Qin Guan. Empress Su Kangxi looked around at all this, a few moments of pleasure welling up in her heart. Immediately, with a thought, he threw out a jade plate-sized piece of ancient red paper, flexed his fingers, and squeezed out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip and shot it into it. "Release the marriage contract. From now on you and I will no longer be husband and wife." Su Kangxi looked at the man who stood in the center of the hall, the first and only man in her life, and said without any semblance of attachment, as the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day. Back then, before the expedition, the two also did a few months of husband and wife, but now it is more ruthless than when facing strangers. What was once considered to be the love of each other is now nothing but dislike. Qin Guan coldly watched the scene and without saying much, he took out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip. The true martial realm was a great metaphysical world where the laws of the heavenly Tao were perfected. When an ordinary person marries a wife, it is only necessary to organize it normally. But for an existence of the level of a princess of a dynasty, the marriage must be sworn by the heavenly Tao to conclude the bond between each other. 500 years ago, it was the late emperor who used the power of his great power to write out this marriage contract, and borrowed the fortune of the great Phoenix kingdom to induce the laws of heaven to descend and inscribe it. It can be said that as long as there is this marriage contract in, even if the couple each other again how the feelings have broken, but also still have the karmic ties entangled, no one cannot hurt anyone, and in order to break the marriage contract, it is equally necessary to stain it with essence blood. Qin Guan had no cultivation now, so he could only hold the essence blood in his fingers and step forward to wipe it on. The red rope is tied early, Whitehead forever together, flowers and the moon are full. Xin Yen Ergi. This is the year by the late emperor's hand inscription of the oath. At this time with the blood stained, such as the wind-blown petals, in the marriage contract gradually dissipate. The entire reddish, ancient deed paper also turned translucent white. Click. In the sky above the Imperial palace, the wind and clouds rolled in, and a thunderclap resounded steeply in the clear sky. Both Qin Guan and Su Kangxi felt at this moment that something in their bodies had been retrieved by the heavens. The heavenly marriage contract, completely dissolved. Empress Su Kangxi clenched her fists under the cuffs and let out a long sigh of relief in her heart, as if the shackles that had plagued her for years were finally gone. "I am destined to become the greatest emperor of the great Phoenix and will not allow half a stain. If you had stayed awake for a long time on this, I could have kept the name of husband and wife for you for a lifetime, but you woke up on your own. Then it's no wonder I'm heartless." Her heart was firm and her gaze resolute. As for regret, that was something she had never thought about. Qin Guan is now just an invalid, and in a few decades he will die of old age, destined not to go all the way with her. So how can he talk about regret? "I congratulate your majesty." In the courtroom, a group of courtiers hooted and hollered and knelt down again, seemingly happy for Su Kangxi, chanting in unison. Su Kangxi's forehead slightly nodded, casually waved her sleeve robe and then announced the exit of the dynasty. Her gaze did not stay on Qin Guan for half a moment. As for the matter of dismissing the divine dragon general, she did not mention it again, because she knew that this was an honor that belonged to Qin Guan for saving the Phoenix dynasty, and she truly could not take it away. But she didn't care. It was just an imaginary position with no real power. What can Qin Guan do if he occupies this position for decades? What's wrong with that? With Empress Su Kangxi's departure, the pilgrimage was officially over. A group of ministers in groups of 3 or 5 walked toward the outside of the hall, and when they passed by Qin Guan, each one of them had a derisive eyebrow and even more contempt. At one time, although Qin Guan did not have cultivation, but there is a layer of identity of the imperial prince of the current dynasty to protect, the people can only secretly squeeze. Now that he had completely lost the identity of the female emperor's husband, relying solely on a false name of the divine dragon general could no longer make the group of ministers scornful, and each one of them behaved in an extremely blatant manner. Even the eunuchs and boys guarding the door of the temple, their eyes are full of disdain. "Rebellious son, you are not allowed to set foot in the northern realm for the rest of your life, or I will break your legs." Walking to the door of the hall, Jinbei King Qin Tianxing's gaze was ferocious as he issued a threat to his oldest son who had brought him infinite honor. Qin Yuan, who was next to him, even scoffed. "Qin Guan, you're really my big brother in vain. You've disappointed your parents too much." The father and son duo said that, and with coldness, they turned around and walked towards a circular formation in the square in front of the temple and disappeared. This is the teleportation array to the north. The Great Phoenix Dynasty was so vast that even if a Saint Realm powerhouse wanted to fly from the northern realm to the Imperial City of the Phoenix Dynasty, it would take a day and a night. That's why officials from all over the world came to the Morning Court by teleportation array. I have not yet broken with you, but you dislike me first? No matter. After this moment I will have nothing to do with the Jinbei royal house. Qin Guan's eyes narrowed slightly, not the slightest bit alarmed at being expelled from the northern realm, much less retained. In the past, Neza faced his father's injustice and dared to pick bones to return them to his father and cut meat to return them to his mother. Although he didn't do it that absolutely, but 500 years ago, he went to war on behalf of the Jinbei royal house on behalf of Qin Tianqing and fought a bloody battle against the supreme demon race, and he slept for 500 years, which was considered to be a repayment of this grace of birth and upbringing. From now on, it's a clean break, and we don't owe each other anything. Chapter 3, forcibly splitting half of her cultivation. The Empress panics. Living a new life and with the help of the system, the future is that the sky is as high as the birds fly. Walking out from the palace, Qin Guan was calm in his heart. There wasn't the slightest hint of disheveled color in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with a brilliant light. The dissolution of the Heaven's Path marriage contract with Su Kangxi was a good thing for him. Because of the awakening of the system he will have a boundless future. The road of martial arts is smooth. If there was still a heavenly marriage contract in place, wouldn't that be a blessing for Su Kangxi? Right now, the loss of this bondage was just what he wanted. After remodeling my Xianhuang indestructible body, with my qualifications, I may not dare to let the Empress go down to the Yellow Springs after 13 years of heavy cultivation. Qin Guan thought quietly in his mind. In fact, this time, sharing away half of Su Kanyangxi's cultivation was still secondary. What really made him care was that his Xianhuang indestructible body could be remodeled. The Xianhuang indestructible body is one of the 9 holy bodies. Very mysterious. Can be called the pinnacle of physical cultivation. After practicing to the great completion of immortality, no battle can be won without holding the Xianhuang, and no age without conquering and swallowing the 8 wastelands. This was what the world had to say about the Xianhuang indestructible body. It was also the key to Qin Guan's future of stepping onto the pinnacle of the martial arts and competing with the heavenly prides from all sides. With this calculation in his mind, he unknowingly walked into a deserted alley. System, extract the reward. Here in the palace some distance, Qin Guan also no longer press the mind between a movement to communicate the system. Boom! In a matter of moments, the divine choice system reacted, and his body's flesh and blood boiled. Those broken meridians were miraculously recovering. The dark wounds were retreating, and the origin was being remodeled. At the same time, his cultivation level was also climbing upwards at an astonishing speed. With each step, the breadth was increasing exponentially, amazingly incomparable. He was frail and mortal when he walked into the alley. After stepping out of the alley, he had just turned into a Saint Realm second-level powerhouse. A mighty pressure unconsciously unfolded. Powerful chi and blood flowed within his body, and the earth-ranked battle treasure divine dragon robe on his body glowed with a spiritual light because of his renewed cultivation. It looks like splitting half of Su Kanyangxi's cultivation is almost like the second level of the Saint Realm. Qin Guan clenched his fist slightly, and thought in his mind indistinctly. Compared to his peak, this cultivation level is still a lot worse, but when looking at the world, it still belongs to the first-class ranks. On the path of martial arts, the realms were refuted, and from the 1st to the 9th grade, it would be enough for an ordinary person to cultivate for a lifetime. And above the 9th grade martial artist, there were 3 transcendent great realms, the innate realm, the spiritual movement realm, and the yin-yang realm. Then after that, it was the Saint Realm and Saint Exalted. 500 years ago, Qin Guan was an early-stage Saint Exalted powerhouse, his cultivation proudly exceeding his generation and able to defy the Demon Supreme. Su Kanyangxi, on the other hand, was now at the peak of the Saint Realm cultivation, because on the path of martial arts, the further one goes, the bigger the gap between each other becomes. So after the peak Sacred Realm cultivation was equally divided, it was almost 2 Sacred Realm second layers. Of course, this situation only refers to cultivation and is not equivalent to battle power. After all, a peak Saint Realm powerhouse wouldn't have a problem suppressing hundreds of early Saint Realm stages with just his hands. Now, it's time to go back to my general's house and take a look around. Moving his muscles and feeling the long-lost strength in his body, Qin Guan's gaze looked in a certain direction of the Imperial City, and a touch of coldness appeared in the bottom of his eyes. He can't go back to the north. However, as a divine dragon general, he also had a residence and mansion in the Imperial City. Back then, it was personally rewarded by the late emperor of the Feng dynasty, and it was located in the most prosperous section of the entire Imperial City, and was incomparably luxurious. Unfortunately, he only lived with Su Kanyangxi for a few short months after his marriage. then he ran off to the battlefield, and then he slept for 500 years. Nowadays, there is no telling which bowl ****** tour is occupying it. Once upon a time, without cultivation, Qin Guan dared to be angry. Now well, this account is naturally to be ruthlessly recovered. Phoenix Dynasty Palace. In the Emperor's chambers, Great Phoenix Empress Su Kenyangxi, who had already gotten out of the morning court and changed into civilian clothes, was spitting on her knees. It was her daily habit in the morning, and only in the afternoon would she deal with the court. And right at this moment, she who was sitting upright suddenly turned pale, her eyebrows knitted deeply, and her body's cultivation breath was falling at an alarming rate. What's going on? Why is my realm regressing instead of advancing? She opened her eyes, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with panic. As a peak Saint realm powerhouse, she had never felt anything so odd. It was as if there was a big invisible hand that stripped her cultivation alive inside her body. Sacred Realm 8th level. Sacred Realm 7th level. Sacred Realm 6th level. In just a few short breaths, it fell all the way to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm before it managed to stop. Your Majesty? Outside the room, a female voice sounded. It was Su Kangxi's personal female officer, and at this moment, she sensed something unusual in the room. Don't come in. I'm fine. Su Kenyangxi was flustered in her heart and hurriedly forced herself to speak. The inexplicable lowering of one's cultivation level must not be known by anyone. In the world of martial arts, cultivation was everything. The Great Phoenix Dynasty is majestic in the world, although it also has hidden underpinnings sitting in the town, but it can only prevent foreign enemies, but it can't prevent its own people. She stepped on the various brothers and sisters to the throne back then, and now if those respective divided royal brothers know that their own cultivation has fallen, they are only afraid that a lot of trouble will arise. After all, there weren't many people who could turn down this position of the 9 to 5. That's why it's important to keep it a secret until we figure out why the cultivation has fallen. Could it be the reason for the heavenly marriage contract? Thinking back to these days, only today had done something big, which couldn't help but make Su Kangxi's heart suspicious. But then he shook his head at the thought. Throughout history, it had never been heard that breaking the marriage contract of the heavenly Tao would result in a fall in cultivation. However, Qin Guan sighed. Still needs to be concerned. Fingers tapping on the table, Su Kangxi strongly stabilized her mind and thought suspiciously. Although Qin Guan was already no different from an invalid in her eyes. But today's events are too weird, so it's better to be on the safe side. Su Kenyangxi, who was calculating everything in her mind, didn't have the heart to continue cultivating. After using a royal secret treasure to conceal his own cultivation fluctuations, he summoned his personal female officer Zhuge Wan in and began to arrange for the monitoring of Qin Guan. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry too much. If that Qin Guan makes a move, Wan heir will definitely be the first to know. Zhuge Wan stood in front of Su Kenyangxi and bowed slightly, swearing her word. She came from a famous family and used to be Su Kangxi's bosom friend. After the other parties claimed to the throne, the status also rose and became a close female official. Although he only had a yin-yang realm cultivation, within this great Phoenix dynasty, many Saint realm powerhouses would have to be a head shorter when they saw him. I am naturally assured of your work. Empress Su Kenyangxi nodded her head slightly. Zhuge Wan was her beloved family friend, hand and foot sister. There was absolutely no possibility of betraying her. With the other party's cultivation and ability to spy on Qin Guan, an invalid, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a great talent. Only after Zhuge Wan left did Su Kenyangxi move, stepping on the void and heading towards the great Phoenix mysterious realm deep within the palace. That was where the royal Su family's underpinnings were located, with Saint exalted realm ancestors inhabiting the area. She wanted to ask if there were any side effects to lifting the Heaven's Path marriage contract or not. Obviously, she was still undeterred by the matter of restoring her cultivation. Chapter 4, The East Chamber Stops the Road. Whoever stands in my way dies. I'm sure my ex-sister-in-law is now in a state of panic over the fall in her cultivation level, right? On the street, Qin Guan glanced at the direction of the palace from afar, and couldn't help but bellyache in his heart, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his lips. So what if Su Kangxi is a generation of female emperors? No one could see their cultivation fall inexplicably and still remain calm. Even a Saint Realm supreme power would have to be scared like a quail. After invisibly letting out a breath, Qin Guan no longer thought about Su Kangxi. With a step forward, the Saint Realm laws flowed within his body, and in the next moment, like a remnant of light, he had appeared thousands of meters away. The territory of the Phoenix dynasty is huge and boundless, and the Imperial city is even like a huge beast creeping on the earth, being divided into 4 districts: East, West, South, North and South. The Eastern district is the most prosperous, and is home to the most prominent officials and families. Qin Guan's general's mansion, right in the center of the Eastern district, sits on 10,000 hectares of land. Even a brick is a yellow-ranked treasure material, which can be described as extremely luxurious. Within the mansion, the maids and servants are up to thousands, and the scale is known as the first in the Eastern District. Such an expansive mansion, Qin Guan lived only a handful of days, which made the reborn after the more he thought, the more angry. At the moment, with a big stride and a high chest, he went straight to the gate of the mansion. Stop! How dare you go forward without seeing what's in front of you? Are you trespassing on Governor Wei's residence? However, just after taking 2 steps, the space next to him trembled slightly, and a figure with a thick breath stepped out, making a sound to stop the path. This person's voice was shrill, wearing a black brocade suit, on which there was an eagle and dog pattern painted on it, which was clearly the East Chamber's soldiers. The East Chamber, set up by the late emperor in the early years of the secret service agencies, only at the behest of the emperor, all composed of eunuchs, can inspect the 100 officials, first cut and then report to the emperor. The rights of the great. It was the sharpest knife in the hands of the late emperor, and now it was the #1 traitor to the Empress Su Chanxi. In front of him, this East Chamber servant, his strength was not weak. He had already reached the early stage of the yin-yang realm, and could initially master the space escape technique. He blocked in front of Qin Guan, pressing the knife hanging at his waist with one hand, his voice shrill and piercing, the depths of his eyes carrying the arrogance that belonged to the eunuchs of the East Chamber. Ding! Discovering that the host's homecoming has been blocked by the female emperor's eagle dog, and the mansion has been taken over by others. In the face of this scene, please make the following choice. Choice 1, retreat in humiliation. Do not dare to fight. In order to protect themselves, rewarded with millions of spirit stones, a top-grade shrunken head turtle sword. Choice 2, avoid the front line for the time being, investigate cautiously, and try to enter the mansion again after making a foolproof plan, rewarded with millions of spirit stones, and an earth-ranked lower-grade cloaking windbreaker, which can hide one's cultivation. Option 3, death to those who stand in my way. Kill straight in for the sake of chanting, rewarded with a copy of the heavenly medium-grade technique, the killing scripture. The system's prompt surfaced again. Qin Guan just looked at it and withdrew his gaze, because even if the system didn't appear, his mind had already made a choice. You say, this is eunuch Wei's residence? Only Qin Guan's eyes narrowed and his voice was nearly ice-cold. Of course. Who in the Imperial City doesn't know? Pop. This East Chamber eunuch subconsciously made a reply. However, before he could finish his words, a smattering of palm prints that waved out residual shadows had already flown over. The next second slapped it straight into a knot. But Qin Guan was too lazy to listen. After throwing out a slap, he did not take his life on the spot, but grabbed the other party's 7-veined head and dashed to the plaque at the main entrance of the mansion. Bam! He pressed the other's head hard against it and said coldly, tell me, what do these 3 words read? General, General House. And at that moment, this blockhead eunuch who had a high status in the East Chamber was finally coming back to his senses, as he felt the thick as substance Saint Realm pressure behind him, as well as the large hand that was single-handedly grasping the top of his head, capable of crushing the sky's aura at any time. His entire body was stunned and shook to a sieve. Only a trembling reply could be made. Dog, you're not recognizing words, are you? Qin Guan laughed coldly, and only after hearing a satisfactory answer did he throw it onto the stone steps below. A touch of holy might then fell like Tarzan, crushing it into pieces in an instant. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. The reward has been issued. Do you want to withdraw it? Yes. The system's prompt rang out right on time. There was no need to suppress the reward at this point. Qin Guan chose to extract it on the spot. To his surprise, the rewarding technique was not a substantial book secret scroll, but rather entered his mind directly as a torrent of information. In just a split second, Qin Guan completely comprehended it. This killing scripture is worthy of being a heaven stage middle grade technique. It's truly subtle. As a supreme celestial pride and a former saint exalted powerhouse, Qin Guan's perception was outstanding, and he saw the difference in this gong method with a single glance. It was even more superior than the Great Desolate Swimming Dragon technique that he himself had practiced. The Great Desolate Swimming Dragon technique was the Qin family's ancestral technique, at the upper level of the Earth stage, capable of being cultivated to the peak of saint exaltation. In the real martial arts world, Gongfa martial arts are divided into 4 levels of heaven and earth. Xian Yuan Yuang, of which Xian Yuan level is already a rare product, and the earth level is a secret that is not passed on to all the major forces. The top grade of the earth rank such as this one could even allow one to cultivate all the way to the peak of the saint exalted and stand at the apex of the continent. As for the heavenly rank, that belonged to the existence of legends. Extremely rare in the world. It was said that the heavenly ranking technique was not only incredibly mysterious, but it also allowed martial artists to reach the legendary extreme of martial arts, the ultimate realm, the ancestral realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying heavenly ranked feats were. And now, Qin Guan had casually, obtained a heaven stage middle grade technique. Let's just say the system is dang powerful. The killing scripture. Killing one person is a sin. Killing 10,000 people is a male. This technique is based on killing to prove the Tao, condensing the heavenly Tao's killing chi. And after consummation, it can be transformed into divine Luo's killing might. And when the killing might comes out, heaven and earth will be shaken. And even those who are one great realm higher will be timid and self-sustaining, and will surrender without a fight. A concise overview of the feats in question appeared in his mind. Heavenly Tao killing chi, divine Luo killing might. Even with Qin Guan's insight, he was shocked by the hegemony of this killing scripture at this moment. This was undoubtedly a Tao killing technique that possessed an overwhelming attack, cultivated to the extreme. The murderous aura is born. The intention to charge the stars and dukes. A thought of chopping up thousands of living beings. To kill the gods and destroy the Buddha is not a matter of course. With almost no hesitation, Qin Guan gave up his own technique and switched to the killing scripture. His own understanding is excellent. And at this time, the system has been enlightened. Eliminating the time for enlightenment. Just stand in place slightly running 2 times the gong method, then directly into the door. However, although it's easy to get started, the cultivation in the back can't be separated from the word, kill. Just right. Let's take these East Chamber soldiers to practice. I'd like to see what kind of goods eunuch Wei, who dared to encroach on the general's residence, is. A cold light flashed in Qin Guan's eyes as his mind flowed. The killing sutra was not the kind of gong method that was practiced behind closed doors by meditating and comprehending. As the name suggests, it requires a lot of real combat, practicing in the midst of killing. Aren't these traitors of the Empress and the East Chamber's men just material for the door? Thinking of this, Qin Guan no longer dawdled. Walking directly to the door of the mansion, he kicked it open. Chapter 5, entering the mansion strongly, killing all unrighteous people. Bang! Even the gate made of Shen-ranked treasure material couldn't carry a Saint Realm powerhouse's gentle kick, and it was directly torn apart. After 500 years, Qin Guan once again returned to the general's residence. He was striding angrily and with great vigor, and a strong man's pressure was revealed without a second thought. A few slaves working in the courtyard were startled and hurriedly ran on their hands and knees into the depths of the mansion to report the news. Qin Guan didn't stop him when he saw this and walked forward blandly with his hands in the air. Not long, a group of dark-colored clothing dressed in the East Chamber of Commerce. The soldiers rushed out aggressively. The leader is a punishment of 1,000 households. The status of the factory is second only to the public official. In the East Chamber can be said to be under one person, 10,000 people. Today, I happened to come to the general's residence to report to Factory Lord Wei Xiaotian, but I did not expect to encounter such a thing. His face was incomparably gloomy. Since the East Chamber was established, it patrolled the world on behalf of the royal family and monitored all the officials. Its status was extremely high. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, which person dared to mess with it? But today, it was a surprise to be beaten at the door. That's right, it was clearly the general's residence that they had turtled up and occupied. But they all subconsciously treated this place as their own territory. The general's mansion is known as the most generous mansion in the Imperial city. When the late emperor used a large number of yellow order, Shen order treasure material, used to reflect the importance of the great general of the Divine Dragon. But who knew that the great general of the Divine Dragon would sleep for 500 years? And during these 500 years, many people speculated that he might never be able to awaken again. So over time, as the prestige of the Divine Dragon Great General gradually dissipated, many of his things also became hot items that many dignitaries of the Great Phoenix Dynasty competed for. This mansion, because it was unoccupied, was even coveted by many powerful people. At that time, many big officials above the third rank were secretly snatching it, and there was even a rumor that the Prime Minister of the current dynasty was also involved in it. But the ultimate winner is the East Chamber, which is as strong as ever. Today, the general's residence in addition to the plaque has not been changed. In fact, has long since become the residence of the East Factory Duke Wei Xiaotian. Because the mansion was so large, Wei Xiaotian also trained a large number of East Chamber soldiers here as his minions. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's another base for the East Chamber. How dare you go against the East Chamber? This East Chamber's head of punishment 1,000 households, after appearing to look at Qin Guan, did not even look at the face of a glance, directly is transformed into a tiger and leopard silhouette, a palm when the head to split. This kind of reckless behavior is enough to see how domineering the East Chamber acts on a regular basis. Seek death. Qin Guan of course will not be afraid. In front of this palm penalty 1,000 households only in Yang realm peak cultivation. Although the dynasty is already a first-class martial artist, but compared to him is still too much difference. Only to see a flash of electricity in the void. Strong airflow burst open, but it is Qin Guan after the first. Index finger single point forward probe. The Shenhuang indestructible body was rigid and overbearing, and after the Saint Realm, the body was comparable to an Earth-ranked treasure weapon, and a finger had great power. After clashing with the right palm of that palm penalty 1000 household, it directly pierced through it with a powerful force. The blood flowed in a flash. You're a sacred realm supreme? This palm execution 1000 household hurriedly fell back, covering the bloody hole on his palm while uttering a horrified voice. It was only then that he finally saw clearly that the person coming before him had the cultivation of the second level of the Saint Realm. And why does this face look so familiar? But before he could think clearly about where he had seen it, Qin Guan had already taken the initiative to kill. Like a world-defying ferocious god, holy might surging between his fists and palms, there was not a single East Chamber soldier who could resist wherever he passed. If you rub it, you die. If you touch it, you die. In just a few breaths, the courtyard was already filled with corpses, and the grunts and screams were endless. The punishment chief was scared out of his wits, and the back of the strongest man on the party was covered in cold sweat. Tell Wei Xiaotian to roll over and meet me. I'd like to see who gave a member of the eunuch party the guts to occupy this general's residence. Qin Guan did not kill this East Chamber eunuch, but burst out. His voice was as loud as thunder, shaking the other party's soul trembling. 7 orifices bleeding. Your mansion? You are Qin Guan? How is this possible? Unable to care about his body's injuries, the palm penalty 1000 household finally reacted with hindsight at this moment, and the entire person was horrified. Great General of the Divine Dragon, Qin Guan. Everyone in the Imperial City knows about the invalid, but also early this morning by the 100 officials' impeachment, the empress and leave. But how come? In a flash, he killed his way into the factory official's residence, and has a holy realm cultivation? The head torturer quickly realized that this matter was beyond his control. He felt the extremely strong killing chance on Qin Guan's body, and not daring to delay, he turned around and flew into the depths of the mansion. The governor is still in seclusion, but Qin Guan has killed his way back to the general's residence to claim the mansion, and I don't know if the rest of the dynasty knows about this. Great Phoenix is really going to change. The palm torture kilometer was apprehensive and faster. Qin Guan stood in the courtyard with his arms folded, looking at the corpses all over the ground with a cold expression, as if he were a gaijin killing god. This killing scripture is truly subtle, but just by beheading dozens of East Chamber soldiers, it has actually condensed the killing aura in my body into a hidden killing power, and my cultivation has grown quite a bit. A mass of substantial killing chi coalesced on his fingertips as he secretly marveled that the heaven rank technique was very subtle and not something that could be touched by the earth rank at all. At this rate, it won't be long before he can step into the realm of minor accomplishment and practice the real killing power. However, in order to obtain the highest level of divine Luo killing might, it is necessary to cultivate to perfection. Boom! Just as Qin Guan was experiencing the subtleties of the gong method, a strong aura violently erupted from the depths of the mansion, and then the void was seen to fluctuate continuously. Within a few moments, a silhouette pierced through the long sky and appeared in the courtyard. Qin Guan, you actually recovered your cultivation? The visitor's voice was astonished. He was middle-aged looking, but with white hair and eyebrows, wearing a black suit with augur dragon brocade embroidery. It was the famous East Factory director of the Great Phoenix Dynasty, Wei Xiaotian. Originally, he was in seclusion within his mansion, preparing to break through to the next realm. However, he was suddenly interrupted by his henchman, Chi Tao, who told him that Qin Guan had killed his way up to the mansion and was trying to snatch back the general's residence. Wei Xiaotian at first did not believe. Qin Guan, a broken sinews of the invalid, full of civil and military people, no, how can have the ability to come to the East Chamber wild? As a result, now that he took a look at the scene, the whole heart and mind shook uncontrollably. Was the Qin Guan in front of him still the wasted body that everyone could bully? He just stood quietly in the center of the courtyard. The ground was filled with the corpses of the East Chamber soldiers. All of them, regardless of their cultivation level and strength, were killed by a single move. The spirited dragon general of the past had unexpectedly appeared once again at this moment in a trance. This caused Wei Xiaotian's heart to turn over in a monstrous wave, and there was even a layer of fear floating in the bottom of his heart, because he had lived through the era in which Qin Guan lived. 500 years ago, he was just a small eunuch in the palace, with no name, the son of King Jinbei. Qin Guan, however, was known to no one in Great Phoenix. He fought all the heavenly pride of the same generation without any enemy. After taking over the position of the great general, all the way to the north, the power to save the wild waves in the human race and the demon race are killed out of the prestige. Thousands of troops and horses avoiding the white robe, said Qin Guan. No, his cultivation hasn't fully recovered. Only the second layer of the Saint Realm. Wei Xiaotian, who recalled all of this in his mind, suddenly realized something different again. That was that Qin Guan's cultivation was not at its peak back then. It was not a Saint powerhouse, but an early Saint realm. This made Wei Xiaotian's heart burn with hope and even more unconquerable hostility. 500 years ago, I stood like an ant in the palace, but now I am at the 5th level of the Saint realm to the strongest, at the top of the eunuchs. So what if it's the divine dragon general? It is your honor that this governor has occupied your mansion. How can you be allowed to reach out and ask for it? With a furious shout, Wei Xiaotian violently rushed out as a shadow of light, about to teach the former high and mighty general in front of him a lesson. Ding! The god of war has returned home, but he's been attacked in reverse. In the face of a powerful enemy above his realm, please make a choice. Option 1, surrender, reward the title of martial coward and receive a set of top-grade armor of the Shen rank. Option 2, kneel down on the spot, shouting if you don't abandon me. I would like to be my righteous father, rewarded with a copy of the lower rank technique Deciduous Immortal Dictionary. Choice 3, go head on and kill all the unrighteous people. After successfully killing Wei Xiaotian, you'll be rewarded with a set of top-grade protective formations. 9 Palace Mixed Elements Formation. As Wei Xiaotian rushed to kill, the system screen also appeared in front of him. Is option 2 here to be funny? Qin Guan merely swept a glance, and his figure abruptly rushed out amidst the speechlessness, answering with his actions. Kill all the unrighteous. Chapter 6, Destroyed and Destroyed. News of the Old Division. On the path of martial arts, the farther back you go the wider the gap between each other, especially at a level like the Saint Realm. Every little level was unimaginable. The gap between the second level of the Sacred Realm and the first level of the Sacred Realm was greater than that of a first-ranked martial artist to a ninth-ranked martial artist combined. Only a very few geniuses with special physiques were able to make it to the top by crossing over levels and going against the grain. Coincidentally, Qin Guan was such a person. As a divine dragon general, Shenhuan indestructible body possessor, whether it is practical combat experience or natural talent, it is not comparable to Wei Xiaotian's eunuch. The two had just exchanged hands, and after only 3 rounds, they were already high and low. Between Qin Guan's strikes, he was rigid and castless, and the martial arts he performed were all of the earth-class level, and with the might of the undying body, he directly shook Wei Xiaotian, the eunuch, to the point where his qi and blood surged wildly, and he retreated in every direction. How can it be? Wei Xiaotian let out an incredulous exclamation of shock. He was a strong person at the peak of the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Looking at the Great Phoenix, he was also a transcendent existence. Otherwise, it would not have been sitting in the position of factory director of the East Factory. But now, all of his proud mastery could not even gain half an advantage against Qin Guan, a mere Saint Realm second layer. The imagined crushing situation is even more of a non-starter. Is this the gold content of the Divine Dragon General? At the back, the East Chamber's palm torture thousand tenant who was watching the battle involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Having been stunned by the scene in front of him, he knew too well what strength his own factory owner had. The East Chamber is the Emperor's hands of the sharp edge. Do are offended by the dirty work, no strength simply cannot finish. So the overall strength of the eunuchs of the East Chamber was generally above that of martial artists of the same rank. But now, the factory duke at the peak of the 5th level of the Sacred Realm was being pressed by Qin Guan at the 2nd level of the Sacred Realm. There was absolutely no fighting back. Saint Realm powerhouses openly exchanged blows. The ground shook, and opening mountains and breaking mountains were all idle. However, at this moment, the two were only fighting around the courtyard without destroying a single blade of grass or a single tree, which showed that Qin Guan's control over his own power had already reached the peak. His punches appeared to be plain and uninteresting, but in reality, they all had hidden mysteries within them, and the power to destroy cities and break mountains were all within them. Then focusing on one point, they all attacked into Wei Xiaotian's body. Although Wei Xiaotian had the 5th level of the Saint Realm, he was not a physical cultivator, so how could he resist? Bang! In the 7th round of their fight, Wei Xiaotian's aura shriveled up and he was blasted in the chest by Qin Guan's fist. In an instant, all of his upper body robes fell apart, and his front chest was visibly sunken, while his back chest was bulging to the naked eye. A layer of arc-shaped qi energy erupted on his body. No longer able to support, like a dead dog rolled out a long way, paralyzed on the ground as if his breath was wandering. Speak! Who gave you the nerve to overrun the general's residence? Qin Guan towered over him, his gaze indifferent as he stepped on the green stone path step by step. The general's mansion is extremely luxurious, a symbol of status and power, and there are countless families and powerful people who covet it in the Imperial court. Although the East Chamber is powerful, it is ultimately only the clique. Ordinary officials fear it, but when faced with a real family of the world, it is not enough. So it was clearly out of character to take down the general's house in the midst of the jockeying of forces from all sides. Seeing Qin Guan's murderous aura surrounding his body, without anger, Wei Xiaotian, the infamous East Factory official, was also completely scared out of his wits. Great General, spare my life. It's all at His Majesty's behest. His Majesty said that the general's residence must not be cheapened. Wei Xiaotian used all his strength to kneel on the ground, raised his head to look at the Qin Guan who was getting closer and closer, cried out in pain and fear, and gave a full explanation in his head. Sure enough, a eunuch is a eunuch. No backbone at all. Even after cultivating to the Saint Realm, one could not change the slavery in one's bones. Is she the one who's up to something after all? Qin Guan didn't feel too surprised by this answer. He was too brilliant back then, and the position of Great General of the Divine Dragon could be said to have covered the entire dynasty, leaving many great families breathless. Therefore no one can refuse the power, the estate, and the treasures that are left behind when the false death passes. When a lion falls, its flesh and blood will surely be fought over and devoured by jackals in all directions. Qin Guan had long anticipated this scene, and there wasn't much fluctuation in his heart, only a cold smile. My things are not that easy to take. The general's house is just the beginning. Next I will board the door one by one. Wash your neck and wait. Great General of the Divine Dragon. A real position of real power. Mastering the world's troops and horses. With monstrous power. But after 500 years of time passing, these powers have long since ceased to exist, and have completely become vanity positions. Qin Guan was once an invalid and did not dare to ask for too much. But now that he's relived his life and has the help of the system, his mindset has completely changed. Not only those that once belonged to him, he wanted to take them back one by one. Even those that didn't belong to him, he wanted to take the initiative to grab them. With thoughts in his mind, a pair of icy cold gazes inadvertently landed on Wei Xiaotian, frightening the latter with a jolt. Qin Guan, you spare my life. I have secret information from the East Chamber here. It's about the Phoenix Freshman Army. Perhaps as really cannot carry. Wei Xiaotian no longer have any temperament, directly began to spit out the secret, trying to exchange a life. And the moment the three words Phoenix Cryptic Army came out, it also caused Qin Guan's eyes to narrow slightly. The Divine Dragon Great General was in charge of the world's troops and horses, and among them, there were even 3 special troops, which he had personally trained and were extremely powerful, following him in the battle against the demon race. These 3 troops were the Black Armor Battalion, which was the best at defense, the Shen Ice Guards, which had a clear tactical division of labor, and the Phoenix Freshman Army, which was composed entirely of women and was responsible for surprise attacks. With these 3 major trump cards, Qin Guan was a force to be reckoned with in the Northern Realm, beating the demon race to a standstill. It is really a dragon and tiger leaping to kill the sound of shock, the wolf running and wild boar raid enemy chills. It was just a pity that with the passage of 500 years of time, the Divine Dragon Great Generals had all become vanity positions, and these 3 ace armies that served as cronies were naturally not living up to their glory. During the days of Qin Guan's slumber, the Shen Ice Guards were the first to be disbanded by the Empress, while the Black Armor Battalion had its top generals replaced. As for the Phoenix Sighing Army, is the most miserable, because the commander of this army, Yi Lingshang, had another layer of identity. She was Qin Guan's disciple. Of course, the Empress would not let it develop savagely, but used her means to suppress it to the utmost. This once most formidable maiden army of the Great Phoenix has been cut down in numbers over the centuries. What's more, all the benefits due were cancelled. Even the food and wages were not released, and they were expelled to the most dangerous Lokfeng mountain outside the Imperial city, leaving them to fend for themselves. So Wei Xiaotian's words had really grabbed Qin Guan's attention. A chilling aura flashed in his eyes as he coldly asked, "What did you say? What happened to the Phoenix Cryptic Army? Promise me first that you'll spare my life as long as I tell you. Otherwise I'll just rot in my stomach and not tell you. So you'll just wait to regret it." When Wei Xiaotian saw Qin Guan's appearance, he knew that he had made the right bet, and immediately puffed out his chest a few times and began to negotiate the terms. "Okay, I promise." Surprisingly, Qin Guan didn't hesitate before directly opening his mouth to respond. Chapter 7, Going Back on Your Word. What can you do? General's residence, inside the courtyard. Hearing that Qin Guan had agreed so dryly, Wei Xiaotian was a bit suspicious. But in this current situation, there was nothing he could do but choose to believe. Therefore, he could only open his mouth with a stiff upper lip. The Shen family's eldest son, the dynasty's heavenly general Shen Pengfei, has already bribed the Ministry of War, and will take over the Phoenix Freshwater Army today, and those who disobey will die. Shen Pengfei? Qin Guan couldn't help but frown when he heard this name. Only because of this person, is the Imperial city of the famous playboy? Notorious, but the cultivation is not low, to achieve the heavenly general position. The true martial world is a metaphysical world where martial arts is the main theme. The Feng dynasty was also founded on the use of the military, so the number of military officials in the courtroom was far greater than the number of civilian officials. Unlike the ancient system of official positions for military generals in the Blue Star in his previous life, here, he was judged on the basis of his cultivation. They are divided into divine generals, heavenly generals, earthly generals, human generals, and then lieutenants and so on. Among them, a ninth-grade martial artist could only be an elite in the army, and only in the innate realm could he become a lieutenant. And to the spirit of the realm, it is considered to be barely into the general level threshold, can be asked a human general when. Further up the yin-yang realm and the saint realm corresponded to earth generals and heavenly generals. It is also the level at which most of the military officials above the court are currently located. As for the highest level of divine general, only those who are at the level of Holy Spirit can get the title. The status is extremely high, far more than the three dukes. For the top of the world's military generals, the royal family also have to lower eyebrows. The Phoenix dynasty was founded 600 years ago, and there is only one person who has won this honor, and that is Qin Guan. His divine dragon general is the divine general, only with the total loss of cultivation after awakening and being reduced to an invalid. This position of divine general can also be said to be not worthy of its name, and with the loss of the divine general's suppression, the dynasty full of military generals has become a scattered mess. It can be said that the current imperial court is the battlefield where the major military families are fighting it out. This Shen Shen family was also a 1,000-year-old family, a great martial arts family. He had coveted the Phoenix Flyer army for a long time. After all, who wouldn't love a maiden army made up entirely of women who could warm a bed and fight a war? With his foppish and greedy character, he had already made several secret moves against the Phoenix cryptic army over the years, wanting to take charge of this maiden army. Unfortunately, they were all blocked one by Yilingshan. After all, this commander of the Nymphets was also a sacred realm supreme power, and his strength was not inferior to the other heavenly generals. Even though the Phoenix cryptologic army had become an outcast of the imperial court, isolated and segregated, it had never succumbed. In the eyes of many people, the persistence of the Phoenix crypto army was meaningless. They are waiting for the dragon general, not without waking up, but after waking up, dare to go to the Phoenix new army barracks to see on a glance? It's just an invalid. He doesn't deserve this kind of loyalty. These were the words uttered by many people to the Phoenix crypto army. However, that army of women, still unmoved, day after day camped on the mountain of the fallen Phoenix, in the court of all kinds of suppression, lingering, until today. Shen Pengfei bought out the Ministry of War, holding the appointment paperwork, and went to take over the Fengxin army in a dignified manner. Anyone who dares to resist is directly considered a rebel and will be killed on the spot. I've said it all. Can you let me go? After giving a general account of the matter, Wei Xiaotian's eyes revealed hope and did his best to raise his head. What appeared in his sight, however, was the dazzling cold light refracted at the tip of the long knife under the sun. Qin Guan, you dare to go back on your word. In just an instant, Wei Xiaotian's eyes turned red and he let out an angry roar as if he wanted to eat someone. What's there to be afraid of? I'll go back on my word. I'll lie to you. And then what? What can you do? Qin Guan's face was expressionless as he viciously stabbed out the long knife he had picked up casually. Under the powerful force, only heard a plop sound. It was directly inserted into the center of Wei Xiaotian's eyebrows. Dude, the East Chamber's head criminal Qianhu, who witnessed the whole process from the side, saw this scene and was completely numb. He had never expected that Qin Guan would be so bold as to actually dare to kill an East Chamber factory official, without any procrastination, without even the slightest bit of hesitation. He resolved the life of a Saint Realm supreme power with just one slash. Escape. Must flee. The East Factory governor died. This is a big event that turned the sky, representing that the imperial power is provoked. The whole Great Phoenix courtroom is going to be earthquake. With this in mind, this palm torture 1,000 households didn't dare to stay at all, and immediately made use of the space escape technique, and was about to flee to the imperial palace. In his eyes, perhaps that was the only place that could keep him safe for a while. But how could Qin Guan allow any fish to slip through the net? Not a single eunuch will live in this general's house today. The dense sacred realm laws locked the other party in place, making it impossible for the other party's spatial escape technique to be executed at all. Immediately, he flexed his finger and flicked it. A touch of powerful qi wrapped in holy might, directly entering the back of the head of this 1,000 households in charge of punishment, piercing through the heart. The gap between the yin-yang realm and the sacred realm was here. All below the saint realm are ants, killing them like chickens. After killing off the two senior members of the East Chamber, Qin Guan swept his gaze across the front. However, he saw that wherever his line of sight passed, all of the East Chamber's soldiers and blockheads who surrounded him took a step back in unison. Boring. Qin Guan shook his head, and with a movement of his mind, The huge pressure within his body directly transformed into an invisible hand that indiscriminately slapped down towards all the East Chamber eunuchs within the mansion. There was a continuous roar, and cloud after cloud of blood mist exploded in the air, but there were no spare screams, because under absolute strength, they couldn't struggle and died extremely quickly. At the same time, along with the many lives of the East Chamber's soldiers being harvested, the murderous aura on Qin Guan's body grew heavier and heavier, until at a certain moment, a subtle vibration emanated from the body, and all of the murderous aura that had been draped around the body changed into a substantial pressure as much as possible. The killing might coalesced and took shape, and the killing scripture had become a minor success. Qin Guan's heart revealed a joyful expression. Heavenly ranked techniques were truly extraordinary. After quietly sensing the killing power within his body for a while, his gaze moved back up. Sighting a family man paralyzed with fear, he beckoned and asked, "What is your name?" Back to your honor. My name is Afu." This family servant had already trembled into a sieve. He was just the most ordinary slave. Where had he seen such a scene? East Factory, those big shots are dead. This is simply appalling. The scene is like hell. And all of this was the work of this young man alone. Ah fu. From now on you are the steward of the general's residence. Dispose of these corpses, and in the future no one will be allowed to enter my residence at will. Qin Guan commanded. There were many underlings and maids in the general's residence, and these were all ordinary martial artists who suffered. It wasn't up to them to decide who the bigwigs staying at the general's residence were, so naturally Qin Guan wouldn't make things difficult for them. Don't worry, master, Ah Fu will definitely complete the task. Hearing this, Ah Fu was first stunned, and then he was overjoyed and busily nodded his head. After all, how many underlings were there in the general's residence? This was already considered a step up. Seeing this, Qin Guan did not stay any longer and walked towards the depths of the mansion with his arms crossed, defending the general's mansion. Naturally, he couldn't just rely on this group of houseguests. His real killer weapon was the formation that he had just completed the selection of rewards. With a movement of his mind, the formation called the 9 Palace Mixed Element Formation was extracted. There were a total of 72 mini formation flags, spinning drippingly in his hands. Next moment, under Qin Guan's powerful maneuvering power, these formation flags surged against the wind and were inserted in all directions of the general's residence. When everything was completed, a round of light golden transparent cover enveloped the entire general's mansion as much as it could, and eventually disappeared. However, Qin Guan was aware that the formation had already taken effect. If anyone came with hostile intent, they would be met with a strong counterattack from the formation. Earth rank upper grade protective array. Even the Imperial City is nothing more than that. Don't even think of breaking it without a Saint Exalted level battle power. Qin Guan nodded with satisfaction. The system produced a fine product. The general's house had no valuable treasures, but it was a symbol of power and status. Do you really think it's a bed and breakfast where anyone can come in and stay for a while without laying out some tricks? Now, it's time to check on the Lingfang girls. After setting up everything in the mansion, Qin Guan's gaze looked toward a certain direction beyond the Imperial City, and a few stabbing pains flashed through his heart. The next second the figure ascended to the sky and disappeared in a few flashes. Chapter 8, Better to die than to give in. I'll take care of everything. The territory of the Phoenix dynasty was incomparably vast and rich in spiritual energy, and there were many cavernous blessings born in this great land. However, in an extremely long time, this place was not rich, but was barren. What is said to have changed all this is a pair of phoenixes. The Phoenix clan, with the male being the phoenix and the female being the phoenix, is an ancient divine beast. This pair of phoenixes migrated to this land, and after hundreds of thousands of years of flying together, their lifespan came to an end, and they both slept here. Its blood turned into lakes and rivers, flesh and bones into the thick earth, forming a continuous mountain range, giving rise to countless spiritual chi, evolving a large number of heavenly treasures, making this vast territory is no longer barren, but instead has become a blessed land that is extremely easy to survive. It was at this time that the ancestors of the Su family came here and eventually established the Great Phoenix Dynasty. As the saying goes, the bird of heaven's destiny is a phoenix. That mountain range evolved from the phoenix's blood and flesh, which ran through the east and west billions of miles of territory, was called the Falling Phoenix Mountain Range, and there were also many people who called it the Great Phoenix Dragon Vein. Basically, all the important cities within the dynasty were built along the Falling Phoenix Mountain Range, including the Imperial City. And where Qin Guan was going at this moment was the Falling Phoenix Mountain Range, 30,000 miles outside the western gate of the Imperial City. There, the environment was extremely treacherous, and at the same time, it was also the place where the Phoenix Freshwater Army's military camp was stationed. Ling Frost, while rushing through the air, he silently clenched his fists. In fact, in his previous life, He had known that the Phoenix Cryptic Army had been waiting for him and had been loyal to him. Even after being suppressed by the court, he did not give in even a little bit. Yi Lingfang even gave up everything for him, putting all her energy into taking care of the Phoenix Freshman Army, to maintain this army of women to exist all the time. But even though Qin Guan knew all this in his heart, he did not dare to meet with it, because he was already an invalid. He honestly stayed in the Jinbei King's mansion and at most suffered some ridicule and cold eyes. However, if once they dared to contact the Phoenix Cryptic Army, the trouble that would be brought to Yi Lingshang and the others would be unimaginable. However, it wasn't until many years later when Qin Guan's lifespan was running out and he was living on the streets and about to die. Fang had overheard that the original Phoenix Cryptic Army had ceased to exist many years ago. It is said that after a clash with a military general of a powerful family, he preferred to die rather than give in, and was eventually labeled as a rebel. Including Yi Lingshang, the entire army of 340 Iron Maidens died in battle. Now that I think about it, that conflict would be referring to today. Luckily I caught up. I hope that Shen Pengfei is a bit self-aware. Otherwise don't blame me for making the Shen family extinct. Within the clouds, coldness flashed across Qin Guan's brows. Anyone who dared to covet the Phoenix Cryptic Army, he would not let go. Left and right had already killed the East Chamber factory officials. He didn't mind continuing the killing spree. Yi Lingfang, the instrument of appointment by the Ministry of War is here. Do you want to disobey the decree? On falling Phoenix Mountain, in front of a desolate and dilapidated barracks, the tall Shen family's Grand Duke, Shen Pengfei, led 3,000 iron horsemen and surrounded the place. He sat on the back of his horse, looking down at the imperious woman in front of him. Deep in the bottom of his eyes, a touch of playfulness and greed flashed. The Phoenix Freshwater Army is directly under the Divine Dragon General. The Ministry of War has no right to mobilize it. Shen Pengfei, put away your ridiculous paperwork. In front of him, Yi Lingshang, who was tightly wrapped in a bright silver fish scale soft armor, was like a proud snowy and cold plum in winter, opening her mouth without letting go of the slightest bit. The coldness in his voice that rejected others also ignited the desire for conquest in Shen Pengfei's heart. He suddenly laughed up to the sky and said without any scruples, "Divine Dragon General? What a laugh! You still don't know, do you? Just early this morning, the Divine Dragon Great General Qin Guan, as you call him, has broken the marriage contract of the Heavenly Tao with His Majesty, and he is now no longer an Imperial Duke. Even better, even the Qin family has given up on him and won't allow him to return to the Northern Realm. Qin Guan is now a lost dog, not even as good as a wild dog on the side of the road. He might die in the streets one day." Yi Lingfang, you wouldn't not understand the reasoning of a good bird choosing a tree, would you? Instead of waiting bitterly for a loser, why don't you follow me, Shen Pengfei, and from now on, you'll be able to eat and drink, and your 2,000 odd sisters won't have to whine and sunbathe on this Lokfeng mountain, and be in fear all day long. Shen Pengfei's mouth held a cold smile that was in his grasp. His voice seemed to be able to compel people's hearts, and he slowly explained Qin Guan's situation. And after these words fell into the ears of the Phoenix Cryptic Army, it also caused a group of Iron Maidens to change their colors and look at each other with anxiety. Yi Lingshang even clenched her fists and muttered, "Master." She couldn't imagine what kind of humiliation Qin Guan had gone through in the courtroom today, that he had been released from the Heaven's Path marriage contract, and that he had lost even the last of his dignity. Empress Su Chanxi, how dare she do this? Does she have no conscience at all? Master, it's Ling Frost who is incapable. If I had the strength, I would definitely not have subjected you to such bullying. However, Ling Frost has never forgotten your teachings that the Phoenix Cryptic Army would rather die standing than live on their knees. Between the 100 turns of her mind, Yi Lingxiang's body violently erupted a strong aura, as if she had made some great decision. She looked at the 3,000 iron cavalry led by Shen Pengfei in front of her and coldly said, "Phoenix Cryptic Army, in this life, we are only loyal to Great General Shenlong alone, Shen family or the Imperial Court. If you want to fight, then fight." The woman's resolute and unyielding voice resounded through heaven and earth, and on the purple and gold crown of that bundle of hair, the hairpin tassels flew, and the vermilion tassels hunted in the wind, just like burning flames. "If you want to fight, then fight." And as Yi Lingshang opened her mouth, behind her, more than 2,000 Phoenix Cryptologic Army, there was no one who retreated, and responded in unison. This ironic scene also caused the 3,000 Iron Horsemen of the Shen family who had come to suppress it to be moved by all of them. Shen Pengfei was even more furious after being briefly stunned. Good. Yi Lingfang, this general is really giving you face. Do you really think that you can protect the Phoenix Cryptic Army with your 4th level of Saint Realm cultivation? Today, you can either surrender and submit, or you will be turned into bones with the sisters behind you. The voice full of threats fell. Shen Pengfei violently leapt up, A strong cultivation fluctuation bloomed on his body, and he was certainly at the 5th level of the Saint Realm. At the same time, 2 more men stepped out from among the Iron Horsemen behind them. They wore dark-colored robes that did not resemble people in the military, but the cultivation on their bodies also reached around the 7th level of the Saint Realm. Obviously, this was the Shen family's own underpinnings. In order to subdue the Phoenix Cryptic Army, Shen Pengfei invited the family's 2 Saint Realm clan elders, counting him for a total of 3 entire Saint Realm warriors. At this moment, the pressure belonging to a Saint Realm supreme power swept across the entire field. Not yet hands, so that many sisters in the Phoenix Freshwater Army pale. The body of the Qi and blood cannot control the surge. Yilingshan was the first to bear the brunt of the impact of the pressure that was 3 realms higher than his own, and his bones all made a cracking sound. I will ask you one last time, do you never obey? Shen Pengfei floated in midair, coldly looking at the woman in front of him who was under immense pressure, and spoke arrogantly. No, obey. Yet the response to him was still the same unyielding voice, even though he was facing the 3 Saint Realm supreme powers, and even though the bones in his body were about to shatter. Yilingshan's body still didn't bend down for half a minute, standing straight and proud with his gun. Stubborn, then die. Shen Pengfei became furious and completely lost his patience. After all, what he wanted was a Phoenix Cryptic Army that was completely subservient to him, and if it couldn't be done, then it might as well be destroyed. It's long overdue. What's there to covet in the remnants left behind by that wastrel Qin Guan? A Shen family elder beside him raised his hand with a smile on his face. In an instant, infinite spiritual energy gathered, wrapped in the laws of the Holy Realm, forming a terrifying hand in midair, and was about to slap down hard towards the Phoenix Freshwater Barracks. Never! A cold light appeared in Yilingshan's eyes as he exerted all his strength and broke through the holy mighty binding, and the lance in his hand stabbed out towards the giant hand above his head. At the same time, the more than 2,000 Phoenix Cryptic Army behind them also shot out in unison, and in some brilliant way, they intermingled their spiritual energy to form a shield of light, and briefly stalemated with that giant hand. This military formation technique is somewhat interesting, but unfortunately, in the face of this seat, it's still overrated. The Shen family elder's face slightly raised a few points of interest, but that was all. As he shook his head out, the power of that giant hand intensified violently, causing cracks to begin to appear in the light shield formed by the Phoenix Freshwater Army. More than a few of the pussies under the shield received backlash. A cute round-faced girl was the first to be unable to carry it off, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as she fell to the ground with a pale face. Ayo! Yilingfang's heart was saddened at the sight, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her face. Bitch! Better care about yourself first. Ahead! Shen Pengfei's voice rang out with sarcasm. When he saw him pointing in the air, a beam of ink-colored spiritual energy struck out through the air, directly blasting a bloody hole in Yilingfang's shoulder. The latter's figure trembled as his bundled hair crumbled apart and a head of green silk scattered in the air, accompanied by specks of blood. Master, Lingfrost is sorry for not preserving the Phoenix Cryptic Army that you single-handedly created, but if there is an afterlife, Lingfang is still willing to follow you. The vision in front of his eyes gradually blurred, facing 3 Saint Realm powerhouses that far exceeded his cultivation. Yilingfang could hardly resist. She grasped the lance in her arms with both hands, and her knees still did not bend halfway at such a moment, only subconsciously looking her gaze in the direction of the Imperial City. And that look couldn't help but make her pupils dilate, because she saw that above the distant sky, a silhouette was flying through the long sky. He was magnificent and handsome, and his divine dragon robe showed off his extraordinary temperament. Is it, Master? Yilingfang stared blankly at the figure. She desperately wanted to see clearly, but she really didn't have the strength, and her grip on the lance gradually loosened. And just a second before her consciousness slipped into unconsciousness, she finally saw that figure like a heavenly god, rushing straight into the falling Phoenix mountain range. The strong aura swept in all directions, shaking the Shen family's 3,000 iron horsemen to the point where they were unsteady on their feet. His own body, which had collapsed helplessly, fell into the warmth of the other man's arms. That familiar scent was the very smell he had been longing for day and night. Good girl, I've got everything. This was the last voice Yilingfang heard before she passed out. Chapter 9, Triggering Choice Again. 50 years of cultivation. Anger. Unprecedented anger burned in Qin Guan's chest. He had gone at breakneck speed to get there, but he was still a step too late. Watching the former Phoenix Cryptic Army being bullied to this extent, and even many of the girls being seriously injured, Qin Guan felt self-condemnation. At the same time, unprecedented killing intent blossomed unabashedly on his body. After taking out an elixir for healing and giving it to Yilingfang, who was unconscious in his arms, and stopping the bloody hole in his shoulder, Qin Guan then slowly got up and slowly stepped in front of all the Phoenix Flying Frogs in front of the stunned audience. the killing intent in a pair of eyes. On the other hand, fell on Shen Pengfei without any concealment. You are Qin Guan? On the other side of the bank, with Qin Guan stepped forward, 3,000 iron horsemen are restless. The pace is filled with panic. Shen Pengfei is even in the eyes after a fixed look, issued a voice of disbelief. Before this operation, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about whether or not there would be an unforeseen complication and someone would have to stand up for the Phoenix Cryptologic army. And of all the guesses, even if it was the Jinbei royal family that stepped in, he was mentally prepared. But only not Qin Guan. After all, Qin Guan was just an invalid with no cultivation. 30,000 miles from the Imperial city to this place, falling Phoenix Mountain, was an unreachable distance for an invalid with no cultivation. But at this moment, he just fell from the sky like this, like a god descending to earth. The Saint Realm fluctuations rolling around on that body were so real that a powerful aura swept over the entire mountain. And even more so, a morose killing chance surrounded it. How is this possible? When it was clear that you were still a loser in the morning court, Shen Pengfei could not comprehend this scene. His voice was almost shrill and distorted, which also caused the many Shen family iron riders here to stir. After all, the prestige of the divine dragon great general was just too prevalent. If he was still an invalid, naturally no one would care. But once he regained his cultivation, wouldn't that be a dragon entering the sea and a tiger returning to the forest? And with the agitation of the Shen family's iron cavalry, the sight of the Phoenix freshwater army was finally able to see Qin Guan's appearance clearly. An old man in the army was the first to recover from his disorientation. Excited to the point of trembling, kneeling down on one knee and bellowing, "All of the Phoenix cryptic army, welcome great General Shenlong." Her voice was hoarse, but it was like heavenly music at this moment, incredibly uplifting, causing all of the Phoenix cryptic army to slow down from their despair. They knelt down in unison. "We welcome great General Shenlong." For a moment, the more than 2,000 iron maidens, with their neatly harmonized shouts, shook the heavens. Qin Guan body imperceptible trembling, the old shadow of the past floated to the heart, in a trance as if back to that once hoarse vertical and horizontal lofty years. He turned his head, raised his palm slightly in the void, and said, "Gentlemen, from today onwards, whoever bullies you, this will make them pay back twice as much. Just a word." Let these iron maidens who would not blink in the face of life and death redden in unison. They knew that the great general who had led them to kill the demon race 500 years ago with fear, and who could do anything in the sky and on the earth, was back. "Humph, what's the point of restoring your cultivation? It's only the second level of the Saint Realm." The cheers of the iron maidens also slowed Shen Pengfei down, although he was surprised that Qin Guan's cultivation had recovered. When he saw that the other party was only at the second level of the sacred realm, the corner of his mouth turned into a disdainful smile once again. "Peng Fei, don't be conceited. The divine dragon general has the ability to reverse the upper realm. We'll go together." A Shen family elder next to him reminded with a grave expression. Over the years, the Shen family hadn't participated much when it came to grabbing the various treasured assets left behind by Qin Guan. Today, he had struck out at the Phoenix cryptic army again. So it could be said that Qin Guan had been offended to death a long time ago. At this moment, Qin Guan suddenly appeared, and there was still a cultivation at the second level of the sacred realm. This was not a good sign. Hell knows what happened. Would he return to the peak in the future? So the best way was to kill Qin Guan in advance before he rose to power. Anyway, he's not Her Majesty's husband now, and he's been banished from the north by his own father. Even if they did die out there, no one would say anything. Good. Then it's all according to what the clan elder said. Shen Pengfei did not reject the offer after being slightly stunned. Although he was a dude, he also knew that a lion fights with a rabbit with all its might. Even if Qin Guan was only at the second level of the sacred realm cultivation right now, and there was a fifth level of the sacred realm and two seventh levels of the sacred realm on their side, they didn't intend to strike out one by one. What if your opponent has an undercard and thus flips, directly swarming around him? I think that even if he had great skills, it would be difficult for him to utilize them. Thinking of this, Shen Pengfei and the two Shen clan elders, all of whom had holy might rolling and spreading on their bodies, were about to strike out at Qin Guan. Ding! 3 powerful enemies are coming to attack. Facing the bullying Shen family, please make a choice. Option 1, give up the Phoenix army and save yourself, rewarded with an 8th grade elixir. Life protecting elixir. Option 2, let go. Draw the sword from the Shen family, and recover the former style, rewarded with 50 years of cultivation. Right at this moment of crisis, the divine choice system was triggered once again. There were only 2 options this time, and Qin Guan couldn't help but be slightly stunned after a rough sweep. After the first few choices, he had figured out the pattern. Basically, the first option are skewed to be life-saving oriented, and backbone and all that doesn't matter at all. The latter option, on the other hand, focuses on a hard-hitting and more dangerous, Of course the rewards are all very different depending on the difficulty index of the option to be completed. This time, however, perhaps because the enemy faced was too strong, the reward given by the first option was, surprisingly, not bad. One must know that in the true martial world, the quality of elixirs was divided from low to high in terms of 1st to 10th grades, with the later the more precious they became. The 7th grade is an earth dan, the 8th grade is a heavenly dan, the 9th grade can be called a holy dan, and the 10th grade is a divine dan. However, the 10th grade divine elixir was already a legend, extinct on earth. Even the 9th grade sacred pills were rare as hell. This time, the system's first choice actually rewarded an 8th grade heavenly dan, which could be said to be very generous. If it were any other situation, Qin Guan might have actually considered it. But today, all he wanted to do was kill. The heart of this mouth-depressed gas, not out of the pain. In his previous life, he lived a life too stifled, and after returning from rebirth, he only wanted to seek a thought to get through. This Shen family he looked unhappy. If not kill a person head roll, his moral heart is damaged, so he chose the second option without hesitation. Boom! With the choice made, the 50 years of cultivation rewarded by the system arrived instantly, causing his entire aura to skyrocket in an instant. So, the timing of system rewards is determined literally. Qin Guan slowly clenched his fists as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The first few times he triggered the choice system, he was rewarded only after completing the requirements above. And this one got it early. The reason for this was that the content of the option this time was not asking him to kill this incoming Shen family, but rather, in a subjective sense, just have the thought of daring to let go of the fight. The system, it seems, is sufficiently humanized. At this moment, 50 years of cultivation had entered his body, and Qin Guan's realm began to skyrocket layer by layer, reaching the 6th level of the holy realm in just a few moments. That's not a slow pace. After all, the path of martial arts was like climbing a heavenly ladder, and the further back you went, the tougher it became. As strong as the Empress Su Kanyangxi was, she had only reached the peak of the Holy Realm after cultivating for over 500 years. As for Qin Guan, as the Great Phoenix's #1 heavenly pride, he had cultivated from a first-rate martial artist to the early stage of Saint Exaltation in only 110 years back then. These 50 years of cultivation rewarded by the system were definitely not based on his talent. However, Qin Guan did not feel disappointed. After all, it was as easy to get as it was for nothing. At this moment, with his realm elevated to the 6th level of the Saint Realm, a cold light exploded in Qin Guan's eyes as he directly took the initiative to meet Shen Pengfei. The pressure on its body was like a sea, and its killing intent was like a rainbow, enveloping all the people of the Shen family. Today, no one lives. Chapter 10, A Sure Kill. Scared kneeling 3,000 iron cavalrymen. Falling Phoenix Mountain. As Qin Guan's words resounded through the heavens and earth, the atmosphere was incomparably austere. That strong cultivation fluctuation of the 6th level of the Saint Realm also enveloped the entire military camp. It caused the Shen family's 3,000 iron horsemen to be appalled and pale. Even the 3 Shen clan Saint Realm powerhouses who were killing head-on were inexplicably trembling in their hearts. And all of them changed color as they looked at the aura that was like a great sun rising. What's going on? His cultivation is skyrocketing. 6th level of the Saint Realm now. There's really something wrong with this punk. What secret is he hiding? The 2 Shen family elders who had originally rushed out the most ferociously. At this moment, their figures all came to a sharp stop in midair, looking at this scene with uncertainty. From the 2nd level of the Sacred Realm to the 6th level of the Sacred Realm, it only took an instant. Was this a secret technique, or had the other party been hiding their cultivation? Shen Pengfei was even more incomparably ugly. He was a mouthful of invalid, and he was incomparably contemptuous of Qin Guan above the courtroom. But he didn't want to see that in the blink of an eye. The other party's cultivation level had already surpassed his own. Then when he thought of the explicit and implicit suppression of Qin Guan by him in the court over the years, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of panic. But then they all turned into ruthlessness, gripping the weapons in their hands and shouting, "Things have come to this point. There is no way back. The 2 clan elders quickly follow me." As the words landed, Shen Pengfei was already like a sharp sword, taking the lead in killing Qin Guan. He knew in his heart that no matter what secrets this Qin Guan had, he as well as the Shen family had already offended the other party to death. In such a situation of unresolvable conflict, the only way is to make the first move. Even if he had to pay some price, he had to keep Qin Guan here forever. After all, on the surface, their side still had the advantage. With Shen Pengfei's roar, the other 2 clan elders no longer hesitated and unanimously executed their crushing martial arts. Di Wu Divine Eagle Hand. A Shen family veteran was the fastest, his figure surpassing Shen Pengfei in a rearward movement. It was as if there was a godly bird chirping within his body, and between his strikes, a pair of iron palms transformed into eagle claws, carrying indescribable power and attacking Qin Guan's face viciously. But see that where the eagle claw passes, even the space has produced ripples of fluctuation. People do not doubt that such a strike, enough to open the mountains and break the river. The heritage of a 1,000-year-old martial arts family was evident at this moment. Below, in the Phoenix cryptic army, a group of Iron Maidens were all tensed up inside, and they were worried for Qin Guan. After all, 500 years had passed. The Phoenix crypt army had gone through several ups and downs, and many of its members were newcomers. They had come to join the army in admiration of the deeds of the great general of the Divine Dragon. But legends were legends after all, and in reality they had never seen Qin Guan strike with their own eyes. So inevitably, there will be some concern. In the meantime, under the gaze of many gazes, facing this Shen family elder was the first to strike. Qin Guan's face was calm as usual. His eyes were still cold. Only at the moment when the other party's eagle claws attacked, only then did he punch out with a plain and unadorned fist. Bang! A dull sound echoed, followed closely by the mournful screams of the clan elder. However, he saw that his eagle claw, which originally had 5 bent fingers, was actually shattered by Qin Guan's punch at this moment. All 5 fingers that could open mountains and break mountains exploded into blood mist out of thin air. The scene is extremely violent and bloody. What? Another clan elder was horrified in disbelief when he saw this scene. The Diwu Divine Eagle Hand was a Shen family Earth rank middle grade martial skill, an untold secret that very few people could cultivate even among the direct lineage clansmen. Once this work is accomplished, the claws like the ancient eagle, open and close between the lower split mountains on the tearing of the sky. All in a word, there was almost no one within the same rank who could block it. This clan elder, moreover, with this feat, was invincible and had already killed 3 enemies at the 7th or 8th level of the sacred realm on behalf of the Shen clan. But he didn't want that today. The eagle claw, which he had practiced hard for many years, had been blown up by Qin Guan in just a single glance. Is the dragon general really so terrifying? He was shocked in his heart, but before he could slow down, he saw that Qin Guan's figure had already killed like a swimming dragon. As for the clan elder from earlier, he had long since been killed by a smooth slap after breaking the eagle's claw. How can this be? Watching an existence of the same realm as his own being crushed as if they were being killed as a chicken. This clan elder felt the fear of death for the first time, as well as the regret of coming to the Fenghuang war camp. He shouldn't have listened to Shen Pengfei's bull *******, and in order to help him fulfill his own selfish desires and take over this Phoenix flying machine army, he ended up putting his own life on the line. Die. However, reality would not give him a chance to repent, and just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Guan had already rushed to kill in front of him. A huge fist smashed down head-on like a meteor. The fierce and domineering fist intent seemed like a ferocious ancient beast coming out of its cage, wrapped in a gust of killing power, directly bombarding the heart of this clan elder. The fist technique that Qin Guan was using was called the Qin Wei Jinsher fist, which was a Qin clan's best technique, the upper grade of the earth rank. This boxing method is strong and powerful, with wide open moves. It was extremely suitable for martial artists who followed the path of body forging. Qin Guan himself was the Xianhuang indestructible body, so he had always majored in this martial art, and had already reached perfection 500 years ago. Martial realms don't disappear with cultivation gone, so now after regaining his Saint Realm cultivation, the Qin Wei world-suppressing fist immediately displayed its astonishing power once again, accompanied by a loud shock. This Shen clan's clan elder at the 7th level of the sacred realm couldn't even resist before he was directly blasted through his chest under the power of the consummate level's punch. The heart burst on the spot, and even the divine soul within it could not escape, dissipating in the rolling fist intent, until his death. A strong sense of unwillingness and disbelief remained in his eyes. At this point, both of the Shen family's clan elders had been killed by Qin Guan, and all of this is tedious to say the least, but it happens in just a moment. 2 kills in a row. Shen Pengfei, who had originally screamed the most fiercely as if he had much ability, was directly stunned by this scene. He stood frozen in place, looking at the 2 corpses of the clan elders that had fallen from a high altitude like dead dogs, and his eyes couldn't help but gradually widen as if they were about to burst through the eye sockets. The blood color of the entire face instantly faded and became as white as paper. His lips trembled uncontrollably, wanting to say something, but as if imprisoned by an invisible force, he could not make a sound. Fear overwhelmed him like an ocean, especially after Qin Guan landed his eyes on him. He was so frightened that he couldn't even maintain the most basic vacillation. What a mole! Qin Guan shook his head indifferently, his eyes filled with disappointment. This was the so-called 1,000-year-old martial arts family, the Phoenix Dynasty Sacred Realm Heavenly Generals? Compared to the demon race of the Northern Realm, it's really unimpressive. It seems to be that the loss of the deterrence of the Northern demon race during these 500 years has allowed them to live too comfortably. This bunch of boozhounds have forgotten what it means to live in peace. With this thought in his mind, Qin Guan's figure had already flashed past the stunned Shen Pengfei. The latter's trembling body froze on the spot, only to see a handprint emerge clearly on his heavenly soul cover. This Shen family's Grand Duke, a renowned heavenly pride, had just been casually slapped to death by Qin Guan like he was beating and killing a wild dog on the side of the road. Rumble! A tremor came from the ground. That was the sound of the Shen family's 3,000 Iron Horsemen being scared to their knees. Chapter 11, I'm going to exterminate a clan. Great General, spare your life. The Shen family's Iron Horsemen looked majestic, but in reality, they didn't have half a backbone. As Shen Pengfei and the other 2 Sacred Realm clan elders died, they directly lost their guts, and each of them knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Those who are in the military are the last to see cowardly behavior. Qin Guan didn't have half a good face for these soft bones, only to see him move with his thoughts. The rolling killing power washed down like a mountainous tsunami, landing on the heads of the 3,000 Iron Horsemen of this Shen family, causing them to be unable to move. Phoenix Flyer Army, listen to the order. No one present who is not in my camp will be left behind. Just as Qin Guan waved his hand, his voice came out like cold iron, and behind him, the stoic, soft, pretty faces froze. However, in the next second, they all revealed an uplifted look, and a clear voice resounded neatly in the mountain stream. The Phoenix Freshman Army leads the way. As this impassioned cry landed, more than 2,000 Iron Maidens instantly killed the Shen family's Iron Cavalry. Every single one of them had no qualms about making their swords and harvesting the fresh lives of these evil soldiers of the Shen clan. And the Shen family Iron Horsemen in Qin Guan's killing power shock cannot resist, can only be like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the slaughter. Qin Guan quietly watched the scene without the slightest bit of pity on his face. The Phoenix Cryptic Army had been oppressed for too long, and any human or ghost could come up and take a nibble. These girls have been suffering for a long time, each one surviving under extreme pressure. So there is an urgent need to release, to pour out this mouth of pent-up anger in the heart that has been accumulated for many years. At this moment, it was the right time to take the Shen family. The movements of the Phoenix Crypto Army were quick, and it could be seen that each and every one of them was well trained and killed cleanly. It didn't take long for none of the Shen family's Iron Horsemen to survive, and the Phoenix Freshwater Army, which had been abandoned by the court and had no food or pay, had also captured 3,000 war horses and a large number of storage rings after this battle. Qin Guan nodded his head slightly. Storage rings aside, but these war horses were valuable. After all, in the martial world, these horses were not ordinary mortal horses. Instead, it was a horse-type demonic beast with a demonic bloodline that had been successfully domesticated. Each head is not to be underestimated and can provide a great help on the battlefield. Lord, this is the ring that was scavenged from the corpses of the 3 Shen Pengfei men. At that moment, a valiant female soldier came forward, and she presented her hands with 3 storage rings in her palms. Zoe, it's been hard on you. After Qin Guan picked it up, he smiled and touched the female soldier's head. Because this female soldier was an old man in the Phoenix Freshwater Army, she had followed Qin Guan on his conquest 500 years ago, and now she had a half-step Sacred Realm cultivation, which was very remarkable. Xiao Rou's eyes reddened as she sniffed. She didn't want to cry either, but for some reason the tears just couldn't be contained. It was as if all these years of aggression had been released completely and utterly with those words. Qin Guan was speechless, and after hugging the other party, he turned around and came into the tent. On a simple bed, Yi Lingshuang was lying quietly on it, her face still pale, and the bloody hole at her shoulder opening was noticeable. No, still the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm going to destroy the Shen family. Qin Guan came in and was supposed to heal Yi Lingshuang's injuries, but at this moment, looking at the wounds on the other party's body, a wave of nameless anger sprang up in his heart. After scavenging from the storage rings of Shen Pengfei and the others and finding a few bottles of top-grade healing pills to send into Yi Lingshuang's mouth, he violently turned around and left the tent. I'm going to exterminate the Shen family. You take care of Commander Yi. This is an order. If the Phoenix Cryptic Army encounters danger again during the time I'm away, I'll sense it by activating this talisman. Qin Guan handed out a red talisman paper and said to Xiao Rou, who was guarding the entrance of the tent and had stopped crying but still had 2 dirty tear tracks remaining on her cheeks. My lord, my subordinate is willing to accompany you. As soon as Xiao Rou heard this, she hurriedly kneeled down on one knee and opened her mouth. Behind them, the rest of the Phoenix Cryptic Army moved in the same manner, hooting and hollering as they fell to their knees. To be able to follow the Divine Dragon Great General to fight in the 8 directions once again was something they had dreamed of. However, Qin Guan shook his head after sweeping over all the girls present. This trip will be sufficient for this general alone. Your task is to guard the barracks. Rest quietly, and wait for my return. The Shen family is 1,000 years of martial arts family, the power in the dynasty of the wrong roots. There are also many experts in the clan. The contemporary head of the family is cultivated to the peak of the Holy Realm. Even when the Empress Su Kanexi saw her, she had to call out Duke of State. The cultivation level of the Phoenix Cryptic Army was generally around the spirit movement realm, although by relying on the high-grade military formation, even a strong person in the early Saint realm could be trapped. But the combined strength of the Shen family was still too high, especially when that peak Saint realm family head made a move. No matter how many people you had or how skillful your military formation was, it would all be useless. So leading the Phoenix Freshman army to besiege the Shen family was no different from leading this group of girls to their deaths. It would be better to let Qin Guan be the one to start the kill alone, and save the distraction at the critical moment. After putting down the command, Qin Guan no longer hesitated, and after recalling the direction of where the Shen family was located in his mind, his figure violently rose up in the air. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, many important court officials seldom lived in the Imperial City even though they had mansions there. No one wants to be under the royal eye at all times. The same goes for the Shen family. This family originated in Qingyuan County, located 500,000 miles northwest of the Imperial City. His clan is so powerful that no one dares to mess with him in the area, as if he were the king of the land. Qin Guan, on the other hand, was going to go and exterminate the other party's entire clan today. What kind of bold idea is that? If the Shen family was destroyed, it would be a big event that would be 10 times more terrifying than killing an East Chamber factory official, enough to deal a heavy blow to many in the courtroom. As I recall, during these 500 years of my slumber, the Shen family has been making small moves behind my back, and they were the first to betray me. High in the sky, the void flashed one after another as Qin Guan sped along with a cold face, recalling bits and pieces in his mind. The Dragon General is in charge of the world's troops and horses, commanding all the military generals. In a certain strict sense, martial arts families like the Shen family were considered his subordinates. After he faked his death and fell asleep, he did have a residual power at the very beginning. After all, a savior hero who saved the world's life is too much gold. No one dared to make a move, but with the passage of time, seeing Qin Guan did not show any signs of awakening, gradually some people began to have crooked thoughts. The immense power vacated by this position fascinates them. The major families ganged up and began to annex the precious honor left behind by the great general of the Divine Dragon. The Shen family was one of the first to get involved. The reason why the Xian Guards under Qin Guan had been disbanded was due to the Shen family's contribution. And after the Xian Bingwei was disbanded, most of the supplies in the army attracted competition from various families, many of which went into the Shen family's pockets. All of these supplies were fought by Qin Guan back in the day when he fought the demon race in blood, and he didn't know how many generals' blood had been shed before he fought them out. In the end, but after he fell asleep all of these families were cheap. On the contrary, those generals who were born and died with him. Not only is the establishment gone, it's not getting any of the grease. How could Qin Guan not hate these great families? Now that the Shen family had finished wreaking havoc on the Xian Bingwei, they were attempting to extend their claws onto the Phoenix Freshwater Army. If it wasn't for Qin Guan's timely arrival today, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. Chapter 12, Qingyan Shen Family, Overbearing Killings. Qingyan County, at the foot of Qingyan Mountain, a huge mansion covering tens of thousands of hectares was located here. The buildings in his mansion, mostly made of yellow-ranked treasure materials, were extremely luxurious, with countless courtyards and buildings. This is the famous Shen family, and at this moment, the deepest part of the Shen family residence. In the ritual hall, an incomparably strong aura wrapped in anger violently erupted and swept through the heavens and earth. Who killed my Shen family's unicorn son? The voice was as loud as thunder, shaking half of Qingyan Mountain, and then a white-haired old man was seen rising up into the air. He hung in the sky above the mansion. His body was filled with rage, and between the spread of the peak Saint Realm's aura, it was like the heavenly might descending to the world. All of the Shen family members were startled, and a group of senior officers hurriedly flew up close to inquire about the situation. Peng Fei's fate card shattered, and the other two clan elders did the same. I suspect that someone is targeting our Shen family. The white-haired old man was murderous, and his words also caused everyone to be shaken in unison after they came out, all of them having difficulty accepting it. Peng Fei is the once-in-a-millennium talent of my Shen family. How could he be poisoned? With Peng Fei's qualifications, it's not without hope that he will be certified as a saint in the future. Could it be that a few other great clans are behind this? Avenge the murder of a son is not shared. Patriarch, the murderer must not be spared. Many Shen family members opened their mouths angrily. Among them, Shen Pengfei's father's face was red with anxiety. Peng Fei's revenge. Naturally, it's impossible not to report it. The white-haired old man raised his palm and asked with a gloomy face. As I recall, today Peng Fei went to fallen Phoenix Mountain to incorporate that Phoenix flying army? That's right. Upon hearing the question, A butler-like senior member of the Shen clan hurriedly replied. That Phoenix Freshwater Army is an old part of the Divine Dragon Great General. Could it be that this matter has something to do with him? Bull ***** Great General of the Divine Dragon. Just a wasted man. When Shen Pengfei's father heard this, his eyes first revealed an unimpressed contempt. Then the words turned to certainty. However, if this matter is truly connected to that kid, it should also be led by the Jinbei royal house behind him. Jinbei Wanfu. The white-haired old man muttered the name, his eyes narrowing, a cold light flashing within them, killing opportunities everywhere. Even though the Jinbei king is powerful, my Qin Yin Shen family may not be afraid of him. Since he dares to kill my Shen family's unicorn son, he must be prepared to pay the price for it. Even if we can't take the king of Jinbei, we must take the life of his eldest son to console my grandson's spirit in heaven. As the words fell, the contemporary head of the Shen family, who was nearly 1,000 years old, Shen Jiehe, who was titled Duke of Qinghua, rushed toward the outside of the residence. He has to personally go to the Phoenix mountain range to check out the Phoenix military camp. Shen family people cannot die in vain, live to see people die to see the body. After that, there would be a trip to the northern realm to settle the score with the Qin family. In his opinion, even if he couldn't really harm Jinbei King Qin Tianxing, he had to at least make his eldest son pay the price of his life. After all, the Phoenix Cryptic Army was his ministry. This matter, no matter what, can't be unrelated to the other side, and it can be hard to pull it off. However, just as he had just flown to the gate of the mansion and was about to rush out, a strong aura fluctuation descended violently, coming from beyond the Shen family, like a precise intercontinental trajectory, and ruthlessly crashed into him. Boom! Only hearing a loud shock, that Shen Jiehe, who was about to go out, was directly hit back with a painful blow on the spot. His upright body bent into a shrimp shape in midair, and his entire body fell directly to the ground, hitting several house buildings in a row and rubbing out long traces on the ground. Matriarch. Behind them, a large group of Shen family executives changed color in unison and rushed forward. Shen Pengfei's father's gaze revealed even more horror. He was just close enough to see it clearly, and he clearly knew what had happened to Shen Jiehe, and he was kicked back. Who is this man? How can he be so wild? The Shen family's group of executives were all looking at each other with surprise sandwiched between heartfelt anger. It was to see that under the blinding sunlight in front of him, a young man with a straight posture and handsome appearance was hovering high in the sky with a monstrous killing aura. The midday sun and his figure just overlap, shaking his eyes as if a circle of merit and virtue light were floating behind him. Mighty and extraordinary. This general, Qin Guan, has come to execute you today. The cold voice rolled across the sky, and the horrible killing power turned into substance, enveloping within this 10,000 hectares of mansion, pressing thousands of Shen family members to tremble, not daring to raise their heads. A group of Shen family executives, even more so, after a flush of froth, their eyes were about to stare out. Qin Guan? This is Qin Guan? Shen Pengfei's father was the first to shriek incredulously. He had only been on the morning court this morning, and was extremely impressed by the farce that was the empress and her departure. The Qin Guan of that time, although he had spoken out of turn, but a useless man with no cultivation, was also an indisputable fact. How is it that in the blink of an eye, you have Saint Realm level battle power? Did you kill Peng Fei? On the ground, an equally strong aura erupted. It was in the middle of the ruins, full of brick and tile debris splashing around, and the white-haired old man scurried out from it with a gloomy face. His gaze was as if it wanted to spit fire as he stared at Qin Guan dead in the face. Don't worry, I will send you down to be reunited with him soon. Facing the gaze of this peak Saint Realm supreme power that seemed to want to devour people, Qin Guan remained unmoved, his voice cold as usual. There was only a layer of killing intent that spread out to surround the many Shen family members. The harlot is arrogant. And hearing this, Shen Pengfei's father was the first to be unable to hold back. The moment Qin Guan admitted it, he rushed out with a ruthless expression, holding a long knife in his hand as he broke through the air. How dare you act recklessly even after arriving at Qingyan Mountain? You don't know the heights of heaven. Brush. The voice has not yet waited for all to land. The knife light has already wrapped with the holy might and arrived. Along the way the space all burst, enough to see the sharpness of this strike. Second brother is at the 8th level of the sacred realm cultivation. With him taking action, he will make sure that this Qin Guan child will have no return. This slash from Elder 2 is enough to kill a great demon of the same rank. When a group of Shen family executives saw the scene, their faces immediately showed exhilaration. Even Shen Jiehe, who had originally eagerly wanted to strike, had his figure slightly lurched, his face appreciatively observing the past. Obviously, he was also extremely confident in this blade of Shen Pengfei's father. The Shen family as a 1,000-year-old martial arts family was not just talk. There were many experts among their clans, many of whom had the battle power to dominate the same realm. especially this Shen family's second oldest, Shen Pengfei's father. A hand of demon-slaying blade technique was out of this world, enough to be called the Shen family's top 3 experts. With him making a move, 9 times out of 10, he could tell this Qin Guan at the 6th level of the sacred realm to come back with no return. With this thought in their hearts, the corners of the mouths of many Shen family members revealed sardonic smiles. The facts, however, were far beyond their expectations. Then see that the Shen family second, just rushed out before even getting close, was a peculiar pressure locked, unable to move. There was a shocking killing intent sweeping through this pressure, as if it was a monstrous flood that wanted to drown him. Immediately following it was a fist light, dazzling and flashing, limitless and incomparable, coming across the heavens and earth. In the vision of the Shen family's second son, the fist became even more incomparably large, as if it was like Tarzan. In a trance, he seemed to see a bloody word death coming towards him, causing his heart to nearly stop. Bang! In the next instant, under the attack of the lesser achievement killing might in the completion grade earth rank fist technique, without the slightest surprise, this Shen clan's second man was blown to smithereens by Qin Guan's punch. A rain of blood spilled from the sky. Qin Guan came drenched in a rain of blood. A pair of indifferent eyes were like the descent of an ancient ferocious god, and wherever the line of sight passed, all of the Shen family members who looked at them were all chilled and frightened, their legs softening. Chapter 13, Activating the Great Formation. Delusion breaking God's pupil. The heavenly rank technique killing scripture was overbearing and incomparable. Even though it was only a small accomplishment, once the killing power was released, even when facing a strong person whose realm was higher than their own, they could still be killed at will. Sending away the Shen family second in command with a single punch caused all the Shen family members at the scene to be fearless. The scene was as quiet as stagnant water, and many people forgot to make a sound. Mountainous, tsunami-like waves swept through their hearts. After all, this kind of clean second kill was really too rare in the Saint realm. You can cross the line and kill the enemy, but at least have to engage each other. But what about Qin Guan? Killwick locks in and settles for a punch. In the blink of an eye, a hallowed Saint realm supreme power died. Where was this a martial arts fight? It was simply a one-sided crushing, easier than killing a chicken. Rumble. Suddenly, a burst of strong trembling resounded throughout the Shen family, and the ground shook as if it were an earthquake. Then it was seen that in the depths of the Shen family residence, a rainbow light shot out and spread across the sky. Like a birdcage, the entire Shen family was firmly fastened in an instant. Formation? Qin Guan raised an eyebrow. This Shen family, Hurley is at this time decisively started the family array. Well, all Shen family members including him covered in it. Qin Guan, I admit to underestimating you, but you're not a Saint Exalt after all, daring to come to my Shen family to spread wildness and kill my children and grandchildren. Even if the king of Jinbei comes today, he will have to pay the price. Shen Jiehe took a step forward with murderous anger at this time, with unprecedented anger on his face as he coldly forced Qin Guan to look at him. The good great-grandson Shen Pengfei died tragically, and his second son was killed in seconds in front of his face. This scene completely enraged this overlord of Qingyan County. He knew that if he didn't manage to leave Qin Guan behind today, then from then on not only would his heart not be in the right place, but the Qingyan Shen family would also become the laughingstock of Great Phoenix. Either way, it was not something that his proud Shen Jiehe could accept, so he decisively chose to open the family grand formation. This formation was called the 8 trigrams traveling dragon trapping sky formation, which was one of the Shen family's underpinnings, at the middle grade level of the Earth Order. Externally, it has the power to protect, and internally, it can besiege and claim the enemy. Based on the 8 trigrams and directions, the unpredictable array is set up like a dragon swimming in the 4 seas. In the formation, there are hidden organs and traps and the art of Qimen Dunjia, so that the enemy is like being trapped in a labyrinth, greatly weakening the strength. As soon as the formation came out, Shen Jiehe's loud and cold shout. The other Shen family members also slowed down, and then they all pulled out their weapons and surrounded Qin Guan firmly with cold faces. It was true that Qin Guan had shocked a lot of people by killing the Shen clan second in one punch. However, at this moment, with the activation of the Grand Formation, and with Shen Jiehe, a Saint Peak powerhouse, leading the charge, the other Shen family members were naturally less fearful. A killing machine locked onto Qin Guan, like a heavenly net, trapping him. This kind of situation was an almost insurmountable deadlock for any Saint realm existence. Ding! The Shen family has opened a protective array. The situation has reversed. In the face of this difficult situation, please make a choice. Choice 1, avoid the front line for now and discuss it again at a later date, rewarded with a middle grade flying amulet, which can instantly teleport 10,000 li away. Choice 2, a husband who can give and take is a husband who kneels down and shouts, I heard that Uncle Hay has no son. If you don't mind, I'll be your godson from now on, and I'll be there for you in your old age. Rewarded with a martial arts power. the strong sect. Choice 3, face the unfaithful and be willing to be a reckless soul. The Shen family, after forcibly reversing the opening of the Great Formation, will be rewarded with delusion-breaking pupils, which can see through all formation strangeness. In the nick of time, the system's choice triggered steeply. 3 options, each different. The first one is still focused on preserving itself, and the bonus flying talisman is great. It could immediately get him out of danger, and could be called a Go Dao life preservation artifact. The content of the second option was somewhat breathless, but the reward was surprisingly exaggerated, going so far as to directly grant him a martial arts sect as a power. But Qin Guan knew better. If he really chose the second one, then his own heavenly pride Qi would cease to exist from then on, and he wouldn't be able to survive at all, because the feud with the Shen family is already immortal. This is not a conflict that can be eased by kneeling down and calling your father. So the final answer has long been calling to mind. I'm going to go with 3, and go straight to reckless. As Qin Yi's head fell, the rewards issued by the system instantly materialized, only to see that above his pupils, a little bit of golden light was born out of thin air, like a sky full of stars dotted in it. Divine and extraordinary, delusion-breaking pupil of God. Legend has it that the pupil that can see through everything can only be born in 10 billion living beings, and if it is developed to a high level, it can even see through the long river of time, and all the causes and effects of the past and present and future. Qin Guan had only read the description of this pupil in the books and canons, but he didn't want it to appear on him now. And just after Qin Guan finished receiving the divine pupil into his body, the Shen family's grand formation was completely activated. Then he saw all the scenery around him, and violently started to mess up and dislocate. The sky appeared upside down at his feet, and the vast expanse of earth sank black across his head. Shen family of all the houses and buildings also become irregular, like a Rubik's Cube general twisting and rotating back and forth. Those Shen family members are also invisible. The scene was so bizarre that it was like fungus poisoning. This was the power of an Earth-rank middle-grade grand formation. Anyone else who came would only be lost in it, and unless they were proficient in formations, they would not be able to break it at all. Playing God. On the other hand, Qin Guan, who possessed the delusion-breaking God pupil, let out a heavy cold snort. When his heart moved randomly, the golden aura in his pupils instantly flourished, and the effects brought about by the formation were instantly eliminated. In the meantime, a Shen clan Saint Realm Senior was standing not far from him, smiling fiercely as he waved his sword at him. He thought he had the cover of a large formation, so he struck out with extreme boldness, heading for Qin Guan's vitals. However, he did not want that under the power of the delusion-breaking divine pupil at this moment. All of this had long been seen through. Only a similar sound of iron roaring could be heard in mid-air, and the long knife that this person had swung out was actually flicked away by Qin Guan with the precision and accuracy of his 2 fingers. How can it be? The eyes of the Shen family senior were about to stare out, unable to believe this scene. After all, under the cover of the 8 trigram swimming dragon trapping heaven formation, there was no difference in saying that he was as good as an invisible man. In this situation, Qin Guan had even blocked his attack with precision. How in the world did he do that? Brush! Just as the brain of the Shen family senior buzzed, reality didn't give him much of a chance to wander off. One of Qin Guan's large hands had already pierced through the long sky and arrived, ruthlessly pinching his face, only hearing a click sound. With the force of the 5 fingers, the head of this Saint Realm powerhouse directly exploded like a watermelon. In this instant, all of the Shen family members who were rushing over were all startled once again, and each of them turned pale. Damn it, he broke the formation. One man was the first to react, letting out a sharp shriek. What responded to him was the figure of Qin Guan charging out like a ferocious beast. Shenhuang's indestructible body gave him an incomparably powerful physical body. His body was full of blood and qi, and he struck with great force, and each strike seemed to have the power to strike down the stars. These Shen family's Saint Realm powerhouses, one by one, were like lambs to the slaughter, without the slightest resistance at all. Qin Guan, looking at this scene, Shen Jiehe's entire body was enraged, and his heart was dripping blood. The 1,000-year Shen family was like a leaf falling in the wind at this moment, and a strong person who had been cultivated with exhaustive resources was falling in the air with blood, which was unacceptable to Shen Jiehe. He completely stormed out, blood red between his eyes, burning his essence blood as he charged toward Qin Guan. Chapter 14, Shen Jiehe's death, Shen clan's destruction. Boom! A roar came from the air, and Shen Jiehe, who had burned his essence blood, had his breath skyrocketed at this moment, having briefly touched the threshold of the saint-exalted realm. At this time, his battle power had increased greatly, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to call him a half-step saint. And the price for this is a drastic burn in lifespan and depletion of potential. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, Shen Jiehe wouldn't have much of a future anymore, and he would die of qi and blood exhaustion soon after. It could be said that burning essence blood was the last card of all martial artists. When this is done, it means that the heart is as good as dead and has gone to the end of the road. Qin Guan, if I don't kill you today, I'll swear not to be a human being, he roared wildly, his head full of white hair flying, 5 fingers in his hand open, waving between the rupture of the void. An even more eagle voice spread across the sky and the earth. This was clearly that Shen family's mastery, De divine eagle hand. However, unlike that Shen family elder on falling Phoenix Mountain before, at this time in the hands of Shen Jiehe, the power was obviously stronger. As the head of the Shen clan, he had already attained great perfection in this earth-rank middle-grade martial art. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Come and try if you can. Qin Guan laughed coldly. His hands exerted force to tear a senior member of the Shen family in front of him into 2 halves, bathing in blood as he walked out. In the next second, his right fist gripped at his waist, and rolling fist intent converged on it. At the moment when the opponent rushed in, he fiercely struck out straight, wrapped in a rigid momentum, like a swift meteor smashing down. Bang! With a huge earthquake, the earth and sky seemed to be shaking, and the Shen family residence at the foot of Qinyan Mountain. I don't know how many of them were shaken into pieces under the shockwave of the two engaging in battle. When the Sacred Realm's supreme powers exchanged hands, their momentum could be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It was simply not something that beings from other realms could get their hands on. These Shen clan members were merely shaken to death alive by the aftermath just because they were in the center of the engagement. And what was even worse was that because Shen Jieha opened the big formation, they couldn't even escape if they wanted to. My people. Shen Jieha perceived this scene, his heart was dripping blood, and he cried out in grief, his gaze looking at Qin Guan as if he wanted to eat people. You dare to kill my clan members. I want the lives of the entire clan of your Northern Realm Qin family to pay for it. As the words landed, the breath on his body rose again, and his essence blood burned even more fiercely. A complete loss of sanity is evident. Qin Guan, on the other hand, was unmoved and sneered indifferently. Fine. If you can kill all of the Northern Realm Qin clan, then I'll have to thank you. Many people thought that Qin Guan had the Jinbei royal family behind him. However, he did not know that Qin Tianqing had not just said that he had severed his relationship with Qin Guan. Both sides are truly broken. If this Shen Jiehe dared to go to the trouble of the North Realm Qin family, then he would instead beg for it. For another, this Shen Jiehe stole the concept and placed all the killing on Qin Guan alone. However, he did not mention that he was the one who opened the big formation and caused the cage, and he was also the one who tried his best to raise his cultivation to make the aftermath of the fight wider. At least half of this ground full of Shen family members were killed by his own hands, but Qin Guan didn't care about that at all. After all, he had come today, in itself, to exterminate the Shen family. At this moment, the two of them glanced at each other, and both of them no longer said anything, charging together once again. Bang bang bang. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth shook continuously. Shen Jiehe, who was infinitely close to the cultivation level of a Saint Zun, had a heaven-destroying power with every move. And although Qin Guan's cultivation was 4 small realms behind, his Xian Huang indestructible body pressed across the ages, and his physique was strong enough to not lose to the sacred peak. Making up for all of this gap, what was left to compete was nothing more than the martial arts skills and weapons of the two. Qin Guan had once served as the great general of the Divine Dragon and had a famous set of cloaks and divine weapons, but unfortunately with the slumber, they were also divided among the major martial arts families in the dynasty. As for Shen Jieji, after several rounds, he couldn't carry the pressure to take out a long blade of earth rank. This sword was about 2 meters long, with a cold and austere light, and it was cast in a wide open manner, as if a meat grinder was attacking, so that one did not doubt its power in the slightest. However, Qin Guan didn't think so. He had killed through the demon race in the past and was extremely experienced in fighting. Even if there were no weapons in his hands, it was not something that a pampered Shen Jieha could deal with. He saw that at this moment, while gripping his fists and releasing the killing power, there was even a mysterious and pure qi intent surging in his body, and eventually all of it was transmitted into his fists. This qi intention is called Xianhuang Qi. It is the foundation of the Xianhuang indestructible body. As the saying goes, a mouthful of Xianhuang Qi in the chest can swallow the sun, moon and stars of heaven and earth. When the Xianhuang Qi was struck out, it meant that the offensive characteristics of the Xianhuang indestructible body would be completely revealed, belonging to one of the killer munitions. Throughout ancient and modern history, it is also an overwhelmingly powerful move that few can compete with. Boom! As the two met, the space shook tremendously, and under the unrelenting fist intent, the Xianhuang Qi exploded as much as it could. Shen Jieji was in a trance and only felt that the brilliant heaven and earth momentum was swooping towards him, wanting to devour everything. The entire person's qi and blood were suddenly unstable, and his arms were also dislocated due to the impact, and the long earth-rank sword even bounced directly out. No good. Weapons out of hand. Shen Jiehe inwardly rose up a sense of bad, thick life and death crisis wrapped him. At this moment, he suddenly regretted it. Perhaps there was still a chance that he could escape without fighting Qin Guan. What clan? What vengeance? All of it. As long as he was alive, there was a possibility of regaining all of this. But unfortunately, Shen Jiehe's remorse came too late, and reality wouldn't give him much of a chance. When martial arts paths clashed and powerful people fought, what was spelled out was split-second timing. In the gap between this weapon and his hand, Qin Guan had already turned his fist into a palm and swept a hand knife across the opponent's neck. Brush! A thousandth of a breath later, blood stained the sky, and a great head flew straight up high. Shen Jiehe, a peak Saint Realm powerhouse, died. This arrogant and worldly overlord of Qingyuan County, the Duke of Great Phoenix, had died under Qin Guan in this way. Ground. Many of the remaining Shen family members looked at this scene and simply couldn't believe it, and many even broke down and cried. The 1,000-year-old Shen family, a powerful family, died just like that. It all came so suddenly that they couldn't believe it. Some of the Shen family executives who had not yet died in the high air around them were even more completely chilled, where they still dared to take a look at Qin Guan. After disarming the formation, they scrambled towards the outside of the mansion. I told you to run. Qin Guan looked on indifferently. Flexing his fingers, space exploded, and in an instant, several strands of Shen Huangqi pierced through these people's bodies at an incredible speed. At this point, all the Shen family executives, all dead. Chapter 15, The Lord's Stance. The secret art of the Ro character. High in the sky, Qin Guan hung alone, and under the shroud of his divine thoughts, the 1,000-year-old Shen family had been reduced to dust in history. All of the high-level powerhouses had fallen, and the bottom-level clansmen had been killed or injured in countless ways. And to clear out the leaks, Qin Guan shook his head slightly at this time. He was well aware of the truth that if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. The Shen family had dominated Qingyuan County all these years, and had been greedy and demanding from the local people, resulting in tens of thousands of hectares of mansions. With such a vast area, there's always a place where the battle doesn't reach. At this moment, the Saint Realm divine thoughts were like waves, ferociously and comprehensively sweeping through the entire mansion. Soon, his brow furrowed slightly. This was because in the images transmitted back from his divine thoughts, he had unsurprisingly discovered a missing member of the Shen family. He didn't look very old, still a teenager, dressed in a flashy brocade suit, and was hiding under the table, shivering. This seems to be the son of someone high up. With a flash of space, Qin Guan appeared outside of this building, his divine thoughts locking onto the other side. Ding! You got your revenge and killed your enemy's family, but when you were about to leave, you found a hidden teenager. In the face of this enemy's son, please make your choice. Option 1, being a saintly mother. Let him live and leave the future to destiny. Option 2, tell him remember my face. I won't be merciful the next time we meet. Then turn your back and leave. Then turn around with your knife and say jie jie, we meet again. Option 3, instruct him to remember your face. Seek revenge on you when he grows up, and then poke his eyes out. Option 4, tell him to listen to your voice. Seek revenge on you when he grows up, and then poke him in the ear. Option 5, tell him with a straight face. I don't cut off the young and the old with my big knife. And then when he breathes a sigh of relief, show him the smile of an evil gardenia. It's a pity that I still have a small knife. Option 6, free play. Note, this option reward is not transparent and will be released after evaluation based on the host's choice. Just as Qin Guan was about to enter the dilapidated building, the system's prompts also surfaced abruptly. After he had read them all, his face couldn't help but look more than a little surprised. This is surprisingly a blind box option. You can't see the rewards ahead of time anymore. But instead, you have to let the system do the evaluating based on how good or bad the choices you make are. Rather exciting mechanism. As for these options, choice 1 should definitely be discharged first, and Qin Guan would not leave himself a potential threat in the future. Choice 2 was a bit of a lout. Even Qin watched and couldn't help but despise it. Choices 3 and 4 are similar, and I'm sure the rewards are similar enough to drop them all. Choice 5 is the same type of option as choice 2. After thinking about it, Qin Guan decided to move freely. After seeing his gaze scanning over the 4 directions, he let out a heavy cold snort, and his figure then emitted a sonic boom sound and sped towards the outside of the mansion like a meteor. The seemingly departing sight caused the teenager hiding under the table to raise his head. He was unaware that in the void sandwich above his head, Qin Guan had already gone and returned, and was standing in it blandly. The evil thief is gone? The teenager's eyes rolled, but he didn't come right out, just to be on the safe side. It wasn't until several hours had passed and it was getting dark that he carefully crawled out from under the table. After looking around the quiet surroundings and seeing that there was indeed no danger, Only then did he feel relieved and moved to meet the moonlight, running towards the outside of the mansion in large strides. This teenager was about 8th grade martial artist cultivation, and his speed was not slow, running wildly all the way. Half an hour later, having arrived at the other side of Qingyan County, he shouted at a dark mansion from afar, "Shen Xing, Shen Xing." Supposedly hearing the noise, the mansion's gate quickly opened from the inside, and a middle-aged man looked at the scene in astonishment. "Young Master Jing? What brings you here?" The teenager panted heavily. His gaze revealed thick hatred, clenching his fists and said, "Shen Xing, the Shen family suffered a great disaster. The patriarch grandfather and father, they all died. Now the entire Shen family is left with only you as a side branch." "What?" The middle-aged man's face changed greatly at the words, almost unsteady on his feet, but he still braced himself and assured, "Don't worry, young Master Jing, you are gifted and talented. Shen Xing will definitely raise all his efforts to cultivate, and I wish you to regain the glory of our Shen family." "Good. When I have cultivated to a saint, I will definitely seek revenge on that evil thief. Exterminate his entire clan, flay his skin and roll up his sleeves." The teenager's face reddened, revealing a revitalized opening. However, unbeknownst to him, all of this was seen in the eyes of Qin Wang, who had been following this teenager 100 meters above the sky. A realization dawned in his eyes. It turns out that on the other side of this Qingyan County's remote place, there is still a side branch of the Shen family left behind. It is estimated that this side branch is the backhand that the Shen family has laid out in order to deal with this situation today. After having cultivation, killing my whole family is not enough, but also thinking of peeling the skin and rolling up the grass, this kind of torture, at a young age. The mind is so vicious. This son really can't be left. Thinking of this, a touch of coldness appeared in Qin Guan's gaze. In the next instant, his palm pressed against the mansion below remotely through the air, and an invisible hand condensed by Saint might slapped down fiercely. After a loud rumble, this Shen family side mansion, too, turned into pieces. Congratulations to the host for completing Choice 6, Free Play. The system is in the process of determining. Ruling completed. Ruthless, courageous and resourceful. Top-notch operation. Lordly. Rewarded with a copy of the ancient magical art. The secret of the walking characters. As Qin Guan struck out, the system's prompts surfaced in his mind. 3 voices in a row. And the final reward that moved him. Ancient strange art. The secret of the walking character. Qin Guan was shocked. It is only because the ancient magical arts are beyond the heaven, earth, Xianhuang grade of existence. Each and every one of them was incomparably powerful, with unimaginable and unbelievable abilities that ordinary people could not imagine. I didn't realize that he had really triggered the jackpot by free-handing this operation. Immediately, he couldn't wait to choose to accept the reward. As a torrent of informational work poured into his mind, the abilities about this ancient strange art were introduced. The secret of the word line, one of the 9 secrets of the wondrous arts of heaven and earth, representing the extreme end of the line, not only possessing the world's first extreme speed, but also capable of leaping up to the 9 heavens, piercing through the 9 secrets, and even walking against the long river of time. Qin Guan couldn't help but lose his voice and mutter. It was really the content of this secret of the row of words that was shocking. This was an extreme body secret art. It was both the most awesome escape technique and the most awesome pursuit technique. Cultivate to the realm of realization. Can even go against the light of day? Shuttle in the ancient and modern future. Travel the long river of time. We've made a fortune this time. It seems that only by triggering this free choice option can we have a chance to wrestle the top rewards. Qin Guan had a few more moments of clarity in his heart, and he knew the application of the system even better. Afterwards, after checking the place with his divine thoughts to make sure that no one had survived, he moved his figure and flew back to the Shen clan. He also had some loot to find. Chapter 16 Traces of Former War Treasures. Triggering Divine Quest Selection. In the ruins of the Shen family, Qin Guan strolled, and in his hands a dozen storage rings flew around. These, all of which were recovered from the corpses of Shen Jia and the Shen family's top brass. He had already inspected it, and the resources within it were abundant, with spirit stones alone amounting to as much as 80 million. Various other battle treasures and martial arts were countless. Unfortunately, there was nothing Chinatown could see. After all, as a heavenly pride originating from the Zhenbei royal house, his eyesight had been cultivated far beyond the ordinary from the very beginning. There were only existences at the heavenly rank and above level that could make him faintly rejoice. The Shen family, there should be more than just these underpinnings. It must be that I didn't search cleanly, Qin Guan thought in his heart as he walked. Being an official in the same dynasty, he knew too well the tone of these martial arts families. The Shen family is definitely the most representative of the group. The lower can oppress other local forces, raiding the people's fat and wealth. The upper can favoritism and corruption of the court. Having been entrenched in Qin County for so many years, the actual family base must be even stronger. Only the Hall of Sacrifice remains, and it seems to be here. Without realizing it, Qin Guan came to the deepest part. He looked at the building, which had survived the aftermath of the battle, and a flash of anticipation appeared in his heart. In the ritual halls of the big families, there would be the residue of the ancestors' martial senses because of the enshrinement of the martial ancestor tablets, as well as the weapons used. Following that, many patriarchs, family heads, and sect executives would come here to retreat for enlightenment. Over time, a number of important items will also be placed inside the ritual hall. Bang! Qin Guan kicked open the door of the Shen family sacrificial hall and swept his gaze around its interior. The space was large, with a few futons on the floor, and a pile of tablets in the deepest part of the room, as well as a group of sculptures of the Shen family's ancestors. Said ancestor? In fact, it is also Shen Jiehe father's generation, when followed the great phoenix ancestor to fight the world's patriarch. This is how the Shen family's title of Duke of State was passed down. After Qin Guan inspected the Great Hall and found nothing, he placed his gaze on these sculptures. Flexing his fingers, a powerful chi flew out. However, these attacks, which were enough to shatter mountains, hit those sculptures like stones thrown into a river, only causing a layer of ripples. Ha, so that's the problem? Qin Guan's eyes revealed a look of interest, and he soon urged the spiritual energy in his body to wind toward those sculptures. On the surface of these sculptures, spatial formations were engraved, which had both a protective effect and could confuse outsiders. However, for a Saint Realm Supreme Power who was proficient in the laws of space, it was not difficult to lift it. As it happened, Qin Guan was such a person. With a little effort, with a rumble, these stone statues were split into pieces, revealing their true colors. One could only see that in it. The waves were sparkling, and all kinds of treasures were in abundance, reflecting dazzling splendor. They're actually all Earth stage upper grade level treasures. A strange color appeared in Qin Guan's eyes. Earth rank upper grade. This was already the topmost supreme treasure that could be found on the surface of the current Great Phoenix. After all, heavenly ranks were rare and hard to find. Even in the hands of the royal family there weren't many of them. Many of the Shen family's untold secrets were among these treasures. With such a large amount of spirit stones, weapons and martial skills, it would be enough to raise even a 100,000 man-sized Phoenix cryptic army. Qin Guan thought with satisfaction. Raising an army is expensive, and while there was a court 500 years ago, now we're on our own. The Fenghuang freshwater army is in such a state of despair because it was abandoned by the Imperial court and has no food or pay, so it can only survive on Fenghuang Mountain. After all, martial artists, too, had to eat. Although cultivation levels could be opened up after reaching the spiritual dynamic realm, almost no one would do so, because martial artists cultivate. They need to boil their own chi and blood, and the source of these energies is not enough just by absorbing aura. One had to rely on devouring demonic beast meat to do so. Those with ordinary conditions ate demonic beasts one level lower than their realm, and those with rich conditions ate demonic beasts of the same level or higher. In the past, when Qin Guan was in his splendor, he took the Phoenix Crypto Army's gang of sisters to eat top-grade demon beast meat, and the side dishes' supplementary ingredients were all heavenly materials. I didn't expect that after he lost his power, the status of the Phoenix Crypto Army was in tatters, and he couldn't even eat ordinary demonic beast meat anymore. This time, with the Shen family's financial support, it was finally possible to live a good life. Ha! This is. Suddenly, Qin Guan found a hot gold invitation in a pile of treasures. Taking it out, there was even a seal on it, which could not be opened by cultivation above the 5th level of the Saint Realm. It was just an invitation, but it had such high specifications that Qin Guan couldn't help but be curious, injecting his cultivation and opening it on the spot. In an instant, a bunch of golden words floated out from it and hung sprawling in front of him. Shendong personally, Luo City will be on the 6th day of June this year, held a treasure feast. There will be countless treasures, but also in the past the Dragon General's Legacy of War Treasures Dragon Abyss Halberd finale. Sincerely invite the Shen family to come to the feast. The invitation was not very long, and the final inscription was the High Family of Luo Shui. After Qin watched it, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold killing intent burst out steeply from his body. Good Luo Shui Gao family, how dare you take my things and make a fate out of them? His voice was icy cold. His mind conjured up the appearance of the Gao family head at the court meeting this morning, and it could be said that the one who had been the biggest in the voices shouting at him was this person. And this treasure chest feast, to put it bluntly, is a treasure trade fair organized by the Gao family of Luo Shui County, adopting the form of free trade and auction. It will bring together many powerful families in Dafeng to attend this feast. It looks glamorous and upper class and flashy, but it's sordid and a mess. Many unseen collaborations between lineages were realized in this event. Qin Guan had known as early as 500 years ago that Cao Jiaolu was loyal to organizing the treasure chest feast, but had never participated in it, but did not want to wake up. Not only got the news of the treasure Hua feast held again, their own weapons, but also became the finale. This move was simply bouncing on Qin Guan's bottom line. This was because his weapon, the Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd, was not only a proof of his former honor, but also a rare heaven-ranked battle treasure. As the world knows, Great General Shenlong's bravery is unparalleled, and he once killed a great demon at the 8th level of the Saint Zun, and took its sinews, bones, scales, and armor, supplemented them with all kinds of heavenly ranked ores, and asked the Great Phoenix's top blacksmiths to forge a set of cloak and battle treasure weapons. Among them, there were 3 battle treasure weapons, a bow, a sword, and a halberd, all of which were of the middle grade of the heavenly rank. The Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd was exactly one of them. The other 2 pieces were named Xian Huangjian Prison Bow and Divine Punishment Destroy You Sword. Qin Guan, as the one heavenly pride of the Great Phoenix, was proficient in bow, sword, and halberd, in addition to boxing and kicking. In the past, he wore heaven stage battle armor, hung the Divine Punishment Destruction Sword on his waist, carried the Xian Huangjian Jail Bow on his back, and held the Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd in his hand. He was unmatched from near and far, and he killed the demon race with fear and trepidation. However, after being seriously injured and sleeping, the equipment was plundered by all the big clans like jackals. In the end, the only thing left was the Earth rank quality regular Divine Dragon Robe, which was still retained on his body because it was close to his body. Ding! Traces of the Divine Warrior Cloak of yesteryear found. Triggering Divine Quest Choice. Task 1, ignore the clues and believe that better equipment will come after choosing. The system will give 3 clues of special materials to be used for refining new weapons, but there is no guarantee that they will be of heavenly quality. Mission 2, retrieve what belongs to you. After selecting this, a long mission will be open to retrieve the Divine Punishment Sword of Destroying the Universe, the Xianhuang Prison Bow, and the Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd as much as possible, and 2 copies of the heavenly rank martial skills will be rewarded upon completion. Mission 3, take and eat. On top of Mission 2, go to the Imperial Palace and retrieve the complete cloak from the Su family, Spirit Sky Holy Imperial Armor and Purple Inflammation Treading Clouds Boots. Upon completion, the final challenge 100,000 dragon riders surrounding the Imperial Palace will be opened, rewarding 100,000 dragon riders of the Great Snow. Note, this Great Snow Dragon Rider is adapted to the High Xian version of the host's world, with a minimum battle power at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm and a maximum of the 5th level of the Holy Realm, and rewards a set of heavenly ranked top-grade military formations. Just as Qin Guan had a murderous aura in his eyes, a series of system prompts also suddenly resounded in his mind. Chapter 17, Great Snow Dragon Rider. Zhuge attacks. Mission selection? There's even such a thing? Listening to the system beep in his head, a strong surprise flashed in Qin Guan's eyes. He had previously thought that this divine choice system only triggered random options for the scenario currently occurring. And yet, I didn't realize it was possible to post quests. These 3 quests all seem to have great rewards, so no matter which one you choose, you won't lose out. And as per the trope, the first option will always be focused on preserving yourself, with slightly lesser rewards. This time, it directly allowed him to avoid conflicts with other great families, and instead provided some clues of high-grade materials for him to re-refine his weapon cloak. There's just no guarantee of the grade of the equipment forged. Honestly, this option is actually pretty good. After all, the clues of high-grade materials have always been very valuable. Put into the Tianji Pavilion, an organization that specializes in selling information, at least millions of spirit stones at the bottom. But unfortunately, Qin Guan was a man born without soft bones. He just loved the excitement of hardening himself against the major royal families. So, he set his sights directly on the latter 2 options. Finally, the focus stays on the 3rd option. My cloak. It's actually in Su Kangxi's hands? He frowned, some confusion in his voice. You know, after his slumber, those 3 battle treasure weapons and 2 cloaks were being fought over by various forces though. However, the Jinbei royal mansion, as Qin Guan's place of origin, naturally enjoyed the greatest advantage. So much so that although the heavenly rank battle treasure was not preserved, the cloak was always in his hands. This was what Qin Guan had always believed to be true. But now the appearance of the system option was implicitly telling him that even the cloak was long gone from the Jinbei king's mansion. Is it a trade? Or was it secretly stolen by the royal family? Qin Guan stroked his chin and was surprisingly a bit nosy for a moment. Of course, whatever the truth of it actually was, it didn't matter to him half as much. In that case, pick 3. After a long time, Qin Guan, who had stopped for a long time, made a decision. In fact, the biggest difference between Mission 2 and Mission 3 was nothing more than whether or not they were going to be enemies of the royal family. Choosing Mission 2, he only had to fight the major families, and by choosing Mission 3, one would have to subvert the Su family's royal power and fight against the entire Great Phoenix. It's a path that is the enemy of the world. However, Qin Guan had no remorse or fear for choosing this path. The Imperial Su family also negatively affected him, and the various families also interfered. So they fought. Fight him and kill him. With the help of the system, the road won't be too hard. Qin Guan gazed at the final challenge reward for option 3, and a hidden fire danced in his eyes. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. To be honest, the reward could really surprise him. After all, he had awakened his past life's host wisdom and knew very well the significance of the Great Snow Dragon Rider. As the saying goes, I've heard that Guanling doesn't know how cold it is, but the snowy dragon rides down to Jiangnan. The Great Snow Dragon cavalry was between light and heavy cavalry, extremely maneuverable, like a sharp blade on the battlefield. Even the famous iron pontoon could be easily killed through, and compared to the original version's low martial combat power, the Great Snow Dragon Rider rewarded by the system was adapted to be a high Shen version of the true martial realm. The 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders all had a guaranteed cultivation level of peak yin-yang realm. This is horrible. One must know that the path of martial arts was like rowing a boat against the current, and the yin-yang realm, as a realm immediately below the Saint realm, was definitely the strongest of the strong. If you look at the Great Phoenix Dynasty, you can be an official Earth general, but here in the system, it has directly become a cabbage in general wholesale. 100,000 peak yin-yang realm Great Snow Dragon Riders. Coupled with the heavenly rank upper grade overwhelming military formation, the power that erupted would have the power to fight even if they were to face a Saint Exalt. If I can get my hands on the Great Snow Dragon Rider, this is definitely my biggest boost. Qin Guan's heart was pounding. As a military general, who didn't want to have an invincible and powerful army in their hands? As the great general of the Divine Dragon, he was a rare general in his own right, and with 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders in his hands at that time. What about the Empress? What about the Su family? 100,000 Dragon Riders locked the Emperor's dome, daring to make the female Emperor move in shock. Thinking of this, Qin Guan throbbed slightly, looking forward to this scene. Of course, the conditions for trying to achieve this are more demanding. He needed to retrieve all of his own war treasure weapons and cloak before he could unlock the Great Snow Dragon Rider. There are no clues yet for the Shin Huangjin prison bow or the Divine Punishment Yu destruction sword, but this Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd must be obtained. Qin Guan put away all the treasures in the sacrificial hall and walked out of the ruins of the Shen family while secretly pondering in his heart. The Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd was a weapon that he was quite fond of while in his hands, and it was even a heavenly grade middle grade war treasure that could never fall into the hands of others. It seems that this Luo Shui Gao family's treasure ceremony Hua Feast, no matter what we say, we have to go on a journey. June 6th, that's not 3 days from now? Qin Guan stroked his chin as his figure stepped straight up into the air. Behind him, located at the foot of the Qingyan mountain, the huge Shen family residence, the few remaining buildings also in the rumbling sound into flying ash. Heaven and earth completely no proof of the existence of the Shen family. Luoshui County was far away from the Imperial City and was located in the southernmost part of the Great Phoenix. However, Qin Guan was not in a hurry to rush. He now mastered the secret of the word line and possessed the world's extreme speed, as fast as a shock, so he planned to go back to the Phoenix Freshwater Army camp first. His 2,000 or so sisters could use some settling in. Then he saw that high in the sky, Qin Guan's figure began to flicker, emerging with a faint golden luster, and in a flash in the void, he was 1,000 miles away. It was he who was attempting to use the secret of the word line. The first time it was used, it wasn't even an introduction, but that extremely fast stance was the first sign of it. It didn't take long before the majestic falling Phoenix mountain range had appeared in the eyes, saving double the time compared to when they had gotten up. In other words, the first time Qin Guan used the Xing word secret, his body speed was already twice as fast as before. One could only say that it was worthy of being an ancient wonder technique, as terrifying as it was. Is that guy? Just as Qin Guan was about to land, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be some kind of argument going on in the fallen Phoenix army camp under the clouds. A stunningly beautiful woman with snow-white clothes was stopped outside the barracks, and she was holding her arms, her face as chilly as frost as she said something to Xiao Rou. Qin Guan's ears moved, the 5 senses of the holy realm spread out, and the sounds from the mountain below quickly entered his ears. It's just that Ji Lingfang refuses to come to see this official, but now he won't even let this barracks in. I think your Phoenix Freshwater Army just has ghosts. The white-clothed woman's voice was like cold iron, with a hint of austerity in the depths of her eyes, forcing her to look at Xiao Rou in front of her and said, please respect yourself. Miss Zhuge, our Fenghuang fancy army camp is an important place in the army and never receives outsiders. In front of her, Xiao Rou still had unwashed tear stains hanging on her face, but her tone was exceptionally rigid and she responded in an unassuming manner. Petite and delicate body, actually for a time quite a general style. Chapter 18, let's wait for Master to make something. Falling Phoenix Mountain Range, Zhuge Wan looked at the Phoenix cryptic army that blocked her out like an enemy, and was infuriated inwardly. She was secretly spying on Qin Guan today in the name of the Empress. Originally, he had sworn to guarantee that he would be able to know everything about Qin Guan regardless of any movement he made. As a result, who would have thought? Just out of the palace cannot find Qin Guan people. This makes Zhuge Wan very surprised. After all, Qin Guan is just an invalid. Limited mobility. A day's time is afraid that even the huge Imperial city cannot go out, and how will disappear out of thin air. But he had already set up a military position in front of the Empress, and after thinking for a long time, he had to continue to investigate. After a few twists and turns, she finally got a clue from a passerby that after the morning court was over, Qin Guan seemed to have gone to the residence of the Divine Dragon General. This made Zhuge Wan even more stunned. As an Empress hawk, she naturally knew what kind of people were living in the General's residence right now. East Factory. Under the leadership of Wei Xiaotian, the factory official, a large number of East Factory soldiers are entrenched here, drilling day and night. This is also the Empress's default. After all, the East Chamber eunuchs are her personal armed forces, and have disposed of many of her dynastic enemies for her over the years, both explicitly and implicitly. But what was Qin Guan doing there? You don't want to take back the general's house, do you? Zhuge Wan inwardly laughed at this ridiculous idea of his. She traveled to the general's residence in preparation to find out what was going on, only to find that a large formation had been set up here at some point, and she couldn't even enter the door. In the end, it was a steward named Ah Fuk who stepped in and told her that the factory master of the East Factory had something important to do, so he could not receive her today. That Ah Fu looked nervous as he spoke, and after his words fell, he hurriedly closed the gate of the mansion. This made Zhuge Wan more and more surprised. Tracing Qin Guan's clues were broken again, and he had no choice but to continue searching in the Imperial City. Once you search, it's a day. It wasn't until nightfall that there were any more eyebrows. She had learned from an Imperial city guard that earlier in the day, a Saint Supreme Power had flown out of the city and traveled to the falling Phoenix Mountain Range, where the Phoenix Falling Army Camp was stationed. This strong man wore brocade white clothes with gold-bordered dragon patterns on the corners, resembling the legendary Divine Dragon robe. This clue left Zhuge Wan completely bewildered. Sacred Realm Supreme? Qin Guan was clearly a wastrel, so how could he have become a Sacred Realm Supreme Power? Zhuge Wan naturally could not possibly believe this piece of news, but at this point in time, she was clueless, so she could only hold the mentality of giving it a try and came to Lokfeng Mountain. As the female emperor's personal female officer, she naturally had ears and eyes and knew that today, Shen Pengfei, the eldest son of the Shen family, was going to forcibly incorporate the news of the Phoenix Freshwater Army. This is a good time to come and see how things are going. So there was the scene at hand. It's not right. It's very much 12 times wrong. Zhuge Wan looked at the group of nymphets who were full of solemn killing intent, keeping the Phoenix Freshwater military camp under tight guard, her brows deeply furrowed. The behavior of the Phoenix cryptic army was too counterintuitive, and with such a big commotion at the entrance of the barracks, where did the Shen family's eldest son, who organized the Phoenix Flying Machine Army, go? It was impossible for the opponent, as a Saint Realm Supreme Power, not to notice. Thinking of this, Zhuge Wan was completely unable to hold back, her face icy cold, and she rigidly said, "How dare you? This official has come here by His Majesty's Imperial order. If any one of you dares to stop me again, you will all be considered as treasonous and rebellious, so all of you should get out of the way." Brush. However, what Zhuge Wan didn't expect was that as her sentence fell, all the Phoenix cryptologic army around her unexpectedly drew the blades in their hands in unison. A long knife glinted coldly in the night. "You guys." Zhuge Wan's face went white with anger as she swept her gaze across the surroundings. The might belonging to a peak yin-yang realm powerhouse bursting out uncontrollably. It's really revolting. Yi Lingshang, are you really going to plot against the government by indulging your men like this? Layers and layers of baneful aura continued to spread across his body, and Zhuge Wan's voice, under intentional manipulation, resounded throughout the entire mountain. Within the barracks, however, there was silence. On the contrary, the surrounding Phoenix cryptologic army all took a step forward, forming a closed circle. The atmosphere of the scene was tense, and a great battle could break out at any time. Xiao Rou, who had a higher cultivation level, even rushed ahead, not giving an inch to confront Zhuge Wan. She deeply understood that at this time, There were too many secrets within the Fenghuang warrior camp. Although Commander Yi Lingfeng had awakened, he was still recuperating from his injuries. On top of that, the bodies of the 3,000 Shen family Iron Horsemen and Shen Pengfei and the others were dealt with, but the smell of blood had not dissipated, and the 3,000 demonic beast warhorses were also a problem. If this Empress hawkdog in front of him was allowed to walk into the camp, he was afraid that it wouldn't take more than a few moments for him to notice the anomaly. This is absolutely not allowed. Qin Guan had only just risen to power, and all the Phoenix Cryptic army had finally seen hope after 500 years of suffering, and must not be discovered by the Empress at this juncture. And just when Xiao Rou had made up her mind and was already planning to guard this secret with her life, her eyes suddenly froze, including the other sisters of the Phoenix Cryptic army, who all crossed their sights over Zhuge Wan at that moment to look at the sky behind her. Immediately, the group of sisters flushed, put away their weapons in unison, and kneeled down on one knee. This scene caused Zhuge Wan, who was about to strike, to freeze. How is it that these stubborn, crazy women have suddenly surrendered? Ridiculous. Do they think they can get away with it by giving in now? The majesty of the Empress is not to be offended. Just as she was about to say something condescendingly, her entire body suddenly stiffened in reflex. This was because at this moment, an incomparably strong and difficult to resist aura appeared behind her. Sorry, it's me they're kneeling to. It was accompanied by an indifferent voice. The voice was clearly not loud, but in Zhuge Wan's ears it was like heavenly thunder, shaking her soul. Holy realm to the strongest. At this moment, only these 4 words echoed in Zhuge Wan's mind. She stiffened and twisted her neck to turn back, and there she saw a face that she had never dreamed of believing appeared. Qin. Before the words could be finished, the whole person's eyes went black and suddenly fainted. Qin Guan took over her limp body and fought it on his shoulder with one hand, ordering as he walked forward, "Collect the troops and return to camp." As the words landed, the many Phoenix Cryptic army around them answered in unison, and then rose with a clatter, following Qin Guan into the camp. Master. In the deepest Commander-in-Chief's tent, a pale-faced woman heard the commotion and staggered in her movements to welcome her, her face filled with joy, and even more crystalline teardrops turning in her eyes. It was Yi Lingshang. She wiped her tears with the palm of her hand and stood playfully in front of Qin Guan, with a few moments of joy and a few moments of aggression in her eyes, but the only thing she couldn't see was half a bit of regret. Ling Frost, it's been hard on you all these years. Qin Guan reached out and wiped away the tears of the bright woman in front of him. The master and disciple smiled at each other, and after chatting for a long time, Qin Guan took out the loot captured from the Shen family, dozens of storage rings, and put them together into Yi Lingshang's hands. In the past, it was Yi Lingshang who managed the house for him, and she handled all affairs in the army. Qin Guan was relieved that even after 500 years, it would still be the same. The divine sense sensed the resources within the storage ring. Yi Lingshang was pleasantly surprised. After 500 years of wind and rain, the sisters of the Phoenix Freshwater Army finally didn't have to suffer anymore. Wiping the tears that flowed indisputably, Yi Lingshang broke into a smile, and then looking at Zhuge Wan on Qin Guan's shoulder, he suddenly said curiously, "Master, this female emperor traitor, aren't we going to kill it? There's no rush. Let's wait for Master to concoct something." Qin Guan smiled faintly, and after pinching Yi Lingshang's agitated nose, he shook his body and carried the fragrant and soft petite body on his shoulder into the tent. Chapter 19. Miss Zhuge, you don't want the Empress to know about the diary writing, do you? Well, within the cozy tent, a pot of hearth fire crackled, the flames twisting in midair like silver snakes. Zhuge Wan shook her heavy head and laboriously opened her eyelids, and after slightly dangling for a few seconds, she sat up with a start. She hurriedly looked around, and then her pupils couldn't help but shrink, only to see an upright and magnificent figure, sitting with his back to her, and holding a thick parchment volume in his hand, reading it with great interest. Qin Guan. Zhuge Wan recognized the identity of the man in front of her with just a glance. It was the dragon general who held the highest military rank in the dynasty, but was in fact an invalid. It was also the target of the Empress' authorization for her to secretly investigate and monitor, but the scene at hand was a clear indication that she had failed in her mission. Once she recalled the previous encounter again, Zhuge Wan's heart set off a huge wave. He didn't even need to make a move. He could make himself unconscious just by his breath. Where is this still a wastrel with severed meridians? It was clearly a sacred realm supreme power. Things are in trouble. Qin Guan has regained his cultivation and is still so terrifying. Zhuge Wan quietly swallowed her saliva as she looked at that magnificent back, only feeling a mountain pressing down on her, a deep sense of powerlessness surging through her entire body. Suddenly, her gaze was again attracted by the scroll held in Qin Guan's hand, and after a slight freeze, her face suddenly changed drastically. "What are you looking at? Who told you to rummage through my storage ring?" Zhuge Wan couldn't care about anything else. The whole person pounced out, like a food-protecting meow that anxiously exploded its fur, to snatch back that sheepskin scroll. But before she could get close to Qin Guan, she was resisted by a layer of invisible holy might, like a wall that firmly blocked her out. It's really unimaginable that the grand lady of the Zhuge family, the female emperor's personal female officer, and a second-ranking official, would write such things behind her back? At that moment, Qin Guan finally turned his body leisurely. He shook the parchment scroll in his hand with a derisive look on his face. That's right. After carrying Zhuge Wan back to the tent, Qin Guan searched her and focused on checking that storage ring. I didn't realize it didn't matter if I didn't check. A quick check revealed a huge secret. Zhuge Wan has the habit of writing a diary regularly. Who in their right mind keeps a diary? But this parchment scroll was filled with Zhuge Wan's clear handwriting, like a trickle of water, and what was written was staggering. Inside, it is all about Zhuge Wan's admiration for the Empress Su Chanxi. Its content is so wonderful that even Qin Watch Saya Palace people really know how to play. I can't understand what you're saying. Being broken by Qin Guan's words, Zhuge Wan forced her face to be calm and cold, but the panic in her eyes betrayed her. Since Miss Zhuge can't understand, then this general can speak in more detail. It was at this point that Qin Guan's mouth suddenly lifted up in an evil arc as he turned the parchment scroll in his hand over a page. Then read from the top. The 7th day of the 1st month of the 9th year of Rui's life. Clear. Today's morning light. I found a reason to transfer the courtesan. Personally came to the Empress of the bedchamber to serve combing. The Empress of the green silk such as waterfalls, draped behind me. I picked up the jade comb, gently combing. Every touch, fingertips seemed to be electrically charged. The heart also followed the slightest tremor. The Empress's gaze fell on the mirror, and when she talked about the affairs of the court, the light in her eyes was sharp, and it was the aura of controlling the world. And I looked at her side face. Just feel the years are quiet. For her pin on the phoenix hairpin accidentally touched her earlobe. Soft feeling came, make me a little flustered. Fortunately His Majesty did not feel the difference, but my cheeks have long rolled hot as a bonfire on a cold night. Secretly spit on their own demeanor while looking forward to the service time can be a little longer. With every sentence Qin Guan read out, Zhuge Wan's face changed by 1 point, almost like a public execution. The delicate white face, moreover, was completely changed, and the flaming clouds spread out from the ears. Qin Guan clearly did not intend to let her go and continue to speak. August 16th of the 20th year of Rui. The court is changing. There are ministers admonishing. Sharp words. The Empress sits above the dragon chair, not angry from the authority. In a few words will be difficult to solve the problem. I watched from the sidelines, full of admiration, mixed with some unspeakable feelings. One can only secretly admonish oneself. Zhuge Wan Zhuge Wan. This is a road with no end. Do not continue to make mistakes. Rudraksh, April 27th. Qin Guan kept turning the pages and published these private contents with interest. Zhuge Wan in front of her was the one who finally couldn't carry it anymore and let out an angry burst. Enough! Qin Guan, what exactly do you want? Her gaze was as if she wanted to eat someone. Staring at Qin Guan with shame and anger on her face, it was worse than killing her. Qin Guan, on the other hand, slowly closed the parchment scroll. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he opened his mouth to lecture without anger. Zhuge Wan, recognize the position you are in. How dare you yell at me now? Zhuge Wan was furious, her face alternating between green and red, but after meeting Qin Guan's chilling gaze for a long time, she finally lost the battle. His body went limp, suspected of losing all strength, and slowly fell to his knees. Qin Guan, I beg you, you must not publish the contents of this diary. I'll do whatever you want me to do. She had the posture of a defeated dog, her fists pressed to the ground and clenched tightly, her eyebrows furrowed as she sent out a begging plea towards Qin Guan. There was no trace of the awe-inspiring majesty that he had just seen when he first arrived outside of the Phoenix Falling Army camp. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Qin Guan couldn't help but show a touch of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth and revealed his purpose. I want you to be my eyes and go back to Su Kanexi to counter-surveil her. That's right. This was the real reason why Qin Guan didn't kill Zhuge Wan. He wants to turn Zhuge Wan and place her as a spy beside Su Kanexi to pave the way for the future 100,000 dragon riders surrounding the Imperial Palace. When Zhuge Wan heard this, her pupils suddenly widened. Her Zhuge family is renowned, with 4 generations and 3 dukes, and Qin Guan even asked her to go undercover beside the Empress. What's the difference between that and being involved in a plot against the Emperor? Almost subconsciously, the entire group rejected. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Qin Guan got up and walked over, pressing a large hand onto the top of her head, his voice coming out in an undeniable manner. You have to remember that since this great phoenix was secured by me 500 years ago, I am qualified to take it all back. As for you, Speaking here, Qin Guan slowly lowered his head and attached himself to the other party's ear, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his lips. You don't have a choice. After all, you don't want Su Kanxi to know about the diary writing, do you? Chapter 20, Backstabbing the Empress. Recruiting the Old Guard. Outside of the Feng Wangsan military camp, the sky in the distance was white with fishbelly, and dawn was approaching. Zhuge Wan stepped around in 6 different directions, not even knowing how she managed to get out of that tent. She looked in the direction of the Imperial City from afar. Her eyes were at a loss. Do you really want to betray Canyon Creek? Zhuge Wan clenched her fists, her heart wavering. The sheepskin scroll, confiscated away by Qin Guan. The big bad guy threatened to tear out a page and give it back to her if she could just complete a stakeout. This caused Zhuge Wan to be incomparably entangled, and she flew all the way to the gates of the Imperial City before formally making up her mind. Cindy Creek, I'm sorry, the contents of that diary is really not for you to see. Firmness appeared in Zhuge Wan's eyes as she made some adjustments to her state and resumed her arrogance of being the head of the female officials in the palace. The body danced, piercing through the sky all the way toward the palace. Not long afterward, deep within the Great Phoenix Palace, outside the secret realm where the Su family's underpinnings were located, Zhuge Wan kneeled down on one knee, and Empress Su Kanyaxi stepped out from it. Wan Air, investigating for a day. Can you find anything strange? Su Kanyaxi's voice was filled with exhaustion as she opened her mouth, and there was a sadness that she couldn't let go of on the face that was covered by the aura. It had been a day and a night, and the reason for the inexplicable fall in cultivation had yet to be found. Even after entering the secret realm and being viewed by the Su family's saint ancestor, he was clueless and called out that the world was strange. A full 7 small orders of saint realm cultivation have fallen off. Normal has to be practiced for 100 years. Even if it was the second time to cultivate and already had prior experience, it still wouldn't be too easy. This made Su Kanxi feel very insecure. At the moment, the court seems to be harmonious, but in fact, the major families of the martial arts between the fight has been constant. The northern demon race is also moving. There is a trend to make a comeback, and as an emperor of a dynasty, not having a heavenly cultivation next to you was really not something to be optimistic about. So much so that she wasn't even very attentive to Zhuge Wan's coming report. After all, a mortal Qin Guan, compared to these big things at hand that make her anxious, is really too insignificant. Your Majesty, after Qin Guan was expelled from the Jinbei King's mansion, he left the Imperial City all the way to the falling Phoenix Mountain Range, and judging by the walking route, it seems that he's heading to the Fenghuang military camp to seek shelter. In front of her, Zhuge Wan was finally speaking after a little mental construction. Between the words, it was all ready for Qin Guan to conceal what he had done yesterday. After the Empress heard this, she really just nodded her head unconcernedly. Let him go. No need to pay attention to it again. Next I intend to close the door for a period of time. You go to inform the ministers. The court will be suspended for 3 months. To Su Kanyaxi, neither Qin Guan nor the Phoenix Freshwater Army was the slightest threat. Not worth mentioning. After all, the Phoenix Cryptic Army had been suppressed by all parties over the years and was on the verge of extinction itself. The number of people has been sharply reduced from the initial tens of thousands to less than 3,000. Not to mention the fact that there is not the slightest amount of food in military supplies. What use was such a downtrodden and disabled army? Even if it took in Qin Guan, who had been reduced to an invalid, far less important than the matter at hand. Therefore, Su Kanyaxi had already decided that in order to avoid being seen by the ministers and other members of the royal family to see the problem of the fall in cultivation, she would directly begin her seclusion. This secret realm behind her was opened by the Great Phoenix founding emperor, the first generation Su family ancestor with a half-step ancestral realm cultivation. Within it was a world of its own, with an incomparably abundant spiritual qi, planted with thousands of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and earth-ranked treasures could be found everywhere. Even the river was completely condensed from the fragments of the laws of heaven and earth. The entire secret realm could be called the Great Phoenix's one heavenly cave. Other than the Su family's saint-exalted realm ancestors, only the current emperor could step in. Su Kanyaxi planned to urgently close her eyes and retrace her cultivation path to return to the top as fast as possible. Therefore, after making an explanation, he turned around hurriedly and returned to the secret realm again. Only Zhuge Wan was left behind, kneeling in place with a complicated face. She lied. She had concealed what Qin Guan had done yesterday, including the recovery of his cultivation. This was the first time in her life that she had deceived Su Kanxi, but she had no choice. As for the death of the factory director of the East Chamber, and the extermination of the Shen family in Qinyan, it is definitely impossible to hide. However, if Su Kanxi did not pay deliberate attention, coupled with the fact that there was her maneuvering from it, this concealment would undoubtedly be greatly prolonged. After all, The East Chamber has always done things out of the blue, and no one will care if they don't see Wei Xiaotian for a few months. The suspension of the court meeting for 3 months is a great buffer for the discovery of the Shen family's extermination. Damned great evil. This officer can do his best to help you stall for time. How much you can develop depends on your own skills. Qin Guan walked out of the palace, her gaze subconsciously looking out towards the falling Phoenix Mountain range again, secretly thinking in her heart. At the same time, on the mountain of the falling phoenix, Qin Guan woke up early and practiced, not urging his spiritual energy and fleshly chi and blood, and like a mortal martial artist, he punched out his own fist techniques once. It was a habit he had always had. After every fight, he was refreshed and was able to take his understanding of martial arts to the next level. It was rather like returning to the basics after practicing to the extreme. And while he was practicing boxing, Yi Lingshang, who was dressed in a white power suit, was quietly watching from the side, holding her pink jade cheeks. Her big eyes seemed to have starlight flowing through them, flickering. After a long time, when some punches were finished, only then did he pass over a bowl of Reiki mana with a light smile. Master, that Qin Guan and the empress are bosom friends, hand and foot sisters. We don't put some restraints on her body, only relying on a diary. Can we really make her use it for us? Yi Lingshang blinked her big eyes and looked at Qin Guan drinking heavily and painfully, and couldn't help but issue a question. Ling Frost not everyone in this world values their lives as first and foremost. Manipulating with prohibitions is just a lower tier tactic, and for people like Qin Guan, the contents of that diary are far more important than their own lives. Qin Guan drank from the bowl, and the aura nectar spread out in his body, soothing and refreshing. He rubbed the top of Yi Lingfang's head and explained with a smile. Oh, Yi Lingfang revealed a seemingly understanding look. This great commander Yi, who killed the enemy army on the battlefield and has thousands of generals under his command, is like a well-behaved little sister next door at this moment. Qin Guan had experienced betrayal and upheaval in his previous life, and his insight into the human heart was now quite a set of his own. He knows very well that people like Qin Guan, if they really threaten their lives instead, it won't have any effect. The big deal was just a death. Qin Guan wouldn't care. Therefore, in the body under a variety of prohibited poisons to manipulate, is absolutely the next inferior means. Instead of doing nothing but holding that parchment scroll in her hands, Qin Guan would instead be constantly upset and anxious herself. She didn't dare to imagine the consequences of the contents of this diary being published to the world and trickling into Su Kangxi's ears, so there was simply no need for Qin Guan to take the initiative to force her again. She would, naturally, know what to do. Alright, there's no need to think about Qin Guan's matter. Next I plan to make a trip to Luo City County. Qin Guan put his hand behind his back and made arrangements toward Yi Lingshang. These days, you recall the sisters who have been forced to stray to various places during the 500 years of the Phoenix Freshwater Military Camp. We now have spirit stones and supplies. Cultivate them vigorously. No need to be stingy. Strive for the fastest, and restore our army, which once killed the demon race with fear, to its peak condition. Over the years, the Feng Wangxin army had been oppressed by the Imperial court in various forces, and many of them had been forced to leave the army. However, in the hearts of these sisters, they still have a strong sense of belonging to the Phoenix Freshwater Army, and even always believe that they are still a part of the Phoenix Freshwater Army. It is just that the reality of many force majeure cannot return to the barracks. The situation was different now, and Qin Guan had more backbone to seek these sisters back. My lord! Yi Lingshang smiled with her eyebrows after hearing this, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. As the commander of this army, the Phoenix Freshwater Army was not only the sharp knives on the battlefield, but also the treasure of her heart. Almost every sister of the Phoenix Freshwater Army, she knew. For her, she was happier than anyone in her heart to be able to bring these sisters back together. Chapter 21, Entering the Luo River. The man in the prisoner's carriage. Luo City County, tens of millions of miles away from Great Phoenix, was located in the southernmost part. Qin Guan didn't use the teleportation arrays between the major cities in order to cultivate the Xingzi secret, but instead, he used his Saint Realm cultivation to forcefully cross over, all the way to the wind, constantly comprehending this ancient strange art in the rush to fly away. Finally, on the third day, he had cultivated the lineage character secret to the introductory level. Also on this day, the destination was reached. Compared to the Qing Yenshin family, the Luo City County where the Gao family was located was much richer. This side of the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Rich in materials, heavenly materials and treasures often come out. Whether it's the ordinary people or the Jianghu sects all converge here. As soon as he stepped into this area, the only thing he could feel was the prosperity and bustle that came to him. Especially as it got closer to Luo City, that feeling became more and more obvious. Luo City was the largest ancient city in this county and the base of the Gao family. Only the major local families and gentry in the city are eligible to move in. Today, after the treasure chest feast event was held, the whole city was put under martial law, and only those holding invitations were allowed to enter. In other words, at this time, the people converging in the city were all the dignitaries and the great clans of Great Phoenix. Qin Guan came closer, and after taking a look at the hidden formation restrictions in the air, he didn't choose to force his way in. Instead, he landed at the city gates and grandly handed that invitation to the gatekeeper. He did not cover his face and was not afraid of being recognized for who he was. It was because although the Divine Dragon Great General was well known, very few people had seen his true colors. Other than those in the dynasty, hardly anyone would recognize him in a remote place like Luo City County. So it's Senior Shen clan, please. As expected, after checking the invitation, the gatekeeper's face changed drastically, and he bowed his head respectfully, treating him only as a member of the Qin family. Qin Guan's face was indifferent, and after casually nodding his head, he stepped into it with great strides. This Luo City, it's quite imposing, but it's a pity that I was too busy with the campaign back then to have any time to visit. After entering the city, Qin Guan secretly evaluated it while walking along the streets. This small Luo City county, its richness is even close to catching up with the Great Phoenix Imperial city. The city is repaired extremely luxurious, enough to see how rich the people of the Gao family are. He had once led an army to defend against the demon race, and his main area of activity was also in the north, so Luo City County hadn't really been here before. Instead, it was the Xian Ice Guards under his command that had been ordered to come and station over here for a period of time in order to prevent the demon race from detouring around the back. That army, led by his second disciple Wei Xiaotian, was called the Great Phoenix Black Dragon, a meat grinder on the battlefield, with strong frontal combat capabilities. Unfortunately, today's Great Phoenix dynasty no longer had Xian Ice Guards, because the empress was jealous of this horrible army. She used various means over the years to finally force it to disband. His second disciple, Xiaotian, who possessed a natural sword bone, was also unknown after being dismissed. Even if Qin Guan had relived his life, he still didn't know the other party's whereabouts. But I guess with Yatsen's skills, life shouldn't be that bad, Qin Guan thought as he shook his head and lost his smile. His second disciple is extremely gifted, extremely understanding of the sword way, but also born sword bone. Even a branch into its hands can be transformed into a miracle. After the end of that battle 500 years ago, Xiaotian had already cultivated to the 8th level of the Saint Realm cultivation, and with this kind of strength in place, he thought that even if he was kicked out of the Great Phoenix Dynasty Hall, he would still be able to live extremely well, maybe in some corner of the world, married to a nest of dainty wives and beautiful families, has long been living a rich life. Thinking like this, Qin Guan unknowingly walked to an inn. Although the Gao family's Bao Chui Hua feast began on the 6th day of the 6th month, it was not actually organized in one day, but took many days. The other days were given to the visitors of the major families in the city to exchange pleasantries with each other and trade freely. It is only later that a grand meeting will be held for the actual auction. All Qin Guan had to do now was wait. After all, Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd he did not see with his own eyes. Rashly kill up. Too irrational. May have more changes. With concrete ideas, Qin Guan was like a guest who came to visit the event in these days. Spend your free time shopping and checking out the local flavor of this side of the Rockaways. By the way, listen to the major families and what dirty collaborations they have come up with. Unconsciously, it came to the 3rd day of the Bao Chui Hua feast. On this day, Qin Guan was sitting idly on the 2nd floor of a tea store when his eyes were suddenly attracted by the commotion on the road. As he gazed downward to view the past, he saw a group of Gao clan's children, pulling a prison cart with a foreign beast. The cage on the car was made entirely of 10,000-year-old cold iron, and even from a great distance one could feel the coldness emanating from it. And amazingly, there was a man in rags, with gray hair like a withered willow covering his face, who was looking shriveled and locked inside. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. After all, this is the Bao Chui Hua feast, and the city is full of powerful families and upper-class dignitaries. There was suddenly such an incongruous scene on the road that it really didn't look right in any way. Mr. Gao, what is your Gao family up to? Someone asked in a raised voice, his tone derisive. The direct descendant of the Gao clan who was the leader of the team. Hearing this then revealed a proud smile on the corner of his lips and replied with an arch of his hand. Gentlemen, this matter is confidential, but all you need to know is that this person will be the biggest breaking point on the day of the auction that is. As soon as this voice of his came out, a burst of uproarious voices immediately rose up around him, asking after him, but no matter how to ask, that high family disciple just laugh, no longer answer, with the prison car hurriedly across the street and go. From beginning to end, the figure in that prison wagon was curled up in a corner, not making a single sound, as if dead. The surrounding dignitaries, on the other hand, were murmuring curiously, wanting to know what exactly the Gao family was doing, and laughing at times. It was a mockery of the lower class by the higher class. No one wanted to know what the identity of the person in the prison van was and why he was paraded by the Gao family. They just want to have fun watching, and that's enough. Bunch of scum. On the second floor of the tea house, Qin Guan caught all the sounds of the surrounding streets in his ears, and his face couldn't help but grow more than a few degrees of coldness. The powerful families are so high up in the world that they treat all beings like ants, and mortals are nothing more than playthings to please them. 500 years ago or today, it really never changes. As the saying goes, when autumn comes on September 8th, all flowers will be killed after I bloom. Perhaps the great Phoenix dynasty really needs a change. At this moment, Qin Guan felt incredibly determined to choose the mission of 100,000 dragon riders surrounding the Imperial palace. He put down a spirit stone, got up and then took a distant look at the departing Gao family's prison car at the end of the street, focusing on the body of the imprisoned person for a moment before turning around and hurriedly leaving the tea house. Regardless of what exactly would happen at tomorrow's auction extravaganza, he would have to make preparations in advance. Chapter 22: The Final Auction. The Evil of the Gao Family. The day the treasure chest feast was held, the guests from all sides of the city headed towards the grandest building in the center, Luo City building. This building was extremely huge, made entirely from earth-ranked treasure materials, luxurious and extraordinary, a masterpiece of the Gao clan that was renowned in Luo City County. Today's final auction extravaganza is held here. Qin Guan arrived following the arrival of many guests. Many people had their faces covered and he followed suit. Only after entering did he realize that this Luo City building was not only gorgeous on the outside, but also had a different world inside. This was surprisingly a huge circular building pattern similar to the Colosseum on one side. Once the group of guests had settled into their upper seats, each of them had a clear view of what was going on the huge platform in the center. And at the moment, a woman in a red dress appeared in the air and slowly sped downward to land. After standing firmly, she smiled coquettishly and said, "Thank you, honored guests, for coming to participate in this treasure chest feast. For this event, our Gao family has collected many strange and wonderful treasures, everything from martial arts to battle treasures and divine weapons. It's safe to say that anything that appears on this side of the stage today is up for bid, including me. I hope all of you can get the shot of your choice." This red makeup and beautiful auctioneer was full of winks as she spoke, especially the last two sentences. It made the atmosphere of the scene directly warm up. Fairy Red Aya, are you telling the truth? The scene of some of the big families of the male children, but also undisguised uproar shouting, eyes are all the color of playfulness. It turned out that the auctioneer in front of him was quite famous in the local area and came from a third-rate martial arts sect. Because of her outstanding appearance and natural talent, she was called the Red Aya Fairy. Within that clan, it was the object of many disciples' pursuit, and was regarded as a goddess figure. However, the disciples of those small clans will never imagine, in their eyes unattainable Red Aya Fairy, to the eyes of the real dignitaries, but just a plaything that can be called to come and go. It even became a direct bidder at the auction. It had to be said that this opening that the Gao family came up with was truly original and extremely bombastic. The atmosphere at the scene was high as far as the eye could see, which caused the real auction to enter into a firestorm just as it began. One by one, exotic treasures were auctioned off at high prices. Qin Guan sat in the seat, indifferently watching all of this, as if he were outside the body. Just wait for the final finale of the Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd to appear, then immediately go out to snatch it, and then smash the Gao family's place of sound and color in one fell swoop. Half a quarter of an hour later, halfway through the auction, the atmosphere at the scene finally stopped being enthusiastic and began to gradually calm down. Seeing this, the Red Aya Fairy on the high stage, after exchanging a glance with one of the high family members under the stage, she suddenly clapped her palms and opened her mouth in a mysterious manner. Ladies and gentlemen, the next competitor to make his debut is not to be missed. Not a martial art, not a weapon, not a heavenly material, but a heavenly slave. Her words immediately caused an uproar. The atmosphere around the originally turned down, as soon as the extinguished furnace added new wood, directly visible to the naked eye to burn up again. It is because Tenno does not represent ordinary slaves. Rather, they were people who possessed very high cultivation and used to be high-ranking martial artists who, for one reason or another, ended up as slaves. Fairy, is there really a celestial slave? The Tian knew you're talking about. Wouldn't that be the prisoner that the Gao family's son paraded through the streets yesterday? Emotions ran high among the people of the many powerful families, and they all couldn't wait to ask. Fairy Red Aya was about to open her mouth to answer, when suddenly a man stepped out behind her. He was middle-aged in appearance, wearing a purple brocade robe, with a powerful aura and a look that had a sense of unruffled authority. It was none other than the contemporary head of the Luo Gao family, Gao Yuxiong, who was then the Minister of Household of the Imperial Court. Seeing this, Fairy Red Aya hastily retreated to the side and stopped speaking. Gao Yuxiong, on the other hand, arched his hand towards the surroundings and spoke out. Gentlemen, this heavenly slave was captured by my Gao family after a great deal of effort, and his person once had a saint realm cultivation, and he was an official heavenly general in the dynasty. His name is not unfamiliar to many here, I think. The Gao family had directly quieted the scene to the point where a pin could be heard with just a single opening of his mouth. Countless people stared in disbelief, hardly daring to imagine their ears. It was only after several breaths that someone cried out in alarm, breaking the tranquility of the scene. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? This is actually a heavenly slave with a saint realm cultivation? Or a heavenly general who was once a member of the dynasty? Wouldn't that be a colleague of ours? Who exactly is this person? Gao family master. Just don't sell yourself short and announce it quickly. Around the stands, there was a wave of hooting and hollering. It was really because the Gao family's move today was too astonishing, directly causing the atmosphere of the scene to reach the highest point since the start of the Bao Chui Hua feast. Even Qin Guan frowned deeply. A former heavenly general of the dynasty with a saint realm cultivation? For some reason, just looking at these conditions made him inexplicably a little annoyed and flustered. And that's when that Gao Yuxiong also finally stopped selling, only to see him take 2 steps, full of smugness. This man, who had killed his way out of the demon clan battlefield 500 years ago, holding in his hands an army that was called the strongest in my great phoenix, was once hailed as a hero. Now, is just a lost dog captured by my Gao family. As Gao Yuxiong's words reached this point, many people on the stage revealed a look of astonishment. Some people's eyes even flashed as if they had guessed something. Meanwhile, on the high platform, a group of Gao family's children pushed the prison cart onto the stage, and in the cage made of 10,000 years of cold ice, the man who had been paraded through the streets yesterday was sitting inside with his head hung low. Get your ing head up. One of the Gao family's children cursed and reached into the iron cage and grabbed the man's hair, violently gripping it upwards and bringing down large handfuls of black hair. The man with the hair covering his face also finally revealed his true face to everyone. It was a face covered in blood-stained scars, and the once handsome man could be vaguely seen in his features. He still had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and appeared to have been abused just prior to going to the ring. However, there was not the slightest fear in his eyes, as if he was a fearless brave man. Even if his flesh was strewn with wounds, he could not destroy his will. That pair of eyes resembled a wolf and a tiger, carrying iron blood and killing, indifferently and disdainfully looking at everyone outside the cage. Obviously, he had been placed under a ban and his cultivation was completely absent, yet he still had an extraordinary aura. The feeling of although the tiger is crippled, its power is still there is particularly strong. Many of the people present were intimidated by this pair of eyes, but after looking at that one face clearly, more of them were in an uproar. Because of this face, many of the veteran courtiers and powerful families present were not unfamiliar with it. This so-called heavenly slave was none other than the former commander of the Xian Ice Guards, the Great Phoenix's top military general, Xiaotian. Chapter 23. Without any humanity, Qin Guan strikes. Xiaotian's true face was revealed. The atmosphere of the entire Bao Chui Hua feast scene also changed with the naked eye, like a stone being thrown into a calm lake, setting off endless ripples. The various powerful families were all staring at each other with wide eyes, fearing that they had misread the situation. Lord Gao, is this really the Xian Ice Guard commander who swept the world back then? Xiaotian, you couldn't have found a lookalike somewhere to tease us, could you? Xiaotian, that is an unearthly fierce man at the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Did he really let your Gao family capture him? There was a wave of voices, shock and skepticism, and even more disbelief. Gao Yuxiong seemed to have anticipated this scene and stepped forward without any hurry at all, arching his hand toward the 4 directions. He laughed. This heavenly slave is none other than the fake Xiaotian. 500 years ago, Xiaotian once led troops to defend Luo County, but instead of properly fending off the demon race, he meddles in idle matters. Just because a direct descendant of my Gao family killed 2 pariahs in the street, he was beheaded by his sword. Gentlemen, what a sight for sore eyes. But at that time, Xiaotian had the backing of the divine dragon general and was immensely powerful, so my Gao family could only dare to be angry. Good thing the heavens have eyes. Let that bull Shenlong great general not wake up with his meridians broken by inches. And this Xiaotian's Xian Ice Guards were disbanded by his majesty. Now that this so-called Great Phoenix Black Tiger is nothing more than a lost dog without its sharp claws, it is only natural for my Gao family to avenge the past. Gao Yuxiong spoke eloquently, not shying away from the ins and outs of the feud between the two in the slightest. Between the words, the matter of the Gao family oppressing ordinary martial artists was downplayed as if it was normal. On the contrary, Xiaotian, who had acted righteously, had become nosy and unforgivable. What was even more frightening was that after his words fell, none of the many guests on the stands on all sides even stepped forward to accuse anything. Instead, they all recognized it and looked like they were taking it for granted. Seeing this, Gao Yuxiong became even more confident as he suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Today, I will sell this villainous Xiaotian as a heavenly slave. But that's it. There's also an extra piece of complete sword bone attached." As his words fell, he saw another beautiful waitress appearing on the stage, wearing a slit-long skirt and holding a jade plate in her hands, on which a white broken bone shimmered with luster, and there was a hidden sword intent emanating from it. The faces of a group of people on the stands changed in shock, all staring at the broken bone with heavy breathing. Gao Yuxiong then introduced, "All of you must know that Xiaotian was born with a sword bone body, which is the capital of his fame. And now, our Gao family has exerted its means and has dug this sword bone out of his body. Anyone who buys this heavenly slave today will be able to get this sword bone together. Starting bid, 5 any heaven-ranked supreme treasure." As the voice landed, the scene was once again in an uproar. Many people could see that what the Gao family was selling in this auction today was not Xiaotian, the heavenly slave, but the sword bone, born with a sword bone body. This was an extremely rare and unique physique, only slightly inferior to the 9 holy bodies, and unlike the kind of complete body flesh and blood of the sacred body, the power of the body of sword bones all came from the bone in the body that carried the natural sword Dao. Once it is forcibly removed and transferred to another person, it allows others to get this physique as well. It had to be said that with the Gao family head personally taking the stage, the commotion caused by this bidding was bigger than ever. One of the dignitaries on the surrounding stands looked at the crystal-clear sword bone, and all of them had their eyes dribbling around. But strangely, for a moment, no one called for a bid. After all, even though the sword bone was good, the base price of 5 heavenly great supreme treasures was really daunting. Even though all the people present were top dignitaries and powerful families of the Great Phoenix dynasty, they didn't dare to make a decision easily for a while. Is the asking price too hard? When Gao Yuxiong saw this, underneath the face that was piled high with smiles, there were a few moments of anxiety that secretly flashed through. He pondered for a moment and spoke out once again. "Gentlemen, 5 heavenly ranked supreme treasures are not considered to be asking for a sky-high price. After all, the scarcity of sword bones is known to the world. What's more, aside from the sword bone, this heavenly slave, Xiaotian, is also a major highlight. Although we removed the other party's cultivation with a forbidden means, his Saint Realm flesh body is still there, so buying it back to relieve the boredom or throwing it to the juniors as a sandbag to accompany them is the best choice. Even if there are those who are interested, they can go up on the stage right now and try it for free to see the color." The Gao family really did everything for the sake of marketing, and circled the topic back to Xiaotian himself. And as his words fell, they did cause the crowd at the scene to renew their interest. The only remaining concern is that this is an auction, not a trade show. The 5 heavenly ranked supreme treasures were only the base price, and if one were to actually enter, it would be uncertain how much one would have to pay at the end of the day. Most of the lineages were still watching, while a few had already begun to move, and there were also people who wanted to go on stage to test Xiaotian's authenticity. Gao Yuxiong stood on the stage as steady as Mount Taishan. He believed that someone would soon be the first to call for a bid or go on stage. Fittingly, he soon noticed someone moving in the stands. It was a man, dressed in Shen clothes. His face was concealed by his cultivation. The aura of the 6th level of the Saint Realm was faintly spreading, and he did not know which family he came from. He crossed the crowd and flew straight to the high platform. "This friend, but you want a test." Gao Yuxiong's face was full of joy, and he was about to continue marketing, but suddenly his body trembled, and his voice came to an abrupt end as he stared at the other party in death. Simply because he felt a strong killing intent on this man, it was clearly impossible to see the face, but he had no trouble imagining how cold this person's eyes were. "If your excellency wants to buy the sword bone, just bid for it, but if you have any daredevil thoughts about picking a fight, then I'll have to blame my Luo Shui Gao family for not knowing how to treat a guest." Gao Yuxiong was worthy of being the head of the Gao family, and after a brief moment of shock and doubt, he immediately regained his footing, and his voice came out with a hidden threat. On the 4 sides of the bleachers, all the major powerful families and dignitaries also realized that the atmosphere was not right, and each of them stretched their necks to gaze over. "Who is this man in Shen clothes? Why are you suddenly on stage? But you're radiating murderous intent? The Gao family, still preparing such a good show?" Some people were curious, while others showed amusement. At the same time, that Shen clothes man's aura grew colder and colder as he took a step forward and his voice came out for the first time. "Celestial ranked supreme treasure. I don't have it. Man and sword bones. I'm taking them." The words were simple, but revealed an unrivaled dominance. The entire audience was in an uproar. This Xian clothes man was almost specifying that he was provoking the Gao family. Gao Yuxiong even turned his face sharply, gloomy as a pool of stagnant water, and said in a chilling manner, "Does your excellency know that in Luo County, a copper plate falling from the sky has to be surnamed Gao? You don't have the money to buy a heavenly grade supreme treasure, and you still want to take away the sword bone? I think you're looking for death." Chapter 24, Punching and Killing Gao Yuxiong. Bully Snatchers. Luo Shui House. The moment Gao Yuxiong's voice landed, the aura of a powerful person belonging to the peak of the Sate realm also suddenly swept out, like a swimming dragon rushing into the sky. The threat in his voice was even more completely undisguised. However, the man in Xian clothes in front of him remained unmoved and fearless. The face that was hidden away was filled with chilling killing intent. The man in Xian clothes was none other than Qin Guan. From the moment the prison cart was pushed up and Xiaotian's true colors were revealed, the killing intent and anger in his heart erupted uncontrollably. His own second disciple, the once well-behaved and understanding teenager who followed him, the heavenly pride of the sword Dao who later killed the demon race in the battlefield with chills, the top martial general of Great Phoenix. Now it was surprising that the Gao family had dug out the sword bones and made them into heavenly slaves. How could Qin Guan tolerate this? Anger, killing intent, like two flames, they kept intertwining in his heart. Luo Shui Gao family. What a Luo Shui Gao family. If I don't cut you all down to the bone, I, Qin Guan, have been a man of the world in vain. His teeth crunched as he took a step onto the high platform. He couldn't wait for the dragon origin overlord halberd to come out. He had to kill the lord of the Gao family now and save Xiaotian. Ding! The host's second disciple, Xiaotian, had his sword bone dug up and was reduced to a heavenly slave, and was even publicly auctioned off to a number of powerful families. In the face of all this absurdity and injustice, the host is asked to make a master's choice. Choice 1, after saving Xiaotian, immediately disappear, rewarded with an 8th grade evading speed elixir, which greatly increases the speed of movement within 1 hour after taking it. Option 2, if the world is negative to me, I will slaughter the world, direct killing spree, rewarding the top grade of the heavenly order technique Chaotic Ancient Devil's Dictionary. Note, the Gao family has a heavenly class formation in Luo City, which is controlled by a half-step sacred ancestor. If you choose this item, there is a 30% chance that you will die with the Gao family, and a 70% chance that you will be defeated by the Gao family. Option 3, kill Gao Yuxiong first, then save Xiaotian, and finally escape without fighting, rewarded with a 9th grade sacred elixir, Life and Death Creation Dan, which has the ability to reverse and renew broken bones. The divine choice system, too, was triggered at this critical moment, and this time, perhaps the matter of the Gao family was too outrageous. Even the first option, which had always been focused on preserving himself, had become saving Xiaotian before escaping. But Qin Guan had no choice. His eyes wandered slightly over the last two options. Option 2, to get a quick fix. But in the end, not only did he fail to save Xiaotian, but he himself might also get hitched. After all, this place is not like the Qing Yenshin family, being unprepared to kill the door by themselves. The Gao family, in order to this treasure feast, can be said to be early in advance arrangements, the entire Luo Shui city, but also a heavenly stage array shroud, and half-step sacred ancestors sitting in the town. Qin Guan's rash and forceful killing was indeed not wise enough and extremely risky. Option 3 is more sensible. Because of the anger in his heart, he killed the Gao family head first. Because of his concern for his disciple, he immediately disappeared far away after killing him. As for the rest of the Gao family, naturally, they would not be spared. When Xiaotian is cured first, then we will make a slow progress, and everyone will have to pay the price. Thinking of this, Qin Guan already had a choice in his mind. I choose 3. The people of the Gao family were certainly detestable, but Xiaotian's life was more important. And with the 9th grade holy elixir Life and Death Creation Dan, it would be possible for one's disciple to renew his sword bones and regain his former elegance. The idea lands and the choice takes effect. However, this time, the choice, according to the literal meaning of the word, required Qin Guan to complete it first in order to receive the reward. Only hearing a loud boom, a wave of fierce aura exploded on his body, like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. It shook the 4 fields. Gao Yuxiong, I'll send you to hell. Qin Guan drank coldly, his figure rushing in an instant. In full view of everyone, he struck out at this Gao family head, the minister of the household department of the Great Phoenix, a high-powered Sate realm supreme power. The scene was too sudden and too explosive. Everyone hadn't expected that this Xian clothes man in front of them wasn't just talking, but was actually going to turn on the Gao family, and they were all confused. Unbridled, Gao Yuxiong was even more furious. A good event would produce such a change. This is simply in his face to hit the Gao family. Not only let him face disgrace, but also let the treasure Cui Hua feast style greatly reduced. This kind of behavior that smashed the Gao family's signboard naturally made Gao Yuxiong unable to endure it as well. His figure swung, and a similarly fierce aura erupted from within his body, his holy might surging out like a sea. With a grip in his hand toward the void, he pulled out a long sword and chopped toward Qin Guan. Purple flame burning sky sword technique, angrily shouting to the sky. There were flames suddenly rolling above that sword blade, presenting a bizarre purple color. Where the sword's shadow passed, even the space was burned out of ripples, enough to see the high temperature. This sword technique was one of the Gao family's treasures. At the upper level of the earth rank, cultivated to great completion, one can raise a mouthful of burning sky purple flame and attach it to a sword weapon. When he struck out, the sword power and the power of purple fire were entwined and intertwined. Not only was it powerful, but it was also quite difficult to deal with, enough to make the opponent's head hurt and difficult to fight. Gao Yuxiong can sit on the Ministry of Households this big position, relying on not only the high family background, and this own cultivation. With this sword, he had already killed an unknown number of enemies of the same rank. This person in front of him was only at the 6th level of the Saint Realm. His cultivation was far inferior to his, and he still dared to go wild. What an ignorance! Gao Yuxiong was so confident that it was as if he had already seen the scene where the other party was defeated by his own sword. At that time, we must remove his cover and see his true face, and then hang him on the wall of Luo City and storm his body for 3 days and 3 nights to deter the world. Die! Gao Yuxiong laughed fiercely. His sword came out like a swimming dragon, carrying gusts of purple fire, at a tricky angle, aiming straight for Qin Guan's vitals. On the opposite side, Qin Guan's feet stepped on the Xingzi secret. His stance was as fast as lightning, hard to catch, and there was no weapon in his hand. But his pair of iron fists, under the enhancement of the Xian Huang indestructible body, seemed to be sharper than the sharpest weapon in the world. Bang! 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 Several punches were thrown in a row, surprisingly catching Gao Yuxiong, who was holding a battle treasure weapon, off guard and making it difficult to fight. That pair of arms, fire can't invade, soldiers can't cut through. What kind of physique is this? Who the hell are you? Gao Yuxiong's face changed completely, his heart shook wildly, and he roared in an unacceptable manner. But Qin Guan remained silent, just throwing punches. The faster the punches are thrown, the harder the punches are thrown. In only the 10th round, he pierced through the upper rank sword power of the earth rank and punched Gao Yuxiong straight in the face. There was a loud boom. Amazing fist intent erupted, and Gao Yuxiong's entire head was charged head-on, directly exploding out of thin air. At the same time, the aftermath of this punch does not diminish. Straight to the back straight away. Not only will the spacious high platform blasted all the way out of the gully, but also the back of the grandstand also hit a big hole. In that place, I don't know how many unlucky gentry and nobles were even beaten into a bloody mist by the fist power. Everyone's bodies stiffened in unison, looking at this incredulously, seemingly stunned. Qin Guan's movements, on the other hand, still continued, and after killing Gao Yuxiong, the high-powered Gao family lord, with a single punch, he directly dodged and snatched the sword bone from the hand of the maid, who was already paralyzed with fear. Taking another step to flash to the side of the cage, he shattered the 10,000-year-old cold iron with the astonishingly great strength of the Xian Huang indestructible body, and then pulled up Xiaotian, who already had tears rolling from his eyes, and then cast the Xingzi secret art and fled towards the outside of the building. The whole thing flowed. From the time he threw the punch to saving Xiaotian, he didn't even take 3 breaths. It wasn't until the others had already disappeared into the sky that someone at the scene finally came back to their senses and erupted into a shocking clamor. The Gao family head is dead. Chapter 25, 3 days deadline. Tea shop girl. The bloodshed that occurred at Luo house spread throughout the city at the fastest speed possible, shocking countless magnates. The Gao family head is dead. That's a Saint Realm 8th level powerhouse. Who on earth is that maniac? To be so unconcerned? It's too terrifying. From striking out to killing, it's only 2 breaths. This is really killing a Saint Realm supreme power like a chicken. What's even more frightening is that such an overwhelmingly fierce person managed to escape after killing Gao Yuxiong, and the Gao family has already searched for half a day without the slightest trace. But the Gao family has already urgently activated a large formation to seal the city, and let it be known that they will find this person even if they dig up the ground. So as long as he's still in Luo City, he'll definitely not be able to run away. The city was so full of clamor that it could not be suppressed. Gao Yuxiong's death was just too involved, especially in full view of all the major families and clans. It was said that the half-step saint ancestor of the Gao family was even more furious, threatening to thwart this maniac. The Gao family's heavenly ranking formation had also been activated a long time ago, blocking off the entire city, only entering and leaving. All the elites of the Gao family were out in force, led by the clan's direct descendants and sacred realm powerhouses. and they were bound to apprehend this person. This city full of many families and magnates, can only follow the implicated, cannot go out of the city, to stay until the end of the matter. Night, north of Luo City, in a deserted street, the void flickered slightly, and Qin Guan's figure stepped out from it. He was carrying the breathless Xiaotian on his shoulder, and after a pair of eyes flickered slightly, he was traveling towards a mansion on the street. During the day, the Gao family searched the entire city, and Qin Guan was concerned about his second disciple Xiaotian's injuries and didn't dare to go easy, so he used his skillful spatial recluse technique to hide in the void sandwich. After a small half-day's observation, he realized that the mansion before him had the lowest probability of being searched, because the front garden of this mansion is a tea house. On weekdays, the portal was wide open, and the passing Gao family members would hardly pay any deliberate attention to it. There is a feeling of blackout. I also don't know who the owner of this tea store is, but don't worry, after I finish dealing with Ichen's broken bones, I'll leave on my own, and I'll never let you be implicated. Qin Guan silently chanted a sentence in his heart, and with a flash of his figure, he entered the mansion. It was the backyard of the tea house, a small place with a side room next to it, stacked with miscellaneous items. He brought Xiaotian into it and placed him on a piece of grass to lie down. The heavenly order formation blocks divine probes. I only hope that the owner of this tea store doesn't run amok. Qin Guan glanced slyly beyond the utility room and thought darkly. Being banned from his divine thoughts, he couldn't tell if the owner of this mansion was in the middle of the room, and could only pray that he wouldn't run around in the middle of the night without sleeping. And then, he took out the crystal clear sword bone and used his mind to extract the system reward again. Withdrawal successful. As the mechanical voice of the system rang out, a round Dan pill in black and white, like yin and yang, appeared in his hand. At the same time, a stream of subtle Tao rhythms spread across it, and there was even an interweaving of the meaning of life and death, causing space to tremble. Qin Guan hurriedly suppressed it with his own Saint Realm laws, which prevented the vision from surfacing completely. This is the 9th grade Holy Dan. This kind of elixir is hard to find even in heaven and on earth, and can almost be called the ultimate of the world's elixirs. After all, the more top-tier 10th grade divine elixir, that was an existence that had become extinct, at least with Qin Guan's identity and status. He had never heard of it in these 500 years. Sure, even if it was a 9th grade Holy Dan, it was a rare existence in heaven and earth, and a whole huge Feng dynasty might not be able to find one. If the news of this life and death creation pill were to leak out, it would be enough to cause an uproar, causing all the great powers to fight for it with their lives. Its value was not inferior to the natural sword bone in front of him. It will even be better. As for such an expensive and rare elixir, at this time, Qin Guan fed it to Xiaotian without the slightest hesitation. Pills or battle treasures, they were all used for people. In his opinion, no matter how good the elixir was, it was far less valuable than his second disciple's life. With the life and death creation pill in his stomach, Qin Guan immediately slapped the sword bone into Xiaotian's body again. The bones themselves were their own, and at the moment they were merely returned to their rightful owners, so there was not the slightest resistance. The medicinal power of the life and death creation pill was also taking effect, reversing the yin and yang life and death bridge in the underworld. The meridians were renewed, and the broken bones were reborn. Master, honors. A weak murmur resounded, and Xiaotian slowly opened his eyelids as he looked at the blurry silhouette in front of him, a relieved smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As early as when Qin Guan appeared on the high platform of the Luo City building, he recognized that this was his master. Even if his face was covered, even if he was dressed in Shen clothes, even if he hadn't seen each other for 500 years, it was still hard to hide that sense of familiarity. At that moment Xiaotian couldn't control the teardrops that welled up. He knew that his most respected man had come to take him home. Don't talk, get your bones right. Qin Guan manipulated the medicinal power and softly comforted. It was not a simple process to bring the sword bone back to its original form. Moreover, Xiaotian had been tortured by the Gao family these days, and not only had his body been placed under many restrictions, many of his meridians had also been heavily damaged. Although these problems could be solved by the life and death creation pill, it would take time. With me guiding the medicinal power, it will take at least 3 days. It seems that we can only pray that we won't be discovered by the Gao family in these 3 days. Qin Guan frowned. He wasn't afraid of the Gao family. He was just worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of Xiaotian in a real battle. So, these 3 days will have to be stoically passed. No matter what, time passes little by little. Without realizing it, the light of day breaks outside the window and morning arrives. Qin Guan, who was channeling the medicinal power for Xiaotian, suddenly opened his eyes and dashed behind the door in one step. For at this moment, he heard a footstep. The footsteps were so subtle that it should have been the owner of the tea house getting up, and he was traveling in the direction of this very side room where the clutter was piled up. To kill or not to kill? Qin Guan frowned and stood behind the door with some hesitation. This teahouse owner was after all just an innocent person. If killed, although it would drive away the risk, it would be too cruel for him. But if he kills them, will they keep it a secret? This was the territory of the Gao family, and to privately hide a target wanted by the Gao family, it was estimated that anyone in Luo County would know what the consequences would be. Crunch! And just as Qin Guan was pondering in his mind, the door panel was pushed open unexpectedly. A plain figure broke into view. It was a woman, looking no more than in her early 20s, holding an iron basin in her arms, a round doll face with bright features and a pair of large eyes revealing clarity and innocence. She didn't seem to expect that there would be other people in the side room and froze in place after meeting Qin Guan's eyes. The next second, holding the iron pot when Crash fell to the ground, Rosie's small mouth opened into a round egg shape. There was no yelp, as it had been so shocked that it lost its voice. The petite body backed up in panic. Hands were raised in a surrender position, and in that pulled-up hair, there were even 2 fluffy ears that popped out inadvertently. Chapter 26, Innocent and Cowardly. The Fox of Green Hills. Demons? Qin Guan was first surprised that the owner of this teahouse was so young, and then his gaze was attracted by the other party's plush ears that suddenly popped out. If it had been someone else, they might not have been able to react for a moment. However, as the Divine Dragon Great General, his longtime warring opponents were the demon race from the land of the Cold Abyss in the north, and he knew them too well. Even just this glance, Qin Guan was able to recognize that it was a fox demon, a small fox demon who was not very old, had just transformed into a form, and was not yet deeply involved in the world. It's innocent, without even a hint of basic urbanity. With just a little bit of shock, the brown fox ears surprisingly popped out. One must know that a demon race that dared to walk in a human city was extremely cautious when it came to disguises. Not to mention a little bit of shock, even if the knife is on his neck, he may not reveal the brokenness of his own belonging to the demon race. You little fox demon, appearing in a human city, are you looking for death? Qin Guan narrowed his eyes slightly as a wisp of holy might spread out, pressing the other party down like a large invisible hand. The iron-blooded fight with the northern demon race 500 years ago made him naturally hostile to the demon race, so from the first moment of seeing this little fox, he couldn't help but suspect the other's motives. Is it possible that the demon race is going to make a comeback and start a great war with the Great Phoenix? I'm sorry. The fox maiden felt the oppressive holy might and became even more afraid. A pair of big clear and innocent eyes immediately floated with watery mist and tears rolled down like little pearls as she kept bowing and apologizing. Tonic shark's nest, please mess with. She puffed out her round cheeks, and a slurred prayer of pity escaped her lips. Master, this guy doesn't seem like he's very smart. In the back, Xiaotian was also attracted by the scene and opened his mouth with a miserably white face, resulting in another large mouthful of blood spraying out as the words landed. Qin Guan was helpless, and after stepping around the little fox, he first closed the door of the side room. Then he channeled some more spiritual energy to Xiaotian to guide the medicinal power of the 9th grade sacred pill. Only after the injuries in his body had stabilized did he urge him to stop talking. He seems to be like this because he doesn't have enough qi in blood. That pill can only replenish the meridians in blood. It doesn't replenish qi in blood. Observing the scene, the fox demon girl suddenly raised a hand and spoke weakly. You know medicine? Qin Guan narrowed his eyes at her, his expression cold, and a fierce intent inadvertently came out. Don't get it. The fox maiden was so startled again that she put up her airplane ears and could see the fuzz on them standing on end, shaking her head back and forth. Understand it or not? Qin Guan frowned. I get it or I don't get it. The little fox blinked at him, teary-eyed. For the first time, Qin Guan felt that the communication between people and the earth was so laborious. Oh, it's people and demons. He exhaled a long breath, forcibly stabilizing his mind and said, You, a Qingqiu legacy fox clan, a hallowed king demon clan, why are you so timid? You know me? As soon as the little fox heard Qin Guan directly tell her heel's origin, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide again, surprise written all over her round little face. My master was at war with the demon race back then, and he knows the cold abyss 10,000 demons like the back of his hand, so how can you say that you wouldn't recognize the Qingqiu legacy fox race? Xiaotian, who was absorbing the medicinal power with his eyes closed, couldn't help but interject once again when he heard this, with a few points of pride in his voice. And when the little fox heard this, her ears perked up and she sucked in the snot hanging from the tip of her nose so violently that she even stopped crying. The look, as if he had thought of something, and for a moment he didn't even speak. Qin Guan didn't care about this and still said in a cold voice, Do you know medical skills or not? Our Qingqiu legacy fox clan is proficient in alchemy, especially qi and blood-type elixirs. Speaking here, the little fox suddenly stood up and ran towards the inner side of the side room with a thump. 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 There was a lot of clutter piled up there, and Qin Guan had only made a cursory sweep before. It was only now that a closer look revealed that all of these things were actually related to alchemy, such as medicinal herbs, or dan furnace bushels, and so on. The fox maiden squatted on the ground, a moment to pull out some licorice, a moment to grab a handful of firewood, lit the dan furnace constantly drumming. A good half day later, in the rolling smoke while coughing, while rolling and crawling over, spread out the clenched fists. Inside there are two pitted surface, black pills. Here, she opened her mouth brittly, with the milky, sticky breath of an underdeveloped middle child in her voice, her face dirty and full of oven dust, but her gaze bright. Qin Guan looked at the two pills that could be called pills and fell into deep thought. He could indeed feel a slight medicinal scent on it, and the refining process is all in the eyes. With the guts of this little fox, the amount of her would not dare to play tricks. Master, can I not eat? Xiaotian spoke out once again, and even if his voice was hoarse, he could feel the fear and dislike in it. Can't. Qin Guan actually understood, but still refused categorically and shoved the two black balls into Xiaotian's mouth with a handful of ruthless iron hands. Vomit. Xiaotian's already pale face turned even more bitter, with a bit of green mixed in, like he was dying. Then, it was seen that his Qian blood seemed to roll over a few times, his whole head tilted, and his tongue fell out. Qin Guan, fox maiden. The atmosphere was stiff for a moment. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Qin Guan turned back violently, his murderous might erupting, his anger undisguised as he shouted, "You dare to poison? I didn't." The fox maiden was scared like a quail and cried out again, sobbing continuously. "The one I refined is a 5th grade Qi and blood elixir. It's only because there's too much Qi and blood loss in his body that he's like this, and recovering from it will, well, be fine." As soon as her sobbing voice landed, Xiaotian beside her took a sharp, big breath and raised his head like a spring. The originally pale face had a little more redness, and one could tell that the Qi and blood had indeed recovered quite a bit. Qin Guan looked left and right, and finally his face turned white with anger. He stared at the young girl and gritted his teeth. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Apologize to me. Apologize for apologizing. I'm sorry." The Fox Clan girl was also very cartilaginous and shouted loudly, and her aura was surprisingly full when she apologized. Qin Guan originally had a stomach full of words, but at this time he couldn't even say them. In the face of this innocent and unworldly fox demon girl who was still eager to help him, it was really not a good idea to kill or not to kill. And just in time, that fox girl is violently up. Round face reveals the color of determination. Backward 2 steps after the plop kneeling. The king of the Qingqiu Fox remnant clan, Xiao Xiao, is willing to use his life as payment to ask the human divine dragon general to avenge the fall of his entire clan. Only the young girl's voice was sincere to the core. The 2 plush ears that were erected trembled slightly, and her little head heaved towards the ground. Chapter 27, Fox Demon Wang Xiaoxiao, wicked daughter of the Gao family. Quiet backyard of the tea store. Inside the side room, the young fox girl named Wang Xiaoxiao heavily knocked her head on the ground, her watery eyes filled with sincerity. When Qin Guan heard this, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and he forced the question with a mighty disbelief. "How do you know that I am the great general of the divine dragon?" It was no wonder Qin Guan inquired. It had been 500 years ago when he reigned supreme in that capacity. 500 years is too long. So long that the heart is fickle and the water drips away. Even in the great Phoenix dynasty, many of the people had long since stopped remembering the deeds of the divine dragon general. This Fox Clan girl was not very old. Even if she was placed in the demon clan, she was still very young. Yet she was able to tell Qin Guan's origin in a single word, which was by no means simple. "In our demon race, there are portraits of you in many of the great clans so that our future generations of demons can always remember this blood feud." The fox demon girl, Wang Xiaoxiao, didn't dare to hide anything, stretching out 3 fingers like an oath, timidly explained. Then he pointed at the dead-looking Xiaotian. I also just heard what this lord said before. I thought your face looked familiar and remembered your identity." "That's not a bad way to put it." After Qin Guan nodded his head slightly, his eyes suddenly revealed a cold light again, and he said with a murderous aura, "Since you know my identity and that I am immortal with the demon race, how dare you negotiate with me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you first to vent my anger?" The voice was cold and wrapped in holy might, making the entire small side room seem like it was in the middle of an iceberg. Wang Xiaoxiao's 2 fox ears slumped down in fear, holding her head with both hands and weakly saying, I'm afraid, but I have no choice. The Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle clan bullied people too much and exterminated my entire clan of Qingqiu legacy foxes. And I was transported by my mother's dying mother to this human territory millions of miles away by using the burning of my essence blood as a price to catalyze the secret spatial method. but the revenge for the extermination of the clan, even if it's a fox, it can't not be avenged. The fox girl was very timid, but when she said here, she rarely showed a few points of rigidity. The more she said, the more imposing she became, and finally clenched her fists, her eyes shining brightly. I remember that the Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle is the current supreme demon race, so why did it want to destroy your Qingqiu legacy fox race? Qin Guan's gaze fell on Wang Xiaoxiao, observing for a long time before he opened his mouth, asking the key in a single word. In the land of the Cold Abyss in the Northern Realm, there were 10,000 kinds of demon races living, with varying degrees of strength due to their bloodline talent. Among them, such as the Qingqiu Legacy Fox Clan, or that Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle, were all kingly demons. All kingly demons were qualified to compete for the supreme throne of the demon race's Corespector. 500 years ago, the demon supreme that Qin Guan had destroyed was from the Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle clan. I didn't expect that 500 years later, this Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle clan would destroy the Qingqiu Legacy Fox clan, which was also a king's demon. And being asked about this, the fox demon girl Wang Xiaoxiao, her eyes immediately revealed a strong indignation and was very unwilling. Our Qingqiu Legacy Fox clan, which is itself a very amiable demon clan, has always advocated for peace and harmony during the Man-Demon War 500 years ago, to trade with the human race in a friendly manner and not to start a war. But the golden-beaked eclipsed eagles who became the co-residents of the demon race don't listen at all. That bunch of silly eagles of theirs, they only know how to work brutally. In the end, he even blamed us, the Qingqiu Legacy Fox clan, for the whole matter of losing to the Divine Dragon Great General. Our feud with the golden-beaked eclipse eagle clan also unfolded at this time, and we have been exchanging blows for hundreds of years, until 50 years ago. The younger brother of that previous demon supreme who died by your hand, led the Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle clan to sit on the throne of the co-exalted again, and on the third day after he assumed his position, he launched a sudden attack on our Qingqiu remnant Fox clan, launching a bloodbath. My father died in battle, my mother's essence blood was exhausted, my elder brother, my sister, and many, many clansmen, all died as well. I am the only survivor. Woo woo. Wang Xiaoxiao was so deeply moved that she bawled, and her little pearls were crashing down, combined with that childish, rounded little neat face. It was really a sight to behold. I didn't realize that there was such discord within the demon clan. Xiaotian, who had his eyes closed, sighed slightly. Although they led the army to defend against the demon race, they had to admit that some demons were indeed kinder by nature. Unfortunately, war is not about right or wrong, only positions, and true encounters still involve wielding long knives. And fortunately, right now is not a battlefield. Qin Guan gazed at the fox maiden in front of him for a long time, and finally collected his entire body's killing intent. The Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle has a life and death grudge against me. If we meet in the future, I will slaughter his entire clan. Ice coldly put out such a sentence, but let the innocent fox girl in front of her immediately showed a color of surprise. She cowed out again and again and thanked continuously under her breath. Elder, don't worry. Little will definitely guard the secret and definitely not let those people from the Gao family discover you. The fox maiden's fluffy ears twitched and snapped a salute of reassurance. The mold looked a little indescribably funny. This is a small protective formation with a slight concealment effect. Go and set it up. When Qin Guan saw Wang Xiaoxiao take a stand, his heart was finally slightly relieved for a few moments, and then he took out a few array flags from his storage ring and handed them over to the other party. He had previously exterminated the Shen family and searched the other party's storage rings, obtaining quite a few good things. This small formation is one of them. Shen rank upper grade, although the grade is not high, but the victory is small and convenient. Even mortals can set up at will. Wang Xiaoxiao's cultivation level wasn't high, almost equivalent to the spiritual movement realm of the human race. At this time, she received the formation flag with a solemn face, and shouted after guaranteeing the completion of the task in a childish voice with that superb child's voice. And then thump, thump, thump and ran away. Seeing this, Qin Guan shook his head with a helpless expression. This fox young girl innocent and stay also timid. Qingqiu Legacy Fox Clan how to choose to keep her to be the only seedling. Master, can this demon race person be trusted? Xiaotian struggled to open his eyes and looked at the tiny figure busily arranging formation flags outside the side room and could not help but open his mouth. Let's beat a dead horse for now. Qin Guan sighed. It would take 3 days to fully absorb the life and death creation pill, so he had to make it through no matter what. Retracting his gaze and no longer paying attention to the movements outside the door, he began to reapply the laws of the sacred realm after lifting the palm of his hand, guiding the medicinal power and speeding up the process of Xiaotian's broken bones being renewed. Tranquility returned to the small tea house. The entire Luo City was still in a state of panic, and the streets and alleys were filled with patrolling Gao clan disciples. But all this clamor seemed to have nothing to do with the tea house. Wang Xiaoxiao, as usual, open for business, although there are no customers, but also still serious, cleaning the front. Some of the children of the Gao family passed by and saw the tea house with such a large and open frontage, so they really wouldn't be too skeptical and left with a quick glance. In a flash of time, it was the third day. Today is the last day that senior said. Xiao Xiao, you must persevere. Wang Xiaoxiao woke up early in the morning and gave herself a pep talk. After a bit of washing and cleaning, he pushed open the front door of the tea house, but what appeared before her eyes was not a brightly lit street, but a vast expanse of dim shadows pressing in like a mountain, only to see a tall woman with short silver-colored hair, dressed in brocade clothes, was holding her arms and leading a large group of Gao family men, her gaze filled with indifference and disgust as she forced her way in. Chapter 28 Little Fox's Pride. Cold light breaks the air. A bunch of wine bags. It's been 3 days and no results, and I have to do it myself. In front of the door of the tea house, the silver-haired woman's eyes just swept lightly over Wang Xiaoxiao's body, and without even stopping for a moment, she took a step towards the tea house on her own. The large group of Gao family's children behind them, each with their heads lowered, did not dare to say anything at all. Everyone had an intense fear in their eyes as they looked at the silver-haired woman, because this woman was not a very human being, but the only daughter of the Gao family's head, Gao Yuxiong, the Gao family's eldest young lady, Gao Menglan. Her own natural talent was outstanding, and she was known as the first female heavenly pride of Luo City County, but compared to the name of genius, her notoriety was even better. Relying on her birth and talent, Gao Menglan has always acted recklessly and domineeringly, often beating people to death on the street at the drop of a hat. It was feared by the younger generation of the major powers in Luo City County, secretly described as a poisonous high ridge flower. In this action, the disciples of the Gao family searched for several days to no avail. The news reached Gao Menglan's ears, causing her to be enraged. A murderer, trapped in Luo City by the Heavenly Order formation, but unable to track down the trail for 2 days in a row. If word got out, those who didn't know would think the Gao family was incompetent. So early this morning, Gao Menglan decided to personally lead the team to meet this father killer. It had to be said that as the first eldest daughter of the Gao family, the reputation of the celestial pride, Gao Menglan was indeed different, and just as she began her search, she locked her eyes on the street stores that were most easily overlooked in the past. That's why there's this scene right now. She led a large group of people and walked into this unassuming little tea store, her gaze like a falcon, looking around coldly. After seeing that everything was as it should be, he took a pair of long legs and headed for the back room. You, what are you doing? Seeing this, Wang Xiaoxiao hurriedly took 3 steps and 2 steps to block the front, summoning up the courage to say, the back room is where I live by myself. You are not allowed to go. Gao Menglan's footsteps lurched, and for the first time, she looked down and seriously surveyed the girl who couldn't even reach her chest when she jumped up, narrowing her eyes and saying, "You're talking to this young lady?" Yeah, pop. Wang Xiaoxiao had just opened her mouth, and before the second half of her sentence could be uttered, a clear slap mark had already appeared on her cheek. The already round and tender face became even more red and swollen, and blood couldn't stop flowing from the corner of his mouth. A pariah! How dare you talk to my lady? Accompanying it was the incomparably icy voice of Gao Menglan after the slap. She looked down on Wang Xiaoxiao from above, the disgust under her eyes undisguised, as if she was looking at a roadside wild dog. The many children of the Gao clan behind them also surrounded them in an unsuspecting manner. Eldest miss, this little girl is so nervous. I'm only afraid that there's something wrong with the back room of the tea house. A dog-legged man nodded his head and went forward, opening his mouth as if inviting credit. Talkative, is there a problem? Can't this lady see it? When Gao Menglan heard this, her gaze coldly swept over her face as if she wanted to kill someone. Directly, this courteous Gao family's son was shocked into a cold sweat and hastily palmed himself, not daring to say another word. And then, Gao Menglan once again turned back to look at Wang Xiaoxiao, who had watery mist floating in her eyes and tearful eyes. The corner of his mouth suddenly lifted up a touch of playfulness, slowly lowered his body, and said softly, "Little sister, tell me, are those 2 people wanted in the whole city hidden by you? Don't worry, as long as you tell the truth, I won't kill you and will reward you, but if you try to lie to me, I'll skin your pretty face raw and make a footbag to step on it day and night." Gao Menglan's voice was clearly not loud, but it caused everyone who heard it to be creeped out, and even those Gao family's children couldn't help but take a step back one by one. Wang Xiaoxiao felt the hot air blowing from the other party's ears as he spoke, and the cruel words, and her thin body trembled uncontrollably. The Gao family is still looking for them after all. In the backyard, within the side room, the eyes of Qin Guan, who was in the process of inducing the medicinal power, snapped open. Although he had been suppressed by the Heavenly Order formation, the 5 senses of the Saint Realm martial artists themselves still existed. between the slightest movement of a pair of ears. He had already listened to all the movements within the small tea house, so the mood is heavy. He had also heard of the reputation of the flighty and domineering evil daughter of Gao Yuxiong's only daughter, Gao Menglan, in the Imperial City. And under this ferocious and strong authority of the other party, would Wang Xiaoxiao be so timid that she would still help him continue to keep the secret? Qin Guan didn't particularly trust this. Thinking of this, he slightly transported power in one palm, already prepared for the worst. In the meantime, the front room of the tea house, faced with Gao Menglan's ferocious might that pounced on them, even the Gao family could not withstand it, and each of them shuddered. Wang Xiaoxiao's petite body was shaking like a sieve, and her small face was white. Panic was written all over her big eyes, but as his throat rolled up and down, the words that came out unexpectedly became, "I don't know," only to see that she raised her chest. Obviously half of her face was swollen up high. Her appearance was wretched, but she still stared at Gao Menglan without fear. The other party's originally confident expression also froze for a moment. In the next moment, her entire face completely grimaced as she straightened up and kicked out violently. "Tell you something nice and you really think you have a face?" Gao Menglan looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, who had been kicked out several meters away by herself, with a cold and arrogant breath that forced her to do so. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao, her thin body did not know how many door panels were broken. Directly from the front house was kicked to the backyard. Couldn't control the large mouth to cough up blood. She only felt that her internal organs were broken. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of the soles of shoes treading on the ground came, and Gao Menglan walked indifferently into the narrow backyard with a 4-footed step, and at a glance, he saw the side room that was shrouded by the light blue array light. "Oh, looks like it's really found it." Her eyes lit up and she was in a flurry of excitement. A small side room, but so mysteriously arranged with formations. 9 times out of 10 is the place where the murderer hides. The other party was so powerful that even her father was no match. But at this moment, it was arranged so carefully, so it could only mean one thing. This person was either healing the injuries of that day slave, Xiaotian, or he was not in a position to move. Either way, this will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At that moment, he was impatient, did not even look at Wang Xiaoxiao on the ground, decisively took a big step toward the side room. However, who would have expected that only 2 steps later, a bloodied palm reached out and grabbed her ankle? "No, I only saw that." Wang Xiaoxiao's voice was weak, but those 2 little hands were clenched to death, with no intention at all of spreading out. Gao Menglan's figure lurched as she looked down at her pant leg that had been scratched with a bloody handprint, and anger suddenly crossed her face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Who let you touch my clothes?" With a bang, another kick was delivered, once again kicking Wang Xiaoxiao out more than 10 meters and crashing into the courtyard wall. I thought that I could be unhindered again this time, but it turned out that the tiny body seemed to have endless energy within it, and it actually climbed up once again. Tiny hurts, Tiny is dying, but Tiny doesn't want to be a deserter anymore. Father and mother or human friends, Tiny wants protection for once. Wang Xiaoxiao gasped for breath. His body was bloodstained, and in a trance he seemed to see that day when the Qingqiu legacy Fox clan was destroyed again. On that day, the Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle clan was just like the Gao Menglan in front of him, towering over him and walking step by step with ruthless indifference. She was shivering and hiding in a large jar, not daring to say a word. Eventually, he watched his father die in battle, his clan fall, and his mother teleport herself away with a final burst of burning blood. She'd been a deserter once and didn't want to be a deserter a second time. Fear is a biological instinct, resistance is a hymn to courage. Wang Xiaoxiao, the one with the least guts, didn't take a step back this time. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gathered enough courage to straighten her body, endured the severe pain in her internal organs, and her eyes burned as she stared up at Gao Menglan. "That's ridiculous." Gao Menglan's expression became even more hostile. She didn't have the slightest interest in watching this drama of fearless resistance. The strength belonging to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm exploded without reservation this time, directly drawing out a long knife and then hacking towards Wang Xiaoxiao's neck. A big good head, about to hit the ground. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Wang Xiaoxiao's teardrops rolled down, but she didn't retreat a step and closed her eyes tightly. Father and mother, little is incompetent and has survived for many years. Finally coming to see you. She was ready to die. And right this minute, the chowder space exploded, and a cold light violently shot out from the middle of the side room. Like a high-speed rotating bullet, it pierced through the void, wrapped in endless killing power, and at an extremely fast speed, directly entered Gao Menglan's brow. Chapter 29, Flick of the Finger kills the Gao family's eldest miss. Half-step Holy Father attacks. Quiet, unparalleled silence. No one would have thought that such a shocking change would suddenly occur in such an inconspicuous small courtyard. The cold light was too fast and too strong, as if it came from beyond the sky, instantly piercing through the layers of emptiness and piercing through the forehead of the high family's eldest young lady one step in advance. Her cold and proud demeanor stiffened. Her outbursts could no longer continue, and her eyes widened uncontrollably, as if they were immobilized. They kept their standing movements stopped in place. Tightly closed eyes of Wang Xiaoxiao waited left and right, but also did not imagine the pain that should come from death. Couldn't help but quietly open one eye to peek in. Then he saw Gao Menglan keeping a ferocious look on his face, a bloody hole in his eyebrow continuously flowing out bright red blood. Wang Xiaoxiao shivered in fear. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly stepped back. Missy, at the back. A son of the Gao family bravely walked up and looked at Gao Menglan's front. After seeing that appearance of the other party, a touch of coldness surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but tremblingly stretch out his fingers to probe the other party's nostrils. In the next moment, this Gao family disciple's eyes instantly widened as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Dead! Missy is dead! His whole body screamed in shock. His legs were too weak to stand. He fell and just got up and fell again, repeating this process in a sorry state. And in the face of such a comical scene, none of the Gao family's children could laugh. Their reactions were neatly synchronized, backing away in unison, staring at the small side room with only one doorway open like mortals fearing jackals, tigers, and leopards, each terrified. With just one strike, he lightly decapitated the high family's eldest miss. There was not an ounce of concern, let alone a hint of procrastination. What kind of absolute murderer is this? That so-called poisonous high ridgeflower, the infamous first daughter of the Gao family, the #1 female heavenly pride of Luo City County, had died just like that. That's something you wouldn't even think about in normal times. For these Gao family's children, the impact could be incomparably huge. Escape! Run! The next moment, I don't know who let out a sharp pop. All of the incoming Gao family's children were all like falling dogs, frantically fleeing, scrambling to be the first, afraid of slowing down. Apparently, in their eyes, this small tea house was no less dangerous than some ancient forbidden areas. Finally retreated? In the silent small side room, Qin Guan, who was channeling the medicinal power for Xiaotian, let out a slight sigh of relief, and his tightly locked brows unfolded flatly. He was originally channeling the medicinal power for Xiaotian to a critical moment, and he simply had no time to be distracted. He could only watch as Wang Xiaoxiao was repeatedly bullied and humiliated by Gao Menglan, and was even about to perish. And right at this critical moment, the divine choice system triggered again. In the face of this fox demon girl who stood up for herself but had to take her life and die, there were two paths in front of her at this point. Option 1, stand by and watch with folded arms. With the main focus on preserving the disciple, reward the formation outside the side room to be upgraded to pseudo-celestial rank, which is strong enough to support until the completion of the medicinal power channeling. Choice 2, to repay the king's intention on the golden platform and carry the jade dragon to die for the king. Although Wang Xiaoxiao is only a young girl of the demon race, she is willing to give up everything for a promise, and her life should not wither away. Make a move to relieve her. This move will not interrupt the medicinal power channeling, and at the same time, after completing the selection, the process of rewarding medicinal power channeling will be accelerated to end after 10 breaths. The two choices surfaced in front of Qin Guan's eyes all together at that time. Qin Guan made his decision with just a sweeping glance. Saving must be saved. Wang Xiaoxiao was very righteous, and this kind of righteousness had completely exceeded his initial expectations. It could be said that when Gao Menglan appeared with his team, Qin Guan was ready to fight to the death. After all, the impression Wang Xiaoxiao gave people was too timid. It was hard for Qin Guan to believe that such a fragile little demon could help him hold on to his secret until the end. The reality, however, turned out to be completely contrary to his suspicions. Although the side room was still discovered, Wang Xiaoxiao never took a step back from the beginning to the end. The persistence of this young fox girl caused Qin Guan to be completely moved, so his choice was decisive. Which brings us to the scene that just struck. Cold light like electricity, breaking everything, as a sacred realm supreme power, but with a casual snap of his fingers. It wasn't something that a yin-yang realm martial artist like Gao Menglan could resist. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. The reward has been issued. The system prompt flashed, and the immediate guidance of the medicine began to accelerate abruptly. What was expected to be finished only this evening will be brought forward to be done automatically after 10 breaths. At that time, Xiaotian, who had completely absorbed the medicinal power of the 9th grade sacred pill, would completely recover his peak state. All of his dark diseases, internal wounds, including the restraints placed by the Gao family, would disappear into thin air. The sword bone would also be restored again, and the sword Dao origin would coalesce as if it had never left. 10 breaths should be able to last until that Gao family half-step saint ancestor arrives. A cold light flashed in Qin Guan's eyes. Instead of being safe, The situation is now more urgent. Gao Menglan was never a threat. She was a junior who was only in the late Yin Yang realm and could be destroyed with a snap of her fingers. What really kept Qin Guan's attention at all times was the Gao family's half-step saint ancestor. A half-step Saint Zun meant that the cultivation had already reached perfection in the saint realm and had touched the laws of Zun. Don't look at the fact that there was only a one-word difference between the saint realm and saint exalted. However, the gulf between the two was as if the sky was falling, and I don't know how many talented martial artists were blocked. Even if one exhausts all means and exhausts one's life, one will not be able to cross this step. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, saint exalted powerhouses were even more rare, belonging to the absolute transcendent existence. The Su family was relying on having a saint exalted underpinning in order to sit firmly on the throne of the royal family. Qin Guan was able to be appointed as the dragon general. Get the sword on the temple. Into the dynasty does not tend to praise the worship of the name. Plus 910. Ride the son of God. The world's troops. Control of the 36 counties of the military and political power. Plus the word of the king of the shoulder. And so on the privilege. Relying on it was also not that he dared to ask for orders to soldier against the demon race. Rather, it was his own actual saint exalted strength. It could be said that once one crossed over to the saint exalt level, one would already have the qualifications to be on par with the Imperial Su family. Although the Gao family's old ancestor was only a half-dignity, he had dipped his toe in the water. For the unusual saint realm, it was a descending blow. Not to mention the fact that this was the Gao family's home turf, Luo City with its heaven-step grand formation coverage. So this battle will be extremely dangerous. The prerequisite for Qin Guan to want to let go was also to wait for Xiaotian to completely absorb the medicinal power, otherwise it will be a lost cause. These 10 breaths were a race against death. He could only gamble that those Gao family children did not move fast and that it would take time to send the message. Boom! Perhaps the heavens were not to be desired. Just as Qin Guan's thoughts had landed, a great pressure descended on this area. Like a mountain descending from the sky, it violently suppressed towards the small tea store. The madman has good guts. First killing my son, now beheading my grandson. Do you really think that I, Gao Xiafeng, am old and blood weakened and can't fight anymore? Accompanying it was the thunderous, vibrating voice of the Gao family's oldest ancestor, containing endless anger, which was slowly transmitted above the 9 heavens. Chapter 30 Gao Xiafeng's Fear. The residual power across 500 years. At this moment, countless powerful people in Luo City were all feeling a burst of panic under this vast pressure. Although they knew that the Gao family's half-step saint ancestor was not aiming at them, however, the anger of one such powerful person still caused uncontrollable chills. That murderer is considered wasted. Even if he has monstrous skills and can forcefully kill the Gao family head, it's impossible for him to withstand a half-step saint exalt. Not bad. Not to mention the fact that this heavenly rank lower grade grand formation of the family is not a vegetarian. Unless he's a hidden saint exalted powerhouse, there's no chance of reversal at all. The magnates of all forces were unconsciously communicating under this inexplicable atmosphere. No one is optimistic about Qin Guan. After all, what he did was too heavenly. Committing murder in Luo County, forcibly killing the Gao family head, all sorts of behaviors were simply unimaginable. The onlooker could not even imagine how he could possibly walk out of Luo County alive under such a crime. Over the tea house, Gao Xiafeng, the old ancestor of the Gao clan, a martial arts powerhouse who had lived for over 600 years, was gazing at the courtyard at his feet with a face full of rage. A mere Shen rank formation. Do you think it can protect you? Only to see him stretch out his finger and point it in the air. Instantly endless holy might coalesced on it and shot out like a laser. Bang! A dull crashing sound rang out, and the protective grand formation that had been laid down earlier trembled violently, and the blue curtain of light that surrounded the side room only lasted for a breath before it fell apart in pieces. The Gao family ancestor was not half surprised by this. The killing chance in his eyes was revealed, and he struck again. This time, it's you who will die. It was as if he had already seen the scene of his blood revenge being avenged, and ferocity appeared on his pale face as he directly used his saint might to transform into a large hand to slap down this time. Like the heavens pouring down, this large invisible hand, wrapped in the endless fury of a half-step saint exalt, did not hold back in the slightest and slapped down indiscriminately towards the entire tea house. If there were no accidents, all of this place would be completely reduced to nothingness under one strike. Neither the tiny tea house, nor all the life within it, will exist. Elder, still not well? Wang Xiaoxiao sat paralyzed in a pool of blood, looking at all of this in despair, unable to make any resistance at all. With her cultivation, in the eyes of a half-step saint exalt, she really wasn't even an ant. The slightest leakage of breath would be enough to kill her a million times over. So she was all disheartened that this tea store in front of her, which she had worked so hard to build up, everything here, including herself and the two human seniors, would perhaps disappear completely in a millionth of a second. Boom! Finally, the vast giant hand crashed down. Without any surprises, this space was exploding, and all the objects within it directly turned into pieces. But the weird thing was that Wang Xiaoxiao, who had her hands on her head, didn't suffer any injuries. She blinked her eyes in bewilderment, and she was able to see that above her head, there was a shocking sword intent sinking horizontally, fending off all impacts for her. In the meantime, the entire side room suddenly exploded, and a sword shadow dazzled up, wrapped in indescribable sword intent, hard and raw in the thick and heavy as a mountain's holy might, killing a path of vacuum, born with a sword bone, high in the sky. Gao Xiafeng's face was instantly solemn as he looked at the fierce sword intent that filled the sky and earth, and he already understood everything. That great phoenix black tiger, the heavenly pride of the sword Dao realm, returned to his place. He finished reattaching the broken bones. As expected, the sword shadows in the sky had just dissipated when a spirited figure appeared in Gao Xiafeng's eyes. This person was in rags, but his aura was like a sword rushing into the clouds, and his stoic face covered with scars was full of solemn killing. Old dog of the Gao family, you have bullied little master in 100 ways, digging up my broken bones and holding me for auction. Now can you think of how to die? Xiaotian's voice was as cold as iron, and it was even more like a divine sword that stabbed straight into the ears of the Gao family's old ancestor. Worthy of being a sword Dao Heaven's pride at the 8th level of the Saint Realm, this skill of transmitting sound into a sword was already enough to make the world's sword cultivators out of reach. But Gao Xiafeng, as a half-step Saint Supreme, was not an ordinary person after all. He coldly drank, with a few moments of sarcasm and ridicule, and said in disbelief, Xiaotian, even if you have recovered your sword bones, you are only at the late stage of the Saint Realm cultivation, so in front of old husband, what can you do to clamor? Do you really think you can kill me? Gao Xiafeng looked on indifferently, incomparably conceited. The words were filled with the superiority of cultivation over the other party. Oh, and if we add this general to the list? However, what responded to Gao Xiafeng was not Xiaotian, but another voice. Only a figure slowly stepped out behind Xiaotian's handsome face. First, he revealed a sideways body of worldly elegance, and when he turned upright, his whole body temperament was even better than Xiaotian's. After one handsome face, out comes another even more handsome face. This scene stunned an unknown number of people from the Gao family who were participating in the battle, and it even caused Gao Xiafeng to freeze on the spot. He was first a bit incredulous, and when he once again took a good look at the uncovered face behind Xiaotian, his pupils suddenly deepened. It's you? How is this possible? Gao Xiafeng was unable to calm down. The city that belonged to a hallowed half-step Saint Exalt powerhouse was gone. The only thing on his face was intense shock, and fear that appeared as a reflex. Gao Xiafeng, you have a lot of guts. Will Luo Shui County make a mess? This will see this big Gao family. There is no need to exist. Qin Guan looked at him with a smirk. His feet moved at a pace, and it was as if there was a transparent ladder in the void, holding him up step by step as he ascended to the heavens. Xiaotian seemed like one of the most loyal guards, following closely behind. The master and disciple, just like this, walked idly to the front of Gao Xiafeng. Qin. Gao Xiafeng's eyelids were wildly jumping, and the thick fear actually surged all over his body at this moment. It wasn't that he was a wimp. It was really because Qin Guan's sense of oppression was too strong back then. The prestige of the great general of the divine dragon is known throughout the world. With the cultivation of an early Saint Zun, he drew a late Saint Zun demon supreme, which could be called the unprecedented ancient and modern one heavenly pride of the great Phoenix dynasty. It was no exaggeration to say that when Qin Guan had led the way 500 years ago, Gao Xiafeng was still just a struggling early Saint Realm martial artist in the great Phoenix dynasty hall, unassuming among the many heavenly generals. He had seen with his own eyes the importance that the late emperor had placed on Qin Guan's equal treatment. He was also fortunate enough to have followed Qin Guan on an expedition once, and had seen how the other party killed a Saint Exalt of the same rank like a dog. You don't enter the holy Dharma. Seeing me is like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky. You have entered the sacred exaltation, and seeing me is like an ant seeing the sky. These were the words that Qin Guan had casually spoken back then after killing a demon race Saint Exalt. There is no arrogance and deliberate exaggeration, just a very calm telling, but was remembered by Gao Xiafeng for 500 years. It was also these kinds of experiences that were the reason why Gao Xiafeng would be so alarmed after seeing Qin Guan appear. However, now that he was one of the top bigwigs of the Great Phoenix, he was no longer the tiny heavenly general that once stood like an ant. After the initial reflex, it was also quickly stabilized. He saw Qin Guan's cultivation and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Qin Guan, even if you've recovered your Saint Realm cultivation, so what? Still think that this world is like it was 500 years ago. Back then, You could kill the demon race with a snap of your fingers, but you can't kill me, Gao Xiafeng. Today, the Gao family's old ancestor let out a wild shout, his anger and killing intent boiling, his head full of white hair dancing wildly, his aura instantly mentioning the peak. At the same time, the Heavenly Steps grand formation that was shrouded above Luo City was fully activated, and the entire azure sky was instantly dimmed. I'm a half-step Saint Exalt, and I even have a heavenly rank grand formation. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? The veins on his neck rippled, his martial arts chi and blood erupted, and his figure swelled up a notch. Surprisingly, he was even casting a secret technique. The whole city is in shock. At this moment, countless people were completely flustered, because Gao Xiafeng's various behaviors were really no different from madness. Looking at the entire Luo Shui, only Qin Guan remained calm as usual. He indifferently glanced at the fiery Gao Xiafeng, no joy or sadness in his eyes. He merely stretched out a palm and beckoned. Today, I will chop off your pride. Chapter 31, Re-entering the Peak, totally overriding. Gao Xiafeng opened the secret art in order to resist Qin Guan and break his heart. His entire body's chi and blood was like a dragon, and his aged face exploded with endless vigor in an instant, and his head full of white hair reverted to black as far as the eye could see. In a short instant, it was as if he was hundreds of years younger. This was none other than the Gao family's body-refining secret art, the blood-burning sea transformation technique. Although it was an earth-rank upper-grade technique, when cultivated to perfection, it had a skill comparable to a heaven-rank lower-grade technique. The conditions for its cultivation were also incomparably harsh. In the large Gao family, currently only Gao Xiafeng had practiced it to its great completion. It was only a hair's breadth away from the realm of consummation, and just by virtue of this grand completion body-refining secret art, Gao Xiafeng's battle power was enough to stand out from his peers. It was the fundamental reason why he led the Gao family, making a heck of a fierce name in Luo Shui County and realizing the position of hegemony. Of course, this kind of powerful secret technique also had a considerable burden on itself after using it. The most obvious is the entry into a state of weakness, as well as a decrease in longevity. Usually, he would only perform this move when he encountered a strong enemy in life and death. But today, facing Qin Guan, who was only at the 6th level of the sacred realm, in just a single glance, he turned this move on directly. This was enough to see how much Gao Xiafeng was afraid of Qin Guan. The prestige of the great general of the divine dragon was too loud. If he was still an invalid with his meridians broken, naturally no one would care. However, once he regained his cultivation, even if he was far from the peak of the saint realm, he would still make all his opponents feel as if they were on pins and needles. Even if he was as strong as Gao Xiafeng, he still had to concentrate and fight this battle seriously. He's going to behead the Gao clan's ancestor. Isn't he being too arrogant? Below, there were people who heard the commotion coming from above the sky, and they all looked at each other in dismay. What kind of absolute murderer is this? Surprisingly, he was really able to force a half-step Saint Exalt to this point, even opening his secret arts. Could it be that the Luo Shui Gao family, which had dominated a region, was really about to be in great trouble? Many powerful families couldn't believe it, or didn't want to believe it. I still say that in the face of a half-step saint and a heavily ranked grand formation. Unless he's a true saint, there's absolutely no way he can turn the tables. In the crowd, a noble gentleman opened his mouth, his tone sworn, and high above. In a real battlefield, Qin Guan's eyes narrowed slightly. His voice was like cold iron. His body's aura rose, and he was about to strike out to wrestle the enemy. The prompt from the God-tier selection system, however, sounded once again. Ding! The Gao family's heavenly array is activated. A half-step supreme enemy is attacking. In this net of life and death, please make your choice. Choice 1, pretend to fight for your life and wait for an opportunity to escape, rewarded with a top-grade recluse spring and autumn scroll, which can be used to fly 10,000 miles away in a flash. Option 2, sink the Luo River. Go all out, regardless of the consequences, just fight. After choosing this option, the host will be rewarded with a quarter of an hour to restore his cultivation to his peak. 2 options surfaced. With a casual sweep, Qin Guan immediately had a choice. Admittedly, the first one was indeed solid, and recluse treasures were also much rarer compared to battle treasures. However, Qin Guan had already mastered the secret of the walking character when it came to reclining speed, so he would no longer prioritize this type when it came to choosing rewards. Also, why run when you can fight? After choosing the second option, the system would automatically raise his cultivation to his peak period, and he could just mang it. Is that even an option? At his peak, it was an existence that even a demonic supreme being could defy. What's wrong with this district Gao family? Even if it has a heavenly ranked grand formation? To think that he would be suppressed on the basis of this was tantamount to a fool's errand. Qin Guan was too confident in his peak strength, and he made a choice with his mind in an instant. And at this moment, as Gao Xiafeng activated his secret technique and induced a spatial explosion, Xiaotian, who was unaware of the situation, had already stepped forward at the first opportunity. Qin Guan's apparent cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Saint Realm, while he was at the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Therefore, without thinking too much, and in his eagerness to protect his teacher, he blocked in front of Qin Guan. He had no sword in his hand, only a piece of broken wood that he had picked up with his hands. Wang Xiaoxiao on the ground stared at the scene with wide eyes, which seemed to be the table leg of her tea store. However, at this moment, this ordinary thin table leg had sword intent lingering on it, as if it was a true divine sword. This is the natural sword bone. If you are a sword bone, everything in heaven and earth can be a sword. Xiaotian did not look like he was only at the 8th level of the Saint Realm, but under the full power of the battlefield. He could fight even at the peak of the Saint Realm. And just as his face was solemn and he was preparing to go all out to deal with this great enemy of life and death, instead, a strong palm pressed against his shoulder. Shen, stand down, mastermind. Listening to the irrefutable voice in his ears, Xiaotian was slightly stunned and just wanted to say something, but when his gaze met Qin Guan's eyes, he stiffly held it back. Hastily and respectfully, he stepped back. After following Qin Guan in battle for many years, he knew this look all too well. The great general of the Divine Dragon is in charge of the world's troops and horses, and his decisions are not to be questioned. This was a precursor to striking out to kill and stain the heavens with blood. Although he didn't know why Qin Guan, who was only at the 6th level of the sacred realm right now, chose to fight against the Gao clan ancestor alone, yet he knew that he just needed to believe. Master never fails, much less makes a mistake. Qin Guan, you're too crazy. How dare you fight me alone? Meanwhile, Gao Xiafeng, who was furious, was even more furious after witnessing this scene. It was a feeling of being insulted. He was a half-step Saint Exalt. His cultivation was several small layers higher than Qin Guan's, and the other party was below him, so why would he dare to come alone? This was simply a contempt for him, making the Gao clan's oldest ancestor unable to endure it. Between words, the fierce qi and blood rolled around in his body, and he had already punched out through the air, about to give Qin Guan some color. Joke, how can I kill you with the strength of 2 people? Even if this general has a great formation of heavenly rank on his shoulder and does not have a weapon in his hand, he is still just as invincible in the world. In the face of this isolated punch, Qin Guan didn't even have the interest to raise his hand, because all of that fist power attack, before it could even get close to him, was already crushed by the qi energy that violently erupted from his body at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, as he took one step at a time, it was as if an engine was roaring inside his body, and his breath was climbing up. As the 5th step fell, Qin Guan's cultivation fluctuated, and he had already stepped into the Saint Exalted realm once again. At the 7th step, the whole body's aura coalesced to the extreme. The qi and blood rolled up to the sky like lonely smoke from the desert, and the magnificent body stood high across the sky, as if the entire heaven and earth were stepped on. At this moment, Qin Guan completely returned to his peak moment, the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit. He had once bloodily wrestled a demonic supreme being at the 8th level of Saint Exaltation at this realm and killed him. This battle performance shocked the ancient world, refreshing the limit of this land's heavenly pride. An even more great Phoenix dynasty countless human race brought 500 years of peace. It was a moment that remotely resembled that year all over again. The pressure on Qin Guan's body was so dense and incomparable that it was like a great sun falling on the mortal world, and the entire Luo City shook. I don't know how many powerful and noble families, their legs are soft, and they can't even stand up and kneel on the spot. The crisscrossing heavenly ranking formations in the air were likewise difficult to withstand under this extreme might, and were shaken continuously by the impact. The Gao family ancestor, who was looking directly at Qin Guan, was even more pale as paper on the spot, and all thoughts were lost. How did you step into the Saint Exalted realm again? Gao Xiafeng's mentality completely collapsed. All the previously created aura instantly disintegrated, leaving only a roar of unwillingness that echoed between heaven and earth. Chapter 32, The Dragon Halberd returns to its position. The Gao family overthrown. The situation was reversed in an instant. As soon as Qin Guan's peak cultivation was revealed, he suppressed the entire Luo City with a thunderous force. No matter if it was the Gao family's children or the city full of powerful nobles and magnates, all of them were trembling. Xiaotian's eyes lit up. So Master has long since recovered all his cultivation. He was very pleasantly surprised. After all, as the vice-general and true disciple of the Divine Dragon Great General, no one knew Qin Guan's peak battle power better than him. That was a realm that caused countless heavens' pride to fall short and the great demons of the cold abyss to sit up and take notice. Gao Xiafeng was hit the hardest and was trembling all over. If his opponent was an ordinary Saint Sovereign layer, With the Gao family's heavenly rank grand formation suppressing him, he wouldn't even be so desperate. After all, he wasn't a vegetarian. In the midst of the home field relying on various advantages stacked on top of each other, it might not be impossible to really tough it out with the Saint Exalted. However, it was the other party, Qin Guan, who was a different kind of person. This was a character who had just entered the Saint Exalt realm and was able to buck the Saint Exalt middle stage and kill other Saint Exalts like dogs. Not to mention, the pressure that Qin Guan had erupted now had long surpassed that of an ordinary Saint Exalt. This was clearly the fluctuation of a Saint Exalt at the third level. It's over. The 1,000-year-old Gao family, torched in my hands. Gao Xiafeng's inner despair was incomparable, and his cloudy old eyes were filled with tears and unwilling hatred. This general is giving you a chance to cut yourself. On the other side of the sky, Qin Guan looked on indifferently. His voice seemed to come from above the 9 heavens, and surprisingly, he didn't even bother to do it himself. Gao Xiafeng shivered at his words. Following that, he erupted into an endless rage, his body's qi and blood rolling and burning, pushing his battle power to the top. Qin Guan, old me would rather die than give in. You don't want to insult me. So today, I will try to see if the legendary divine dragon general really won't get hurt. He hissed loudly, and at the cost of consuming his life essence, he executed a martial art that he had practiced for over 700 years. At the same time, an arcane iron halberd that shimmered with black light and was about 2.5 meters long appeared in his hand. A powerful aura surged on it, like an ancient ferocious beast had appeared, shaking the heavens. There were even black and red lightning bolts lingering around, extremely peculiar, causing the void to ripple and break continuously. This halberd is clearly Qin Guan's weapon, the original grand finale of the Hua Chui treasure feast, the heavenly ranked war treasure, the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd. At this time, it was taken out by Gao Xiafeng, wanting to increase his battle power and suppress Qin Guan. Overrate yourself. Are you worthy to use this general's weapon? Qin Guan's gaze was cold, and in the next moment the holy might seemed to burst out from his body as if it were a monstrous river. Not only will Gao Xiafeng cohesion up of the qi in one fell swoop, the black light halberd is uncontrollable. Shock in the make it difficult for him to grasp, directly out of hand. Boom! The halberd flew, piercing through the sky. Under Gao Xiafeng's surprised gaze, he rushed and shot all the way to Qin Guan, and then the entire body of the vessel trembled slightly and bent down low toward Qin Guan. In this world, parts are not tested, and anyone is liable to defect. Only the weapons won't. After 500 long years of waiting, when Qin Guan appeared again, the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd still chose to submit. He cheered and celebrated his reunion with his master. Good boy. The corner of Qin Guan's mouth lifted up a hint of a smile, and with a move of his palm, the thick and cold halberd body fell into his hands. Brush! With a slight wave, the void exploded. Black and red lightning intertwined, and the might of the heavenly grade battle treasure induced the sky to vibrate. And 10,000 miles of cloudy clouds rolled back. Many people looked dumbfounded, even the powerful and noble families. No one in their lives would ever have the chance to catch a glimpse of a heavenly grade war treasure. Kill! With the halberd in his hand, Qin Guan really recovered a few moments of the feeling of galloping on the battlefield in the past, and his body naturally exploded with solemn killing intent. With a cold word bursting out of his mouth, the whole person was like a shocking light to get out of the room. The distance of hundreds of meters between the two was not even a stone's throw for him, and he rushed in front of Gao Xiafeng in just an instant. In the gaze of the other party, which was a mix of emotions such as dismay, horror, and shock, the halberd ruthlessly pierced through his chest. This was Qin Guan's first strike when facing Gao Xiafeng, and the last shot, because the great general of the divine dragon kills with a single blow. Gao Xiafeng's chest was pierced through. His hands struggled to grab the halberd in front of him, but even though he was fully open with his secret techniques, his qi and blood were monstrous, and he had the power of opening mountains and pulling up the ground. He couldn't shake this Shen iron black halberd in the slightest. He could only stare at Qin Guan with rounded eyes, staring at him in death, and died with hatred under the intertwining of various emotions. The old man of the Gao family, dead. At this moment, the whole city was shocked. Countless Gao clan disciples had their souls in their mouths. The invincible old ancestor in their eyes had died. This was simply something unfathomable. Missy is dead, the family head is dead, and the old ancestor is dead. Our Gao family, what kind of monster have we provoked? Song Tian, do you really want to destroy my Gao family? Countless high family members cried out in grief, and the juniors lost their minds. There were also some people who could not accept this and went crazy and rushed high into the air, raising their swords to attack Qin Guan, unbridled. As a result, before these people could even get close, their bodies were pierced through by a strong sword intent. Xiaotian carried a wooden stick with his eyes as if he wanted to eat people. A family needs to be whole. Chen, send them to be reunited with Lord Gao. Qin Guan pulled the halberd out of the Gao family ancestor's body and spoke without looking back. And these words were like a golden order, causing Xiaotian to have no more scruples as his figure rushed out like a black tiger. Obviously, having been tortured in the Gao family, he had long since accumulated a bellyful of resentment. At this moment, it is really a tiger entering the flock, and the heads of people rolled down to the ground between his hands and knives. Those powerful people, all of them deserve to die too. Killing to the depths of his sexuality, Xiaotian's gaze was again fixed on the many powerful families that had come to participate in the event. In their bones, these people are not half the same as the Gao family, and they all deserve to die just the same. Hearing this, Qin Guan did not stop him, but only uttered the word permission. These people saw him for what he was, and I'm sure a number of them have recognized him and cannot stay. What's more, as Xiaotian had said, these powerful and wealthy people were themselves in the same boat as the Gao family. For a moment, Xiaotian completely transformed into a sword Dao killing god, chasing people all over the city and piercing through the air with a chaotic sword. Many people were dumbfounded, not expecting to get into trouble. The event they came to participate in this time had instead become a grave to bury themselves in. For a while, the sounds of panic, curses, and threats resounded non-stop, and the entire city was in chaos. Some people tried to escape from the city, but the heavily ranked Grand Formation surrounded the entire Luo City. This great formation that was supposed to deal with Qin Guan had instead become a cage for these powerful people. All that was left was endless fire and killing, shining wherever in Luo City. It is really a case of stepping on all the bones of public officials in the streets of heaven, and burning the inner treasury to brocade ashes. Chapter 33, Dragon Halberd Upgrade. Reorganizing Xian Ice. The entire Luo City was a mess. The city's powerful and noble families, regardless of their cultivation or status, were all slaughtered at this moment. Only a handful of ordinary people in the city who were engaged in serving these powerful people, such as Wei Xiaotian, managed to survive. The ancestral home of the Gao family was even burned out by a fire with rolling smoke. This fire was not a mortal fire, but a sword fire that Xiaotian had catalyzed with his spiritual power. It was more ferocious than ordinary fire magic aptitudes. Its light resembled a sword, swaying with both the power of the sword Dao and the searing heat of the fire law. All of the Gao family's properties were burned out under the sword fire, and the evil Luo house was the first to bear the brunt. For a moment, the entire Luo city was rolling in smoke and heads were everywhere. All the prosperity of the past is buried, and there are no old things in sight. The inner treasury is burned to brocade ashes, and the streets of heaven are filled with the bones of public officials. The poem, at this point, is thoroughly figurative. Qin Guan hung high in the sky, his expression joyless and sad. As a military general, he had seen too much blood in his life, and this was just a small scene right now. Even the seemingly pathetic pleas for mercy were not that they knew they were wrong, but that they were afraid. This great phoenix, it's long overdue for a change of blood. After a long time, as the noises in his ears faded away, Qin Guan let out a long breath. The great Phoenix dynasty was in chaos, and this wave removed at least a quarter of the core of the world's powerful families. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered, but the Empress' suspension of her court for 3 months ushered in a greater delay in matters. After all, the Great Phoenix territory is too big. 36 counties, hundreds of millions of miles of rivers and streams. The people are countless, and the families and clans are countless. What happened in Luo City was so intentionally controlled that it couldn't even be transmitted outside the city to the rest of Luo County. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding the Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd. Please choose between the following rewards. Choice 1, reward a copy of the lower grade martial arts skill Reincarnation Palm of 10,000 Elephants. Option 2, reward a Sublimation Pearl. After using it, you can upgrade the grade of the War Treasure and Warrior by 1 level. Option 3, reward 30 years of cultivation. In the middle of his mind, 3 options were suddenly triggered in sequence. Qin Guan looked surprised. So it turned out that on the way to retrieve the weapon, there would be additional small rewards for every milestone completed. After going over the contents of these 3 choices one by one, Qin Guan fell into deep thought. Honestly, every one of these rewards is good. Choice 1 could obtain a heavenly grade martial skill, which was definitely an existence that was proud of the overwhelming Phoenix, at least with Qin Guan's insights. Currently, the Great Phoenix dynasty except for the Imperial Su family had a Jinhua martial skill, the heavenly rank middle grade Great Feather Sacred Phoenix Strength. Throughout the entire dynasty, whether it was a 1,000-year-old family or a powerful clan, there were no more heavenly ranked martial skills. Even the Jinbei royal family he came from was the same. This was also the basic difference between other families with Saint Exalted Ones and the Su family. The reason why the Su family dared to sit firmly on the throne of the royal family was here. A heavenly rank middle grade martial skill. The addition was too great. However, After a slight hesitation, Qin Guan's eyes were still on the second option. As good as heavenly rank martial arts are, they invariably require a great deal of time to cultivate. A heavenly rank lower grade martial skill, even if I cultivate it to a small level, the battle power I can exert will not exceed the consummate earth rank upper grade martial skill I have practiced for hundreds of years, the Qin Weijian sure fist. On the contrary, if I can raise the grade of the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd by another level, it will be a huge increase in my battle power. A hint of essence and fire flashed in Qin Guan's eyes. As good as the heavenly rank martial skills were, the efficiency of transforming them into instant combat power was too slow only from the moment. What's more, this heavenly rank martial skill was only the lowest grade, not as good as the Su clans. Qin Guan was vaguely resistant. If you want to learn, then you have to suppress the Su family head-on and learn the top grade of the heavenly rank. So this time the opportunity to choose, he decided to give it to upgrading the rank of the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd. The Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd, as the Divine Dragon Great General's war treasure divine soldier, could be said to have been created with the efforts of the nation, and was sufficiently of a heavenly rank middle grade. If its grade could be raised again, then there was no doubt that its power would step into the ultimate realm of weaponry that no one would even dare to think about. Heavenly Order Upper Grade. A heavenly grade upper grade battle treasure. Even Qin Guan felt his heart burning. This was simply an existence that he had never even heard of. I choose to. At that moment, he blurted out his decision. And the moment the voice landed, the system reward was also successfully delegated. It was a golden bead the size of a dragon's eye that shimmered with light in his hand. Sublimation Sacred Pearl. Use it by striking it into a war treasure weapon. The moment he touched this bead, the relevant information introduction flooded into his mind. His eyes condensed as he directly maneuvered the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd to levitate in front of him, and then he immediately slapped the bead at the pitch-black halberd with all his might at the peak of the third level of Saint Exaltation at this moment. Boom! A booming vibration rang out, and a strange scene appeared. The bead, instead of being shattered, was miraculously fused with the halberd under that ancient divine force-like push. Immediately afterward, the aura danced wildly, the wind and clouds began to rise, and the entire sky began to thunder incessantly. An arcane force descended, untouchable and unseeable, but clearly perceivable. It was rotating right around the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd. Is this what is called sublimated power? Qin Guan moved, staring at the spectacle in bewilderment. After a few revolutions of the mysterious and vast power, the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd began to change. It is more majestic and heavy. The halberd body seems to be a few points thicker, more powerful, and the length has increased a little. Most of all, its breath also began to change, more cold and full of murder, like a black dragon that wanted to destroy the world. Those black and red lightning bolts attached to the void also became denser and more violent. What a heavenly rank upper grade battle treasure! Qin Guan stood in the midst of the boundless wind and clouds, looking at the Shen iron halberd in front of him that induced thousands of visions, as if a black dragon had come out of the world and stirred up thousands of miles of thunder. The excitement inside was overwhelming. No one knew the power of the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd better than him. He could tell at this point with a single glance that the upgraded halberd had at least a threefold increase compared to before. It was not even possible to reach 5 times with full power. If I had this battle treasure 500 years ago, how could the supreme demon race be a match for me? Qin Guan gripped his halberd and waved it casually, his inner bravado rising. In addition to their cultivation, martial artists relied on nothing more than martial arts, techniques, and battle treasures and divine weapons to traverse the world. Back then, Qin Guan bloodily fought against the supreme demon race, and eventually suffered a serious injury himself, and was lucky enough to wake up and retrieve his life. But if he had this heavenly rank superior grade war treasure with him at that time, then all the endings would be rewritten. He was certain that he would finish off his opponent. Master, it's been taken care of. Just as Qin Guan was looking up and down at the sublimated Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd, a burst of sword intent swept in sharply, transforming into Xiaotian's figure. He hung his head and spoke, his expression full of pleasure. In the center of his outstretched palm was a full storage ring. However, after sweeping a glance, Qin Guan did not take it, but instead waved his sleeve robe and his voice came out decisively. Chen, I want you to reorganize the Xian Ice Guard. Chapter 34 Old Storm Clouds. News of the Divine Punishment Destruction Sword of the Universe. As Qin Guan's words came out, Xiaotian's body just shook. Shen Bingwei. This once top-notch special infantry of the Great Phoenix, and the army with the largest number of men, held up the spine of the Great Phoenix human race almost by the strength of a single army. The entire army was personally trained by Qin Guan, mastering the Xian Tian Frost Prison Formation, a top-grade Earth-rank military formation secret art created by Qin Guan, which was an extremely rare 100,000 man army formation. In the past, when the demon race came in force, the northern realm nearly fell until the Qian ice guards came out of nowhere. With the strength of a single army, he was able to beat the demon race back. He even relied on the subtlety of the military formation to accomplish a feat that an unknown number of high-ranked martial artists were unable to do, powerfully subduing a great demon at the peak of the sacred realm. Since then, the battle has become famous, making countless demon tribes scared, but also loved by the people of the Great Phoenix. Yet such an army was too invincible and too loyal to the great general of the Divine Dragon. The royal Su family is insecure day and night, and the empress is deeply afraid. So over the course of 500 years, it was exploited and eaten away layer by layer, and eventually ended up being dissolved. Xiaotian, as the commander of the Qian Ice Guards, dreamed of repeating the glory he once had. Therefore, when he heard Qin Guan's order, he acted with incomparable excitement. Master, it's long overdue. He spoke loudly, his face red. Once the Qian Bing Guards are reorganized, it will be a sharp weapon for them to kill their way back to the court, and all the four directions of the world's princes and lords will be emboldened. This is something you can make sure you do? Qin Guan, seeing him so elated, couldn't help but inquire with some confusion. Ha, that female emperor wants to disband us, but which of the brothers serves her? On the surface, we are scattered, but the military soul of the Qian Bing Guards remains intact. Xiaotian's voice was full of vigor, not disheveled at all, and mysteriously said, 100,000 Qian Bing Guards, half of them return to the mountains and integrate into the city, seemingly harmless, but in fact, they are the Starfire, just waiting for the time to be ripe, then they can gather together again, forming a prairie fire. The other half, on the other hand, have secretly formed a Jianghu force, and the famous blood-clothes house that has shaken the 13 northwestern counties is one of ours. In other words, the Qian Ice Guards were never disbanded, they just existed in a different form. Hearing Xiaotian's words, Qin Guan's expression was stunned, and there was a deep shock in his eyes. He obviously did not think that the many brothers of the original Qian Bingwei had never left him. With 500 years of wind and rain, there may be some who have left and passed away for one reason or another. However, more old men chose to hold on, raising their cultivation while waiting for the day when the Divine Dragon General would be revived. Chen, I'll leave this matter to your full discretion. I want to see results within 3 months. Qin Guan spoke in a firm tone with a full of emotion. The Qian Bing Guards, no matter what, must be reorganized. He couldn't apologize to the 100,000 generals waiting for him. Chen obeys the order. The Qian Ice Guard will reappear in the world within 3 months, or else I'll bring my head to you. When Xiaotian heard this, he immediately nodded his head heavily, and even made a life and death order in order to show his determination. Qin Guan knocked him on the head without any good reason. It was hard to get you back. Who allowed you to just mention your head? Hey! Xiaotian scratched his head. This great phoenix black tiger, in front of Qin Guan, was always like an overgrown child. As he was giggling, his gaze suddenly fell on the pitch-black halberd. After a slight daze, only then did he slap his head in hindsight and hurriedly said, Master, I have news of the divine punishment you destroying sword. Really? Qin Guan was first stunned, then his eyes lit up, and he pursued with great surprise. 1,000 times over. Xiaotian nodded heavily and returned. I've been searching for clues to my master's former war treasures all these years, and the reason why I was captured by the Gao family this time was also because I got the news that the other side had the dragon abyssal bastard halberd before I fell into the trap. Only after hearing Xiaotian's words did Qin Guan come to a realization. Originally, he had wondered when his second disciple had become such a dish, born with a sword bone plus Saint Realm 8th level cultivation. In the case of the Gao family's oldest ancestor not coming out, it was simply impossible for anyone in the Gao family to win a head-on battle against him. How could he be captured alive? Even digging out the sword bone in his body? Feelings made a half-day. Is this stupid kid looking for war treasure eager? Want to retrieve the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd for him? The result of this fell into the poisonous plan of the Gao family. The news of this divine punishment you destruction sword is also something I learned from the mouth of the Gao family. Speaking of this, Xiaotian's face became a bit grave as he said, the divine punishment destruction sword. It's in the hands of the Imperial family. Su Chanxi? Qin Guan raised his eyebrows. However, Xiaotian shook his head and said heavily, it's the 9th prince. The 9th prince? Hearing this name, Qin Guan's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly as well. In the Great Phoenix dynasty, although it was Su Chanxi, a woman, who claimed the throne, the royal family was not withered. Geniuses were springing up everywhere amongst the royal family. Among them, this 9th prince was the most outstanding royal son of the Great Phoenix dynasty 600 years ago. As the 9th son of the late emperor, he was born with a heavenly vision that drew heavenly fire eastward for 30,000 miles, spreading all over the Imperial city. This is the sign of the special physique, the body of 10,000 flames. Although this body had not been selected as one of the 9 holy bodies, it still had a strength that far exceeded the strength of other bodies, and was at the same level of existence as Xiaotian's innate swordbone. One could imagine how highly regarded the 9th prince, who carried this body, was in the royal family. It's almost like the late emperor had 1,000 favorites in one. It is said that even the crown prince was no match for him back then, and the late emperor wanted to pass the throne to the 9th prince on several occasions. And the reason for the turnaround in the situation behind it has to do with a big case of taking over a house that shocked the court. The main character in this case is the 9th prince. It turned out that the 9th son of the late emperor, in the favor of all, temperament cultivated extreme arrogance, domineering, and ruthless. Although the late emperor had already had the will to pass the throne to him, the then 9th prince was not aware of it and continued to eye the other siblings. So in order to make sure that everything was safe, he set up a trap, wanting to use the soul puppets cultivated by his men to take over the crown prince of the dynasty, in order to achieve the purpose of making the other party's gods and souls perish. This means can be described as ruthless to the extreme. If not, the last prince also has a great chance to protect the body. I'm afraid that must be hit. But even if he managed to escape, the prince still lost 6 of his 7 souls and became demented. When the incident was revealed, the whole court was shocked, and the late emperor was even more furious. He was heartbroken, never expecting that his favorite 9th son would use such despicable means to get to the top, not hesitating to brutalize his elder brother. Disappointed to the extreme, with great powers will be trapped in the depths of the fallen Phoenix Mountain dangerous ground wall repentance for 600 years. That's what gave Su Kangxi the opportunity to claim the throne more than 100 years later. Otherwise, if this 9th prince is still around, I'm afraid that the Great Phoenix pattern will not really be as it is now. When Qin Guan had been running the world back then, this 9th prince had already been suppressed in Lokfeng Mountain, so he hadn't exchanged blows, and the other party was gifted, ruthless, and would do anything to achieve his goal, a recognized dangerous person. Now that the 600-year deadline had passed, this 9th prince had gotten out of the trap as if he were a dragon coming out of the sea, and he had also obtained Qin Guan's heavenly rank battle treasure, the divine punishment exterminating you sword. It was no wonder that Xiaotian was so heavy when he mentioned it. Chapter 35 Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm. Little Fox worships her master. Master, this 9th prince is not coming from a good place. There are rumors that the other party's cultivation has already reached Saint Realm perfection. He is embarking on his assault on the Saint Exaltation Realm, and once he succeeds, his ambitions will surely expand. And if the Empress can't break through to the Saint Exaltation together, I'm afraid that the throne won't be secured. Xiaotian opened his mouth with a burning gaze. He had traveled and gathered a lot of intelligence over the years, and he knew more about the situation in Great Phoenix than Qin Guan. At this moment, after analyzing it, he was worried again. It's just that I don't know how this 9th prince is going to impact the realm of Saint Exalted. He is now in the great circle of Saint Realm, and he already dares to claim to be the first person under Saint Exalted. There are also differences between high-ranking martial artists. At the same Saint Realm extreme, this 9th prince, as the body of 10,000 flames and the heavenly pride of the ancient world, was clearly stronger than Gao Xiafeng by more than one step. This awful old man, Gao Xiafeng, was nothing more than an ordinary Saint Realm martial artist. It was only after stumbling for hundreds of years that he managed to get to his current level of cultivation. There's no comparison at all with someone like the 9th prince. If the 9th prince hadn't been punished for facing the wall in repentance and not being able to cultivate, he would have only stepped into the realm of Saint Exaltation 600 years ago. Now that there is a delay of 600 years, he will surely be resentful when he comes out of the mountain. After all, such a thing is facing the wall. Have never seen anyone really face the wall for many years and then be able to do it again. A certain monkey that was crushed under the mountain for 500 years. If there is no tight band spell control, the first thing to do after coming out is to smash the fat white monk into a meat cake with a stick. His means of breakthrough. It's the Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm. Qin Guan, who had been listening all along, suddenly spoke up at that moment. Before he was reborn, though, he was as muddled as a mole, a marginalized wastrel who couldn't participate in many of the major events of the dynasty, but it is still clear about some important events in the future that are well known. The secret realm of the Phoenix Spirit is the legendary pair of divine bird phoenix evolved after the fall of the strange space, only opened once every 1,000 years. Ever since the founding of Great Phoenix, it has been controlled by the royal family. Every time it opens, the person who enters is either a member of the royal family or a king of a different surname who is listed in the land. When Qin Guan had wandered in his previous life, he had heard the news of the opening of the Phoenix Spirit Mystery Realm, which had been rumored in the streets, though who ultimately profited within it, he wasn't sure. But before he died, he heard rumors of strife within the royal family. It said that it seemed that a prince had issued a diatribe, claiming that the female emperor was incompetent, and that he wanted to clear the king's side and pacify the country, gathering millions of troops and so on. Now that I think about it, it should mean the ninth prince. Phoenix Spirit Secret Realm? I see. When Xiaotian heard Qin Guan's words, he was first stunned, and then suddenly realized, there are countless opportunities within this secret area, which opens once every 1,000 years, and now isn't it time again? Master. Then after running through the situation, Xiaotian but frowned with worry. He looked at Qin Guan, not knowing what to do next. With the ninth prince's temperament, if he gained benefits in the Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm and really broke through to the position of Saint Exalt, he would definitely want to launch an attack on the Imperial City. This matter seemed favorable to them on the surface. After all, the Empress was also their enemy. It's just that the problem is that the ninth prince is no slouch either. If he found out that Qin Guan, the great general of the Divine Dragon, had resumed his power, it was impossible not to be afraid. I can't just sit back and watch. Su Kangxi can only be defeated in my hands. Qin Guan also thought of these, and between the flashes of his eyes, he quickly came to a decision. Go to the secret realm and execute the ninth prince. His voice was cold. The divine punishment destruction sword was still in the other party's hands, and this alone was enough for both parties to become enemies. After all, if you want to unlock the 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, you have to collect all the war treasure divine soldiers. Could it be that the master intends to utilize his status as a Seiya? Xiaotian's face changed slightly at this time, and he inquired in a low voice. The Phoenix Spirit Secret Realm. Only Su family members or kings of different surnames could enter. This was an iron law set by the founding ancestor. Qin Guan came from the Jinbei royal house. In fact, before he became the Divine Dragon Great General, the Prince of the North was his loudest reputation outside this Phoenix Spirit mysterious realm. He was naturally qualified to enter as well. However, Qin Guan shook his head at this time and said, they won't recognize me with this identity, and it's not a good idea to expose my strength too much right now, so if I want to enter, I still need to use some means. Is there anything that master needs from me? Xiaotian asked in a hurry. No need. You just reorganize the Xian Ice Guards. I'll have my own way to resolve this matter. Qin Guan opened his mouth in deep thought. The two men were high in the sky and quickly finalized their plans for the future. And then Xiaotian no longer stayed for long. Taking the storage ring seized from the Gao family as supplies after reorganizing the Xian Ice Guards, he turned into a flash of swordlight and hurriedly left Luo City. Qin Guan, on the other hand, stood still for a long time, simulating the plan in his mind before landing on the ground. His eyes went to the young fox girl who stood handily on top of the ruins of the tea house, timidly surveying him. After witnessing the thunderous act just now, Wang Xiaoxiao reverted back to her timid nature, trembling as soon as she looked into Qin Guan's eyes. She finally understood why in the land of the cold abyss, the mention of the Divine Dragon Great General made those demon seniors jealous. It was really the oppression from this man that was horrible. How could the human race have such a powerful existence? Wang Xiaoxiao came from the royal family, and it was not too much to say that she was a princess of the demon race, and she had definitely seen a lot of the world. But even many body-refining great demons didn't have such a strong qi and fleshly body as Qin Guan. Give you two ways. First, get a favor from me, and in the future, I can step in and save your life. Secondly, I'll send you 1,000,000 spirit stones and 10 earth-ranked treasures. Qin Guan crossed his arms and looked at the fox demon girl in front of him who had sacrificed her life to help him for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Wang Xiaoxiao's talent wasn't bad, and the Qingqiu legacy fox's bloodline was considered noble among the demon race. At critical moments, there will also be an outburst of courage as if they were dying. But Qin Guan was now carrying too many blood feuds and had too many things to do, so he really didn't have the time and energy to get too involved with a little fox demon. So after pondering for a long time, he chose to repay the little fox demon's kindness of taking him in for 3 days in this way. Wang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was stunned in place after hearing these two conditions. She silently clenched her fists and bit her rosy lips as her figure snapped to her knees. Senior, Xiaoxiao doesn't want favors, nor does she want spirit stones and treasures. She only wants to beg Senior to accept Xiaoxiao as her disciple. Wang Xiaoxiao kowtowed deeply, with teardrops in her eyes, her little face dirty from the mixture of blood and dust, but her eyes were innocent and bright. Her seemingly dumb head was unexpectedly smart at this point, and she set herself up for a third way. You, a demon race, even want to become my disciple? Qin Guan looked at her in surprise. In his heart, he also did not expect Wang Xiaoxiao to do this. You have to know that in this land, the human race and the demon race are in a situation of death. Wang Xiaoxiao's approach was too forward and bold. Our Qingqiu legacy fox clan, by nature, advocates peace and closeness with the human race. That Golden Beak Eclipse Eagle clan is too abominable, exterminating my entire clan. Little only hates not having the strength to take revenge. Although Senior is a human, he is sensible and knows good and evil. Xiao already has no parents. Now acquaintance Senior is really the fortune of life. Kowtow today. Only wish to become a disciple of Senior. I hope Senior to fulfill. The fox demon girl's voice was sincere as she knelt down deeply toward Qin Guan. A pair of fluffy ears on her head reflecting glitter under the sunlight that pierced the clouds and broke the dawn. Chapter 36 Arrival at Hongling. Evil servant deceives master. Killing chance arises. The scene was quiet. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes revealed expectation as she quietly waited for Qin Guan's reply. And not far away on the opposite bank, Qin Guan stood with his arms folded. And as he looked at this young fox girl, who had shouldered a blood feud and had been uprooted all the way, a few moments of emotion flashed within him as well. But after thinking long and hard about it, he shook his head. That is a request that this general cannot grant you right now. His voice came out calmly, the slightly indifferent words, causing the light in the young girl's eyes to instantly dim. A pair of fox ears on her head, unconsciously getting down. Elder, is it because you dislike tiny small guts? Her eyes were crystallized with teardrops, rolling continuously, and her delicate body was soft and boneless as she sat there on her knees. Aggrieved. The fat round face is obviously not the kind of woe is me looks, but also at this time inexplicably more than a few points I see the pity of the delicate gas. Is this the racial gift of the vixen? Qin Guan was speechless as he shook his head and reminded, what this general is saying is, now is not a time to promise you. Ha! Hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao froze and raised her head, her large eyes in a state of confusion. Qin Guan sighed. It really was a stupid fox. He took a step forward and said point blank, life is not like that. If you and I are destined to meet, let me see your metamorphosis the next time we meet, and I will accept you as my disciple. Seniors. Wang Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and said timidly, but Xiao is a fox spirit. She won't molt. When Qin Guan heard this, he looked at the young girl's eyes that were puzzled in their innocence, and remained rigidly silent for 3 seconds. The kid's not pretending at all. He's really stupid. He covered his forehead, worried about the future of the Qingqiu legacy fox clan. It's a metamorphosis, not a molt, much less a degeneration. Remember, next time we meet, show me a change in you. Qin Guan no longer endured. Directly on the hand, Wang Xiaoxiao choked and lifted up. Again, with his peak Saint Exalt battle power that had yet to subside, he invoked the laws of space and tore an opening in the void, forming a temporary spatial teleportation channel. Then in Wang Xiaoxiao's dumbfounded eyes, like throwing a bowling ball, he threw it into this black hole-like space channel. Wang Xiaoxiao floated in the void. The person hadn't come back to his senses, and waited for 3 to 5 seconds before reacting and letting out a series of screams. This kid, even fear has a delay. It's okay, Dorky is cute too. Qin Guan smoothed out the rift in the void in front of him and comforted himself with a long sigh in his heart. In fact, in terms of character, Wang Xiaoxiao was indeed qualified enough to become his disciple. It's just that the situation in the world is in turmoil nowadays. Whether it's the Great Phoenix Dynasty or the Northern Demon Clan, the situation is unclear. Her identity as a descendant of the king's demon was too special, and Qin Guan now had a whole lot of things going on of his own, so it really wasn't appropriate to stay by his side, and that timid innocence slowed him down a bit. If it had been placed 500 years ago, Qin Guan would have been interested in personally cultivating and honing the other party's temperament. But right now, time is running out and it's no longer appropriate for this. That's why she was thrown away, so that she could practice alone first, to get rid of the childishness in her body. Of course, since Qin Guan had been moved to compassion, he wouldn't really leave the other party to fend for themselves. The destination that Spatial Passage arrived at just now was Wuxi County, one of the 13 northwestern counties. This was because Xiaotian had already told him that although the Shen Bing Guards had been disbanded, a part of them had become a civilian assassin organization called the Bloodclothes Building. It is mainly active in the 13 northwestern counties. Therefore, Qin Guan planned to let Wang Xiaoxiao join the Bloodclothes house and become an assassin when the time was right. This takes care of the other person and allows them to grow quickly. With this thought in his mind, Qin Guan used his secret technique to send a voice message to Xiaotian while transforming into a long rainbow and leaving Luo City. The matter of the Gao family was over, and the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd was successfully retrieved. It was a bit difficult to get back the Divine Punishment Destruction Sword next. Going directly to the 9th Prince was the next best thing. Purely reckless behavior. The best time to do it was in the Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm. After all, anything can happen in the secret realm. It wasn't uncommon for the talented sons of the royal family to fall. What Qin Guan had to do was also very simple, which was to change the prince with a civet and enter the secret realm with the identity of another prince. And that candidate, too, he had long ago determined. The 18th son of the late emperor, now King Hongling. King Hongling was the youngest son of the late emperor, and used to attend the Jishi Academy together with Qin Guan and Su Chanxi. He is a kind person and has an extremely good relationship with Qin Guan. Even when he was reduced to an invalid after his own awakening, he had traveled to the Jinbei king's mansion many times to visit him. Even in his previous life, after he himself was expelled from the northern realm, King Hongling still relieved him many times, and even though this matter was sneered at by many people in the court, he didn't half flinch. Unfortunately, later on, King Hongling didn't know what happened and suddenly there was no news. Qin Guan didn't get to see this little prince one last time until just before he was frozen to death. Jing Yang treats people kindly, but he doesn't have a high cultivation level, which has become his biggest drawback, so let's hope he doesn't get bullied. In the middle of the sky, Qin Guan executed the Xingzi secrets and continuously vanished through the void. He sighed darkly as he flew in the direction of Hongling County. Su Jingyang, the very name of Hongling Wang. As the youngest son of the late emperor, he also had the weakest talent amongst the group of imperial sons. The sixth prince of that year had scolded him that if he hadn't been born into the royal family, he would only be able to work as a handyman when placed in a third-rate martial arts sect. Although these words were a bit exaggerated and highly insulting, they also sidestepped how bad Su Jingyang was at martial arts. Coupled with Su Jingyang's character, more cowardly, many things are always hidden in the heart. This caused Qin Guan to be, inwardly, very worried. It always felt like something had changed in his previous life with the sudden loss of Hongling Wang. This time, he went to Hongling County and wondered if he could find out. Time is gradually passing. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed. On the distant horizon, a huge capital city came into view, looking quite prosperous. This was Hongling County, located in the southeastern corner of the Great Phoenix, right next to the endless sea, with a long and boundless coastline. Hongling City is built on the sea. Looking from afar, one could see many sea merchant fleets, which were constantly driving their spirit boats, trading frequently. The entire Hongling City was a scene of prosperity. Qin Guan didn't flaunt too much. The lineward's secret became more and more skillful, almost hidden in the void, and in an instant, he came to the sky above Hongling Wang's residence. Divine thoughts surged out like a tidal wave, covering the entire mansion and searching for traces of the young prince. And at this look, Qin Guan was first unable to believe it, and then his eyes turned crimson with killing intent. This was because under the feedback of his divine thoughts, the little prince, who was kind by nature, was actually locked up in a kennel at this moment. He was dressed in rags, no longer in royal majesty, and sat in a haystack with a listless face, a dog bowl in front of him strikingly, while in the main hall of the king's mansion, there was a middle-aged man in the shape of a butler on the first seat, squinting his eyes and enjoying the massage of his maid. The master sleeps in the doghouse and the servant is in charge. What an inversion of the Big Dipper. Qin Guan was furious. Life rarely so angry. The body of the powerful Saint Realm pressure suddenly erupted, wrapped in the killing power. Without the slightest hesitation will be toward the entire royal mansion shrouded. Chapter 37, Strong Suppression. Overseas Forces. Rumble. The Saint Realm pressure that was so strong that it seemed like a giant wave was running, instantly impacting and covering the entire king's mansion. The killing power that belongs solely to the killing scripture cultivated was also wrapped in it, adding more fire to this might. All over the house. I don't know how many servants were trembling at this moment. It's the fear that radiates from life's instincts. Some people with insufficient chi and blood and low cultivation levels even fainted on the spot. In the middle of the main hall, that middle-aged butler who was originally still sitting on the first place, sipping tea with an old spirit, was even more wildly changed in color at this moment. Who is it? What a big dog dared to attack the royal residence? He stood up from his chair in an uproar, his face shocked and furious, his eyes flashing with viciousness as he stared into a void space. There, the air fluctuated slightly, and Qin Guan's figure stepped out from it. Second level of the Saint Realm? It's really interesting that a tiny housekeeper has this kind of cultivation. Qin Guan's gaze fell on the middle-aged man, and he saw through the other party's bottom line with a single glance. This was clearly a Saint Realm supreme power. A person's cultivation had already reached the second level of the Saint Realm, and was a high-ranking martial artist anywhere in the world. Entering the court can be appointed as a heavenly general, in charge of thousands of soldiers and horses, enjoying glory and wealth. Even if placed in the outside world, one could easily become a Zhenzong elder within a first-class martial arts sect, but he had, on the contrary, entered the Hongling king's residence and chose to become a housekeeper. This is intriguing. Who on earth is your excellency? And at this moment, this middle-aged butler also finally felt Qin Guan's cultivation fluctuations that far exceeded his own, and the ruthlessness on his face ceased as he asked with some heaviness. It doesn't matter who I am. Explain who you are and your motives for coming to the royal residence, and this general can give you a hard time. Qin Guan indifferently forced his eyes on the other party. The chi and blood in his body focused on suppressing it. and the killing might was like a prison, locking it firmly in place. That middle-aged butler's face changed once again. Under this violent impact, he only felt as if he was a mole cricket being watched by a giant, and the pride that belonged to a sacred realm's supreme power was completely shattered. The body could not control the slight trembling, knowing that he was meeting a strong enemy, but his lips moved and moved, but still nothing came out. It was only after being watched by Qin Guan's increasingly cold gaze to the limit of his mental capacity that he opened his mouth with a hoarse voice. I advise your excellency not to rely on having a few points of cultivation to act recklessly. Be aware that there are people outside of this world. If you don't have more than enough connections with the Hongling royal house, there are some things that you should not feel free to pry into, so as not to stir up a fire. This answer, ambiguous, is more like a warning. A cold smile spread across the corners of Qin Guan's mouth as he said bluntly, if you don't say it, then go to hell. The moment the words landed, a powerful chi had already flown out from his fingertips and swept through the air, piercing towards the other party's chest like a stunning bolt. You! The middle-aged butler's face changed drastically. He never expected Qin Guan to be so decisive, and to take his life at the drop of a hat. In his haste, he defiantly cast his entire body's base card to resist. First, an ink-colored light shield surfaced in front of him, while his body twisted and his body's chi and blood burst into flames, forming another shield of blood chi behind the light shield. In the end, the purple shirt burst open, revealing the clothes worn on the inside, and surprisingly, there was a close-fitting soft armor. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, even though the middle-aged butler had used all of his means, and under the outbreak of multiple life-preserving means, it was still difficult to resist Qin Guan's shocking finger. The 2 layers of protective light shields were the first to rupture, followed by the earth-rank medium soft armor. Good thing that this some blocking, but also for him to increase the time to dodge. Under the constant trembling of the void, the whole person in a split second to move 3 inches, so that this finger just off the heart. He looked down at the bloody hole in the center of his chest, his face pale, his body trembling like a sieve, drenched in cold sweat, and he hurriedly waved his hand. I'll say it. It's the Wind and Cloud Society. The Wind and Cloud Society sent me to the Hongling Royal Palace to spy on the young prince in order to gain greater trade benefits. The middle-aged man screamed miserably and opened his mouth. Without any Saint Realm powerhouse demeanor, he could sort of see that this killing god in front of him was not playing false at all. All of his moves were killing moves, and he really wanted him dead. A body of cultivation is not easy to come by. Where there is a small life is important. At this moment naturally all out. You call this ing surveillance? As soon as Qin Guan heard this, his chi and blood instantly surged upwards as he took one step and flashed in front of this person. The black light halberd in his hand suddenly surfaced and swung fiercely towards his legs. Click! The sound of broken bones slicing resounded, followed by miserable screams that spread throughout the entire royal mansion, causing all those who heard it to shudder. The lower half of this middle-aged man's body was clearly chopped off by Qin Guan. The little prince sleeps in the kennel. Was oppressed. Even beggars are not as good. This evil servant even dared to call it monitoring. Qin Guan naturally couldn't stand it. Say, what kind of power is the Wind Cloud Society? With another loud rumbling sound, the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd was directly inserted into the side of the middle-aged butler's head, and a cool chill emanated, causing the sweaty hairs on his face to stand up. At that moment, he didn't even dare to let out a little scream, and his gaze at Qin Guan was filled with fear, as if he was looking at a hellish evil spirit. Trembling, he opened his mouth and said, the Wind and Cloud Society, a force on the endless sea, focusing on trade with Great Phoenix. The president is at the peak of the Saint Realm cultivation, and there are several other powerful people in the society who are above the 8th layer of the Saint Realm. On the endless sea, there are many other trading forces like the Wind and Cloud Society, all thinking of competing for this piece of cake in Hongling County. In order to monopolize all the benefits, the chairman inquired about the young prince's cowardly character. So he secretly took control of the Hongling royal family at the risk of offending the Great Phoenix royal family. I'm just one of the pawns. In the entire Hongling city, there have long been people from the Wind and Cloud Society all over. I've told you everything I know. Forgive me, spare my dog's life. The middle-aged butler's face grew paler and paler, without the slightest trace of blood, and his voice was full of pleading for his life. But Qin Guan just sneered, and the Xuanha halberd slashed violently from his neck. Forgiving you is something God does. I'm only responsible for sending you to him. Oh, forgot there is no God in this world. He muttered to himself as he looked at the head that had been cut off by a halberd and rolled to the side in death. The body then traveled step by step towards the dog kennel deep within the mansion, killing might spreading along the way as it moved. One by one, the evil servants were subdued through the air, their bodies collapsing in unison like mowing wheat. The killing scripture is showing signs of loosening up again. It seems like it's not far from being hammered into the heavenly Tao killing chi. Qin Guan walked forward, feeling the growth and the progress of the feats within his body, and secretly thought, he was now but a small completion realm of the killing scripture. The killing chi he held was ordinary killing chi, and his killing might was naturally the most ordinary. In order to condense the powerful divine Luo killing might, it was necessary to first refine the ordinary killing chi into heavenly Tao killing chi. There are no shortcuts on this path. The only way is to kill. Qin Guan had gone through multiple killing robberies such as the Shen family and the Gao family, and the killing scripture had been cultivated very quickly, and now there was a sense of a breakthrough. With this thought in his mind, he also came to the broken kennel. With a single movement of his mind, the simple room in front of him suddenly crumbled apart, revealing the little prince sitting dazedly within it. Chapter 38 Bloodshed at Fengyun House. Jing Yang. Looking at the young prince's disoriented appearance, Qin Guan felt a stabbing pain in his heart. A scene from the past passes through the heart like running water. The little prince who was once good-natured and never competed with others for victory, at this moment even slept with a dog. Even the dirty dog bowl was filled with slop leftovers. Can't even see a single good grain of spiritual rice. Jing Yang, brother is here to see you. Look up and see me. Qin Guan took 3 steps and 2 steps to grab the body of the young prince, but he found that the other party did not react at all. His eyes were dull, as if he was already demented. Putting his finger on the heavenly spirit and using the Saint Realm level laws to feel it slightly, he realized that the little prince had lost most of his 3 souls and 7 spirits, which was why it led to this situation. The Windjammer. Qin Guan's face was grim. A pair of fists pinched and crunched as the killing intent and hatred in his heart went straight to the sky. Ding! The host has found that the young prince he came to look for has been mistreated by the Wind and Cloud Society for a long time, resulting in half of his 3 souls being dispersed and he has become demented. In the face of this situation, please make your choice. Option 1, break the clouds and see the sun to restore the light. To stand up for the young prince and kill all the wind and cloud villains in Hongling City, and return Hongling City to a clear sky, rewarded with an 8th grade heavenly elixir, the reversing Yang God elixir, which can restore the 3 souls and 7 souls of the young prince. Option 2, the blood of one city is not enough to repay. Not only will we kill all the Wind and Cloud Society disciples in Hongling City, but we will also chase them to the endless sea, kill them in the Wind and Cloud Society's lair, and slaughter the entire clan. The eggs will be shaken apart. Earthworms will be split vertically, in order to solve the hatred in the heart. This option is more difficult. Upon completion it rewards an 8th grade heavenly elixir reversal Yang Shendan, and the host's cultivation improves by 3 minor levels. Just as Qin Guan's heart was mingling with anger, the system's long-lost prompt rang out. 2 options, one by one, come to mind. Qin Guan swept through. The mind was a little taken aback. This time, the system, which had always been stable, didn't even give an option for a life-preserving type anymore. And these 2 choices of content, both of which are main killers, are just different in difficulty. The first one just needs to kill all the Wind and Cloud Society disciples in the city. The second one was much more aggressive, directly chasing the other party to the endless sea and completely decimating them. I have to say, the second option is really mean, very much to Qin Guan's taste. As for the so-called difficulty increase, it was not worth mentioning in his eyes at all. The strongest president of the Wind and Cloud Society was only at the peak of the Saint Realm. Even if he was a genius figure with unique undercurrents and his battle power far exceeded that of his class, Qin Guan was still unafraid. After all, nowadays, although his realm hadn't increased, he had obtained the heavenly rank upper grade Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd. That's where his bottom line is. The top grade of the heavenly order. Hard to find in the world. An absolute killing weapon. Coupled with the fact that the halberd itself was his weapon, it was extremely smooth to use and didn't even need to be sharpened. Right away, Qin Guan was making a choice in his mind. Jing Yang, brother Shitzi won't let go of any murderer who persecutes you. All the evil servants in this mansion who bullied you and insulted you will die. And all the people in the Wind and Cloud Society will die even more. Qin Guan touched the little prince's head, and even though he knew that the other party could no longer hear him, he still made a solemn promise. Immediately, he took out a small formation that concealed his breath to place the little prince in it. After carefully checking it over to make sure everything was safe, he killed himself and walked straight out of the king's mansion. The Windjammers are very recognizable, because it's a chamber of commerce. When Qin Guan had just arrived at Hongling City, he had already noticed that on the busiest street in the center of the city, there was an imposing Fengyun building. Obviously, this was the industry that the Wind and Cloud Society had set up in Hongling City. In the entire street, the shadows of other chambers of commerce were no longer visible at all. Only the Wind and Cloud Society, or other forces that were submissive and dependent on the Wind and Cloud Society. From this, It could be seen that this wind and cloud society had already eaten up Hongling City to the point where it was almost a complete hegemony. Boom! With a roar, Qin Guan's chi and blood were like rainbows, and without the slightest trace of concealment, he fell as if he were a shooting star, directly smashing the ground in front of the wind and cloud building's door. A large cracked pit was shocking to the eyes. All idlers, get out within 3 breaths. Accompanying it was Qin Guan's unquestionably majestic voice. Like thunder descending, it resounded in the ears of every single person in wind and cloud building. What's going on? Who is so bold as to come to wind and cloud house to cause trouble? The visitor seems to be a sacred realm supreme. Holy realm much what? Don't you know that behind the wind and cloud building is the endless sea wind and cloud association presiding over it? Last time, there was a high-ranking martial artist at the 5th level of the Saint Realm who tried to blackmail the treasure based on his own strength, but he ended up being summoned by the master of the building to the General Assembly. A Saint Realm 8th level powerhouse stationed on an 800-mile deserted island overseas crossed the sea on the spot and slapped this person to death with one palm. Hiss! Then isn't this berserker here to die? Qin Guan's mighty suppression of the wind and cloud building instantly caused an endless outcry. A group of martial artists who were roaming around the building were either surprised or sneering when they heard it, and their words to each other were filled with the gesture of watching. Not a single person took Qin Guan's words seriously at all. After all, Wind and Cloud House was famous, and in this Hongling City and the near sea area, it was simply just a handful. How dare you? Which ungrateful one dares to come to Wind and Cloud House to sow discord? 3 breaths of time had not yet arrived, but a vice master of the Wind and Cloud building took the lead and rushed out, his words filled with the anger of being provoked, as well as a lofty intent that could not be hidden. Die! Qin Guan swept him with his afterglow, not even bothering to say a word of superfluous nonsense, and a fist was thrown through the air. The strong chi and blood shook the void, wrapped in the laws of the Saint Realm and killing might, ferocious and incomparable. This deputy floor master with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm had not expected Qin Guan to strike so decisively, and without even having the time to react, he was blown to pieces by a single blow. A high-ranking member of the Wind and Cloud Society who was in a high position of power and enjoyed endless riches in this domain died just like this. The whole room shook. All those who witnessed it were stunned and their minds buzzed. Instead, the reality was that without waiting for them to react, Qin Guan had already struck again. Only this time, his entire body flashed to high above the sky, and the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd emerged, raised high above his head. The might on it coalesced, inducing the flowing clouds to roll back. The sky was dark as ink, and an amazing black and red lightning was born on top of the halberd body, as if it was going to exterminate the world. The next moment, without the slightest hesitation, Qin Guan aimed a vicious slash at the Wind and Cloud building at his feet. Boom! In that instant, indescribable destructive power blossomed between heaven and earth. The entire building was completely constructed from top-grade Earth-ranked treasure materials, with 10 additional array reinforcements, making it difficult for even a Saint Realm 9th level martial artist to damage the building. Surprisingly, at this moment, countless people's horrified gazes produced cracks from top to bottom. Between the opening and closing of the cracks, the building shook greatly, and I don't know how many unlucky people within it were killed on the spot. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud Society were even more dead and maimed, wailing all over the place. Today, Qin Guan is going to bloodily wash Wind and Cloud House. Chapter 39, 50 breaths? You can't even do it in one breath. The road is far away from the 3,000 boundaries in the northwest, and it presses down on the millions of states in the southeast. Qin Guan stood proudly above the dome, and between the opening and closing of the halberd in his hand, the wind and clouds split the building, killing and wounding countless people. Infinite aura rolled over him, and the terrifying killing might turned into substance, like a huge mountain, pressing the entire city to gasp for air, as if there was a big stone on their chests. What kind of existence is this person, who, at the drop of a hat, goes on a killing spree and knifes the wind cloud building? On the streets, there were people witnessing this scene with wide eyes, their hearts shaking wildly, and at the same time, be glad that you, at the moment, are not in the building. Those who mocked Qin Guan inside the building and did not leave in time, the Hongling city's powerful and influential people, all of them had their livers cracked, and the ones who had their backs turned directly into pieces under the aftermath. Those that survived were running wildly towards the outside of the building. Unfortunately, they were too slow. The power of a heavenly rank upper grade level battle treasure was far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Those black and red lightning bolts were wildly expanding outwards, transforming into a dragnet that covered the entire wind and cloud building in the blink of an eye. All living beings fell into the black and red power grid, like the fish in the pond electrocuted, crackling between the electric death of a piece. Stop! Suddenly, a furious cry exploded between heaven and earth, only to see a purple rainbow light violently rushing out from the great net of lightning inside the wind and cloud building. It was a stocky old man, his chi and blood heated, the pressure of a Saint Realm powerhouse spreading as he rushed in front of Qin Guan with boundless anger. It's Wind and Cloud Building Master Wan Songhu. He turned out to be in the building as well. Master Wan Lu is a Saint Realm 7th level powerhouse, strong in his own right, and also has a Saint Realm 8th level brother who serves as a senior elder in the Wind and Cloud Society. With him stepping in, this person shouldn't be able to show off anymore, right? As soon as the old man wrapped in purple rainbow light appeared, cries of alarm sounded from below. Many people recognized him and said where he came from. Obviously, this old man who served as the owner of the Wind and Cloud Building was a renowned top figure in Hongling City. But Qin Guan didn't care about any of this, and didn't think the least bit of it even as he listened to the words below him. Stop when you say stop? Who are you? He smiled coldly at the corners of his lips and struck out even more violently, only to hear a loud rumble. A strong energy impact completely erupted, and the imposing buildings and pavilions below were completely split into pieces and turned into ruins. Everyone within it, regardless of their cultivation level, was killed in action. Instead, there was a pile of rare and precious treasures that resisted the onslaught, surprisingly rushing out of the collapsed waste materials and flying into the sky on their own, scattering in all directions. Qin Guan's battle power was unrivaled, and after he activated the heavenly grade upper grade battle treasure, the Wind Cloud Building made of earth grade treasure material collapsed but indirectly resisted a lot of impacts, thus making a very small portion of top tier treasures that didn't follow the destruction, but instead had a spiritual nature and rushed in all directions. Many people at the scene were stunned by this scene, immediately followed by the sudden emergence of greed, each scrambling and panicking to rush out to grab those treasures. When these supreme treasures were placed in the Wind and Cloud Building, they didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts and could only watch from afar with bated breath. But at this moment, the Wind and Cloud Building is all gone, and the treasure has become ownerless, so it naturally attracts people's hearts. There is no limit to man's desires. When greed comes together, even life and death are forgotten. And high above, looking at the former treasures now being bombarded and robbed by the people of the city, Wind and Cloud Building Master Wan Songhu's face went white, and his eyes were bloodshot. My baby! His voice was urgent as he tried to step in and stop the scene. However, before that Saint Realm's great hand could probe out, it was broken by a great halberd of black light. Old Den, you might as well mind your own business. Qin Guan smiled coldly at the corner of his lips as the halberd in his hand danced horizontally, space exploding and the void bursting. Damn! You destroyed my Wind Cloud Building. The Wind Cloud Society won't let you go. You will be killed even if you escape to the ends of the earth in this life. Wan Songhu was furious, hissing as he issued threats while bursting his entire body's chi and blood. Layers and layers of beast-like aura rose up on his body. Wild winds rolled around, and the shadow of a hideous blood tiger was vaguely visible, looming above his head. Wind Tiger 18 style, Earth rank middle grade martial skill, the treasured mastery of the Yuan family, and overseas power. As the saying goes, the clouds follow the dragon, the wind follows the tiger. In contrast, there was also a copy of the Cloud Dragon Breaking Formation halberd, which was learned by Wan Songhu's brother, Wan Songlong. At this moment, after executing the 18 styles of the Wind Tiger, Wan Songhu's cloudy old eyes were filled with essence. Between the monstrous surges of chi and blood, he was actually really like an aged mad tiger that could not be looked at directly. This person has great strength, and that halberd in his hand is terrifyingly terrifying. But I had urgently notified my big brother stationed overseas to come to the rescue while I was in the building. With big brother's recluse speed, at most 50 breaths will be able to arrive. At that time, the two of us brothers will definitely be able to take down this maniac with our combined efforts. That means I only have to hold out for another 50 breaths. Various thoughts flashed rapidly through Wan Songhu's mind. He wasn't stupid, and he felt bad when Qin Guan made his initial strike and killed the vice floormaster in seconds. So he crushed the sound transmission jade slip and sent out a request for help to the boss of the Wan clan, who was stationed on a lonely island offshore. Wan Songlong, the boss of the Wan family, was a serious high-level figure of the Wind and Cloud Society, with a cultivation at the 8th level of the Saint Realm, and was a powerful party wherever he looked. Not to mention the fact that overseas cultivators, who survived in a perilous environment for years, fought with many sea demons, and their experience in martial combat was far from comparable to that of the Phoenix Dynasty's martial artists. Basically, you can do the same class crush. Therefore, despite Wan Songhu's heartache over the destruction of the building and his liver and gall, there was not much fear in his eyes. Even if I can't take you, but a mere 50 breaths, can't I still hold out? Thinking of this, Wan Songhu let out a loud shout. His figure was like a tiger coming out of a cage, pouncing towards Qin Guan. Above his hands, there were flashes of cold light, and only after a closer look would he realize that he was actually wearing a pair of tiger fingers. To say the least, It was also a battle treasure at the upper level of the earth rank. While facing the raging Wan Songhu, Qin Guan remained unchanged and stood proudly. 50 breaths? You won't last 5 breaths. The corner of his lips lifted up in a disdainful arc, and his eyes were filled with indifference towards ants. 50 breaths? How dare this old den think? Overseas martial artists were indeed more powerful compared to Greater Phoenix martial artists, but it was also divided into who they were compared to. Qin Guan was among the top group in this world in terms of both talent and martial arts fighting experience. Killing an overseas martial artist in seconds was just as simple as eating and drinking, only to see him waving the halberd in his hand, with an incredible stance, dodging the other party's tiger pounce, while the halberd body was like a divine dragon swinging its tail, fiercely smashing on top of the back of Wan from the tiger's chest. In an instant, the killing might entered his body, and the might of a heavenly grade upper grade battle treasure blossomed. Straight away, Wan Songhu's bones, flesh and blood, all burst. How is this possible? Wan Songhu was dumbfounded, only feeling his body in pieces. While only this one unbelievable thought flashed in his mind, his consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. Until he died, he had never thought that he could not even resist a single breath under Qin Guan, not to mention the 50 breaths of your own fantasies? Chapter 40, Weapons Crushing. Killing into the Endless Sea. Master Stormcloud died. This scene happened extremely abruptly. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have gone quiet, and those red-eyed contenders for the babies didn't dare to move, each staring in dismay at the rain of blood that showered down from the sky. Put down what you have in your hands and spare your lives. Qin Guan's voice was joyless and sorrowless, as if the supreme heavenly emperor was speaking, filled with extreme majesty, and at their feet, a group of people reacted differently to the news. Some were so dry that they just gave away the treasures they grabbed. Others had hesitant faces, torn with reluctance, and there are even more bold people, even heavy cold snort, holding the treasure, head without turning back to turn around and run. They were betting that their own recluse speed would be enough, and that Qin Guan would not really make a move. Unfortunately, Qin Guan had spoken his words, and there was no reason to take them back, only to see him flex his fingers and instantly 2 channels of qi energy pierced through the air, directly piercing through the back of these people's heads. That one body immediately fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the place. This scene, once again, shocked many people. Those who were previously entangled and hesitant no longer dared to have any greed and hurriedly gave away their treasures. Tiger! And just as Qin Guan put away all the treasures, a cry of alarm rose up from heaven and earth at first, followed by a terrifying pressure like a thundercloud. Everyone hurriedly looked at the sound, and saw that in the direction of the endless sea outside the city, on the spacious sea surface, thunder was stirring, and there was a big red dragon vaguely, piercing through the clouds and fog, and hurriedly coming towards Hongling City. Boom! A few breaths later, the red dragon approached, and only then did the crowd finally see clearly that it wasn't any real dragon. Rather, it was a dragon-state shadow formed by a Saint Realm powerhouse as his abundant chi and blood exuded from his body. His demeanor was sad and even more tinged with anger. His appearance was 8 points similar to that of the Wind Cloud Mansion Master, and he was staring at Qin Guan with a deadly stare. This person was clearly the senior elder of the Wind and Cloud Society, Wan Songlong, the boss of the Wan clan. Not long ago, he received an urgent transmission from Wan Songhu and immediately broke the barrier to come. Along the way used a lot of recluse secret treasure. Will be 50 breath of the journey compressed to 10 breath. Is to think that do not want to make any mistakes. As a result, when he arrived, he happened to see the scene of Wan Songhu's fall. This caused him to go completely insane, his chi and blood rushing to the top, his gaze as if he wanted to eat someone. Little, you give my brother back his life. Only heard a loud shout shook the clouds. One from the dragon killed close in a flash, hand holding the double halberd, a body of chi and blood full force, straight to the Qin Guan vitals. This was none other than the Wan clan's other top secret, the top grade earth-ranked martial skill, the Cloud Dragon Breaking Formation halberd. Wan Songlong had already cultivated this martial art to the state of perfection, and a handful of double halberd war treasures were out of this world in his hands. The move that was being utilized at this moment was the Battle Dragon in the sky from the Cloud Dragon Breaking Formation halberd. When he was running, the double halberds in his hands rotated like a meat grinder. Each stroke had the power to open mountains and break rivers. Terrifyingly terrifying. With this move, Wan Songlong even had the confidence to push across the Great Phoenix Dynasty's Sacred Realm 9th level martial artists. This person in front of him was only at the 6th level of the Saint Realm, so he was completely unafraid, as if he had already seen a scene of success in avenging his brother's death. Just killed one Olden and here comes another? So be it, then I'll send you to him. Qin Guan narrowed his eyes, sneering in his heart as he poked the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd straight forward in his hand. Roar! In an instant, the dragon's roar resounded. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and in a trance, they saw an overwhelmingly ferocious dragon, clad in pitch-black dragon scales, charging out in a majestic and murderous manner. Wan Songlong was shocked. He also had a chi-blood red dragon on him, yet at this moment but he looked a bit petty. This son is not right. His mind raced, and his original confidence was gone, because the closer he got to Qin Guan, the more he felt as if he was facing a huge mountain. Madaka! Just as he panicked, the two weapons had already intersected, and his twin halberds unexpectedly did not have any power to resist, only feeling a numbness in his arms. When he looked at it again, the hallowed earth-ranked war treasure had broken into two. Wan Songlong's pupils deepened. Completely confused, he simply couldn't imagine what kind of demon was alive on the other side to be able to cut down an earth-ranked battle treasure hard. And that halberd of his is also oddly enough, surprisingly no loss. Could it be a heaven-ranked war treasure? Old Den, your dragon is dying. Qin Guan gained momentum and bullied his way up, slapping his halberd down and directly shattering half of Wan Songlong's body. Meanwhile, above the heads of the two, the black dragon and the red dragon were dueling. However, the situation was lopsided, as the red chi and blood dragon was strangled by the black-scaled ferocious dragon in just one look. This was the power of the Dragon Abyss Buster halberd. Weapons fight each other, and there is nothing to win. Even though the earth-ranked battle treasure was already a precious weapon in the world, when facing the extreme heaven-ranked Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd, it could only drink and break. Take me to the Windjammer. Qin Guan kills like a prison. At this moment, his right hand is like a vice. A hand grabbed Wan Songlong's head, like carrying a small chicken, coldly shouted and opened his mouth. You're just asking for death if you go to the Wind and Cloud Society. Wan Songlong had half of his body blown up, and at this point, he was already breathing in and out, responding intermittently. Then there's no need for you to worry about it. Qin Guan coldly swept a glance at him, and the next moment, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he boomed, leaving a layer of rippling shockwaves in the air, and his silhouette swept away rapidly in the direction of the endless sea. In the blink of an eye, Hongling City was no longer under the pressure of any Saint Realm powerhouses, and it was as quiet as if nothing had happened. A group of people on the ground looked at each other. Their eyes were all filled with shock. That overwhelmingly fierce man just killed his way to the Wind and Cloud Society's headquarters alone? My God, who exactly is this person? When did my great phoenix have such a strong person? The two brothers of the Wan family were all killed in seconds. With the Wind and Cloud building destroyed, Hongling County is really going to change. What do you say? Will this man ever come back? The Wind and Cloud Society is a top overseas power with many powerful people. Even if the Great Phoenix Imperial clan wanted to deal with it, they would have to send out a large portion of the heavenly generals in their dynasty, right? In my opinion, this trip is treacherous. A group of people mingled, all talking about the events of the day. There were also people who climbed up to the city tower and looked away in the direction of the endless sea, secretly guessing whether Qin Guan would return from this trip. In fact, for most martial artists, they wanted to see Qin Guan win, because the people of Hongling County's martial artists have been suffering from the Wind and Cloud Society for a long time. It is important to realize that when a market is monopolized, what remains is endless exploitation. Over the years, the Wind and Cloud Association has driven away all the other chambers of commerce in Hongling County, and has monopolized the entire city. A small yellow-ranked weapon dared to ask for 50,000 spirit stones, which was 3 or 4 times the price of other places. This was simply unaffordable pain for an ordinary martial artist. To buy an ordinary cultivation item, one would have to sell nearly all of his value. May I ask who can bear it? What's worse, the people from the Wind and Cloud Society had posted guards on all sides of Hongling City. Want to get out of town? Survive in another county? That's gotta be paid extra. And at that price, it's not bad. To put it bluntly, it was to find ways to keep people in Hongling County until all the spirit stones in their money bags were drained. Therefore, there wasn't a single ordinary citizen or lower-level martial artist in Hongling County who didn't long for the Wind and Cloud Society to disappear. It has to work. Some people looked in the direction of the endless sea and prayed silently. Qin Guan's appearance had given them hope of overthrowing the Wind and Cloud Society. Chapter 41, Triggering the Choice Again. Obtaining the 72 Techniques of the Earthly Fate. Boom! On the endless sea, space produced fluctuations visible to the naked eye, constantly distorting. If a knowledgeable martial artist was here, they would definitely be in awe. This was because it was a trace produced by someone using a highly skillful recluse technique, catalyzing the laws of space, and continuously spanning across the void. And that person, naturally, was Qin Guan. His eyes were cold and murderous, carrying the half-dead Wan Songlong in his hands and executing the Xingzi secret under his feet. A single step fell, and he was crossing a land of 10,000 miles, with an exaggerated speed. Ha, ha, go on, go on. I'd like to see how you die. Wan Sunlong's voice was hoarse, and his mouth was full of blood red when he grinned, but he was still letting out a strange laugh of gloating. Obviously, in his eyes, Qin Guan's trip to the headquarters of the Wind and Cloud Society was undoubtedly the same as seeking death. Qin Guan didn't pay any attention to the dying man and just rushed on. A few minutes later, he pushed hard in his hand and crushed Wan Sunlong's head, ending his life. It was because the headquarters of the Wind and Cloud Society had appeared in his eyes. Just before his eyes, a huge sea island sank horizontally, with beautiful scenery and many buildings. A flag with the word Fengyun written all over it was planted all over the mountain, waving in the wind. Qin Guan stood in the clouds and looked down, and he could still see the landscape made of countless treasures above the island, glittering in the sunlight and extremely luxurious. Who spies on this council? Suddenly, a sound like thunder echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking 10,000 miles of clouds. However, there were some mighty and powerful people in the Wind and Cloud Society who had discovered Qin Guan's divine thoughts. The man who beheaded you. Qin Guan snorted coldly, and immediately stopped hiding it, rolling his chi and blood up to the sky, the Saint Realm pressure spreading in all directions. His arrogant behavior like this also caused the entire island to cast attentive gazes. The person who spoke out earlier seemed to have not expected to hear such a reply, and after a slight dismay, he became furious. Junior has good guts. To come to my Wind and Cloud Society to spread wildness and still dare to threaten to behead this seat? A man with an elegant temperament stepped out from the void as he saw it rolling around. He had a head full of white hair, but his face was middle-aged looking, and the aura belonging to the peak of the Saint Realm rolled around constantly, occasionally mixed with a few hints of Zunshur. It was clearly like the Gao family's old ancestor, who had already half-stepped into the Saint-Exalted Realm. You're just a mere Saint Realm 6th level. This seat would like to see how to behead me? After this middle-aged man appeared, his eyes were filled with coldness as he forced himself to look at Qin Guan, and an extremely strong sense of oppression struck him, as if it was the might of the heavens. This person was none other than the strongest combatant of the Wind and Cloud Society in the intelligence, that mysterious president. At the same time, in all parts of the island, a strong divine thought descended. It was the other powerful members of the Wind and Cloud Society in the island that were peering in. It could be clearly felt that they were all quite interested in Qin Guan, the person who had suddenly come to the Wind and Cloud Society to cause trouble, or playing around. This was normal. In the offshore area of Hongling County, who didn't know about the dominant position of the Wind and Cloud Society? After dominating the sea for so many years, suddenly someone came to the door to provoke. That naturally was more playful than angry. Ding! Detecting the host's arrival at the Fengyun Society's headquarters, encountering a strong physical cultivator martial artist. Please make your choice. Choice 1, a real man must be tough. Fight with Zhao Xianfeng with bare hands and bare fists. In this way, refine the Shenhuang indestructible body and increase melee combat experience. Reward for the 72 techniques of the earthly fury's false shape. Choice 2, weapons are the advancement of mankind. Kill Zhao Xianfeng with the Dragon Abyss Overlord Halberd and destroy the Wind and Cloud Club. Rewarded with a random top-grade halberd martial arts skill of the Earth Order. Just as Qin Guan glared up at the middle-aged man in front of him, the system's prompt quietly surfaced in his head. Another trigger choice has been made. Qin Guan was a little surprised inwardly after he scanned through it without moving. A strong physical martial artist? Zhao Xianfeng? Could it be referring to this Wind and Cloud Society chairman in front of us? He carefully looked at the other party, and indeed found that this appearance seems to be elegant middle-aged man. In fact, the body is extremely stout. Just hidden under the robe is difficult to detect. Other than that, just the neck alone was much thicker than a normal martial artist, which was a body-refining cultivator characteristic. Qin Guan was also a physical cultivator. However, he benefited from his physique, which was naturally strong, unlike the middle-aged man, who was a physical cultivator practiced later in life, and thus his figure would not be out of shape. Having read this key piece of information, he was drawn over to the rewards in the two options again. The whole group was stunned. Ignoring the second option of the Earth rank upper grade martial skills, it was mainly this first reward. Surprisingly, it's the earthly 72 techniques. Is this the one I understand? Qin Guan shook inwardly. He who had awakened his past life's predestined wisdom was naturally clear about the meaning of this. As the saying goes, the 36 methods of the Big Dipper and the 72 techniques of the Earth's fury belong to the Taoists' top immortal techniques. One of them, the 72 techniques of the Earth's fate, is also often called the 72 changes, and is known throughout the world. However, 72 changes did not mean that there were 72 changes, but 72 different divine abilities. The specific more refuted, such as Yutong, drive the god, Tenshan, forbidding water, borrowing wind, cloth fog, praying for sunshine, praying for rain, and so on, are all in it. As for the art of false form, Qin Guan also had some knowledge of it. This is actually the art of change as understood by unusual people. It can change its shape, either male or female, big or small, or divine birds and beasts. This false form technique has come at the right time. Qin Guan's eyes were bright. His original plan was to enter the Phoenix Spirit mystic realm by posing as the young prince. For this reason, he had already thought about preparing some heavy treasures that could conceal his breath in advance, or pills that would change his appearance for a short period of time. Although it would still be broken for a Saint Realm supreme power, it would be considered a success if one could blend in. And now that this art of false form had come out, the above preparations could be abandoned altogether. After all, it would be so much more convenient to use immortal technique to directly take on the appearance of the young king. In the world of metaphysics, martial artists are in charge. I don't believe that anyone can recognize immortal technique. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Guan's mouth. He observed very carefully. In the description of the rewards of this choice one, it was rare that the Heaven and Earth Shen grade was not used to locate the 72 techniques of the Earth's fury. This meant that its bit was definitely an existence that had surpassed the upper limit of this side of the world. Wouldn't that be a descending blow? Change at will, and as long as you don't reveal any obvious breaks, no one will be able to recognize it. When it's really wonderful. System, I choose one. Thinking of this, Qin Guan no longer hesitated and directly made a decision in his mind. Boom! Instantly, a large torrent of information flooded into his mind. These contents were so mysterious that if they were translated into words, it would only be impossible to understand them. Qin Guan was able to comprehend all of it after a brief moment of wandering, and in an instant, he had gained an insight into the essentials and mysteries of the art of false form. Along with that, the whole person's aura seemed a bit different. Chapter 42, Dueling Zhao Xianfeng, Battle of the Physical Cultivators. Over the island. It was a long story, but in reality, it only happened in a split second inside Qin Guan's mind. In the outside world, only a breath had just passed. Zhao Xianfeng, the chairman of the Wind and Cloud Association, who had been evaluated by the system as a powerful physical cultivation expert, was currently staring at him confidently and indifferently, seemingly waiting for Qin Guan to make the first move. And Qin Guan didn't ink, directly stretched the muscles, hands clenched fists between the crackling sound, the eye's fearless response to the other side. You and I will fight in close quarters. Do you dare? When the words came out, the whole island was shocked. It was followed by a burst of laughter. Even those Saint Realm powerhouses who peered with playfulness did the same. This guy is really crazy. It's just a matter of coming to the Wind and Cloud Society to provoke. But he even wants to compete with Lord President in close combat stances? It's really a slip of the tongue. Who in the outer sea area doesn't know that our chairman Zhao is the #1 body refining expert? I bet this kid will lose within 10 moves. 10 moves? In my opinion, even if the chairman doesn't utilize his martial arts skills, he can kill him with one punch. Not bad. Don't forget that Lord President is a half-step supreme power, with the law of exaltedness attached to his strikes. This kid is only at the 6th level of the Saint Realm. Provoking President Zhao like this is really an old man eating arsenic. A divine thought communicated with each other, all rather playful. There were even bets made, pulling the nature of the entertainment full circle. It was enough to see how relaxed and comfortable the many Wind and Cloud Society Saint Realm elders were with this battle. To them, it was simply a lopsided matchup, an occasional spice in a boring life. Qin Guan, that's that spice. It's inconsequential and has no chance of winning. Even Zhao Xianfeng, who was looking head-on with Qin Guan, was shaking his head indifferently at this moment. I don't know what to say. You strike. He looked at Qin Guan with disgust, apparently also treating the other party as some kind of jumped-up clown with an inflated inner ego. I'll throw a punch? Then this is not a good punch for you to take. Qin Guan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his lips, his clenched fists poised to strike. Too funny. This guy is still threatening our president even after his death. There were Saint Realm powerhouses from the Wind and Cloud Society who were laughing because of Qin Guan's words. However, before he could continue to taunt him, there was a boom in his ears, only to see that above the sky, Qin Guan was currently setting off layers of sonic booms, and his entire body, like an arrow off the string, had already rushed towards Zhao Xianfeng. Before the person arrived, the fist intent had already erupted one step ahead. The forward momentum of the fist was even attracting the sky. The wind and clouds rolled back, as if all the essence of heaven and earth were concentrated on the right fist that Qin Guan was holding at the moment. What? Zhao Xuanfeng's face instantly changed, and he no longer had the light-heartedness he had before. As the saying goes, a connoisseur knows whether there is one or not. As a body refinement martial artist proficient in physical cultivation, punching and kicking martial arts were naturally his strong points. Thus with just one look, he deduced how Qin Guan's punching technique was, An Earth-rank upper-grade Grand Circle fist skill. An incredible thought flashed through his mind, causing him to shake. Sweat hairs all over his body were even upside down, like a wild animal blowing up. Frantic warning. More than that, there's something wrong with his physique too. As that punch got closer and closer, another thought surfaced in Zhao Xuanfeng's mind. It was because the rigid, peerless, powerful and sky-high qi and blood in Qin Guan's body had actually caused the blood in his body to quake for a few moments. One must know that body-refining martial artists have steel bones and blood as heavy as a mountain, not to mention an existence at Zhao Xuanfeng's level, which could truly collapse mountains with a single drop of blood. What kind of power must Qin sightseeing have to be able to stir the blood in his body by virtue of his qi and blood exuding? What kind of physique? At this moment, Zhao Xianfeng finally realized how mighty this incoming person in front of him was. Unfortunately, Qin Guan's punch exploded too quickly, and he was already too late to respond, so he could only pay the price for his previous arrogance by going to take this punch hard. Bang! A huge sound shook the sky as the Qin Weijianshi fist erupted in Qin Guan's hand, and 1,000,000 pounds of enormous force caused cracks to appear in space. From afar, it looked as if the sky had turned into a mirror and was in pieces at that moment. Zhao Xianfeng, who was struck by this punch, could only defend himself with his arms crossed over his chest in haste, but although this can prevent the vitals, but also still hurt a lot, the whole person as a meteor, flew out backwards. It drew a long white arc in the air and eventually crashed into a mountain within the island. Rumble. The whole island shook as if it were an earthquake. Countless people panicked. Those Saint Realm powerhouses from earlier also appeared in their true forms one by one, staring at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief, especially the few people who had previously spoken out to mock Qin Guan. Their limbs were even more stiff, and the movements and expressions on their faces were frozen, as if they were ons. How come? Their minds buzzed and they just felt like their worldviews were turned upside down. An unknown kid at the 6th level of the Saint Realm had actually knocked down the half-step Saint Zun's refining body chief with a single punch. So it's the Xian Huang indestructible body in person. It seems that Zhao has underestimated you. And just as the crowd was confused, another loud cry rang out from heaven and earth. Immediately, he saw that within the shattered mountains, a red aura of qi and blood flew out steeply and straightly, eventually hanging high in the sky, transforming into Zhao Xuanfeng's silhouette. He was naked at this time, revealing his fine muscles, and between his white hair flying, he showed the domineering aura of a body-refining martial artist. As for those arms, 2 clusters of fist marks deep in them could be clearly seen, sunken in and taking on the color of purple and green, obviously not badly hurt. However, Zhao Xianfeng himself didn't pay any attention to it, as if it was a minor injury, only staring straight at Qin Guan with his eyes. He was well versed in the way of body refining and immersed himself in it, and had long known all the special physiques in the world that strengthened the body like the back of his hand. One of these 9 holy bodies, the Xian Huang indestructible body, could be called the best of body refining, a natural flesh refining holy body. He was naturally no stranger to it, and at that moment, with a turn in his heart, a shocked look surfaced on his face again. Xian Huang indestructible body, the last few thousand years, looking at the world's 18 deserts, only the Featherfall Desert Great Phoenix Dynasty out of a. You are the Divine Dragon General, Jinbei King's son Qin Guan? He sounded horrified and incredulous. The other people who heard it were even more breathless, and their gazes toward Qin Guan were filled with shock. The Great Phoenix's supreme military general, the great general of the Divine Dragon. Who in the world doesn't know? This was a legendary figure who had wrestled the supreme demon race. Those who had originally laughed at Qin Guan now had even more fiery pain on their faces, only feeling that those words were too ignorant and humiliating. You have some insight. Qin Guan carried his hands behind his back and raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised that his identity had been exposed. However, that Zhao Xianfeng laughed miserably after hearing these words. Great General Shenlong studied at the Jishi Academy in the past, and so did that King Hongling. No wonder you came to the door. It must be that the two of you are extremely close, and you've come to stand up for him. Have to say, this Zhao Xianfeng, he was worthy of being someone who could make a chamber of commerce into a near-sea overlord. The mind was really exquisite, and guessed the cause and effect at once. At this moment, after laughing miserably twice, his body but then steeply erupted a strong aura, killing machine. However, for the Wind and Cloud Society to be able to come this far, it relies on daring to fight and kill. Thus, even if it's in the presence of the Divine Dragon General, Mr. Zhao still wants to try and see if he can reverse this situation. General Qin, Mr. Zhao has a one-day ranked martial skill that he's been practicing for 100 years, and he wants to try it out for success. If we succeed, we will send the general to the Yellow Springs Road today. If we fail, the Wind and Cloud Society will be at our disposal. Chapter 43, No Martial Virtue? First use of false form technique. Above the island, Zhao Xuanfeng's voice spread throughout this heaven and earth, causing all the people of the Wind and Cloud Society to feel a chill in their hearts. The eyes that looked at Qin Guan even changed in unison. Originally, he thought that it was a sick cat that came to the door to provoke, but he didn't want to change in the blink of an eye to become an opponent that even the president who dominated the Outer Sea would have to gamble with his life. Rather a character. Qin Guan had his hands in the air, and was greatly surprised in his heart when faced with this scene. This wind and clouds will be worthy of being a chamber of commerce. The news is really well informed. Just through some clues, it is deduced that his identity, and the cause and effect of this trip. What was even more impressive was that after learning of Qin Guan's identity, Zhao Xianfeng did not beg for mercy or yell, but instead, his battle spirit was so high that he actually wanted to fight him. With a heart like this, it really didn't dishonor the name of the overlord of the Outer Sea. Therefore, Qin Guan also showed a touch of appreciation in his eyes and waved his hand. Also, make your move. This general won't let you die too painfully. His voice rolled across heaven and earth, and this time, it was not mixed with any fluctuations of holy might, and there was only full of self-confidence. On the opposite side of the sky, Zhao Xianfeng stopped speaking at the sound of his voice, and layer upon layer of qi stacked up on his body, only to see that his whole body, at this moment, actually emitted a red light, and his skin was the same, as if he had been thrown into a furnace. Searing white smoke, floating from the surface of his body, a dangerous aura blossomed in him. When Qin Guan saw this, he also slightly straightened his face, because he could feel that Zhao Xuanfeng's strength in every aspect was soaring at this moment. His sinews are stronger, his strength is stronger, and both his speed and his reaction are all going crazy. Nice. Finally encountering a strong opponent, Qin Guan's eyes also erupted with amazing battle intent. He could tell that this secret technique that Zhao Xianfeng was performing at this moment was that so-called heavenly grade martial skill. Qin Guan was very excited, because even when he was crisscrossing the world 500 years ago, he had never encountered an opponent who cultivated a heavenly rank martial skill. Heavenly ranked martial arts were simply too rare, and none of the Great Phoenix's major families and martial arts forces had any treasures. This Wind and Cloud Society, as an overseas power, did not expect to get a copy. It seemed that the Endless Sea was indeed still rich, with opportunities all over the place. General Qin, be careful. At that moment, that Zhao Xianfeng finally spoke out. The moment the end note landed, the figure instantly disappeared. Obviously, this is due to too much speed. There were no longer any silhouettes in the field of vision, and only the air continuously emitted a frictional popping sound. However, Qin Guan didn't look half flustered, but instead, he threw a punch somewhere in front of him in a very steady manner. Bang! The void shook as Zhao Xuanfeng's figure was revealed, and he was surprised as he caught Qin Guan's punching force with both of his hands. Physical cultivation martial artists, not only do they have to refine their flesh and bones, they also have to hone their 5 senses and 6 senses. When it was strong to a certain extent, the martial arts fights no longer relied entirely on the 2 eyes, and could also be fought as if they were flowing. It is the realm of refining and transforming the body. Qin Guan was such an existence, and he completely gave up the benefits of his weapon at this moment, only using his physical body and physique to start a game with the other party. Between strikes, the Earth Stage Great Perfection martial skill erupted, while in the meridians, Shen Huang Qi swam. He didn't hide anything and went all out. Every time the fist power struck out, it induced a spatial explosion, causing the void to quake and create a huge impact trail, worthy of being in 9 great sacred bodies. But I'm a mortal body that has been practicing hard for more than 1,000 years, and I've been refined by the heavenly grade body refining secret technique, and my realm is even crushing you, so I don't believe that I really can't win over the sacred body. Zhao Xianfeng roared furiously. His entire body's qi and blood pushed extremely hard, even his essence and lifespan were burning, just to fight with Qin Guan. Every time the two exchanged blows, the ground shook and the aftermath nearly sank the entire island. It's too terrifying. Is the Divine Dragon General really so terrifying? How in the world did this fight? He's only at the 6th level of the Saint Realm. The hearts of a group of onlooker Saint Realm powerhouses were jumping in fear. In their eyes, no matter if it was Qin Guan or Zhao Xianfeng, they were like ancient ferocious beasts, and the battlefield they stood on was simply not something that ordinary people could step into. And the most amazing thing was that Qin Guan's cultivation level was far inferior to Zhao Xuanfeng's. On the path of martial arts, the further back you go, the wider the gap becomes. The distance of one small realm was even more than several large realms in front of it combined. Zhao Xuanfeng's half-step saint exalt strength and endless sea martial artist. According to common sense against the Phoenix Dynasty Saint Realm, even if it was the 9th level of the Saint Realm, it would still be a slap in the face. But now what? Not only did he activate his heavenly grade body refining martial skills, but he also burned his lifespan and essence blood, and he played all of his cards before he was able to draw with Qin Guan. who was at the 6th level of the sacred realm. This is simply against the crowd's cognition. There really is a heavenly pride in the world that can defy the heavens to such an extent? No way. If the chairman continues to burn his essence blood like this, sooner or later he will lose. Let's make a move. Otherwise, once the chairman loses, who on the entire island will survive? That's the idea. After watching the battle for a few moments, the Saint Realms of the Wind and Cloud Society began to feel the pressure. This was because they could clearly see that the balance of the battlefield was being broken, and the scales of victory were beginning to reverse toward Qin Guan. The Xianhuang indestructible body was too powerful, and it was still fighting like a dragon with blood and qi, and its face was not red. On the contrary, Zhao Xianfeng was ultimately relying on martial arts techniques and consuming his lifespan to maintain his battle power, which didn't last long at all. So over time, it became clear who was winning and who was losing. This caused the Saint Realm Elders of the Wind and Cloud Society to have a sense of crisis and decided to step in to help Zhao Xianfeng. Although that horrific battlefield was one that they didn't dare to set foot on, they could use long-distance assistance. In a flash, all kinds of bows and arrows and other war treasures were pulled out and aimed at Qin Guan in unison. The chowder! With a popping sound, only the long arrow broke through the air and shot straight towards Qin Guan's rear chest. But it did not hit, because Qin Guan, as if he had eyes behind his back, had already prejudged and dodged away. Who told you to strike? Zhao Xianfeng, on the other hand, was unwilling at the moment and roared angrily. President, don't try to be brave. You can't fight him. Yes, President. If this keeps up, the entire island, all of its centuries of hard work will go up in flames. President, do you really want to disregard our lives? Where would a group of Saint Realm powerhouses stop? They dissuaded them one after another, while their hands were unceasing in their martial arts aptitude. When Zhao Xianfeng heard this, he was silent. As the person fighting against him, how could he not know the situation on the battlefield? At this moment, his heart was like ashes. Alas, after all, it's because he's done too much to expand his power by any means necessary over the years. It's all karma. Zhao Xianfeng sighed bitterly. He thought that since he had cultivated to a half-step Saint Exalt, he could ignore this world's karma. But how can the evil that was once committed be easily erased? At this moment, they could only stop abiding by that so-called rule, and with the help of the many sacred realm elders, they killed towards Qin Guan. Thought you were a bloodthirsty one for nothing. Qin Guan indifferently watched this scene and slightly shook his head, the content of his words causing Zhao Xuanfeng's eyelids to jump. But before he could argue anything, his eyes widened violently as he saw the Qin Guan at this moment, unexpectedly changing into his appearance in the blink of an eye. You. What the hell is going on here? He was horrified, looking at the face in front of him that looked exactly like his own, and only felt his heart grow fuzzy. Don't they love to meddle? I'd like to see how else to meddle this time. The corner of Qin Guan's mouth lifted into a playful smile. At this moment, he was clearly casting the false form technique of the 72 techniques of the Earth Fiend. Chapter 44, No More Wind and Cloud Association in the World. Heavily grade martial skill in hand. What the hell? Am I blind? Why are there two presidents? Looking at this incomprehensible scene, the many Saint Realm Elders of the Wind and Cloud Society were completely confused. I've lived for hundreds of years and I've never seen anything so bizarre. Then Qin Guan turned into Zhao Xuanfeng's appearance in front of everyone. No matter whether it was the body shape and appearance, or the aura they emitted, they were all different. To this extent, even the world's most brilliant disguise method can't do it, right? What to do? Which one is Qin Guan and which one is the president? A group of Saint Realm powerhouses. The moves in their hands were pinched and released, but not released, because at this moment, when Zhao Xianfeng and Qin Guan fought into a ball, they were completely confused and couldn't tell who was the Fengyun Society president. I'm the one who's Zhao Xianfeng. Help me! In the center of the battlefield, a voice shouted out, and it was seen that its appearance was urgent and it was beaten up. Bull *********. I'm the real Zhao Xianfeng. Don't come out and help me yet. But immediately, his words were countered by another Zhao Xianfeng, both with the exact same voice line. You're the fake one. I'm the real one. I'm the real one. You're the fake one. The two Zhao Zuanfangs, fighting and cursing at the same time, were both eager to defend their identities. The other onlookers were completely dazed, not knowing who was real and who was fake. How does this help? President, can you say something useful? Some people's hands and feet were numb and they didn't know what to do, while others had a twinkle in their eye and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Say, I'm getting killed." Yet his witty words landed in response with an angry curse, only to see that in the center of the battlefield, one of them, Zhao Xianfeng, was covered in blood. His chest was full of fist marks, and he had almost been beaten into a meat pie. You lose. At the same time, there was a flash of light in front of him, and the figure of Qin Guan reappeared, looking at him coldly. The aura of that body killing out of 1,000 armies is really like a torch, like a rainbow, taking the heart. General, I'm willing to hand over my heavenly rank martial skills. Can you spare my life? Zhao Xuanfeng's face turned pale as he spoke in a hurried voice. The few moments of arrogance that he had displayed before were completely gone in front of life and death. Qin Guan laughed coldly and said disdainfully, confused, the martial art is still mine after killing you. The words landed, only to see the streaming clouds in the air roll back, and a huge fist smashed out viciously. Zhao Xianfeng only felt the strong wind on his face, and in a trance, he seemed to see a bloody word death floating in his mind. Bang! In the next instant, the fist broke through the air and Zhao Xuanfeng's entire head exploded like a watermelon. The overbearing Xian Huang Qi, moreover, traveled within the opponent's body and swept away the soul essence, so that the other party did not even have a single chance to revive. At this point, the president of the Wind and Cloud Society completely fell. The headless corpse was like a kite with broken strings, falling sharply, also causing all the onlookers of the Holy Realm to be completely creeped out. Escape! Run away! It's the devil! Waves of fearful voices followed waves, and the entire island, whether it was the Saint Realm or other disciples, all died at this moment and fled frantically. Qin Guan narrowed his eyes as the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd appeared in his hand, no longer holding back, only to see him take a single step. The Xingzi secret was executed, and he appeared behind a Sacred Realm powerhouse almost as if he was instantly moving. In the next moment, the halberd danced horizontally, powerful and unstoppable. Directly, this Saint Realm elder's body exploded into pieces in the air. The scene was extremely violent and bloody, but Qin Guan was clearly used to it, and without batting an eyelid, he continued to kill. Almost every time the figure flashed, a Saint Realm supreme power would fall. For a moment, there was an endless stream of pleas for mercy, screams, and curses. Only after a few breaths did this side of heaven and earth fall completely silent. At the Wind and Cloud Conference, 11 Saint Realm elders and thousands of disciples died, and Qin Guan and all the storage ring, as well as the island treasures taken out. But also in order to avoid there are still people remaining, directly condense the sacred power into a big hand of the sky. A palm will be the whole island shot to pieces. The entire ocean rolled over, causing boundless tsunamis and earthquakes. This time, really, even the earthworms were crushed into pieces. Ding! Completion of selection. Reward issued. With the destruction of the Wind and Cloud Society, the system's rewards were immediately handed out. Qin Guan only felt endless power surging within his body. His cultivation aura skyrocketed at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, he rose 3 steps in a row, arriving at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. 3 small realms up, getting closer to recovering to the peak. Qin Guan clenched his fist slightly, feeling the qi and blood rolling and stirring in his body, his eyes glowing. At this moment, he could already be described as the peak of the Saint Realm. The next time in a breakthrough, it would be the time to rejoin the Saint Exalted. At that time, within the Great Phoenix, who would be able to stop him? Even if you look at the world, it's a big place to go. Saint Exalted Realm. How many strong people are stuck for their whole life? I was also lucky enough to have a chance to have a breakthrough 500 years ago, and I took many fewer detours before I broke through. But this life, with previous experience, should be easier. Qin Guan's mind flickered and he murmured in a low voice, as the penultimate realm on the path of martial arts, the strongest existence under the ancestral realm, Saint Zun was naturally not that easy to break through. Even if it is a supreme pride, 9 holy body, breakthrough probability is not 100%. Failure a number of times is normal. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many half-step Saint Exalts under the sky. Qin Guan's talent was astonishing, and he had a great chance to be assisted by a treasure 500 years ago, so he succeeded after only 2 attempts. Now that he was back on the cultivation path, he was confident that he would succeed in one go with proper preparation. At this time, after digesting all the cultivation that had skyrocketed and his breath was retrieved from his body, Qin Guan took out a storage ring. This is the Zhao Xuanfeng's ring. It had to be said that the Wind and Cloud Society was worthy of being a chamber of commerce. It was really rich. Qin Guan had vaguely sensed it when he was scavenging earlier. At this moment, after looking at Zhao Xuanfeng's ring, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The spirit stones within this ring alone are comparable to a year's worth of taxes for Great Phoenix. He was shaken. Even though he came from the Jinbei royal house, he had never seen so many spirit stones. If all of them were taken out, they could only be piled up into a small mountain. It's impossible to have so many spirit stones just by doing business in one county, Hongling County. It seems that the Wind and Cloud Society's business network along the outer sea is even bigger than imagined. Qin Guan thought with certainty. This Zhao Xuanfeng's extremely exploitative, hard camping for half a lifetime had created a huge fortune, but now it was cheap. After examining the spirit stones as well as the many exotic treasures, Qin Guan began to focus on searching for that heavenly grade martial skill. It was just strange that the divine thoughts were swept over and over again without the slightest gain. Qin Guan frowned, and after a moment's thought, he seemed to remember something, and his gaze went to the sunken island at his feet. At the moment the waters stirred and he landed slightly for a few moments. After the divine thoughts made their rounds, the palm of his hand suddenly sucked and pulled through the air, and then he pulled Zhao Xuanfeng's headless body out from underwater. It was also thanks to the fact that this person was a body-refining cultivator. Even if a large island was slapped into pieces, his remnant body remained unharmed. Qin Guan reached out, touched in his bosom, and a piece of paper with a golden glow in its antiquity was taken out. Sure enough, it's here. Qin Guan's eyes lit up. This paper was divine, with the hidden meaning of the flood emanating from it, so there was no doubt that it was that heavenly ranked martial art. Chapter 45, Qin Guan was robbed, and the dragon mother of the Western Sea appeared. It was a golden paper page with an ancient shape, on which were engraved fine ancient characters. Layers of subtle divine light emanated from it, and there was even a heavy feeling of having gone through the changes of the years, as if it came from the ancient flood period, which was extremely divine. It was held in Qin Guan's hand, and it was obviously very thin, but it had an aura that collapsed the ages. This is a heavenly rank martial skill. Qin Guan's eyes moved slightly, surprised by the aura emanating from the ancient golden page. At the same time, the divine thoughts spread over and landed on top of this golden page. All of a sudden, all of the ancient words seemed to come to life and were reflected in his mind. The law of burning the blood of all elephants. Lower grade of the heavenly rank. A line of ancient and simple big characters were the first to appear, followed by specific instructions and methods of practicing. Runs the blood throughout the body in a unique way, speeding up the flow to achieve an overall increase in physical strength and reflexes. After a long time, Qin Guan stroked his chin, marveling a bit within his heart. This universal elephant blood burning method is divided into the universal elephant chapter and the blood burning chapter. The 10,000 elephants chapter taught how to most effectively refine the physical body in a way that was so subtle that it could be taken out individually to become a supreme body refining art. The blood burning chapter is about how to burn the blood in the body by special means in order to strengthen oneself again. Because the conditions for burning blood were very harsh and required an extraordinarily powerful physical body, practicing the 10,000 elephants chapter was a prerequisite. In addition, the manifestation of burning blood law had no side effects, and depending on the level of cultivation, it could increase one's battle power by up to 2 times. If you burn blood multiple times in a row, you may be weak for a while afterwards. That Zhao Xinfeng, in order to fight against Qin Guan, he had not only used the 10,000 elephants blood burning technique, but he had also burned his own essence blood and lifespan in the process. Let's just say his blood. It's really a lot. It's worthy of being a heaven rank martial skill. There is really something subtle about it. Qin Guan sighed. Heavenly rank and earthly rank. The difference between one word and 1,000 changes. This was still a heavenly rank lower grade martial skill. I really don't know what kind of efficacy the Su family's Xingguo martial skill, the heavenly rank middle grade Great Feather Holy Phoenix strength had. With this thought in his mind, he planned to put this golden page away and turn around to practice. However, just at that moment, the change rose steeply. A vast and powerful pressure suddenly swept in from the depths of the endless sea, as if some overwhelmingly ferocious beast was charging at him. Its speed was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived at the location where Qin Guan was. That mountainous tsunami of aura directly pressed across the surrounding 10,000 miles of sea, in which Qin Guan stood as if he were a flatboat in the sea. Even if Qin Guan was already so powerful, his heart couldn't help but jump at this moment under this intense pressure. Peak Saint. In just an instant, he judged the cultivation realm of the aura. Such a large stance was simply not something that could be possessed by a saint realm, or even an unusual saint exalt. This was definitely a great power at the peak level of saint exaltation. Even, it had vaguely touched the threshold of the ancestral realm somewhat. Qin Guan was horrified inwardly, but maintained his composure on the surface, not moving as he looked toward the clouds in front of him. Only there, the owner of the breath was finally revealed. The long and thick body, tossing up and down between the sea of clouds, its ink-black scales, each comparable to a heavenly grade lower grade battle treasure, flickered with a cold light. Further to the front end, was the huge head, beard and hair flaring, eyes showing the color of golden light, full of majesty, 2 slender horns emitting arcane light, eye-catching very much. This was clearly a true dragon. In the endless sea, there are actually dragons. Qin Guan was shaken inwardly, not expecting that when he first came to the endless sea, and it was still only the outer sea area, he had encountered such a powerful demonic beast. The other party ran all the way towards him. Could it be that they were attracted by this heaven-grade martial skill? At that thought, Qin Guan's heart was a bit heavy, worrying that the visitor was not good. After all, a dragon race that was about to cultivate to the ancestral realm was simply not something that the current him could deal with. It was even unceremonious to say that this kind of strength was a descending blow when placed in the Great Phoenix dynasty, no matter if it was to the human race or the demon race in the land of the cold abyss in the north. Thy body, filled with the odor of demon blood, it seems that thou hast killed many demons? At that moment, the body of the inky black true dragon finally arrived, stopping 100 meters away from Qin Guan. Its huge dragon head slightly drooping as it looked down at Qin Guan and opened its mouth. Just the first words made his mind jump. Could it be that this true dragon at the peak of Saint Exaltation was going to give the other demon races a head start? This was a bad guess. After all, Qin Guan had killed too many demons over the years to count. If this dragon truly wanted to avenge the other demon clans, then he was afraid that this calamity would be very difficult for him to escape. Thou needest not be nervous, the demons of the land are not involved with the demons of my sea. Seemingly seeing Qin Guan's cautious defenses, the big black dragon spoke out again to explain. Only in a pair of dragon's eyes, there was also a little more humanized playfulness, or perhaps mischievousness. Qin Guan frowned at the sight, obviously keenly aware of the other party's peculiar gaze, but more than anything else, the mind was relieved. Since this true dragon with terrifying cultivation was not connected to the demon race in the land of the cold abyss, it would be fine. He was afraid, somehow, of having a blood feud enemy. At this time, after slight contemplation, he arched his hand and said, I wonder, Senior, what is the reason for descending to the outer sea on this trip? I am the dragon mother of the western sea, attracted by the heavenly ranked martial skills in your hands. Are you willing to hand them over to me? That big black dragon did not also wheedle at his words, and his dragon whiskers twitched, as if he was laughing, and stated his purpose. Its voice was as loud as thunder, unconsciously inducing lightning and thunder in the surrounding sky. Qin Guan's heart fluttered again. This was giving him the slip. Moreover, the opponent's goal was indeed exactly the same as the guess. It was indeed for this heavenly grade martial skill. But how can you hand over something that's in your hands? Plus, it was the first time Qin Guan had been robbed since he had grown up, so he asked with a straight face, Senior, this is my human race's method of refining the body. Senior, being a true dragon, should not be able to refine it, right? He opened his mouth loudly and sort of questioned it justifiably. When the other party heard this, they glared at the dragon's eyes and said angrily, Damnable human, are you underestimating me? I am the dragon mother of the western sea, so how could I not have a human body? Only after hearing the black dragon's voice land, that huge body unexpectedly kept changing. However, in the blink of an eye, the dragon body that had originally covered the sky was gone, and instead, a humanoid body with a head and legs appeared in front of Qin Guan. But what surprised Qin Guan was that the height of the body transformed by this black dragon was only about 1 meter 5. She was wearing a black dress with the hemline open in the front, revealing 2 white calves and hovering barefoot. Further up, there was a flat belly, a slightly bulging chest, and a round, collagen-filled, stunning face with 2 eye-catching dragon horns poking out of black hair. At this moment, this western sea dragon mother, who had taken human form, was holding her arms with both hands, pursing her lips, and looking at Qin Guan with a lofty look of contempt. Miscellaneous fish, don't you understand? You simply cannot refuse my orders. She opened her mouth proudly, her voice no longer that loud, but instead thin and soft and tingly with a hint of crispness. There was just an indescribable sense of nastiness about the look. Qin watched the scene and was surprisingly somewhat silent, because at the first sight of this black dragon body, a line inexplicably surfaced in his mind. This is no West Sea dragon mother. It's clearly a female brat. Chapter 46, Female Kid Dragon Mother. All character secrets in hand. Female brat, a young female who always treats people in a condescending, arrogant, belittling, and flirtatious manner. It was a popular culture on the Blue Planet in a previous life, and at this moment, the first moment Qin watched this Western Sea Dragon mother in front of him, these 3 words surfaced in his mind: the other party's contemptuous eyes, unreasonable behavior, as well as the true body of the dragon race that was extremely mismatched with the petite body of 1 meter 4.5. All caused Qin Guan to have a strong sense of contrast. Senior, the dragon race's body is sturdy and strong, crowning all the demon race, and it is even comparable to the human race's sacred body, so I really don't think you need to practice this heavenly rank martial skill anymore. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Guan still clasped his fists. What came to him? He really didn't want to spit out again. In addition, this feeling of being robbed by someone with great strength gave him the feeling of not being able to do anything about his life, and he was very resistant to it. So once again he spoke bravely, trying to move to reason. Who expected the other party heard, but impatiently waved his hand, pinching the small savage waist. looked askance. I do not want you to feel. I only need me to feel. This heavenly grade martial skill. Thou must give it if thou wilt. And thou must give it if thou wilt not. It is only the difference between giving it alive or giving it dead. The words came out. And although the voice was as clear as a child's, the content was truly nasty. Qin Guan's brows furrowed. And more than a little anger grew in his heart. Just as he wanted to say something else, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. And the God tier selection system was triggered once again. Ding! Detecting the host accidentally encountered the Endless Sea's top demon race. The peak saint cultivation of the West Sea Dragon Mother robbed. Strong demand for the spoils of war. In the face of such an unfair situation, please make your choice. Option 1, provoke the mother dragon. Shouting, how dare a little female dragon go wild? I still lack a crotch mount, so why don't you be it? Rewarded with a heavenly teleportation array, the flying dragon transportation array, which can instantly cross a barren land by consuming only 5 million spirit stones. Option 2, female brats should just be dunked into cream puffs. Attack the mother of dragons with a direct strike, then carry the coffin of the black man on the spot, rewarded with the 9th grade holy elixir yellow spring immortality pill, which allows you to fake your death once and be resurrected a day later. Option 3, leave the green mountain behind. Not afraid of not having firewood to burn. Make the most sensible behavior and hand over the heavenly rank lower grade martial skill, rewarded with the ancient wondrous art of arbitrary character secrets. All 3 choices appeared in front of Qin Guan, and after he read it, his eyelids couldn't help but jump wildly. The first 2 options of the system were also too unreliable, simply making him dance on the tip of a knife. Choosing to provoke the mother of dragons would result in a heavenly ranked teleportation grand formation though. However, with the strength of the other party, he thought that he would not even give him the time to activate the large formation to escape. It was expected that when the last word of the provocative words landed, the female brat in front of her was about to slap her over. Choice 2 is even more outrageous. He's not Sushian, so what's the point of being a grass python hero? Although the quality of the rewarded 9th grade elixir was okay, to be honest, it really wasn't very useful, because if Mother Dragon kills him, the probability is that all of his souls will be destroyed directly and his physical body will be completely lost. So where is there any room for resurrection? So that option, 2, will have to be dropped for now. As for the future, when I have retrained for 13 years, I dare to ask the Dragon Mother to turn into a puff. Qin Guan thought this comfortingly, then silently chose the 3 that was the least lossy. This seemingly cowardly option is actually the most sensible decision for the situation at hand. Moreover, after giving away the heavenly rank lower grade 10,000 elephants blood burning method, the system directly made an astonishing compensation. One of the 9 secrets. The all-word secret. This is so anticlimactic. Even Qin Guan hadn't expected to trigger this most powerful secret technique among the 9 secrets after encountering the Dragon Mother. It was only because of the all-character secret, the effect of which was to enhance battle power for the whole body attributes, such as strength, physical body strength, speed and so on. There was a doubling-like increase. When triggered, you can get up to 10 times the horror bonus. What kind of concept is that? Qin Guan himself was a 1 in a million heavenly pride, carrying the Xianhuang indestructible body. If it was boosted 10 times more, it would really be a heifer coming home. Awesome. Compared to it, this manifestation of burning blood law that could boost battle power by 2 times was naturally lowly and incomparable. What's the harm in giving it to this female dragoness? Thinking of this, Qin Guan was no longer entangled in hesitation and directly and decisively sent the golden paper pages out with both hands. Since Senior insists on wanting to try, then Senior will no longer be dissuaded. So please accept it with a smile. He spoke courteously. After all, this West Sea Dragon Mother's cultivation is really horrible. Qin Guan is also afraid of the other party in case of uncertainty of temperament. Suddenly flip. Count thou art wise. The Dragon Mother of the West Sea nodded with a smile on her brow, the smugness of having accomplished her purpose written all over that round face. Her bare feet moved and stepped into the air, a dragon's might emanating if anything. Received that golden page, and after weighing it up and down for a while, he even directly affixed it to his chest, not reading the ancient text on it at all. That look was more like treating it as some sort of decoration. Qin Guan's eyelids jumped. He could sort of see that martial arts techniques and whatnot were not important at all. This West Sea Dragon Mother, purely attracted by the record of the golden pages of the heavenly rank martial arts, feel very gorgeous and noble, asked to do collection. Sure is a female brat. The thought deepened again in his mind. Just because of a preference, he was able to snatch away someone else's heaven-ranked martial arts, snatching them and not practicing them. What a way to do whatever you want, just like those bear children. Human, thou art not bad, thou hast eyes, and from now on will be my dragon's leg. The Dragon Mother of the West Sea clasped her arms with her hands, her little eyes looking out of the corner of her eye, and she even directly announced that she would take Qin Guan as her little brother. Qin Guan was speechless, not knowing what to say. The Dragon Mother of the Western Sea continued. My dragon legate is not something that anyone can be. This is an honor for you. Why don't you thank me? Senior Qin Guan. Thank you, Senior. Qin watched the petite body in front of him that only reached his waist. Inwardly he was 1,000 times reluctant, but in the way of the other party's might, he could only helplessly arch his hand. Up the road, up the road. The Western Sea Dragon Mother smiled with her eyebrows, and after a twinkle in her eye, she threw out another scale that shimmered with black light, and waved her small white hand and said, this object is gifted to you. If you encounter danger and crush it, you can call upon me to strike once. After her words landed on the ground, her body shape changed and transformed into a 10,000 feet dragon body again, and after a slight hovering, she was hidden in the clouds and swept towards the interior of the endless sea. At the same time the last voice before leaving reached Qin Guan's ears. By the way, every time thou summonest, thou needst to hand over 10 million spirit stones to me. Don't forget. This female brat, she has to dig a hole on her way out. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a dragon that isn't greedy. Qin Guan thought furtively inside. Chapter 47, Returning to Hongling, a city full of grateful people. Dragon Sea. On the surface of the sea, Qin watched the distant figure of the Dragon Mother of the Western Sea, then looked down at the words carved on the black scales in his hand and murmured in a low voice. It seems that this would be in the name of the female brat. Summoning isn't free, and you have to ask for 10 million spirit stones for a single shot, so this price is really expensive. I can only say that it's worthy of being a dragon race. They are all really greedy and stingy. It was also thanks to the fact that Qin Guan had just accepted the assets of the Wind and Cloud Society. Otherwise this amount of spirit stones in his hand would not really be enough to summon Longxi to make a move once. But this trip, it's not a bad one. After returning to his senses, Qin Guan took an entire inventory of the gains he had made since coming to Hongling County, and a few more points of satisfaction appeared in his heart. Not only did he save the young king who was being bullied and humiliated, but he also gave the local people a clean slate. He also raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the Saint Realm in the process, and mastered the all-character secret. This was something far more powerful than a heaven-grade martial skill. Ancient Wonders, the method of the 9 secrets. Specifically, Pro, Soldier, Fighter, the Person, All, Number, Group, Front, Line. This is the 9 true words of Taoism. Among them, the Xing character secret represented the extreme speed of the world, while the Kai character secret was the pinnacle of battle power, which could increase the overall strength by up to 10 times. The only downside is that it's not consistent enough, and it's up to luck whether it's twice as guaranteed or up to 10 times as much. Only after collecting all 9 secrets can this be changed. But despite this, the strength of the all-character secrets was still terrifying, far surpassing all kinds of heaven-ranked martial arts. At this moment, seeing that the Dragon Mother of the Western Sea had completely disappeared, Qin Guan then withdrew the system rewards with confidence. Instantly, a massive flood of information poured into his mind, the essential mysteries of the all-character secrets. With the help of the system, Qin Guan didn't have to spend time trying to comprehend all these mysteries and easily reached the introductory level. Of course, any deeper cultivation further down the line would require one's own. As his understanding of the cultivation of the all-character secret grew deeper, his probability of triggering a high multiplier increase would also rise. This is done. You may return. Qin Guan's eyes swept the surrounding area, and after seeing that there were no more oversights, he turned around and flew in the direction of Hongling County. With his feet stepping through the void, the line character secret was executed, and he quickly disappeared. Hongling City, close to the coast at the edge of town. More and more martial artists gathered here, looking out towards the direction of the endless sea. Everyone wanted to know if Qin Guan could return. Going alone to eliminate the Wind and Cloud Society was a feat that no one in the entire Hongling County dared to think of. It could be described as audacious, but the destruction of the Wind and Cloud building gave many people hope again. Therefore many of the bottom-tier martial artists were holding on to their expectations, wanting to know whether or not the tumor that was the Wind and Cloud Society could actually be uprooted. Though that hope, it's slim, unconscionable. That Lord President of the Wind and Cloud Society is a half-step Saint Exalt, a body-refining powerhouse. What he is capable of, you mole crickets will never be able to imagine in your lifetime. Of course, there were people in the city who expected Qin Guan to return victorious, and naturally, there were also people who didn't want to see this scene, and these are usually the powerful people in the city. They were in cahoots with the Wind and Cloud building, or they simply clung to the power of the Wind and Cloud Society. Over the years, together with the Wind and Cloud Society, they had racked their brains to raid the people of Hongling County, because of the control of the young prince. From time to time, They also do all kinds of cheating and deception in the name of the court. Things like raising taxes, pretending to take the lead in donating spirit stones, and so on, are the most commonly used tactics. The final result, naturally, is that the money of the rich and powerful will be returned as much as possible, and the people's money will be divided into 30% and 70%. And today, the destruction of Wind and Cloud House had completely frightened them. Cursing at the moment was nothing more than bracing himself. After all, once the overseas headquarters of the Wind and Cloud Society had been eliminated along with them, it wouldn't be far from their demise. Not to mention how the young prince would retaliate against them after being saved. The people of Hongling City alone were enough to tear them apart. Thus, at the moment, there is a lot of sarcasm. The other people, on the other hand, all cast unkind glances. You bunch of dogs. When the Wind and Cloud Society is overthrown, I'll be the first to get you all killed. Some people are so angry that they are even more outspoken in their backbiting. Those powerful nobles were naturally furious, and saw that a long brewing conflict in Hongling County was about to break out in advance. However, right at this moment, in the distant skyline, a rainbow light suddenly broke through the sky and exploded countless thunderbolts. It was clearly Qin Guan who had returned. His white clothes were not stained with dust, and the pressure on his body was powerful and strong. The aura of the 9th level of the Saint Realm was not concealed, directly covering the entire city. Everyone froze at first, and then one by one, they exclaimed in shock. If Qin Guan returned safely, wouldn't that mean that the Wind and Cloud Society had really been destroyed? That tumor chamber of commerce that has been entrenched in Hongling County for many years, is it really gone? For a moment, many of the people of the city reddened their eyes. They didn't dare to blink for fear that this was all an illusion. It was only when they heard Qin Guan hanging high in the sky, announcing that after today, there would be no more Wind and Cloud Club in the world, that they all burst into tears of excitement. Hero! 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 I don't know who opened their mouths first, and then more and more people joined in, shouting like swimming dragons, straight into the sky. The cohesive and thick aura that coalesced together even made the city full of powerful people not dare to speak. Qin Guan stood above the sky and was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that his casual act of taking out his anger for the young prince would lead to such gratitude from the people of the city. It seems that this Wind and Cloud Society is, indeed, amoral. At the same time, there are also endless feelings that come to mind. Because 500 years ago, when he counterattacked the demon race and pacified the Four Seas, he had also been so loved by the people of Great Phoenix. Now that time had passed. It was clear that the demon race had been defeated, but the oppression was still everywhere. The greed of the human race is far more prevalent than the demon race. Qin Guan let out a long sigh in the bottom of his heart, and then the astonishing holy might turned into substance and suppressed toward the many powerful people in the city. He could see that an inevitable conflict was about to break out in the city. However, the Great Phoenix was ultimately a world of martial arts, and the reason why lineages occupied high positions was that they still held strength in the end. The good thing is that Hongling County doesn't have a dominant situation, and it's a region with frequent trade exchanges, so all of these powerful families are small in size and average in strength. In a small place like this, the yin-yang realm was rare, and the spiritual movement realm was considered an expert. As soon as he slightly suppressed them with his cultivation, those powerful and noble people became fish and meat on the table to be disposed of. When this was done, Qin Guan did not delay any longer and appeared in the king's mansion between flashes of his silhouette. Taking out the system-rewarded reversing Yang God pill, he fed it into the little prince's mouth. The medicinal power of the 8th grade heavenly pill was immediately emitted, and all the injuries in the body were recovering with the naked eye, and the dispersed souls were also regrouping. An hour later, the little prince's cure for all his injuries was finally complete. His eyes instantly reddened as he took in the sight before him. "Brother, it's you!" A line of hot tears flowed down. The young prince Su Jingyang simply could not imagine this scene in front of him, so excited that his body trembled. That brother even made Qin Guan's heart clench. Chapter 48, The Killing Scripture Breakthrough. Heavenly Dao Killing Qi present. Going to Burial Spirit County. The once great general of the dragon was too dazzling. When he was in his glory 500 years ago, who dared to bully Su Jingyang? The entire court knew that the young prince had the best relationship with him, but during the time that he had lost his power, not only was his battle treasure divine soldier being fought over by jackals from all walks of life in one fell swoop, even those who were once under the ministry and close to the people are to be disgraced along with them. Yi Lingfang was like this, Xiaotian was like this, and now the little prince was like this. How could Qin Guan be calm? Su Chanxi, you can't even keep your own husband's honor, and you have to step on it together. This throne, it's really the end of the line. Coldness erupted from his eyes, and remembering his own ex-wife empress in that palace, his fists clenched once more. This final challenge of 100 000 dragon riders surrounding the Imperial Palace must be opened. It was also time for the Divine Punishment Destruction Sword to be returned to its rightful owner. Thinking of this, Qin Guan's mind to travel to the Phoenix Spirit mysterious realm grew stronger. After briefly catching up with the young prince, he stated the purpose of his trip. Brother, with your cultivation restored, it's only natural that you take back everything you once had. Hearing this, Su Jingyang immediately expressed his great support, similarly clenching his fists. It was not true that the young prince was kind by nature, and even a bit cowardly, but people always grow up. After going through so many things, he was also considered to have come to a great realization, and his nature had changed tremendously. After all, this time, if it wasn't for Qin Guan coming to Hongling County to look for him, the future might be uncertain in terms of life and death. Immediately, he took out a jade tablet and handed it to Qin Guan. Brother, this is the qualification token to enter the Phoenix Spirit mysterious realm. He opened his mouth to explain. Qin Guan nodded slightly. He also had one of this item at home, but since the secret realm opened once every 1,000 years, he had not used it. This time, after the opening of the secret realm, the one at home would most likely be obtained by Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan possessed the great sun saint body, which was very radiant, and his cultivation had reached quasi-saint a long time ago. It was likely that they had stepped into the saint realm now, so the probability of traveling to the Phoenix Spirit mystic realm to explore it was high. If it had been before, Qin Guan could only be secretly saddened. But now, his cultivation had recovered to the peak of the saint realm, and he was only one step away from being a saint exalt, so he naturally no longer placed Qin Yuan's little cultivation in his eyes. Even, Qin Guan was looking forward to the scene where he would encounter Qin Yuan again. What will be the expression of this good brother when he sees his cultivation clearly? I'm sure it must have been wonderful. Qin Guan had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and his thoughts drifted away as he cupped the jade tablet in his hand. Brother, stay at my place for a little while. The Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm still has a month before it opens. The young prince proposed from the side at this time. Qin Guan sniffed and did not refuse. No matter what, the young prince was a son of the royal family and definitely knew more detailed information about the Phoenix Spirit mysterious realm than he did. It's just as well, and it's a good time to get some practice in. Since he was reborn, his cultivation had relied on the system rewards, and he hadn't cultivated much on his own. The killing scripture is an offensive and killing technique that increases battle power, but in terms of cultivation, it was just as effective, absorbing aura and refining chi and blood. He had gone through the battle of the wind and cloud society, and the heavenly Tao killing chi was about to coalesce, so it was just the right time for him to sink his heart into proper cultivation in the past few days. And so, time passed slowly with this plan. During this period, Xiaotian wrote to report the news of the formation of the Xian Bingwei. The blood clothes building that had suppressed the 13 northwestern counties had successfully taken over, and the fox demon maiden, Wang Xiaoxiao, had also been placed in it. However, Wang Xiaoxiao was really too stupid, so much so that most of the content of Xiaotian's letter was to spit on Wang Xiaoxiao. This made Qin Guan extremely speechless. It seemed that this child could only practice slowly. As for Yi Lingfang's side, the expansion of the Phoenix Cryptic Army was also in good shape, thanks to Zhu Guowan's patronage, and the march of the Empress's cultivation dynasty. This huge army was pulled up right under the eyes of the Imperial family. Everything is in order. Everything that belonged to the Dragon General 500 years ago is being taken back little by little. 5 days before the opening of the Phoenix Spirit Secret Realm, there was a great commotion in the royal mansion, and there was an indescribable killing intent that erupted in the backyard, rushing straight into the sky, tens of thousands of meters above the sky. A huge bird of prey just happened to pass by, but was directly injured by this killing gas. The body organs are ruptured. After a few breaths, he lost his life and fell straight into the royal residence, smashing a large pit in the ground, shocking a group of subordinates with cold sweat. The young prince was even more shocked. Although his martial arts talent was average, he came from a royal family and his eyesight was far beyond ordinary people in the end. With just a glance, he could tell that the flying bird that fell into the king's mansion was a Yin-Yang realm demon clan named Iron Feathered Eagle. This demon is known for its amazing defense. Its feathers are like divine iron, indestructible. But now, with tens of thousands of meters separating them, they were actually shocked and killed by a wisp of Qin Guan's chi. How horrible is this? It's almost too much to think about. At the same time, Qin Guan, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the backyard, opened his eyes. The killing scripture has reached the realm of proficiency. The heavenly Tao killing chi has finally condensed. A few flashes of joy crossed his face. This heaven stage middle grade technique, after experiencing a great deal of actual combat and hard training, had finally officially stepped into the proficiency level. All the progress of the cultivation of feats and martial arts could be distinguished by 5 progresses: introductory, minor success, proficiency, major success, and consummation. Qin Guan's natural talent was astonishing, and with his early experience of battle in the sands, he had a unique understanding of the path of killing. It's a specialty that has a unique advantage now. Therefore, with this state of mind in place, cultivation was even more rapid. And now that he had stepped into the realm of proficiency and gained the heavenly Tao's killing chi, his strength had once again risen greatly. This kind of heavenly Tao killing chi could be externally released or hidden in one's own body and traveled within the moves. Every time a martial skill was released, it would be wrapped in the heavenly Tao's killing aura, making it impossible to defend against. If it was combined with the Xian Huang Qi again, it would be even more terrifying. The offensive power that erupted was absolutely unimaginable. The heavenly Tao killing chi can directly penetrate the body and kill people invisibly. It's a pity that my cultivation is not refined right now, so it can only take effect on people who are one great realm below. Qin Guan stroked his chin and thought darkly. The heaven's path killing chi was so counterintuitive that it could manage to ignore the target's exterior defenses and cause damage directly on the inside. Of course, the conditions for taking effect are also harsher, and at least for the time being, it can't be effective against the same realm. So like this yin yang realm flying bird demon beast, it could be done directly to smash the internal organs in seconds. But if the target was a saint realm existence, it wouldn't work. To be effective even in the same realm, one had to cultivate the technique to at least the level of great accomplishment. All in all, this time, the battle power has improved a lot, and after settling down in January, it's time to go and meet that 9th prince for a while. Qin Guan's gaze revealed a flash of essence as he finished organizing his harvest of sensations. After a brief farewell to the young prince, he stopped staying. Taking a direct step, he transformed into a rainbow light and sped toward the distant sky. The Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm would be opened in the Burial Spirit County, which was located in the easternmost part of the Great Phoenix. In the Burial Spirit County, the falling Phoenix Mountain Range, which traverses the Great Phoenix, reaches exactly the end, and legend has it that this is where the heads of the pair of phoenixes were located back then, hence the name Burial County. Chapter 49. Many princes arrive. The 9th prince makes his appearance. In these few days, the Burial Spirit County was extremely lively. As the deadline for the opening of the Phoenix Spirit Mystery Realm gradually approached, all the powerful sons and daughters of the Great Phoenix royal family arrived, even though everyone knew that the 9th prince, who had been facing the wall for many years, had come out this time with bad intentions. But the opportunity treasure in the secret realm is right there, and how many people can refuse? The path of martial arts is like this: fighting against the sky, fighting against the earth, and fighting against oneself. Even if you know it's dangerous, or even impossible, you have to fight for that chance to forge ahead. As a result, in the sky above the entire Burial Spirit County, there were rainbow lights crossing the sky from time to time. Many forces and casual martial artists in this county were also attracted by this kind of commotion and went to the place where the secret realm was open to observe the ceremony. After all, it is an event once in 1,000 years, although only the royal family and other children can participate. But to go to spectate some lively is not a crime. The mountain peak where the Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm would appear was named Phoenix Head Peak. It was the second highest peak on the falling Phoenix mountain range, second only to the Nirvana Holy Phoenix Peak where the Imperial tomb was located. This peak is steep and tricky, like a phoenix bird with its head in the sky. The secret realm of the Phoenix Spirit will emerge on top of this bird's head, on the day when the secret realm officially opened. Fengshou Peak, which was deserted in previous years, had long been overcrowded. Power after power, perched around the sky, watched from afar, and in the center of the mountain peak, it was the territory of many royal children. Someone came alone, single-handedly. There are also large arrangements, birds and beasts pulling cars, maids and guards to follow. Extremely luxurious. When Qin Guan arrived, there were still royal children entering the scene from time to time. He had changed his appearance to that of a young prince by now. The 72 techniques of the Earth's fate are marvelous and incomparable, and when this false form method is activated, the appearance and cultivation and even the clothes can be changed together. Although there was still a discrepancy in temperament, there was not the slightest problem in confusing these people at the moment. Su Jingyang, why are you trash here? It's really rare. Qin Guan had just found a place to stand on the sky when a cold whisper with a sneer entered his ears. The speaker was a young man sitting in a flashy treasure car, holding a folding fan in his hand and picking up the curtains, with a rather playful look in his eyes. The other members of the Imperial clan sniffed and also noticed Qin Guan. Yo, it's really little 18. I thought 11th brother was teasing us. 18th brother, since you're not good at martial arts, you should honestly keep to your own fiefdom. What's the point of coming to the Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm to make a scene? Not bad. This chance is also something that a punk like you can compete for? A voice came out. Some sneered and some spoke out to discourage them. but without exception, those who could speak were the heirs of the late emperor. As for the other members of the royal family's side branches, or the descendants born during these 500 years, although their gazes carried the same derision, they did not dare to open their mouths freely. After all, no matter how bad the young prince was, his status and seniority were still there. All calm down. Our 18th brother. Back in the day when he followed the great general of the divine dragon, it was also a glorious time. Even I didn't dare to make a fool of myself in front of him. At that moment, that 11th prince sitting in the treasure car once again opened his mouth. Only the content of the words sounded at first glance to be dissuasive, but in fact they were full of yin and yang, and as soon as the words landed, they made the others burst into laughter. I forgot about that. Although our 18th brother is a loser, he can hug a big leg. Who says it isn't? 500 years ago, even I, who was the 7th brother, didn't dare to speak up when I saw it. Pity, 18th brother. Your good brother, the great general of the divine dragon, is now worse than a dog. I also don't know that now. You still have a few moments of your former godly vigor? Many of the late emperor's royal sons spoke out, their mouths not sparing at all. The reason for all of this, after tracing the root of the matter, was actually due to the fact that Qin Guan was too dazzling back then. At that time, which one of the civil and military officers in the court, which one of the various emperors didn't want to have a good relationship with Qin Guan? However, a group of people swarmed here, but no one could step into the dragon general's residence. All ate the closed door. Only the young prince, Su Jingming, had the best relationship with Qin Guan. This scene Su Jingming himself might not be able to notice anything, but when it fell into the eyes of others, they were all red in the eyes. It's more of a red flag. After all, at that time, the battle for the throne between the princes had already been fought. Although the young prince's martial talent was mediocre, but if he had Qin Guan's support behind him, then everything would be different. Jinbei King's son, Qin Guan, recognized as the #1 person in the world, had captured the limelight from the moment he was born, and was an unparalleled genius who was reputed to be able to cultivate to the ancestral realm. One must know that the ancestral realm was the absolute pinnacle of the martial Tao. Ancestral realm powerhouses, transcendent, were not at all something that a saintly dynasty like Great Phoenix could sway. Therefore, such a person with great potential, even the late emperor also want to invest in pulling together. The young prince has fallen into the lap of Qin Guan, which can be described as a king's bum, and it is no wonder that the various emperors are jealous. And the consequence of such jealousy is naturally full of hatred, because they thought they were talented, but they couldn't get Qin Guan's support. On the contrary, the little prince that everyone was ashamed of was able to, and this kind of discrepancy gave them a sense of being humiliated, especially after meeting the young prince every time. He could still only suppress all his dissatisfaction in his heart, showing a complimentary smile on the surface, not daring to be the slightest bit unrestrained. This makes that feeling of humiliation even more intense. That's why they hated the little prince and hated Qin Guan even more. This, then, is the human heart, hating people for what they have, hating themselves for what they are not, cool and fickle and capricious. Now that 500 years of vicissitudes had passed, the great general of the divine dragon had become a thing of the past, and the young prince had once again returned to his rightful place. These royal sons of the late emperor, naturally, would not let him go. Over the years, it has long since fallen on more than one occasion. Now, seeing the little prince even appeared in the Phoenix Spirit Mystic Realm scene, even more so, after they froze, they all erupted into ridicule. No flirting, all malice. Qin Guan also narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to these words. As an eyewitness to the battle for the first wife 500 years ago, he naturally knew the causes and consequences of all this. At this moment, the coldness in his eyes flickered, and he wanted to make a move to retrieve the scene as a young prince. However, it was also at this time that the entire sky suddenly became inverted with storm clouds. A heavenly fire avenue seemed to have opened up from beyond the heavens, arriving across 10,000 million miles of sky. Above the fire road, immortal sounds were dazzling and Tao rhythms were waving as a treasure cart pulled by 10 early Saint Realm fire Qilin came whistling by. The treasure car had no roof, so a figure could be clearly seen sitting on it. He was handsome, his face was joyless and sad, and the heavenly flame avenue under his feet couldn't hurt him in the slightest. A person's cultivation was clearly introverted, but there was still an aura that seemed to collapse heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel pressure like a mountain. Those former imperial princes who were still active in ridiculing Qin Guan earlier were all honest in an instant. Even the 11th prince, who was also sitting in the treasure car, didn't dare to speak, and a strong constraint appeared on his face. No doubt about it. The handsome young man in front of him with a great row was the legendary 9th prince. Chapter 50 Qin Family Treasure Map. Entering the Secret Realm. The 9th prince is here. He repented for 600 years, during which time he was unable to cultivate, but after he came out of the mountain, his cultivation still overpowered all his siblings. Like the blazing sun in the sky, it is eye-catching and colorful. Once the treasure car was parked, it sat at the highest point of the sky as if there were no one else, without a care in the world. Yet no one dared to say no to his chosen position, just as if it should be that 11th prince. Moreover, after adjusting his meter a few times, respectfully went up to greet him. 9. The attitude could be said to be diametrically opposite compared to when he had previously treated Qin Guan. However, his flattery did not receive a response from the 9th prince. The other man's eyes were closed as if he was contemplating something. This made the 11th prince, who had come over to ask for a salute, sweating profusely, retreating or advancing, and could only be hung out to dry, maintaining the action of bending over. It was only after a long time that the 9th prince finally opened his eyes. Then, as if he had just seen the scene, he spoke faintly. It's 11th brother. 600 years have passed. Why are you still at this level of cultivation? His voice was clearly not loud, but it caused a cold sweat behind the 11th prince's back, and the corners of his mouth were bitter. Can only harden his head and say, little brother's qualifications are stupid. Naturally not as good as 9th brother. This kind of words, even more so, caused the other princes to be under immense pressure. It was because the 11th prince's cultivation, which was actually not bad, had already reached the 8th level of the Saint realm. Among all the late emperor's royal sons, it was enough to rank among the top 3. Otherwise it wouldn't have been as sightless as it was before. However, this 8th level of the Saint realm seemed like nothing when it came to the eyes of the 9th prince. This was enough to see that the 9th prince's eyes were high, his heart was proud, and his strength was strong. This made the 11th prince, who originally wanted to come up and get close, directly beat a retreat in his heart. One must know that within the secret realm, it was a battle for treasure, and even brothers of the same clan would have to fight. He naturally didn't dare to have the mind to compete with the 9th prince for the treasure. This time, I came to show my face, just to beg for a way not to become the target of the 9th prince. Stand down. I won't compete with you in the secret realm. At that moment, the 9th prince seemed to have read his mind as well, waving his hand casually. Upon hearing this, the 11th prince's face immediately showed joy, and he quickly bowed respectfully before retreating. This scene also made the other princes feel a few moments of envy. You're the old man, the last cub born 500 years ago? Suddenly, the 9th prince's narrow eyes glanced and landed in a corner, and there, it was exactly where Qin Guan was standing. When the young prince Su Jingyang was born, the 9th prince had already been punished for facing the wall, so the two had never met. At this moment, when he heard the other party's words, Qin Guan still stood with his hands in the air as steady as Mount Taishan, without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. Directly ignore it. This caused the 9th prince to frown slightly. Interesting, the prince who was rumored to be the most wasted, yet he came to the Phoenix Spirit mysterious realm. Did he get some kind of miraculous encounter? He stroked his chin. He knew all of the previous emperor's children present, but only the young prince was meeting him for the first time. I didn't expect it to be completely at odds with the rumors, but he didn't care too much about it, and just took it as some strange chance to change his nature. But a mole cricket is still a mole cricket even if it luckily picks up a grain of sesame. It was natural that the 9th prince would not be overly concerned. The scene fell silent once again. Everyone was waiting for the opening of the Phoenix Spirit secret realm. One incense stick later, on the eve of the secret realm's imminent opening, another strong aura arrived in a hurry, only to see that at the end of the sky, a blazing incomparable light shone in the heavens and earth, as if a great sun had fallen, and was too powerful to be seen. A few breaths later, this light appeared in the center of the crowd. The son of the Qin family? Someone recognized the visitor and spoke with slight surprise. It was the first non-royal present. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the great Phoenix High Ancestor had set the rules long ago, and the different king bloodline was just as qualified to enter the secret realm. This once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity was naturally impossible for the Jinbei royal house to miss. 9. Just what everyone present did not expect was that as soon as Qin Yuan made his appearance, he went straight to the 9th prince's treasure car. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be extremely familiar. You're late. The 9th prince swept him lightly and spoke. Brother 9. There was some delay on the road. Qin Yuan smiled. Even directly into the treasure car, the 9th prince did not stop this. While the others saw this scene, their eyes went straight. Even characters such as the 11th prince who came forward to ask for a salute could not make the 9th prince look at him highly. This Qin Yuan, who was merely at the early stage of the Saint realm, was treated like this. On what grounds? Many people were confused, but after a few breaths they reacted. Qin Yuan of the Qin family, that was one of the 9 saint bodies, the great sun saint body. the Qin family had a double saint body in one family. And back then, a Shen Huang indestructible body, Qin Guan, came out, causing the late emperor to draw in and flatter him. It didn't seem too much of a stretch for this great sun saint body's Qin Yuan to have this treatment now. The ninth prince's eyes lightly drooped at this time, and during a wave of his palm, a shield of holy mighty light formed around the treasure car, obscuring the sound. The two sat in the car exchanging whispers, not knowing what to say. This scene made many people's hearts flinch once again. It seemed that there was one more person in this secret realm that could not be offended. Far away. As Qin watched this scene, the corner of his mouth lifted up a cold smile instead. It seems that you are not stupid. Knowing that your cultivation is low, you use your family's treasure map as a bargaining chip to get on the ninth prince's line? Contrary to the speculations of others, Qin Guan was not surprised that Qin Yuan was able to talk and laugh with the ninth prince. What fancying the great sun's sacred body is all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There was only one reason for this, and that was because Qin Yuan had pulled out a piece of cooperation bargaining chip that the ninth prince could not refuse. This bargaining chip is the Qin family treasure map. The secret realm of the Phoenix spirit opens once every 1,000 years, and during the last time, it was during the heyday of the dynasty, and many of the kings of different surnames hadn't fallen yet, and the royal family was also full of geniuses, and they entered it together to explore. During this quest, someone found a shocking treasure, which triggered a fight and scramble. The final result was incomparably tragic, with all the members of the Imperial clan involved in the competition for the treasure dying out. Only one ancestor of the Qin clan in the bloodline of the king of different names had also returned, dragging half of his life and remnants. Heavy treasures, on the other hand, were snatched by no one and fell back to the place where they were found. This ancestor of the Qin family was so badly injured that his tongue was cut out, and not long after he returned to the clan, he passed away. Before he died, he used all his returning strength to draw a map, and told the descendants, 1,000 years later when the secret world is opened again, must go to the map coordinates to take that heavy treasure. This treasure map has thus become the secret of the Qin family, hidden for 1,000 years. At this moment, Qin Yuan was able to hook up with the ninth prince, and there was an 80% chance that he had utilized that treasure map. He had been cultivating for a short period of time, but was only at the early stage of the Saint realm, and knew that it would be difficult to make a mark in the secret realm, yet he couldn't give up, so they used the treasure map as a bargaining chip to hug the ninth prince's thigh. If an onlooker couldn't see it, they would think that the ninth prince was trying to pull in the great sun's sacred body. Qin Guan, however, was as insightful as a fire. How could a person like the ninth prince, who even dared to kill the crown prince's elder brother, put his future hopes on others? Although the saint body was strong, it definitely wouldn't be placed in the eyes of the ninth prince. So it must have been Qin Yuan who used the treasure map as a bargaining chip in exchange for this friendship. Just as well, you two screw together and save me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Qin Guan thought indifferently. Whether it was the ninth prince or Qin Yuan, they were all prey in the secret realm to him. No difference. Chapter 51 Warm Sun Treasure Jade, 11th Prince's Killing Chance. Rumble. In the sky, space tour, endless auspicious light erupted out of thin air, and dense air surrounded Fengsho Peak. A round, cave-like passage appeared, within which colorful luster flowed, leading to nowhere, full of mystery. It was clearly the Phoenix Spirit mysterious realm, now in the world. Everyone in the arena was breathing heavily at this moment. The many onlooker forces in the distance stared wide-eyed as they tried to approach. The royal children around Phoenix Head Peak were also rubbing their fists and clapping their hands, with a strong color of fire emerging from the bottom of their eyes. But no one dared to move. A single gaze looked towards the Qilin treasure vehicle at the very top of the sky as they waited for the ninth prince to enter first. High up in the sky, the ninth prince was still sitting as steady as Mount Taishan, his eyes flickering, the corners of his mouth revealing a well-deserved smile. Then finally, he moved, the fire Qilin striding, rolling up endless heavenly flames, pulling the treasure cart into that mysterious passageway. Brothers and sisters, this king will also take the first step. Seeing that the strongest ninth prince had already disappeared, the others also pressed on. Someone opened his mouth with his hands in the air, spirited, and quickly rushed into it. After observing briefly, Qin Guan similarly began to move. His speed was strangely fast, and he disappeared at the entrance of the passageway in a flash. This kid, what kind of chance did he get? What he didn't know was that the 11th prince hadn't entered yet, and was currently stroking his chin, looking at Qin Guan's disappearing back, with a look of astonishment in his eyes, which later turned into a faint greed. It was only after a long time that the party entered it unhurriedly. Within the secret realm, Qin Guan subconsciously narrowed his eyes as he fell in. A blazing sun shook in the sky, dazzlingly illuminating this side of space. Raising his hand in front of his forehead to cover it slightly, he then began to take in his surroundings. the entire secret realm, an endless cluster of volcanoes, was covered in black dust as far as the eye could see, and waves of scorching heat rolled through the air. Phoenixes belong to fire, and the secret realm that they transformed into after their death is surprisingly so hot as well. It seems that Qin Yuan and that ninth prince are really taking advantage of a unique situation. Qin Guan's body shifted slightly as a wave of Shen Huang Qi traveled through his meridians, dispelling the discomfort while blinking his eyes and thinking. The great sun's sacred body that his younger brother Qin Yuan possessed was born to be most rigid and masculine. So naturally, he was fearless of this environment. The ninth prince's 10,000 inferno body was more simply a fire attribute physique. Its advantages are naturally needless to say. However, Qin Guan had no fear. Among the 9 saint bodies, the strength of the Xianuang indestructible body belonged to the top ranks, and his powerful physique made him fearless of all kinds of extreme environments. At this moment, there were hidden flashes of golden light in both eyes, and the effect of the delusion-breaking god's pupil was unleashed. He was watching to see where there was opportunity. In the Phoenix Spirit mysterious realm, there were many heavenly materials and treasures, as well as many legacies from previous generations, but at the same time there can be dangers. Wherever there was a place where a heavy treasure existed, there would be a powerful demonic beast guarding it. There were rumors that these demonic beasts were not real demonic beasts, but were transformed by the essence of the demonic creatures that the pair of phoenixes had devoured in their lifetime. Revisit the heavens in this secret realm and watch over all kinds of opportunities. It's a bizarre sounding thing, true or false who knows, but one thing is for sure, the rules do apply. Qin Guan was exercising his divine pupil at this time, just to observe into the subtle, to see where there were demonic beasts moving around, as a way to deduce the location of the precious treasure chance. As one of the strange pupil bodies, the delusion-breaking divine pupil had many wonderful uses. In addition to peeking through various means of concealment, he could also see the remnants of souls and blood chi that normal people could not see. At that moment, Qin Guan saw a line of blood chi in the air, extending in all directions. He searched for the thickest of them, and his figure broke through the air. One incense stick later, he came to the side of the volcano's rock wall, which was more deep into the secret realm now, and was quite empty. In the messy pile of rocks, there was a 3-legged foreign beast lying on its back, revealing a strength of around the 5th level of the Saint Realm. This was the source of the blood chi that the delusion-breaking divine pupil had glimpsed, and in the arms of this 3-legged beast, a round fire jade was held by it as if it were a treasure, emitting a burst of crimson divine light. Warm sun jade? Qin Guan raised an eyebrow and recognized the origin of this precious treasure with a glance. This is a rare treasure born from nature and earth, round and translucent, to the hardness and yang. Wearing it with you, it will emit the divine charm of the great Tao of fire, which not only allows you to be fearless of the cold, but also allows you to realize the fire law, and has a healing effect, prolonging your life. Because it was very rare, the quality reached an astonishing heavenly rank lower grade. One could only say that it really deserved to be called the Phoenix Spirit Mysterious Realm. Casually, one could come across such a supreme treasure. He was satisfied, and at this moment, he walked out in large strides, not even looking at the 3-legged alien beast. This was because the moment the other party got up and bared his fangs, a wisp of Heavenly Tao's murderous aura and saint might surged out in unison, directly killing him in seconds across the air. This beast could not even utter a mournful cry, and after its death, there was even no corpse, but instead, it turned back into a ball of essence and dissipated between heaven and earth. Whoosh! That warm sun jade was sucked into his hand. At that moment, a wave of heat surged and spread all over his body. So soothing. If you are practicing fire martial arts, with this jade, you will make rapid progress, and you will be able to realize the way of fire one day. Qin Guan was satisfied, and after pocketing it, he suddenly glared with both eyes and looked behind him, only to see that there, 2 rainbow lights were rapidly sweeping in. After a breath of effort, it arrived in front of Qin Guan and transformed into 2 figures. One of them was none other than the 11th prince. Su Jingyang, what treasure have you gotten? Why don't you hand it over to your brother? He opened his mouth with a strange grin, impishness written all over his face. Apparently, the 11th prince had long been eyeing Qin Guan and had been tailing him since he entered the secret realm. Jing Feng, what are you saying more to this punk? Just kill him directly. The man next to him had a grim gaze at the moment, and his voice was unkind as he opened his mouth. Children of the royal family are not allowed to kill each other, but that means in the outside world. Now that we have arrived at the secret realm, the risks are borne by each of us. And there is naturally no need to worry about such things as being in the same room. 8th brother, you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? We should at least ask what kind of chance this punk got before we kill him. The 11th prince narrowed his eyes and smiled, and although his tone was relaxed, the content of his words was bloody. Obviously, he was still very concerned about what had happened to Su Jingyang. and had rushed to the Phoenix Spirit mysterious realm. Ask a fart. It's just a mole in the spirit movement realm. His talent isn't even as good as a disciple of a third-rate martial arts sect, disgracing our royal family. 500 years ago I see him unhappy. If not for that Qin Guan protection, long ago slaughtered this little. That Qin Guan is also a waste. The Xinhuang indestructible body is wasted and still dares to not know the sky. Some time ago in the court, even said that he would repudiate the 13th sister. He doesn't even look at what he is now. Does he really think he's from 500 years ago? He still dares to repudiate my royal family's son. So he's insulting my Su family. The 8th prince was cursing under his breath. Clearly a person with a violent temperament. Not only did he not look at Su Jingyang, who was of the same clan, but he also did not look at Qin Guan, who was willing to bring Su Jingyang along for the ride. As for the 13th sister in his mouth, naturally, he was referring to Empress Su Kenyangxi. Chapter 52, Chopping Double Kings with a Trusty Hand. Treasure Map Coordinates. Finished? Within the secret realm, the scene of the conflict erupted. Qin Guan listened to the humiliating words that the 11th prince and the 8th prince had been babbling as if they were no one else as soon as they showed up, and the chill surfaced visibly on his face. He finally stopped hiding it and took the initiative to take a step forward, his voice cold and shocking. What? The 8th prince was stunned by the question and seemed to be somewhat unresponsive. Finish and you can go to hell. Qin Guan's entire body had rushed out like a tyrannical dragon as he thoughtfully made an answer for him. Above his right arm, a huge fist was cupped, and a shocking fist intent rolled and spread. The next moment, space exploded. The void tore apart. Only heard a loud bang. The 8th prince could not even do to resist, and was directly burst in the air. The body turned into a rain of blood in the sky, and the broken organs and bowels were scattered all over the place. Not only did it drench this dark land, but it also drenched the 11 princes next to it full of head. The 11th prince's entire body froze in place like a wooden statue, seemingly not having reacted yet. It was only after a full breath that Fang's pupils shrunk dramatically and he looked fearfully toward Qin Guan who was rushing towards him step by step. You. He pointed at Qin Guan, his mouth trembling, his words incomplete. It's just that everything that just happened was too sudden and too fast. No one expected that Qin Guan would suddenly storm out after asking. What's more, he didn't expect that his speed had gotten so fast that even a Saint Realm powerhouse couldn't react. It was as if space had lost its meaning under his feet. Of course, the most important thing was the battle power that Qin Guan had displayed. Just a plain old punch slam. However, it contained all the true meaning of boxing, and the power of the fist was even more like the collapse of the heavenly Tao, so fierce that it was unstoppable. Directly, the 8th prince, who was at the 7th level of the sacred realm cultivation, was blasted into pieces. It's too scary. Killing the Saint Realm is like killing a chicken. How could Su Jingyang have such strength? All the doubts and horror were transformed into the 11th prince's comical and ugly face at this moment. He was fearful and angry and hateful and panicked all at once. Paradoxical to the core. Don't you come over. Don't you come over. I'm your brother. We were born of the same father. The bloodline of the Su family. Blood is thicker than water. Finally, the 11th prince gave up all the majesty of a Saint Realm powerhouse, trembling as he kept retreating, and opened his mouth hysterically. It's as if the louder the voice, the more emboldened one is. Oh, now you're saying you're a brother? Didn't you want to kill me just now? How come you're begging for mercy for yourself in the blink of an eye? Qin Guan watched this scene with a cold smile on his face. This Su family's children are really thick-skinned. When he wanted to kill him just now, he completely disregarded the feelings of his fellow clan members. Now that they are going to be countered, they have begun to talk about the bloodline of the late emperor. It's really a great double standard to play with one hand while being and standing up. That was all a joke. How can you take it seriously? Jing Young, we are all family. Do you really want to be that villain who brutally kills his family? The 11th prince's voice was filled with begging. While his figure was constantly retreating, his spiritual energy condensed and tightened to the extreme, as if he was about to run for his life at any moment. Qin watched him as if he was looking at a monkey, and the sneer in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Yeah, I'm just going to be that villain. He spoke against common sense. Father is lonely down there. 11th brother, you're the most filial, so go and keep him company. The words landed, without waiting for the 11th prince to react any further. A strand of heaven's path killing chi had already shot out like a sharp arrow. At the same time, the killing might and the Xian Huang chi also ran in succession. These three different means of attack were all invisible and shapeless, making it impossible to defend against them. The 11th prince only felt his scalp go numb as he screamed in shock. No, you can't kill me, he shouted, and his taut spiritual energy finally erupted like a floodgate opening, while all sorts of life-preserving means were unleashed in unison. Unfortunately, in the face of Qin Guan, who was one realm higher than him, Even if these tactics were more brilliant and numerous, they would not help. The Xian Huangqi had already pierced through the meridians and injured him severely. Qin Guan, on the other hand, was not slow and came closer. Light and shadow flashed in his hand, and the arcane black halberd appeared, lording it over him instantly. He didn't want to use his fists because he was afraid of getting his hands dirty. At this moment, the might of the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd erupted, and after chopping off that dead head, the black and red lightning shook slightly, causing the other party's divine soul to be completely silenced as well. So far, the 11th prince and the 8th prince were all dead. These two imperial sons of the previous emperor were not weak in terms of strength and talent. At the age of 500 or 600 years old, they had each reached the 7th or 8th level of the Saint Realm cultivation. One must know that the lifespan of a Saint Realm powerhouse was a full 2,000 years, so 500 or 600 years old is really young. After staying up for a while in the future, it might not be impossible to get a glimpse of that saint's way. However, just because of the evil thoughts in their hearts, they all fell in this secret realm. Brush! There were two cold shuttles in the air that fell into Qin Guan's hands. It was the storage rings of both men. After checking it out briefly, Qin Guan put it away in his hand. After having seized the assets of the Wind and Cloud Society, the general storage rings were a bit unappealing to him now. After all, even though the 8th prince and the 11th prince were wealthy, if they were truly compared to Zhao Xianfeng, who specialized in running the Chamber of Commerce, their stature was still too much worse. If you want a heavy treasure chance, you still have to start with this secret realm. Qin Guan let out a light sigh as he once again surveyed the surroundings, observing the other lines of blood qi. To him, whether it was the 8th prince or the 11th prince, they were all just insignificant clowns. So much for killing in passing. Continuing to explore the secret realm was the top priority. He was not in a hurry to find the 9th prince and Qin Yuan because he knew the route of the Qin family's treasure map. This treasure map is admittedly the family's top secret. However, the Qin Guan of 500 years ago was too dazzling, and with his Saint Exalt cultivation, he could be called the #1 strongest person in the Qin family. So at that time, the family, up and down the line, already had him as their leader. This treasure map, naturally, is not a secret, and with the amazing memory of a saint powerhouse, even after 500 years had passed, he was still able to recall every detail of the treasure map at this point. The location of the coordinates in this treasure map was in the deepest part of the secret realm. It was a magma fire pool with a boundary restriction that one could only step into on the 3rd day after the opening of the secret realm. Therefore, Qin Guan was in no hurry. When he went forward again on the 3rd day, he would naturally encounter the 9th prince and Qin Yuan and the others. So what we have to do now is still to search for treasures and grab the chance to be the main thing. As I recall, there are some scattered other opportunities recorded in the treasure map as well. And although they are not as good as that final pool of magma fire, they are still considered to be quite good and heavy treasures. It should be over here at. Qin Guan stroked his chin and looked to a direction after recalling some memories in his mind. In the next second, his body flickered, and he performed the line character secret, instantly disappearing. Chapter 53, Fishing for Law Enforcement. Qin Yuan appears. For the next 2 days, Qin Guan was searching in the secret realm. He had searched for a total of 7 opportunities, all of which were heaven-class treasures, or ancient medicines, or precious materials. It can be a rewarding experience. During this time, he also encountered other royal children vying for his attention. All of them were killed by his fists, not leaving a single survivor. Because he was heading to the place recorded in the treasure map on the 3rd day, Qin Guan's route of advancement in the secret realm was intentionally shifted in that direction. Surprisingly, it's a 10,000-year-old snow lotus? Suddenly, the eyes of Qin Guan, who was speeding high in the air, stared in amazement. Under the shroud of his divine thoughts, it was clear that he had discovered another opportunity 500 miles away, this close to the edge of that magma fire pool. This chance is a bit different. It is a heavenly treasure. It took on a clean white color, emitting a holy aura, with 12 clean white petals unfolding. It was clearly a snow lotus. It's just that. The Phoenix Spirit mystical realm is the land where the phoenix fell, and the fire attribute is extremely heavy, and even the landform is volcanic black rock. Under such circumstances, it was surprising that a snow lotus could grow, or an extreme grade of 100,000 years old. This kind of scene is really abnormal and rare. Is it true that what goes around comes around? Qin Guan's eyes flashed. He had indeed heard that under certain extreme circumstances, the heavens and earth would give birth to completely opposite divine objects. It's just something that's so rare that it's not even rumored. I never thought that today I would meet myself. No matter what, there's no reason not to take the heavy treasure when it's in your hands. Qin Guan shook his head and without further thought, his figure flashed out in a flash and flew toward the snow lotus. The value of the 100,000 000-year-old snow lotus was already comparable to the existence of a heavenly rank middle grade, and when placed in the market, it could be said that there was no market for it. This kind of treasure has already caught the eye. There is absolutely no reason to let go. With the execution of the line character secret, Qin Guan was extremely fast and arrived over the snow lotus in the blink of an eye. And just then, another strange color surfaced from the depths of his eyes. No, the space here is unusual. There are formation fluctuations? This is a trap. A thought raced through his mind. Qin Guan had the assistance of the delusion-breaking god pupil, and in many cases even without intentionally exercising the pupil technique, he could passively perceive a lot of weirdness. For example, at this moment, he sensed a change in the space around the place where the snow lotus was growing. Extremely stealthy. One could tell that the person who laid the formation was extremely skillful. Any other Saint Realm powerhouse of the same rank would definitely not be able to perceive it. Interesting. Is it a fishing expedition? The corner of Qin Guan's mouth lifted up an arc of a cold smile at this moment, and the breaking delusion god pupils in his eyes operated, instantly seeing all the truth of the surroundings, only to see that around the snow lotus, an invisible formation chain was intertwined and twisted, and on top of it was a sharp blade. This was clearly a small heaven-ranked killing formation. At the moment, it's just waiting for the one with the right destiny to step into it. With this level of blood, it appears that several people have been victimized previously. Qin Guan narrowed his eyes as he saw no less than 5 traces of blood chi within 100 paces close to the snow lotus at the moment, all of which carried despair and resentment. Apparently, before him, a number of people who had been tempted to come by the snow lotus had already been poisoned. The person who set up this formation is bold and vicious enough to kill so many royal children and still not stop. Then, Qin Guan thought with interest, how could it be faster to seek opportunities in the secret realm than to directly rob someone else? The person who set up this formation didn't even have to personally compete for the chance. Straight up fishing for enforcement and taking it off the shelf from someone else is. But this plan is poisonous. The secret world are all the same people. Normally speaking, no one will do this. With no compassion for his siblings and this coolness, could he be the 9th prince? And then, Qin Guan speculated about the person behind the curtain. Having worked together in the same dynasty, he actually knew something about many of the late emperor's sons and daughters. Most people still have some brotherly love for each other. That's why it's almost impossible for anyone to use this kind of fishing ploy to enforce the law. Except for the 9th prince, who is an anomaly. He was punished by the late emperor to face the wall for 600 years, full of grudges, and to many of the new princes born after, do not know at all. Naturally, there is no way to talk about camaraderie. Plus, this person had previously poisoned the crown prince's elder brother. It's not at all unusual to do something like that these days. Interesting. Also, let this general meet you. Let's see what this so-called first genius of the Imperial clan is capable of. All the thoughts flashed by in a flash in his mind, and finally turned into the intention of leaping into action, only to see that Qin Guan did not hide or avoid. As if he did not know, he took a step down from the sky and stepped into the heavenly step formation of his own accord. If you want to fish for law enforcement, it depends on what kind of fish. In the unlikely event that a hook is thrown into the mouth of a deep-sea beast, the only one who dies is the one who fishes. Obviously, Qin Guan was a huge beast with such abilities. Even if I take the initiative to step into your heavenly rank formation, so what? I am the holy body of the world, the first heavenly pride of the Featherfall wilderness. This is my bottom line. Qin Guan was wild and arrogant, but he had the capital. At this point, as he landed, he took a step towards the snow lotus. Brush. As expected, space fluctuated at that moment, the air around him distorted, and a spell ray and sharp weapon appeared out of nowhere, shooting densely towards him. That heavenly steps killing formation was completely revealed. The other party made the sneak attack to the end, not even meaning to show up, and was directly about to take his life. There is a posture of letting those who fall into the trap to the death are confused ghosts. Scatter! Qin Guan had his hands in the air and watched the scene with cold eyes, no joy or sorrow in his eyes. A word was lightly spat out from his mouth, and in an instant, thousands of strands of heavenly Tao killing chi spread out, like a shield, resisting all the killing moves in the surroundings. And then with a flick of his fingers, another Xian Huang Qi shot out, falling straight into a certain place in the void. There, no one else knows what's there. However, under Qin Guan's delusion-breaking divine pupil, it was exceptionally clear. A small white flag, as if invisible, was inserted there. This was precisely one of the formation flags that maintained the formation. At this moment, the Xian Huang Qi erupted, directly bursting this formation flag. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. In the midst of the explosions, the void trembled, and this heavenly grade killing formation, too, immediately became unstable. This was the heaven-defying nature of the paradox-breaking god's pupil. It can treat heavenly ranked formations as if they were nothing, and it can break through all the bulls, ghosts and snakes in the world. Snap! As the heavenly rank formation was broken, a burst of slapping sounds rang out. Then he saw a silhouette come out of the void. He was handsome. His figure and appearance were 7 points similar to Qin Guan, just not as handsome as him. With a face like that, who else could it be if not Qin Yuan? Chapter 54, The Culprit, Today's Revenge. Interesting, the world says that the 18th prince is a waste of space. Why is it the complete opposite when you see it now? Qin Yuan stepped out of the void as he looked at the little prince that Qin Guan had changed into and asked in great surprise. Obviously, that scene just now made him curious. Just like the 11th prince, his heart was also speculating about what kind of strange encounter the young prince had gotten, to have such a big change, and face the good brother. Qin Guan's pair of narrow eyes were also narrowed dangerously. In his mind, a scene from the past also kept surfacing. In his previous life, the reason why Qin Guan was not treated well by his parents and clan elders in the mansion, a large part of the reason was because of Qin Yuan. It couldn't be helped that during the 500 years that Qin Guan had been asleep, there was just too much room for Qin Yuan to maneuver. He possessed the Great Sun's sacred body and was the Qin Mansion's second heavenly pride, being held in the palm of his hand since he was a child with countless resources. And Qin Yuan had grown up with a mind that was different from the norm, and he was deeply aware that above him, there was an incomparably dazzling older brother. Though this brother sleeps as if he were dead, he will be a great threat to him once he awakens someday. Therefore, Qin Yuan did not dare to have the slightest indulgence in pride, and has always maintained the persona of a good son at home, to painstakingly work with all aspects of the relationship. Finally, he became the new son of the world, the default successor of the Jinbei royal family by all parties. All of the Qin family, including his parents, appreciated him. In fact, several years ago, when Qin Guan had just awakened, the Qin mansion was also a sensation, including Mr. and Mrs. Qin Tianqing. They were all pleasantly surprised, and even immediately said that they would have a big banquet for 3 days. But who would have guessed that before this banquet was even set up, Qin Guan's lack of cultivation had been discovered. At this time, Qin Tianqing and his wife did not care too much, thinking that it does not matter. The cultivation will be restored after. People live on the line. And at this point, it was Qin Yuan who opened his mouth, variously instilling, explicitly and implicitly, the notion that there could be no wastes in the Qin house. The former great general of the divine dragon was so dazzling that he should be above the clouds, overlooking the world. If it came to light that Qin Guan's meridians were destroyed and he was reduced to an invalid, it would become a stain on the Qin family. This kind of indoctrination is honestly quite pernicious. If anyone else had opened their mouths, they would have been killed by Qin Tianqing in a fit of rage. But his own youngest son, Qin Yuan, spoke. Then he had to think about it. This was coupled with the fact that Qin Yuan's words were skillfully articulated and did not directly express his true purpose, but instead looked as if he was thinking of the family in every way. This led to the gradual annihilation of the warmth in Qin Tianqing's heart. 3 days later, there really was no more feast, and in the month that followed, Qin Guan underwent rehabilitation to recuperate from his injuries, and Qin Yuan came to visit every day, acting as if he cared for his elder brother. But behind his back, as soon as he left the door of Qin Guan's courtyard, he immediately began to roam among the major clan elders of the Qin family, counting down on Qin Guan both explicitly and implicitly. Over time, the entire family began to get out of sorts, and there were murmurs about Qin Guan, the world of martial arts, especially if it was a great clan like the Qin family, without cultivation. It's an original sin. Everyone was no longer as surprised as they were at the beginning, when Qin Guan awakened, but instead, they were all sorts of alienated and disliked. Qin Tianqing also rarely came to Qin Guan's courtyard anymore. Only my mother, who comes over a few times now and then. It is just that every time he comes, Qin Yuan also follows, if anything hinting that his mother is busy with clan affairs, and then takes the initiative to apologize to his elder brother. After shedding a few tears, Qin's mother also had to leave first. One way or another, the time to visit Qin Guan became less and less, and half a year after Qin Guan's awakening, this news, which should have been kept secret, went viral. The entire dynasty, all of them, knew the fact that Qin Guan had awakened, but had no cultivation. This matter made Qin Tianqing extremely angry, and after investigating for several days, he could not find out who had leaked the information. Only Qin Guan knew in his heart that the person who deliberately released the news was Qin Yuan. He was the one who told Qin Tianqing to keep it a secret, and he was also the one who took the initiative to release the information. All that had been done was to cold shoulder and suppress Qin Guan. He wanted to make this big brother completely disfigured, without a single possibility of reversal. So made such a big picture. Over the next few years, Qin Yuan continued to show up in the courtroom, ostracizing Qin Guan with all sorts of words and techniques. In front of the empress it was even more constant performance. This was because after learning of Qin Guan's awakening, the empress had, at the first opportunity, accessed Qin Guan to her palace in accordance with Great Phoenix etiquette. After all, the two are married. The empress, at first, didn't act too much, even though the bond between the two, over the course of 500 years, had faded quite a bit. But the empress didn't think of giving up on Qin Guan at that time regardless, and looked for various ways for him to save his meridians. It was only after one ineffective attempt that patience was gradually lost, coupled with the fact that Qin Yuan blew the whistle from time to time in the courtroom, instilling all kinds of thoughts that a wastrel was not worthy of being an imperial prince. The empress finally began to waver. She pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons and all the relationships between the two people before she came to the decision to divorce Qin Guan and get rid of the shackles of the heavenly Dao contract. Anyway, Qin Guan's last life was so miserable. 70% of the reason. All from Qin Yuan, this good brother. Now that the two were in the secret realm, they finally met in a dignified manner. A smudge of the fire of desire for revenge also flickered in Qin Guan's eyes. However, Qin Yuan, who was standing in front of him, was still oblivious to all of this. At this moment, he still thought that it was the young prince who had broken the heavenly steps killing formation, and was still opening his mouth in a sneering manner. It's a pity, 18th prince. You're just like my loser big brother. No matter how hard you try, you're still a rotten maggot. Do you really think you have the capital to turn the tables in this secret realm just because you got some lucky chance to break the heavenly ranking formation? Ridiculous. Don't forget that you're just a martial arts loser. And no matter how hard a loser tries, you're not good enough to be defeated in front of my great son's sacred body. Perhaps it was the knowledge that one could silence and kill with impunity in the secret realm. Qin Yuan had no more reservations at this time, completely abandoning the persona that he had painstakingly cultivated in the court on weekdays. The words were extremely insulting, laughing and cursing the little king. The reason for this, of course, was still because he knew that the young prince was the one who had gone closest to Qin Guan back then. It is said that Qin Guan treated the young prince as his own brother, and naturally, he, the real blood brother, was a bit embarrassed. Therefore, Qin Yuan's mind was also twisted as he humiliated this little prince while drawing the weapon in his hand. It was a long blade with a reddish body, emanating the fluctuations of a top-grade Earth-ranked battle treasure. This knife is called Hongling, which was once used by Qin Guan. Only later did he replace it after obtaining a set of heaven-ranked battle treasures. Unexpectedly, at this time, it fell into Qin Yuan's hands. Ha, you're only good for picking up my leftovers too. A faintly imperceptible sneer flashed across Qin Guan's eyes before his feet stepped forward, only to see a flash of light in the void. Qin Guan had appeared in front of Qin Yuan. The latter was still talking big smugly, completely unresponsive. Just saw a slap, out of the corner of his eye. Come at him. Snap. With a crunching sound, Qin Yuan was actually directly slapped in place and spun around, only feeling that his eyes were starry-eyed and his entire body was confused. At the same time, the cold words from the mouth of the little prince, who was like an ant in his eyes, slowly entered his ears. No respect for honor. Insulting your elder brother. You should be killed. This voice was as cold as iron and as chilly as snow, and at the same time, it was draped with endless killing intent. It caused Qin Yuan to tremble for some reason, only feeling a chill in his heart. Chapter 55, Death is only a relief, not a salvation. How dare you hit me? In the secret realm, as a clear and loud slap sounded, Qin Yuan's voice was incomparably sharp, carrying a strong sense of incredulity. Stupid. Qin Guan's eyes were filled with indifference, and after spitting 2 words out of his mouth, he flashed over with another slap. This slap, the strength of which was mastered with great precision, was heavier than before, yet it was not so heavy as to slap Qin Yuan directly to death. Instead, he kept his body in the air, spinning several more times in a row. Both cheeks, at this moment, were as red and swollen as a pig's head. After the second slap, Qin Yuan was also instantly sobered up, and realized how stupid he had just shouted out. The strength of the other party has completely overridden their own above, which there is what dare not a say. Then, an incomparably strong panic surged within Qin Yuan's heart. In the great Phoenix royal family, the little prince, who was known to be a waste, had unexpectedly, without realizing it, already had the strength to crush himself. How is this possible? One must know that he was the legendary great sun saint body, one of the 9 saint bodies, also sitting on the cultivation resources of the Zhenbei royal palace. The starting point of birth directly crushed 99% of the other martial artists. There's talent, connections, and resources. Although he was currently only at the first level of the saint realm, even if he faced an expert at the 3rd or 4th level of the saint realm, he still had the power to fight. How could it be possible that at this very moment, He was being pressed to the ground and rubbed at will by the young prince? This is so wrong. Qin Yuan couldn't say a word as he covered his cheeks, his eyes filled with fear. Ding! In the secret realm, you finally met the source that caused you to be separated from your family. Facing Qin Yuan, whose strength is already far inferior to yours. Please make your choice. Choice 1, kill the roots and destroy the family. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Kill Qin Yuan on the spot to avenge his past life, rewarded with a heavenly grade martial arts skill, Divine King's Fist. Option 2, death is only a relief, not an atonement. Abolish Qin Yuan's cultivation, shatter his sacred body origin, and let him fall to the same situation as you did in your previous life, and be in torment forever in this life, rewarded with 1,000 years of spatial avenue sense. It was while Qin Guan was striking. The system's choice prompt in his head also sounded steeply at this moment. These two hints, appearing one after the other, caused Qin's eyes to narrow slightly as he watched. Because of both options, the rewards are extremely generous. Heavily rank upper grade martial skill. It naturally went without saying that the strongest fist technique Qin Guan had learned up to this point was only the earth rank upper grade Qin Wei Xiaotian fist. Throughout the billions and billions of miles of territory of the Great Phoenix Dynasty, and the countless forces in the 36 counties and lands, only the royal family had a heavenly grade medium martial skill. Other than that, there is no second book. One could imagine the gold content of this heavenly rank upper grade martial skill, Divine King's Fist. The second option, however, is just as rewarding and not bad. 1,000 years of spatial avenue perception. That's amazing. It is important to know that between this heaven and earth, there are various kinds of Tao. The most typical is gold, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 kinds of 5 elements of the avenue. In addition to this, there is also the Tao of weapons required for refining weapons, and the Tao of Dan required for refining pills. Or maybe it's a special avenue about space, time, and so on. The acquisition of these great avenues was extremely difficult, and in addition to the cultivation associated with them, it also required a flash of aura triggered under the accumulation of days and months. For example, if you want to cultivate the great Tao of fire, you need to cultivate fire attribute techniques and martial arts. When a certain realm was reached, one would stumble into the stage of aura perception, and the time it took for this acquired perception to be digested was long. Maybe it's a decade, maybe it's a century, depends on the quality of the sensation. Reaching the sense of 1,000-year-old, that was undoubtedly an unattainable existence. Basically, once digested, then such avenues are bound to be fully grasped. At that time, the battle power would have a qualitative change level increase, and every move could cause the Great Tao to resonate. The second option that Qin Guan triggered at this moment was to give him a copy of the Great Tao sense, instead of the common 5 elements. It is the rare space, and it is 1,000 years old. This was simply a heavenly treasure. Once he obtained this spatial sense, Qin Guan's understanding of the laws of space would reach a terrifying height. At that time, he would be the god of space, with all the laws of space at his fingertips. Regardless of whether it's a heaven stage upper grade martial skill or a spatial avenue sense, it's an extremely precious existence. However, martial skills require cultivation, whereas the Great Tao sense is directly instilled. So the advantage of choosing the second reward is even greater. Qin Guan's eyes twinkled as he made a judgment on the value of these 2 important rewards. All that needed to be considered now was which of these 2 options was what he really wanted in his heart. Should we just kill it, or should we nullify it? Qin Guan bowed his head slightly, and after a brief thought, a decision was made in his mind. Elect to scrap, because the system is right. There are times when death is a gift. It's not a punishment. Instead it just lets it off the hook. Not at all. When the other person's crime is deep enough, making life worse than death is the best way to go. Otherwise, it is unlikely that torture like lynching would have been invented in those ancient dynasties. It was clearly felt that a simple death was too easy. Qin Yuan, Qin Yuan, in my last life, you took advantage of the fact that my cultivation was no longer there, and used every trick in the book to take away my honor, leaving me to suffer from the cold shoulder. Now, let's give you a taste of that too. Qin Guan had already made a decision in his mind when he thought of this, only to see him looking down at Qin Yuan. His feet suddenly moved, walking step by step. An intense heavenly Tao-killing aura blossomed on his body, forming a ripple. What are you doing? Su Jingyang, I can warn you, the 9th prince is not far from here. Don't be too impulsive. Qin Yuan looked back at the murderous eyes of the little prince, and inexplicably a few chills flashed through his heart. He always felt as if something big was going to happen. Qin Yuan, you laughed at your brother in your previous life for having no cultivation and being an invalid. This prince would like to know at this moment, if you too had all your meridians broken and your holy body scrapped, would you continue to be held in your heart by the good father and clansman in your eyes? Will others, too, Say you're a wreck? Qin Guan spoke while slowly raising his palm. And this scene caused cold sweat to pour out behind Qin Yuan's back. He realized in an instant what Qin Guan was going to do and said in horror. You can't do this to me. What does Qin Guan being disliked have to do with you? Su Jingyang, you're just being nosy with a dog. Qin Yuan could not imagine what would happen if he were to fall into ruin and return to the northern realm after losing his sacred body. Even just hearing that description was frightening to the core. He hissed and yelled at the moment, like a trapped beast walking a stranger. Ninth Prince, come and save me quickly. Die. Just the moment Qin Yuan spoke out, Qin Guan also struck out without any further hesitation. Above the raised palm, holy might surged, intermingled with Xian Huang Qi, and shot suddenly through towards Qin Yuan. Clank! At the same time, a fiery red divine light shot out violently from the direction of the magma fire pool, blinking past Qin Yuan and colliding with the Xian Huang Qi. The two emitted a sound similar to the collision of steel, shocking Qin Yuan's ears. However, he was immensely surprised because he knew that this was a sign that the ninth prince had come. As expected, the fiery red divine light flowed slightly and transformed into the figure of the ninth prince. Ninth brother, save me. Su Jingyang has gone crazy. Qin Yuan shouted out loud. The thigh he was hugging had finally arrived. However, after the ninth prince appeared, his eyes were heavy, and the words he said even made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and the whole person was stunned in place. Stupid, don't you understand yet? This isn't the 18th prince at all. This is the divine dragon general of your Qin family. That big brother of yours, Qin Guan. Chapter 56, the ninth prince shines his sword, breaks his true identity. Qin Yuan collapses. What? He's Qin Guan? This is impossible. Listening to the ninth prince's words, Qin Yuan seemed as if he was struck by lightning. The pupils of his eyes widened violently, incomparably terrified. The voice was even thicker with disbelief. How can this be Qin Guan? That's not possible. Qin Guan had now become an invalid, and after so many years of muddling through, he had even been driven out of the northern realm by his and his father's joint efforts. Long ago I do not know where to stray to become a beggar, living a life worse than dogs and pigs. How could there be such a terrifying battle power and still come to the phoenix spirit mysterious realm? Did Qin Guan regain his cultivation? As soon as this thought rose, it was like a wall crawler, growing unavoidably wild in Qin Yuan's heart. He was both angry and terrified because he couldn't imagine what it would be like if Qin Guan once again possessed cultivation and completely turned over a new leaf. There's nothing impossible. There are countless strange things in this world, and restoring cultivation is not a rare thing. Compared to the disoriented Qin Yuan, the ninth prince was much more steady. He stared at Qin Guan's face and slowly said, Your Excellency still refuses to show your true self? Although your Xian Huang Qi is well hidden, this prince is not a fool like Qin Yuan, so how could he not discover it? Xian Huang indestructible body, you're the only one in the world who possesses it. Qin Guan, the ninth prince said with unparalleled certainty, his voice resounding through the heavens and earth. TSK, I didn't realize that there were really people amongst the royal family. On the other side of the river, Qin Guan saw that the other party had already said this, and then also felt that it was tasteless to continue to disguise. Thus, after shaking his head slightly, the false shape law of the 72 techniques of the earth fiend was lifted. The body changed back to its own form once again in a mist of light. Qin Guan, is it really you trash? As he watched the 18th prince's figure disappear and change into the figure he had bullied for years, Qin Yuan's eyes glazed over. How dare you have a foul mouth? Looks like those two slaps were really light. Qin Guan's eyes narrowed, and the murderous might on his body unconsciously erupted, falling on Qin Yuan like a titanic pressure, causing his face to instantly pale again. The mind couldn't help but recall the scene of being crushed just now. The entire human body subconsciously shivered. I've long heard of the name of Great General Shenlong, and I didn't expect to finally meet him today. I think that your excellency disguised as the 18 princes to enter this secret realm. Seizing the treasure is secondary, and you mainly want to get the divine punishment destruction sword, don't you? The ninth prince then spoke faintly at this time. He had a smile at the corner of his mouth and saw through Qin Guan's intentions in an instant. At the same time there was a long sword floating in his hand. This sword showed a clean white color all over. The sword god was incomparably long and slender, and there was a thunder pattern imprinted on top of the blade, and there was even a mountain and sea beast totem draped around it, as if it was imprisoned in it. A vast and supreme killing fluctuation flowed and spread in the sword blade, causing the void to tremble. Wherever the 3-foot green blade was, space rippled. This was the Divine Dragon Great General's second heavenly grade medium war treasure, the Divine Punishment Destruction Sword. This sword was ferocious and powerful, the two melee divine weapons of Qin Guan. The ninth prince took the initiative to call out at this point, clearly with the intention of provoking. It was because both of them knew that there was no way this battle could be avoided. Today, This king will use the general's sword to send the general to his death. He raised his chin and spoke in an arrogant, cold voice. The world knows that the ninth prince is the body of 10,000 flames, close to the great Tao of fire, and can manipulate all the fires in the world, and is invincible in fire magic. But he didn't know that in the sword path, the ninth prince was also a rare genius. 600 years ago, he had used a broken sword to send away a peak Saint Realm powerhouse in 3 moves. This shows how ferocious its sword strokes are. In the past, even a broken sword was still like this. And now that he was holding a supreme sword such as the Divine Punishment Destruction Sword, there was no need to mention it. Heavenly ranked war treasures. Doesn't this general have any? Qin Guan was naturally fearless, and at this moment, after his eyes lingered slightly on his Divine Punishment Destruction Sword, he similarly shook one arm and took out his Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd. After sublimating to the top grade of the heavenly rank, the aura of the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd was even thicker. As soon as it appeared between heaven and earth, it formed an unstoppable force, and the dragon's roar resounded through the 4 fields. Even more so, it violently suppressed the might of the Divine Punishment Destruction Sword by 3 points. You even retrieved the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd? When Qin Yuan saw this scene, he once again uttered out in fear. His eyes were filled with chills and his scalp was numb. No one knew better than him how dazzling Qin Guan, who was his own brother, was back then. The Dragon General. That's an undefeated legend. Qin Yuan had continuously dug pits over the years, preventing everything, fearing that Qin Guan would once again regain his cultivation. Wasn't that what he was afraid of? But today, the other party not only regained his cultivation, but became stronger than him. Even the war treasures and divine weapons of the past returned with them. This could be too terrifying. That oppressive force that belonged uniquely to the Divine Dragon General made Qin Yuan gasp for breath. What a loser! The ninth prince frowned. As the same Qin family's sacred body, how could the Jinbei king have such a young son? After he let out a cold, low curse, he stopped paying attention to Qin Yuan and instead faced Qin Guan in front of him. The white long sword in his hand pointed remotely. There's no point in talking more. Come and fight. As the words landed, a layer of flame swept out from his body, wrapping and winding around the blade. In the next instant, the entire body, even the person with the sword, charged fiercely towards Qin Guan. Brush! In the face of this sword, Qin Guan did not say anything, but the same cold light in his eyes skyrocketed, and the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd in his hand violently probed out. A sweep followed. Rumble! The void exploded and continuously blew up in both directions as the 2 heaven-ranked battle treasures exchanged blows in midair. The Shen Black Dragon Chi intertwined with the clean white sword Chi, but the sword Chi was continuously swallowed and weakened. And of the 2 weapon wielders, the ninth prince was the first to be defeated under the tremendous recoil, his paws stomping on the ground as his figure retreated 100 steps out in a row. Each step made a deep footprint and the ground shook. On the contrary, when he looked at Qin Guan, he didn't move a muscle. The halberd in his hand sank horizontally, looking out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 57, Beheading the Ninth Prince. Abolishing Qin Yuan's sacred body. Obtaining heavenly grade martial skills. The wind was howling and the clouds were rolling in. The entire heaven and earth was enveloped by this oppressive aura. On the barren battlefield, Qin Guan held the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd, the tip of the halberd flashing with a biting cold light, confronting the ninth prince on the opposite side of the room. The ninth prince's expression was uncertain at the moment, and the Divine Punishment Exterminating You sword in his hand hummed. When strong people fought, they could find out the details of both sides in just a few moments. And in that brief exchange just now, it was clear that the defeated ninth prince, I'm holding the Divine Punishment You Destruction Sword, and I'm the same heavenly rank middle grade war treasure as his halberd. So why am I being suppressed like this? No, his halberd isn't just a heavenly rank middle grade. The ninth prince's eyes flashed and his mind flowed extremely fast, immediately sensing that something was wrong. As heaven-ranked battle treasures clashed against each other, it was impossible for the strength of the Divine Punishment Destruction Sword to lose to the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd. The only answer was that the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd had been hammered once again. This battle treasure was most likely already at the upper level of the heavenly rank, and as soon as he thought about it, the ninth prince's heart was overwhelmed with vibrations. A heavenly rank upper grade battle treasure. It is hard to find, rare in this world, and there are very few of them throughout the ages. What kind of chance did Qin Guan get? Not only was his cultivation restored, but he also got the chance to have his battle treasure hammered again? Su Jingduan, you are not my opponent. Qin Guan opened his mouth indifferently, holding a halberd. His body was magnificent and majestic. His aura was like a rainbow, and he pressed forward step by step. Su Jingduan, the very same great name of the ninth prince. Who wins and who loses is still unknown. As the body of 10,000 flames, the strongest heavenly pride of the great Phoenix Imperial family, The ninth prince naturally wouldn't just admit defeat so easily. He has long heard of Qin Guan's ability, and now a hand-to-hand. It is even more clear that today I'm afraid that the fate is very bad. But there was still no flinching. The road of the martial arts. Once the budging retreat. Anyhow you are gifted. There is only the end of the defeat. It is a path of rigid refinement. Then he saw the ninth prince's words fall and immediately took the lead. His figure swept out. Qin Guan, on the other hand, was fearless, and the same spiritual energy surged within his body, injecting into the dragon abyss overlord halberd like a dragon out of the sea. The body of the halberd instantly erupted with 10,000 feet of golden light, carrying the momentum of the mountains and seas as it swept toward the ninth prince. This strike was as if it could tear through space. Wherever it passed, the air was stirred into countless pieces. The ninth prince's face was gloomy. Obviously he was the one who made the first move. But at this moment, he fell into passivity instead. But he wasn't a vegetarian after all. As layers of purple flames swirled out between the flow of holy might in his body, it wrapped around the divine punishment destruction sword, as if enchanting it to increase its power. The sword, on the other hand, drew a mysterious arc in the air, while a black curtain of light coalesced around it like an impenetrable barrier, blocking Qin Guan's powerful strike. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden light and black light collided with each other, and powerful energy fluctuations spread in all directions. The ground was shaken out with a deep crack, and flying sand filled the entire battlefield. Legend has it that the body of 10,000 flames can command all the fires of the world. But if you only play defense and don't go on the offensive, wouldn't you be wasting this innate avenue of fire for nothing? Qin Guan's eyes were ice cold, and his words were sarcastic and even more provocative. Sharp-tongued, the ninth prince's expression was gloomy, and he naturally knew that this was Qin Guan mocking him for not being able to even strike a decent attack. At this time, after secretly cursing, his feet stepped out in strange steps, and his body shape suddenly changed, shuttling over the battlefield like a ghost. The divine punishment exterminating you sword in his hand danced densely, with heavy sword shadows, attacking Qin Guan from all angles. Let's see how many more swords you can block me with, the ninth prince roared. Obviously, this set of sword moves of his was extraordinary. Only a black sword chi could be released with each swing of the sword. This sword chi was wrapped in some sort of foreign fire, and there was even a Saint Realm powerhouse law, while a thick sword intent vibrated. This sword technique is not a martial art of the royal family. It should be a chance that the ninth prince himself got. With Qin Guan's insight, he could tell with just a glance that it was at least at the upper level of the Earth Order as well, cultivated to the realm of consummation, but unfortunately still not enough to be feared. Qin Guan remained aloof and commented casually. The 10,000 Inferno body, itself, was inferior to the 9 holy bodies. Even though the ninth prince was talented in his own combat, how could Qin Guan not have killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Coupled with the fact that both sides originated from the top-tier forces of the Great Phoenix, their underpinnings were almost as good as each other. Now that Qin Guan had the heaven-grade technique killing scripture in his possession, this encounter, naturally, Qin Guan couldn't lose from the very beginning. Bang! 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 Only to see his halberd swinging. The halberd shadows were heavy, intertwining and colliding with the sword chi. Every time, it could ruthlessly smash those sword chi. The ninth prince's face completely changed this time. It is important to realize that each type of weapon has different advantages. The sword was light and agile, and under close quarters, it was quite difficult to deal with. And like the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd, this kind of weapon is too huge and heavy, and it is about power and strength, especially suitable for battlefield charging. As a matter of common sense, the bulky halberd is easily defeated when engaged at the same level. But the situation at hand is quite different. Only to see that the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd was not much slower than a long sword in Qin Guan's hands, and was equally flexible. This is simply amazing. What level had he already reached in his cultivation of the Tao of the halberd? The ninth prince's heart and mind were heavy and even more shocked. And not far away, Qin Yuan had long been dumbstruck. This is the at-hand swimming dragon halberd. He's actually practiced it to the state of perfection. As a member of the Qin family, he obviously recognized Qin Guan's halberd, the dragon halberd at hand. One of the Qin family's heritage. Although it is still an earth-rank upper-grade martial art, it is extremely powerful, and the advantage is that practicing it until it reaches its full potential can be comparable to certain heaven-rank lower-grade martial arts. The downside is that it's especially hard to practice. Many people in the Qin family have attempted to learn this martial art. Perhaps small Chengdu is already gifted. Proficient are considered 1 in a million. Not to mention practicing to great success and perfection. Qin Yuan had practiced it himself, and was currently only at a proficient level, which was nothing compared to the spectacle that Qin Guan was casting out at this moment. Damn! How could he be so strong? What makes him so strong? Qin Yuan's hands and feet were numb. and there was even more resentment in his eyes. He had thought that Qin Guan should not be a match for the ninth prince even if he recovered his cultivation. After all, there was still a half-realm difference between the two. The same absolute heavenly pride. At worst it would be a hard fight. But I didn't expect the scene in front of me to be like this. The strength Qin Guan had displayed far exceeded his imagination. Then, even more layers of fear welled up in his heart. This fear didn't just come from Qin Guan's powerful strength. It came more from the powerlessness he felt when he realized that he might never be able to get back at Qin Guan. In the field, the battle became more and more intense. Both Qin Guan and the ninth prince had killed their eyes. Qin Guan violently thrust the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd into the ground. His hands quickly formed seals, and the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth frantically converged toward him. Dragon Abyss bastard! Qin Guan bellowed, only to see the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd's radiance flourish. A black dragon silhouette whistling out from the halberd, pouncing at the ninth prince with teeth and claws. This is another martial art. However, it is induced by spiritual energy, which can also be called a jutsu. Although martial artists focus on chi, blood, flesh and body, cultivation is completed by absorbing spiritual energy, so spiritual energy also has many wonderful uses. Although Qin Guan was a physical cultivator, he was still not weak in the artistic path. He unleashed this earth-ranked art-type martial skill at this moment, using the heaven-ranked top-grade Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd as a guide. His battle power could be described as astonishing. The ninth prince also put his best foot forward, injecting all the foreign flames in his body into the divine punishment destruction of Yu sword, which erupted in dazzling flames. Qin Guan, die! The ninth prince roared as a hot pillar of fire shot out from the tip of his sword, meeting the black dragon in the air. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their colors, and an earth-shattering roar shook Qin Yuan's eardrums. Rumble, space shattered and the ground shook. The powerful energy impact shook the ninth prince directly out, leaving a long gully on the ground. Qin Guan, on the other hand, did not take half a step back, his robes flying all over his body and his eyes sharp. The halberd in his hand was raised high, and his body was like a ghost rushing out close to the ninth prince's backward flying figure. When the other party barely raised his head, what he saw was the very scene where the Dragon Abyss Overlord halberd landed in front of his throat. The ninth prince, defeated. Ding! You have defeated the former royal family's #1 heavenly pride. Face this high-powered prince of the Phoenix dynasty. Make your choice. Option 1, kill them all and leave no loose ends. Send the ninth prince directly to his death, and reward him with a copy of the top-grade heavenly martial art, the Great Luo Sword in 10th Law. Option 2, leave him alive and make a good karma. Don't kill the ninth prince. Let him leave on his own, and reward him with one of the 9 holy bodies, the 10,000 Paths Fire Dragon body. In front of you, 2 system options surfaced. Qin Guan swept a glance without moving his eyes, and his heart was suddenly surprised. Those are 2 option rewards that really can't be beat. A heavenly rank upper grade martial skill and a 9 grade sacred body. If it were anyone else, they would certainly be torn. And Qin Guan was only briefly surprised before immediately making a decision. I choose 1, he replied to the system decisively with his mind. It was not Qin Guan's character to leave the enemy a chance to make a comeback, even though the Wandao Fire Dragon body was rare and was one of the 9 great saint bodies. However, Qin Guan thought to himself that his Xin Huang indestructible body was the strongest, and would not lose to any other saint body. No battle can be won without holding the Xin Huang, and no age without conquering and swallowing the 8 wastelands. A physique developed to its limit could already be invincible in time, so why would there be a need to borrow other physiques to help? Therefore, Qin Guan decisively chose the first reward, only to see that as the thought fell, the halberd in Qin Guan's hand also violently probed. Brush! In an instant, the ninth prince's throat was directly pierced through, and the blood couldn't stop flowing. Various emotions were intertwined in his eyes at this time, seemingly regretting and laughing bitterly. When a few mouthfuls of blood were eventually spewed out, all luster was lost and the head was lowered helplessly. A royal pride. The ninth prince, who was revered by countless people in the Great Phoenix and had a great deal of power, had died just like this. The death was so easy it was unbelievable. Qin Yuan was the first to be appalled as he looked at Qin Guan, his hands and feet going cold. You actually killed the ninth prince. How dare you kill him? His figure staggered. The hallowed Saint Realm powerhouse, the great sun Saint body possessor, was unexpectedly frightened and lost his Tao at this moment. Now, it's your turn. Qin Guan turned his head with a cold smile, admiring the good brother's wretched and ugly posture. A killing machine, unreservedly locked onto the other party. This scene, moreover, made Qin Yuan completely feel what was called the fear of life and death. He completely collapsed and cried out, "Brother, you can't kill me. We are a family. I was the one who was blinded by lard in the past. Now that you've even regained your cultivation, your parents will surely be happy for you." and the Northern Realm seed will still be you. You let me go, brother. From now on I'll never fight again. Everything is for you. I really know I'm wrong. Qin Yuan knelt down on both knees and cowed out frantically to the ground. There was no longer the arrogance of that day above the courtroom that had towered over Qin Guan and loudly impeached him. Unfortunately, Qin Guan just shook his head expressionlessly. You don't know it's wrong. You're scared. But it's okay, we're family and I really won't kill you. Qin Guan took a step forward and opened his mouth with a wry smile. Really? Qin Yuan's face was filled with ecstasy when he heard this. However, Qin Guan's next sentence caused him to fall into an ice cave and chill his body. Of course I won't kill you. I'll only waste your holy body, take away your cultivation, and send you back to the Jinbei King's mansion, so that Qin Tianqing can see if he still likes it in the face of his good son who's been reduced to an invalid. Qin Guan's voice spoke calmly, but the content was far more terrifying to Qin Yuan than death. In the world of martial arts, cultivation was everything. Mortals live no more than 100 years, and a first-class martial artist can easily kill them. The strongest martial artists, on the other hand, are so high up in the world that they roll in the wind and clouds, and they can casually live for hundreds or thousands of years. For a former top-tier heavenly pride like Qin Yuan, it would be something simply unimaginable if one day one could not cultivate and was reduced to an invalid. He'll be a real ant that everyone can despise. Even if Qin Tianqing was willing to protect him, his life would never be any better. Those in the mansion, those in the clan, no one would look at him. So from a heavenly pride sitting firmly on the clouds and high above, to a waist that everyone can bully. This is something that Qin Yuan cannot accept. Brother, you can't invalidate me. This is the 9 saint bodies. Our Qin family has 2 saint bodies in one family, which is rare in the world. In the future, if you and I join hands, we will definitely be able to restore the Qin family. Even the Imperial Su clan may not be able to replace it. Qin Yuan rolled and crawled, trying to hug Qin Guan's thigh, but how could Qin Guan allow him to touch himself? At this time, he just remained indifferent and shook his head, and in the next moment, with a remote finger, the Xian Huang Qi suddenly struck out. Snap! Only a crunching sound was heard as the smear of Xian Huang Qi shot directly into Qin Yuan's dantian, unleashing destruction on the saint body origin. The opponent's great son's sacred body origin sensed the foreign power and immediately revealed its ferocious might, attempting to resist. But Xian Huang Qi was the same saint body, or even stronger, so how could it be resisted? With an imperceptible ringing, Qin Yuan shivered. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. The meridians of his wrists and ankles were tautly broken, and his cultivation rapidly flowed away. Sacred realm, yin-yang realm, spiritual movement realm, innate realm, 9th grade martial artist, 8th grade martial artist. Until after the 1st grade martial artist, the muscles and blood qi shriveled up once again, and it became a wasteland that was not even as good as a mortal. His hands had broken meridians and could not be manipulated properly, and his feet were likewise singed of their hamstrings, so he can only lie on the ground and walk forward in this life, become truly less than even a mortal, not even a beggar worthy of being a waste. Ah! My cultivation, my holy body, Qin Guan, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Qin Yuan felt the emptiness of everything within his body and completely collapsed, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. Don't worry, brother, will send you back to the north. The corners of Qin Guan's mouth lifted up, revealing an expression as if he was admiring a work of art. After surveying Qin Yuan's ugly state, it was the choice to accept the reward triggered after scrapping Qin Yuan earlier. In an instant, 1,000 years of spatial avenue enlightenment was incorporated into his body, causing his use of spatial laws to reach the extreme in an instant. He then watched as he waved his hand and ripped an opening in space, before kicking Qin Yuan inside. The end of the spatial rift led straight to the Jinbei King's mansion.